Alright. I grinded out 70, 70 defense before, doing other stuff today. So now I have my Bone Crusher. So I can crush your bones to make my bread.
Do not.
It's done! Oh, I want Prosy armor. Get my dragon dildo. There we go. Alright, that should be good. Let's see how well this works. What if you were a Dagonoth, Eri?
I would have a giant crab claw and Fortitude to fight me. And not smaller versions of my kind.
Well, I'm fighting smaller versions of your kind.
Bam.
But I want to try this Bone Crusher. Because apparently bearing bones in these catacombs gives you infinite, or restores some of your prayer. So if you bone crush them automatically, you might be able to just go infinite on prayer. Okay, can this guy stop attacking me? I'm trying to switch to open server.
Should probably go to the forestry server. No, busy.
Not busy. Fight me! What are you gonna do, Dagonoths? Eat me?
Yes. Well, you gained a prayer and it died.
I did, but not really gaining prayer quick enough to stay here forever. But that's okay. It should prolong the length of my trips.
Maybe you should try dealing more damage.
Maybe I should. I haven't considered that. Is there any way I can get more prayer bonus? I guess I could. Excuse me, Dagonoths, I gotta get this. Thanks.
Oh, where's your Ring of Wealth, bro?
I'm using my Berserker ring instead, so I can do more damage. You're the one who just told me! You're the one who just told me to do more damage. I don't know, so I can only hold one ring.
What is wrong with British people?
They can only hold one ring. Just like the Queen told them to.
Queen's an idiot. apparently.
Wait, this is strength
2
XP?
hands,
I
2
want attack
rings.
XP. There we go. This is my next big breakpoint is like attack 75. I thought there was something that showed my kills per hour, but I'm not able to find it anymore. Oh, there we go, kills per hour. was just thinking. Oh yeah, potions. I want to bring potions next time. If I bring attack potions and strength potions, then I should kill better. And it's not like I have a shortage of those, so. My new prayer increases my strength by 23%.
OP.
It is OP.
Please nerf.
They didn't nerf it, they actually added additional prayers. One for ranged and one for magic to compete with the OP melee one from the vanilla game. Fortunately, they come from the raid. Dagoneth's only ever dropped 41 points. Sometimes they drop 56 coins. Am I rich enough that I need to stoop down for 56 coins? I don't think I actually should bother picking them up. If every one of them dropped their maximum amount of coins, 56, over the course of these 130 kills, that's like 5,000 coins. I'm not that hard up for money. Do this opal bolt tips though. Holy crap, I can hit a 30 when I'm potted up. That's insane. I'm freaking swole.
Someone de-swole this man immediately.
Can't. How are Irit seeds only freaking low amounts of GP on the market board, huh? I love planting Irit seeds. It's free Herblore XP. It's kind of fun. Why is this Dagonoth a hero? Don't be a hero.
Be a hero.
Be a chump. Die. Thank you. See ya. Meow. 9 more levels until Duradaddy. I wish I could unhear that. He's the final Slayer guy. You need combat level 100. I'm at 92.55 now, apparently. That's wild. Who let me have levels?
I gave you levels.
You can take them away?
Yes.
Please don't. I have kids to feed. They're all my Dagonoths. Look at them. They're just little rambunctious guys.
I don't think you're going to be feeding those. I think you're going to kill them.
They're just little rambunctious guys. Guys, I'm freaking no longer able to hit for some reason. The frick is my max hit? I just hit a 31 and it wasn't my max hit. 24. The frick, that guy dropped a lobster pot. That dragon dropped a casket? The rig is in a gasket.
Free real estate is in that casket.
Just a generic casket. I'm gonna find out. Emerald was in that casket, apparently.
Free emeralds.
Me lucky charms! My Bone Crusher has 3,200 charges left. Dude, they make it free to charge it too. Like, I thought it was going to be bad, but the same Mortania diary that gave me the Bone Crusher is like, oh yeah, you can trade 26 bones to this guy and get 3,600 charges, basically. A little bit, a few extra steps, but that's basically it. Yeah. I just noticed I have like no prayer left. I'm killing this Dagonoth. They can't kill me that fast.
Then one of them turned into Dagonoth Rex.
Oh dang, Ancient Shard, I need to get back there. I knew he was gonna drop some something freaking good. It's not like it's not gonna disappear before I get back, because the trip back is actually super fast. That's why, I think that combination is why it recommends it. I can get like 15 kills per trip, and the trip back takes like 30 seconds, because I have a prayer thingy in my house. So I'm already basically back. We are so back. Yep, there's my Ancient Shard. Nice, a Dark Totem top 2. Oh no! Pryor just tweeted me, Shoji Tabuchi died!
Oh no!
I watched that episode not too long ago either. I killed Shoji Tabuchi.
You monster.
I didn't mean to. I didn't do it on purpose. You seemed like an alright fellow. Seemed like you would steam a good ham. Look at that Snapegrass seed. Why are those seeds so big? I don't think I've ever seen Snapegrass on the ground. Snapegrass seeds. Why is that so large?
Hi, I'm Sean Munger. On Friday, November 22nd, 1963, President John F. Kennedy was assassinated in Dallas, Texas. His killer, Lee Harvey Oswald, fired 3 shots from the Texas School Book Depository, and one of those shots killed the president. Oswald acted alone, not as part of any conspiracy. In 45 words, I just gave you the basic story of the Kennedy assassination, a watershed moment in history. However, possibly 80% of the people watching this video, or maybe even more, will likely think that some or most of the 45 words I just said are somehow wrong. And 3 words in particular, which also appear in the title of this video, Oswald acted alone. I'm Sean Munger, I'm a historian, and I'm about to take you on a journey into the heart of a much misunderstood event in American history. This is a very long video which I've broken into 2 segments, which are meant to go together, and in which I'll lay out the basic historical facts of the Kennedy assassination of 1963. And I hope to prove to you my thesis, which is right there in the title, that Oswald, Kennedy's killer, acted alone in doing so. Before we get started, I want to say a couple of words about myself, about the structure of this 2-video series, and to give you a roadmap as to where we're going. I have a doctorate in history, and I teach history both online and in person. I've had historical writing peer-reviewed, published in professional outlets in both the US and Europe. If you're a regular viewer of my channel, maybe you've seen some of my other stuff. I am drawn to historical mysteries and also to nautical subjects, ships and ocean liners particularly, although obviously this video is not about that. I've done some previous videos about false historical narratives of history or other misconceptions of history. For example, back in 2017, I did a series on the 200-year-old legends of buried treasure on Oak Island, Nova Scotia in Canada. I've talked about the ancient aliens hypothesis and how history can be faked. This one on the Kennedy assassination is only the second of the truly long-form historical videos that I've done. The previous one from June 2022 is about the meaning of the Titanic disaster. Now, I realize this video is extremely long and covers a lot of ground. As you might imagine, there's a lot to talk about with the Kennedy assassination. I do not expect a lot of people will watch the segments all the way through from beginning to end, though of course you are welcome to do that if you wish. Instead, the way I suggest you navigate these videos is through the chapters. I've tried to delineate them as clearly as possible by subject, and they're numbered 1 to 36. This one is 1, of course 36 is the conclusion. And I'm going to put up on the screen here a scrolling list of all the chapters, which are identified, as I said, by subject. Thus, you can skip around if you like. Does the grassy knoll interest you? That's chapter 10. Want to know about the murder of Dallas police officer J.D. Tippit? That's chapter 12. The Garrison investigation, Oliver Stone's movie JFK, chapter 26. If a subject that you want isn't in the first half, it's probably in the second half. I do suggest you start, though, with the first couple of chapters in this video, this part 1, which are conceptual and will lay the groundwork for stuff I'll be talking about later. As you'll see, there's a certain methodology to my thinking, and you deserve to understand what that is. Something else I'll be doing, which I don't usually do in my videos, but I should probably start doing it more often, is I'm going to show citations to my sources. Now, I can't put links to all of them in the description or on cards within the video itself. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show them on the screen when they relate to an important fact. For example, if it was especially important that you know, I'm just pulling a fact at random, that Kennedy's plane touched down at Love Field in Dallas at 11:40 a.m. on November 22nd, I'll give you the site on the screen like this. And then if you wanted to, you could actually get the source, look it up, and see, yes, it really does say on page 19 that the plane landed at 11:40 a.m. So you see how this works. Oh, you might have just noticed that I just cited the Warren report there. Now, if you're a critic of the Warren Commission and its conclusions, which are that Oswald did it and that he did it alone, you might think, oh no, that's not a reliable source. Well, first of all, it is. See Chapter 21 for a discussion of that issue. And you might also want to ask yourself, if the Warren report is so unreliable, how come it is the #1 source cited by conspiracy authors for various facts in their own books? One of the other sources that I'll be citing is this book, which is gigantic and heavy. This is called Reclaiming History by Vincent Bugliosi, published in 2007. And it is far and away the best and most comprehensive book ever written on the Kennedy assassination. So if you want to learn about this event, I strongly suggest you start with this book. Yes, it is over 1,700 pages, and yes, I have read them all, including the footnotes, another 958 pages, and the source notes, 170 more pages. Those came, incidentally, on a separate CD-ROM with the original edition of the book. You can see I've already lost mine, but I preserved them on computer files. Vincent Bugliosi, the author of this book, was a lawyer, first a prosecutor and later a private criminal defense lawyer. And he was also an author and historian. He was very famous, made famous, for prosecuting the Manson family in 1970. In 1986, Bugliosi took part in a mock trial of Lee Harvey Oswald, which was televised for a British TV network. And this trial utilized actual evidence called real-life witnesses, not actors, and even impaneled a jury drawn from the voter rolls of Dallas, Texas from 1963. Bugliosi was the prosecutor, and his case was that Oswald was the murderer of Kennedy and acted alone. The jury in that case came back with a verdict of guilty. The exhaustive sources and notes that Bugliosi collected for that mock trial formed the basis of that book, which took him 22 years to complete. Mr. Bugliosi passed away in 2015. So anyway, that's the roadmap. Before we begin, I want to spend a very brief time outlining the basic facts of the assassination. This is the general framework of what happened. The assassination occurred in Dealey Plaza in downtown Dallas, Texas, which still exists mostly in its original form today. One of the buildings fronting this plaza is the building that was, in 1963, the Texas School Book Depository, where Lee Harvey Oswald, aged 24, worked stacking boxes and filling orders. Oswald identified himself as a communist and had attempted several months before to assassinate a U.S. Army general. President Kennedy, the 35th president, was elected in 1960 and had come to Dallas on a trip to shore up the splintering Texas Democratic Party in advance of his anticipated 1964 re-election campaign. Kennedy rode in this limousine in the motorcade, and in that car he was accompanied by his wife Jackie and Texas Governor John Connally. Vice President Lyndon Johnson was in another car behind them. At 12:30 p.m. on this day, November 22nd, 1963, 3 shots rang out in Dealey Plaza. President Kennedy was hit by 2 of those 3 shots. One of those 2 went on to wound Governor John Connally, and the other, probably the 3rd shot fired, struck the president in the head. He never regained consciousness despite being rushed to Parkland Hospital, and he died not long after. Lyndon Johnson was sworn in as the 36th president aboard Air Force One just before it took off, bringing Kennedy's body back to Washington. Lee Harvey Oswald immediately fled the Texas School Book Depository just before police sealed it off. When they searched the building, which is where the shots came from, they found Oswald's Mannlicher Carcano rifle laying on the floor in a nest of book boxes around a 6th floor window. They also found the shell casings of the 3 bullets that he fired. His fingerprints were found all over the rifle and the boxes. Oswald caught a city bus and he went back to his rooming house across town where he was staying. He grabbed a .38 revolver, changed clothes, and then went back out. Shortly after that, when approached by a policeman in a car, J.D. Tippit, Oswald shot the policeman dead and ran away. By now, his description was all over the wires, and he was shortly apprehended in the Texas Theater, a movie theater. Oswald was taken to Dallas Police Headquarters, interrogated. He made a few statements to the press and was charged that night with the murders of President Kennedy and Officer Tippit. A decision was made to move him to the county jail. Just as that move was getting started, this was on
What if I heated up some food while I murder some Dagonoths? I could just walk away, Lamal. Dagonoths kill themselves. Break yourselves upon my body. Dagon Noths. Dagon it. Dagon Talons. Dang it, Ron Pauls. Speaking of dang it, Ron Pauls, where's Q to regale us with how bad Trails is? I need to know more. It brings me no small joy to know how stupid Tales of Reverie is.
Sorry, no more intensifies.
They're all robobs.
I suppose you could always try to pull him in. But would you do that?
I don't know, I guess I could. I'll do it. What's the latest on Trails lore? How many boobs?
Sunday morning, November 24th, Jack Ruby, a Dallas nightclub owner who was enraged by the assassination, ran into the parking garage at the police building and shot Oswald, who died shortly after. The new president, Lyndon Johnson, established a special federal commission to investigate the assassination. It was headed by Supreme Court Chief Justice Earl Warren, hence its name, the Warren Commission. The commission issued its report along with 26 volumes of supporting material in September 1964. It concluded that Oswald did it and that he had acted alone. There was a second investigation of the assassination in the late 1970s called the House Select Committee on Assassinations, which was independent of the Warren Commission. The HSCA, in its final report, concluded that there was likely a conspiracy. However, as I explain in Chapter 29, that conclusion was reached erroneously as a result of a single bit of evidence that was, in short order, proven beyond all doubt to have been erroneously construed by the HSCA. If not for that piece of evidence, which was a tape recording, by the way, the HSCA would have concluded exactly what the Warren Commission had done earlier, that Oswald committed the assassination and that he acted alone. So those are the basic facts. Now let's move on to some conceptual issues, and then in short order, into the evidence itself. Okay, maybe the title of this chapter exaggerates a little bit. The opinion, it's not an opinion but a conclusion, that Lee Harvey Oswald assassinated John F. Kennedy and that he acted alone and not as part of a conspiracy is a minority view in America. According to polling, Americans' belief in a conspiracy in the JFK assassination has never been lower than 52% and was clocked at a whopping 81% in the public in April 2001. Because of that fact alone, I'm kind of an outlier. And I'm quite certain that many viewers here on YouTube will be extremely offended by the mere premise of this video and will take to the comments to denounce me, which is why all comments will be strictly moderated, by the way. Who am I to say that 8 out of 10 Americans are wrong about this issue, assuming that that 81% number is still valid today? Well, they are wrong, and there's just no two ways about that. Now, I'm not trying to be arrogant about this at all, but I've given a very careful reading of the historical facts. And the conclusion that Lee Harvey Oswald killed John F. Kennedy and that he did it alone is not only probable, but certain. Yes, certain, meaning there's
Someone's
no
dead
doubt.
for
I
getting
honestly
this.
don't believe that there is any doubt. It's not
Singapore
close,
rice
it's not a
noodles.
horse race. And you can't just back away from the issue by saying, well, we can't really know what happened on that day. Actually, we can. In fact, we do know what happened that day, and we also know what did not happen. So in this video, I'll set out to show how and why we know what we know. And some of those facts may surprise you. There are reasons why so many Americans don't believe the historical fact that Oswald acted alone. I'll get into some of those broader reasons in chapter 34 about why many people want to believe that it was a conspiracy. But closer to ground level, I think that the number one reason why so many people believe that it was a conspiracy is because they don't know a lot of the true facts about the real event. And what they think they know often tends to be wrong. So here are my nominations for the most important facts about the Kennedy assassination that people don't know. These are just 3 facts out of hundreds, but these 3 standing alone, I think, are pretty persuasive. Fact number 1. The bullet that killed John F. Kennedy and fragments of bullets from Oswald's other 2 shots were proven by ballistics experts, ballistics analysis, to have been fired from Oswald's rifle, to the exclusion of all other rifles in the world. It was his gun, proven, his bullets, proven. Most people don't know how conclusively this fact has been established. Fact number 2. A couple of months before, in April 1963, Oswald used that exact same rifle to try to kill someone else, retired Army General Edwin Walker. Oswald himself admitted that he did this, he told his wife. We'll talk about the Walker attempt in chapter 12. Now, some people are amazed when I tell them that Oswald had tried to do this kind of thing before, and in fact that he used the same gun. The usual reaction is, gee, I didn't know that. How come I didn't know that? Well, the reason you didn't know that is because conspiracy theorists, authors, and filmmakers who produce lots of stuff about the JFK assassination generally don't include any mention of the Walker attempt, because it makes Oswald look really guilty, which in fact he is. Fact number 3. There were hundreds of eyewitnesses to the assassination who all saw pretty much the same thing. But there was one particular eyewitness who actually saw Oswald shooting Kennedy from the 6th floor window in the school book depository. That man's name was Howard Brennan, and he was sitting on a concrete wall in Dealey Plaza, and he happened to be looking directly at the school book depository at the moment the shots were fired.
I looked directly across and up. Possibility of a 45-degree angle. And this man, same man I had saw prior to the president's arrival, was in the window and taking aim for his last shot. After he fired the last or the 3rd shot, he didn't seem to be in a great hurry. He seemed to pause for a moment to see if for sure he accomplished his purpose, and he brought the gun back to rest in upright position as though he was satisfied.
Not only did he see the gun poking out of the 6th floor window, he clearly saw the man who fired it. He gave a description of that man to the police. It was accurate. And then later that day, November 22nd, he identified Oswald personally in a police lineup as the man who had done it. Other witnesses, though they did not see the gun actually fire, also did see Oswald at the window. Now, most people don't realize that there was an eyewitness to Oswald actually shooting President Kennedy. Someone saw him do it and identified him, and the identification was corroborated by other witnesses. Now that's pretty conclusive. Now, on the flip side, here are 3 fake facts that people think they know about the assassination and they don't usually realize are fake. Fake fact number 1. The bullet that killed President Kennedy or that wounded President Kennedy did some sort of physics-defying maneuver in midair, usually referred to as an S-turn. This is false. In Chapter 8, I'll explain why the so-called magic bullet didn't do anything magical at all, and I'll explain how this misconception got started and how deceptive conspiracy theorists continue to perpetuate it. The bullet was not pristine either, by the way, which is another claim, false claim, made by conspiracy theorists. Fake fact number 2. Oswald could not have fired 3 shots from the rifle in the time proven by the Zapruder film that the shots had to have been fired in. Now that is false. Not only could he do that, but he did do that. And the feat was easily replicated by investigators after the assassination. In fact, the FBI sharpshooter who tried it with the exact same gun even improved on Oswald's time. I'll discuss that in Chapter 7. Fake fact number 3. Jack Ruby, the Dallas nightclub owner who shot Lee Harvey Oswald on November 24th, 1963, silenced Oswald for the Mafia. That is false. Ruby did not work for the Mafia. He wasn't sent by anybody. He just did it on his own. And I can prove it, and I'll discuss it in Chapter 16, and I'll give my citations there. So there you have it. 3 things that most people don't know about the JFK assassination, and 3 things that many people think they know, but which are false. The historical facts about the assassination have been crowded out by innuendo, distortions, and flat-out fabrications, to the point where real facts almost never get a hearing. This is why Bugliosi entitled his book Reclaiming History. He felt that historians had to reclaim the Kennedy assassination from the conspiracy theorists who have muddled it. Unfortunately, it's a sad reality that for many people, facts don't matter. When I was getting my PhD in history, I TA'd, TA stands for teaching assistant, I TA'd for a class in 20th century American history. This is at the university level. I gave a quiz to my class, which included a multiple choice question about the Kennedy assassination. It was very simple. Who killed John F. Kennedy? A, the Mafia, B, the military, C, Lee Harvey Oswald, or D, the Soviets? Obviously, the correct answer was C. One student who did mark the correct answer, C, added a note in the margin. And the note read, quote, "I know this is the answer you want, but this is not what I believe," end quote. Note that choice of words. This is not what I believe, as if it's a religion. So if you're in this category, if you're unwilling to consider the facts in the Kennedy assassination, then I recommend you stop watching this video right now. I'll only waste your time. Go watch some, cat videos or something like that. The analysis that I'm going to go through depends on facts and on logical conclusions drawn from those facts. Now, if facts don't matter to you, and if you cling to a conclusion about what happened on November 22nd, 1963, simply out of faith, then there's nothing really I could do for you, and you probably won't enjoy this video anyway, so go watch some cat videos. Before we begin with the facts of the Kennedy assassination, it's worth putting the whole event into historical context. And to do that, we need to take a look at a few other events in American history. Kennedy was one of 4 U.S. presidents who were murdered. For the record, the others were Abraham Lincoln, shot by John Wilkes Booth in 1865, James Garfield, shot by Charles G. Guiteau in 1881, and William McKinley, shot by Leon Salgars.
potato cactus seeds.
Oh yeah.
In 1901. In addition to these 4 successful attempts, let's look at 5 others that are relevant. In 1835, a man named Richard Lawrence attempted to assassinate President Andrew Jackson. Walked up to him with 2 loaded pistols, both pistols misfired. In 1912, former President Theodore Roosevelt was shot at a campaign rally by a man named Joseph Flammonde Schrank. Roosevelt survived. In 1933, President-elect Franklin D. Roosevelt was shot at by a man named Giuseppe Zangara. FDR seems to have been the target, but Zangara did successfully kill the mayor of Chicago, who was standing next to FDR. In 1975, Squeaky Fromm, a member of the Charles Manson cult, attempted to assassinate President Gerald Ford. Her gun misfired. And finally, in 1981, John Hinckley shot President Ronald Reagan at the Washington Hilton Hotel. I did a video about that. Reagan was hit but survived. There have been various other attempts to kill U.S. presidents throughout history, but these 5 unsuccessful attempts are generally considered the most serious. So let's take all of these assassinations and attempts together, all 9, and what you see is a clear pattern. With one exception, all of these cases involve lone wolf assassins not working with others as part of some deep-dyed plot. In some cases, the assailants were mentally ill or on the verge of mental illness, and in others, and sometimes both, there was to some degree a political motive to most of them. Charles Guiteau, President Garfield's assassin, was absolutely and clearly deranged. He had a lifelong struggle with mental illness, and there was no suggestion or evidence that he worked with anyone else. Leon Solgaz, who killed President McKinley in 1901, was not suffering from mental illness, most likely, but his motive was purely political. He was an anarchist, and a rather extreme anarchist, who saw himself as striking a blow against oppression and oligarchy. Similarly, Zangara, who attempted to assassinate FDR, had a political motive. Richard Lawrence, history of mental illness. Squeaky Fromm, political motive, part of the whole Charles Manson helter-skelter thing. John Hinckley, no political motive, clearly a mental illness. Now, the one outlier is the Lincoln assassination. That was a conspiracy. Booth and several associates, including Lewis Payne, David Harold, and George Atzerodt, hatched a plan to decapitate the U.S. government at the end of the Civil War by assassinating top leaders: Lincoln, Vice President Andrew Johnson, Secretary of State William Seward, and possibly, at one point, they were going to kill Union General Ulysses S. Grant. Each of the men in the conspiracy was assigned a target, but Booth was the only one who was successful in killing his intended target. Now, this was undoubtedly a conspiracy, but it was a fairly small one, only a handful of people. They were not government officials or part of some powerful organization. They were Confederate sympathizers, private citizens with political motives. In the Lincoln case, the conspiracy was uncovered immediately. It was obvious to everyone that there was a conspiracy because Lewis Payne stabbed William Seward at roughly the same time that Booth was shooting Lincoln. So here's the point I'm making. Again, setting Lincoln aside, all the other times in U.S. history that a presidential assassin has been successful or almost successful, they were acting alone, no conspiracy. And the one time that was not true, the Lincoln case, the conspiracy was small and it was instantly apparent. So logically, why shouldn't we consider that the Kennedy assassination would be more like those other prior events in American history rather than unlike them? Now, this is not conclusive by any means, but logically, shouldn't the default position be, given how those other events unfolded, that this one is likely to follow the same pattern? Political motive or mental illness, but no conspiracy? So what I'm getting at is that in U.S. history, there's a precedent, not president, but precedent, for an assassination by a lone wolf with a political motive, whereas there is no precedent anywhere in American history for the kind of massive institutional conspiracy to kill a president that most conspiracy theorists allege in the JFK case. The CIA, the military, the mafia never conspired to assassinate a US president before, and they have not since. So why should this case be different? I've gone through this analysis at the outset, before we get to the physical and logical evidence of the JFK case, to set the stage. Even before examining that evidence, we already have a default setting, a pattern, which this case is likely to fit because it happened something like this before. And that pattern is no conspiracy at all, or if there is one, we would have noted unequivocally at the time. Okay, sorry to delay, but let's do one more logical setup before we get into the evidence. That's the next chapter. This chapter does not involve the facts of the JFK assassination, but it's important to establish a mode of reasoning that will become extremely relevant as we get into the facts. It's epistemology, if you will. Basically, how do we know that something happened, and how do we judge the relevance of individual facts in the context of a broader story? So let's take this exercise. Suppose that a bank is robbed at midday in the downtown of a major city. The robber does not wear a mask. He walks up to the counter, points a gun at the teller, and demands all the cash in a bag. The teller gives him a canvas bag full of $10,000 in cash, but slips a dye bomb inside the bag. The robber walks out, and his face is clearly caught on a security camera. 30 minutes after the robbery, a man named Jake is arrested across town. In his car, he has a bunch of cash totaling $9,000, which is the bills are stained with purple dye. His hands are stained with purple dye. He's wearing different clothes than what the robber was wearing, but he matches the description perfectly. 10 witnesses identify Jake in various lineups as the bank robber. A gun is found in Jake's
raw.
car, matching
I don't want to
the one
get sick.
used in the robbery. It's registered to him, and it has his fingerprints on it.
I'm just gonna
So as
diagnose
straightforward
stomach,
as
no
this
bench.
story is, suppose there are a couple of
Eat the raw tuna. Also, look at those treasure chests on the ground. Or I guess it's a lobster pot. Why is it a lobster pot? Where'd they get lobster pots?
They eat them. Lobster pots are their favorite food. You uncultured swine.
odd discrepancies.
You don't
Let's
like
call
eating
these the
lobster
odd
pots?
facts. First, neither the canvas
but
bag,
wouldn't they rather eat the
presumably
lobsters?
stained with the purple dye, nor the other
They- the whole
$1,000 is ever found. Second, a
Where
friend
are
of
they
Jake's
stealing these lobster
insists
pots
that
from?
He saw Jake at a bar across town at the
I
exact
don't think anyone's coming
moment
down
that
here
the
and laying
robbery
out
was
lobster
taking
traps
place.
for them.
Third, the place
actually
where
am.
Jake was apprehended is unusually far
Wrong.
from the bank in terms of the amount of distance that he could have covered in noontime traffic. And fourth, we don't know how he changed clothes. So suppose all of this evidence is presented at a trial. Prosecution presents the money, the dye, the fingerprints, the gun, the security camera footage, the 10 eyewitnesses, and Jake's girlfriend, who testifies that he told her the night before that he was planning to rob a bank. And the defense puts on the odd facts. So what logical inference do we draw from the totality of the evidence? Well, clearly, the prosecution's facts demonstrate that Jake robbed the bank. The evidence is absolutely overwhelming. The money, the dye, the fingerprints, the gun, the eyewitnesses, the security camera, Jake's girlfriend. Jake robbed the bank. We can be extremely confident of that conclusion. Now, here's the key point. Once we decide, and we're justified in deciding that Jake robbed the bank, the odd facts, however they got to be that way, have to line up with the conclusion that we know to be true. What happened to the canvas bag or the other $1,000 that was never found? We don't know, but whatever happened to it, by definition, cannot alter the conclusion that Jake robbed the bank. In fact, what happened to the canvas bag, by definition, can't be a very important fact. It might be interesting to know, but it can't be that important because it can't affect the outcome. So what about that eyewitness who said that he saw Jake at the bar? Well, the existence of this story must be consistent with what we already know to be true. The witness may be lying, that would be consistent with what we know to be true. He might also be telling the truth. He might have seen a person who looked like Jake, or Jake might really have been there but the witness got the time wrong, or he might honestly have wanted Jake to be not guilty so bad that he talked himself into believing that he was there. Whatever the explanation for this odd fact, even if it's an unusual or exotic explanation for why the witness testified as he did, it has to be consistent with what we already know to be true. Now, it would be a different story if there was stronger evidence that Jake really was at the bar and that his friend really did see him. If 10 people saw him there, for example, if there was a credit card receipt proving that he bought a drink at the exact moment the bank was being robbed, that would be different. But if that was the case, how could the rest of the evidence that he was robbing the bank at that moment be so strong? Now take that other odd fact that Jake seems to have gotten unusually far away from the bank in the 30 minutes before the police caught up to him. Now it might be out of line with what we would expect in the abstract, but if we can conclude from the rest of the evidence that Jake did rob the bank, then by definition, however unlikely it might have seemed, he must have gotten that distance away from the bank. Maybe traffic was unusually light, maybe he took a shortcut, but there's got to be some explanation, and that explanation must be consistent with what we already know to be true. Okay, so what's the point of this exercise? It's to show how evidence works and how conclusions work in the real world. When we get into the JFK assassination, conspiracy theorists will often trumpet one specific claim or assertion that they insist is the absolute death knell for the conclusion that Oswald acted alone. But their reliance on that single claim or assertion tends to ignore the rest of the overwhelming totality of the evidence, or worse, pretends like the existence of that claim or assertion can change the conclusion that we would otherwise draw from that evidence. Let me give you another example, a hypothetical one. The oft-repeated claim that Oswald could not have recycled the rifle and made those 3 shots in 5.6 seconds. As we'll see, that claim is factually false. A gunman could easily have done this with the rifle that Oswald was using. But let's just assume, just for the sake of argument, that it's remotely possible but unlikely. That it stretches to the very edge of what is physically possible with Oswald's Mannlicher Carcano rifle. So does it matter that it's unlikely? No. It's like the claim in the bank robbery analogy that it seems unlikely that Jake could have gotten as far as he did before the police caught up with him, That claim does not cut in favor of Jake's innocence, though, because the rest of the evidence is so conclusive. He did rob the bank, so therefore he must have driven that distance in 30 minutes, however unlikely that it was. So can a claim about how long it takes to recycle the rifle change the ballistics evidence, or the eyewitness that saw Oswald do it, or the handprints on the rifle and the boxes in the 6th floor depository, the sniper's nest? Can it change Oswald's history, his attempt to kill General Walker, his conclusively proven murder of Dallas police officer J.D. Tippit after the assassination? Once you conclude that something happened a certain way, and we are justified in concluding that, that's important, we have to be justified in reaching a conclusion, the facts or assertions that seem unlikely or inconsistent must be explainable by some means that line up with what we've already concluded. This is how the real world works, so just keep this in mind. A shorter way to put this, and I know I need to move on, but a shorter way to put this is if the vast totality of the evidence indicates X, but
I've
some
slain
outlier
every
fact
Dagannoth
or
that was
claim
told to me
seems
to
point
slay.
in the direction of Y, don't be so hasty to jettison X and seize upon Y as the basis of a new conclusion. That is not how logical reasoning works, but that is what often conspiracy theorists do in the JFK case. Okay, now finally, let's get into the evidence. The piece of purported evidence of a conspiracy in the JFK assassination that has convinced apparently more people than any other single claim is the movement or alleged movement of President Kennedy's head just after he received the fatal shot, which is a horrifying image that is caught on the Zapruder film. The claim is that the president's head snaps backwards in reaction to the bullet impact, which many people say must be inconsistent with a shot coming from Kennedy's rear, where Oswald is known to have been. Therefore, the story goes, this alone is supposedly proof that the fatal shot came from the front, not the rear. The motion of Kennedy's head is itself repeated as a mantra in the climactic courtroom scene from Oliver Stone's 1991 film JFK, and it's the title of this chapter, Back and to the Left, Back and to the Left. The Zapruder film is, of course, the famous 8mm home movie filmed on a silent camera by Dallas clothing company owner Abraham Zapruder, who was standing here on what's called the Pergola, an architectural feature in Dealey Plaza. The frames of the film which capture the moment of the assassination are numbered starting 1 from the first frame of the film that depicts the motorcade in Dealey Plaza. I am not going to show you the Zapruder film in this video for 2 reasons. First, I'm not sure of the copyright status of it, and I might get a copyright strike. Second, it is horribly graphic and triggering. After all, it captures a human death on film, and this video would be demonetized instantly if I showed it. But you can find it here on YouTube if you want to, and you can find still images of the frames all over the internet. The moment of the head wound occurs at frame 313. Okay, so there are 2 reasons why the supposed head snap does not
I don't want to
indicate
kill
that
Iron
President
Dragons.
Kennedy was hit by a shot from the front.
Kill the Iron Dragons.
The first
Let me Google how bad Iron Dragons are. Iron Dragon. 57 of them too. Like, that's so bad. No, I'm not gonna kill them. I'm skipping. God, I wish you didn't tell me to tell. Okay, mutated zygomites. Perfect. What's a mutated zygomite? Okay, I can kill agent zygomites. Good.
is that what you think you see in the film, What the conspiracy theorists want you to think that you see is Kennedy's head moving backwards directly in response to the shot. But that's not what's on the film. In fact, the president's head moves forward and down first in frames 312 and 314, and only then does it start moving backwards. Because I can't show you the actual horrible images, I've drawn these hopefully inoffensive stick figures to demonstrate, but they are traced directly from the frames of the Zapruder film. And if you want to check my work and see the actual frames, they are reproduced in Bugliosi's book in the photo section between pages 434 and 435. See, here is frame 312, which is where the bullet strikes, and here is 313. This is super gross, but junk from Kennedy's head is clearly moving upwards and forwards. Only at frame 314 does the infamous head snap motion start. Now, I'm not distorting anything. Go and check the frames of the Zapruder film for yourself. So it is not back to the left, but rather forward and down, and then back. The second reason why it doesn't mean that Kennedy was hit by a shot from the front is that the movement of a person's head when it is struck by a bullet is significantly affected by neuromuscular reaction, not the force of the bullet itself. Now, the House Select Committee on Assassination spent a considerable amount of time on this issue, although admittedly not as much as it should have, and it concluded that this was the cause of the movements of the president's head when Oswald's bullet struck him. So how can a bunch of total amateurs, which is what conspiracy theorists are, say what a human body must ordinarily do in response to a catastrophic headshot? I mean, unless you've been in combat for an extensive period of time, probably not that many of us have seen all that many people shot with high-powered rifles. So what frame of reference do we have to know how Kennedy should or should not have reacted in this situation? So there you have it. First, it is not back and to the left. The Zapruder film proves it was forward and down and then back. And second, even if that was not the case, we can still explain the image on the Zapruder film, entirely consistent with and entirely supportive of Oswald firing from the book depository behind the motorcade. So if you combine this evidence that a shot from the front was probably impossible anyway, that's the myth of the grassy knoll, which I cover in chapter 10, and it's clear that back and to the left is not evidence of a second gunman, and certainly not evidence of Oswald's innocence. There were 3 shots fired in Dealey Plaza on November 22nd, 1963. 3. Exactly 3, not 2, not 4, not 6, which is the ludicrous claim in Oliver Stone's JFK movie. 3 shots. 1, 2, 3. Here's how we know. First of all, the witnesses who were there that day, many of them told us that there were 3 shots. According to the House Select Committee on Assassinations, 132 out of 171 witnesses, or 77%, reported hearing 3 shots. Even conspiracy author Josiah Thompson, whose overall conclusions I obviously don't agree with, studied this issue and came up with similar numbers. 79% out of 190 witnesses reporting 3 shots. Second, we know that Lee Harvey Oswald fired 3 shots. We know that because of the 3 empty cartridges found on the 6th floor at the sniper's nest, which were determined through ballistics to have been fired from his Mannlicher Carcano rifle. And we know those 3 cartridges corresponded to the bullets that wounded President Kennedy and Texas Governor John Connally. Third, although the bullets recovered aren't absolutely conclusive that exactly 3 shots were fired, the fragments that were recovered are consistent with 3 shots, but not more than that. 1 nearly whole bullet was found on Governor Connally's stretcher at Parkland Hospital. I'm going to be talking about that bullet specifically in Chapter 8. And 5 bullet fragments were found in the limousine in which he was riding with JFK. The mass of all those fragments recovered was less than the mass of 2 whole bullets. If there were more than 3 shots, where did the rest of them go? Nobody argues that there were 2 shots, but conspiracy theorists like to argue that there were at least 4, because they claim erroneously that it's impossible that one bullet, which was the second one fired by the way, could have wounded both Kennedy and Connolly. But if Kennedy's neck wound, which was made by shot number 2, and the wounds to Kennedy's back and wrist, which were also made by shot number 2, were in fact made by separate shots, where did that additional bullet go? It had to have impacted somewhere in the limousine, right? But no such additional bullet was found. Only one from the stretcher, and the fragments which were probably from shot number 3. In the mock trial of Lee Harvey Oswald in London in 1986, prosecutor Vincent Bugliosi grilled conspiracy believer Dr. Cyril Wecht on this point. Where, if there was a fourth shot, did it end up? He didn't have an answer. The overwhelming weight of the evidence, ear witness testimony, physical evidence, and logical inferences drawn from them indicates that there were 3 shots fired. No more, no less. More numbers games. Conspiracy theorists play a lot of games regarding the amount of time it would have or could have taken Oswald to fire 3 shots from the schoolbook depository. The murder weapon was a bolt-action rifle from the World War II era, and the way that it works is basically you fire and then you have to pull back a bolt to cue up your next shot. The FBI, which extensively tested the rifle, found that the minimum amount of time to recycle between shots was 2.3 seconds. 2.3 seconds times 3 is 6.9 seconds. However, that does not mean that it would have taken Oswald all of 6.9 seconds to fire 3 shots. Assuming that he had his first one queued up, he would only have had to pull the bolt twice, which means that the shooting could have been over in as little as 4.6 seconds. Okay, so you see how this works? He's got the first shot queued up, shot number 1, blam, 2.3 seconds to operate the bolt, ka-chink, shot number 2, blam, 2.3 seconds to operate the bolt, ka-chink, shot number 3, blam. Total 4.6 seconds elapsed. This is what could have happened. In reality, it was a bit slower than that. The Zapruder film indicates that the amount of time elapsed between shot number 2, which hit Kennedy's back and neck and went on to wound Governor Connolly, and shot number 3, which struck the president in the head, that interval was somewhere between 4.8 seconds and 5.6 seconds. The reason for the range, the reason why we don't know exactly, is because the Zapruder film is silent. We can only judge that Kennedy has been hit from his reaction, and it's not an exact science as to determining where the reaction starts. Anyway, this is how the phrase 5.6 seconds gets into assassination lore. Conspiracy theorists claim erroneously that the Zapruder film establishes that it would have taken Oswald 5.6 seconds to fire all 3 shots. That's not true at all. It could have taken a considerably shorter time than that. And conspiracy theorists also claim erroneously that the rifle could not have been recycled within that time frame. Now, this is funny. This 5.6 seconds claim appears in Oliver Stone's 1991 film JFK, and in an absolutely epic moment of self-owning. Immediately after a character makes that claim, Kevin Costner goes on to demonstrate on screen that you can fire and recycle the Mannlicher Carcano rifle 3 times in 5.6 seconds. In fact, here's the clip with a time code to prove it. So even if the 5.6 second claim was correct, it's not, but even if it was, the FBI and the US Army proved that it could have been done. An Army sharpshooter named Miller test-fired the exact same rifle at the same range that Oswald was shooting at Kennedy. He tried 3 times. First attempt, he got off 3 shots in 4.6 seconds. Second attempt was 5.15 seconds. Third attempt, 3 shots in 4.45 seconds. So you see, it can be done, and it is absolutely proven that it can be done. What actually happened, probably, was that Oswald fired the first shot, which missed, at about frame 155 of the Zapruder film. In fact, several witnesses claimed they heard a shot that corresponds to that time. That means that a total of 8.6 seconds to fire 3 shots, not 5.6, which I emphasize still could have been done, but 8.6. Aside from the movement of Kennedy's head in reaction to the shot, the other thing that is apparently highly responsible for selling people on the idea of a conspiracy is the notion of the so-called magic bullet. The assertion that the Warren Commission concluded that one bullet caused 2 wounds to Kennedy's back and neck, and then went on to cause 2 more wounds to Governor Connally, and supposedly, in order to do this, it's impossible because the bullet has to have done something that defies physics. Absolutely false. 100% totally false. Actually, as many people as believe this erroneous claim, it's pretty easy to debunk. The usual assertion, and the one that filters down to social media level, is that the bullet, Oswald's second shot, had to have done an S-turn in midair in order to travel from the president's neck, which it had exited, into Governor Connally's back, and then into his wrist and thigh. Conspiracy theorists get there by lying about how Kennedy and Connally were seated in the limousine in reference to one another. This lie got started from one single incorrect sketch called the Grodin sketch, which was drawn in 1969 by conspiracy theorist R.B. Cutler. The Grodin sketch, I'm going to use that term to refer to all subsequent drawings based on it, like this one, but this sketch shows Connally seated directly in front of Kennedy, meaning that the path of the bullet hitting one and then the other would indeed have to be S-shaped. But the problem was that we're not oriented that way. Connally was sitting on a jump seat sticking out of the side of the limo interior. He was not directly in front of Kennedy. He was seated ahead of him and more to the left than Kennedy was. Here is a photo of them sitting in the limousine. You can see it's pretty damn obvious. Furthermore, you can see the orientation of the limo's seats with your own eyes if you know where to look. JFK's limo, which was used that day, is currently in the Henry Ford Museum in Detroit, Michigan. I went there in 2003 and I saw it myself. Here's a picture that I took of it. I can tell you that from my own personal observation, which you can replicate yourself if you go there in real life, Connally's seat is to the left, and the Grodin sketch is wrong. So if you show them how they were actually sitting, and you note the location of the wounds, Kennedy's neck, Connally's torso, then wrist and thigh, in fact, they line up perfectly. So the second shot passes through Kennedy's neck and then hits Connally in the back. There is physical evidence that this had to be the same bullet that had passed through Kennedy's body. And the evidence is that the entrance wound on Connally's back was oval-shaped. Now, let me quote the House Select Committee on Assassinations on this point. Quote, "A factor that influenced the panel significantly was the ovoid shape of the wound in the governor's back, indicating that the bullet had begun to tumble or yaw before entering. An ovoid wound is characteristic of one caused by a bullet that has passed through or glanced off an intervening object," end quote. So, 2 things about that. First, it's physical proof that the bullet had to have gone through something before it went on to hit Connally. What else could it have gone through except Kennedy's body? Second, look again at how they were sitting. Connally was hit in the back. Given where they were in relation to the school book depository, how could he have been hit by a shot that didn't go through President Kennedy first? Another misleading reason why conspiracy theorists refer to this as the so-called magic bullet is that they say the bullet was somehow pristine. It was found on Governor Connally's stretcher at Parkland Hospital. It was not at all pristine. But to a certain extent, the Warren Commission itself promoted this misconception because the photo that they happened to choose to publish in the report makes it look that way, and here is that photo. It does look pretty intact, doesn't it? The Commission made a mistake by showing only this photo of the bullet. If they had shown photos of the other side of the bullet, as the House Select Committee on Assassinations later did, it would have been clear that it wasn't pristine at all, but rather quite squashed, as you see here. An expert who testified for the HSCA, Dr. Michael Baden, said, quote, "This is a very damaged bullet, not a pristine bullet. This is a bullet that is deformed. It would be very hard to take a hammer and flatten it to the degree to which this is flattened," end quote. So you see, the bullet wasn't magic at all. It didn't do anything that violated the laws of physics, and it wasn't pristine. The evidence clearly supports the conclusion that one bullet caused the wounds to Kennedy's neck and all the wounds to Governor Connally. This was the second shot that Oswald fired. The weapon that Oswald used to murder President Kennedy was a Mannlicher Carcano 6.5 caliber bolt-action rifle, manufactured in Italy in 1940 during World War II. Its serial number was C2766. The rifle, which was found on the 6th floor of the schoolbook depository in the Sniper's Nest, was modified with a 4-power telescopic sight and a homemade sling made of 2 leather straps. What you're looking at, incidentally, is a photo that I took of the rifle at the 6th Floor Museum in Dallas in November 2019. Oswald bought the rifle by mail order from Klein Sporting Goods in Dallas with a money order for $21.45, dated March 12, 1963. This was during the time that Oswald was plotting to kill General Edwin Walker, which I'll talk about in due course. The rifle was sent to a post office box assigned to A. Hidell. That was a fake name. That was an alias used by Oswald. The money order and the papers for taking out the post office box were in the handwriting that was verified by experts to be Lee Harvey Oswald's. On the night of November 22nd, just before it turned over the rifle to the FBI, the Dallas Police Department got a palm print from the underside of the rifle barrel. That palm print was analyzed and found to match the handprint of Lee Harvey Oswald. In addition to that palm print, several fingerprint traces were discovered on the trigger. Now, these were not identifiable at the time of the assassination, nor at the time of the House Select Committee 14 years later. But photos of these fingerprint traces were analyzed in 1993 for a Frontline special on the assassination. The House Select Committee's fingerprint expert, who was still around, looked at the photos and found 18 points of identification between them and Oswald's known fingerprints. This guy, Vincent Scalise, said on air, quote, "These are definitely the fingerprints of Lee Harvey Oswald, and they are on the rifle. There is no doubt about it," end quote. So did you hear that? No doubt about it. In addition, several cotton fibers were found wedged between the butt of the rifle and the stock. They were blue, gray, and orange. Those fibers matched exactly the shirt that Oswald was wearing when he was arrested on the afternoon of November 22nd. There is also, of course, a famous photo of Oswald holding that rifle, which was taken by his wife, Marina, in the spring of 1963. Conspiracy theorists like to claim that this photo is faked, which Oswald also did when he was being interrogated by the police, but that's nonsense. Photographic experts, both in 1964 at the time of the original Warren Commission investigation and in the 70s, the House Select Committee, they examined the pictures, and there were actually 3 of them, and photographic experts proved that they were genuine. To make it even more certain that the photos weren't faked, one of the prints, as I said there were 3 of them, one of them was even signed by Lee Harvey Oswald. He gave it to George de Mohrenschildt, pretty much his only friend, in April 1963. Once again, the handwriting was a match to that known to be of Lee Harvey Oswald, and was proven as such by the House Select Committee on Assassinations. This evidence is uncontroverted. It is absolutely 100% conclusive. Lee Harvey Oswald bought and owned the rifle, His palm print and his fingerprints were found on it without any doubt that they were his. It was shipped to his P.O. box. There's a photo of him holding it, a photo signed by him in his handwriting, and there are also fibers from his clothes found snagged on the rifle. And remember, the bullets that killed President Kennedy and wounded John Connally were proven by ballistics to have been fired from this exact weapon, to the exclusion of all other weapons in the world. Bam, slam dunk, absolutely conclusive. You've got the murder weapon, you've got the murderer's fingerprints on it. This evidence alone could have sent Oswald to the electric chair if Ruby hadn't shot him. This is the infamous Grassy Knoll, a spot in Dealey Plaza where many conspiracy theorists believe shots were fired at President Kennedy from. This little bit of real estate is to conspiracy theorists what Mecca is to Muslims, holy ground. In more recent years, this place has become a pilgrimage site for the deeply delusional right-wingers who believe in the QAnon conspiracy cult. It's actually bizarre that the Grassy Knoll has attracted such attention from the conspiracy crowd, because it's extremely unlikely that an assassin could have fired from there. Given a choice between the Grassy Knoll and the book depository, the Grassy Knoll is a much harder shot. From Oswald's point of view, in the book depository, the limousine and the president would be moving a whole lot less in his field of vision than they would be from the viewpoint of an assassin on the Grassy Knoll. So, the shot from Oswald's view in the depository window, at least once the limousine came out from behind the tree foliage, was a much easier shot. Furthermore, you're asking us to believe that the conspirators put a gunman on ground level, surrounded by literally hundreds of people right out there in the open where anybody could have seen what he was doing. As you recall, someone down on the ground level actually saw Oswald shooting from the 6th floor. But no one saw a gunman if he was down there on the ground level, and where would this gunman supposedly have escaped to after firing from this position? So this is the key thing. If an assassin was on the Grassy Knoll, the only place he could have run after firing the shots was through this area, known as the picket fence area. Now, a witness happened to be watching that exact area at the moment of the assassination. His name was Lee Bowers, and he was up in a tower at the railroad yard behind Dealey Plaza. He didn't see anyone running away with a gun or anyone running away, period. No one, in fact, saw anything like that. Now, I am aware of 2 fake witnesses, Virgil Hoffman and Gene Hill, who claimed that they saw something like that. I'm going to deal with them in chapter 28. Short version, they made up their stories years after the assassination. I'm also aware of the ludicrous British TV quote-unquote documentary series, The Men Who Killed Kennedy from 1988, which has a lot of hijinks involving the Grassy Knoll, the silly badge man thing, and I'm going to deal with that in chapter 30. Short version, it's nonsense. There are 2 pieces of physical evidence, absolutely irrefutable, that show that no shots were fired at President Kennedy from the front, meaning the Grassy Knoll. The first is the president's autopsy. I'm going to discuss that in chapter 22. But the short version is that Kennedy had 2 gunshot wounds, one to the neck and back, and one catastrophic wound to the back and top of his skull. Both came from the rear. One of the autopsy surgeons said, quote, "I did not see any evidence on the dead body of President Kennedy of wounds of entry on the front portions of the cadaver," end quote. Conclusive. No shot from the Grassy Knoll or anywhere else in the front of the motorcade. Now, the second piece of physical evidence is where the bullet fragments were found in the president's limousine. Personally, I found this evidence extraordinarily persuasive. The large bullet fragments were found in or near the front seat of the limo, the front seat. Some smaller fragments were found on the rug under the left jump seat, in front of where Kennedy was sitting. If he had been hit from the front, from the Grassy Knoll, why would bullet fragments have been found forward of him? Bullets don't bounce around like rubber balls. If bullet fragments were found in the rear seat or behind the limo, that would be one thing. But they were all found forward of where Kennedy was sitting. This is powerful evidence that shots came from behind, not the front. So the grassy knoll is a red herring. It just is. No shots came from there. No shots could have come from there. Now we get to what, for me, is one of the most persuasive pieces of evidence of Oswald's guilt. His attempt to kill General Edwin Walker on April 10th, 1963, using the self-same rifle that he would later use to kill President Kennedy in November of that year. So he had done this kind of thing before. Edwin Walker was a former U.S. Army general and a Korean War hero. He was a member of an extreme ultra-right-wing conspiracy cult called the John Birch Society, the forerunner of today's QAnon, which believed that there was a gigantic communist conspiracy and all U.S. presidents were in on it. Walker resigned from the Army because of his belief in this non-existent conspiracy, but he gave a lot of speeches and continued his political activities on behalf of the cult. Lee Harvey Oswald was an equally extreme ultra-left-wing communist. Basically, he saw Walker as his arch enemy. So Oswald, a narcissist, also believed that he had a privileged place in history and would go down as a hero in the communist world if he committed a high-profile political act. That was his motivation. So Oswald planned the assassination of Walker very carefully. He bought the gun specifically to do it. He then cased Walker's house in Dallas, studied bus schedules. Some assassin, he had to take a bus to and from his big history-changing hit. And most tellingly, he even wrote a letter that he left behind for his wife, Marina, with instructions on who to tell about his brave and daring act in case he was captured, which he apparently expected to be. Now, we know all of this because Oswald himself wrote all this down in a journal that he kept. Those famous photos of him with the rifle, the ones the conspiracy theorists think are fake, he had those pictures taken by his wife because he thought he would go down in history as the guy who snuffed the evil General Edwin Walker. As I described in Chapter 9, we know that those pictures are not fake. They're genuine, and in fact, Oswald's signature appears on the back of one of them. So Oswald botched the assassination of Walker, but not because he was a lousy shot. At 9 o'clock at night on April 10th, 1963, which is an unusually hot day in Dallas, he took aim at Walker, who was sitting in a room working at a desk, visible from Oswald's vantage point through a window. So he fired once and missed, and the bullet instead went into the window frame. The reason for this is probably because the glare of the light from the room made a part of the window frame very hard to see from Oswald's vantage point. He was just unlucky. So we know for a fact that Oswald did this because he confessed to his wife, Marina, that he had done it. Lucky for him, she did not tell the authorities. The bullet that Oswald fired at Walker was later examined by the Warren Commission. It was too damaged to make an absolute identification, but the firearms expert who looked at it said that it was entirely consistent with the ammunition that Oswald later used to kill President Kennedy, and there was a fair probability that these bullets were fired from the same gun. This certainly helps, but we don't even need that evidence to conclude that Oswald did it. He confessed. And he took a picture of himself, had a picture of himself taken using the gun that he did it with. So he was proud of this. I think this is very conclusive. Oswald wanted to go down in history as a political assassin. He blew his chance to do so when he missed Walker. Unfortunately for the rest of us, he got another chance when Kennedy came to town in November. But note here that Oswald did not collaborate with anyone to try to kill General Walker. We know all about this attempt, and it's very clear that there was no conspiracy to try to kill Walker. Oswald acted alone in trying to assassinate Edwin Walker. Similarly, he also acted alone in successfully assassinating President John F. Kennedy. Sadly, President John F. Kennedy was not the only murder that Lee Harvey Oswald committed on that day, November 22nd, 1963. He also killed a Dallas police officer, J.D. Tippit, at about 1:12 p.m. that day, during the time that police were looking for him after he fled the school book depository. So I'm not going to spend that much time on this because it is an absolute slam dunk. There is just no doubt about it whatsoever. Dallas police were fanning out after the assassination, looking for the man who had been seen at the window of the school book depository firing at President Kennedy. Oswald went home to his rooming house, he changed his clothes, and he grabbed a gun. In addition to the rifle that he'd used, he also owned a .38 revolver. At 10th and Patton Street in Dallas, a squad car driven by Officer Tippit encountered Oswald and called him over because he looked like the guy they were looking for. Oswald went up to the car, said something to Tippit, then pulled out the gun and blew him away with 4 shots, and Tippit died instantly. This murder, which occurred right out in the open in broad daylight, was witnessed by 12 people.
All right, hello.
Who either saw...
It's time for finals day.
Finals.
You have to watch the final with me. You have to.
Why?
Suffer with me. It's Pokemon Go. We have to suffer together.
Those finals.
We have to
God.
suffer together.
I was listening to why Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone. Okay, I'll watch.
I was personally really hoping for Trails.
Yeah, I was hoping for a disaster.
Nothing's happened. Oh, I fought 2 Arios McLean.
What?
Which was something. So remember the robot that I knocked off
Yes.
of the roof? I fought 2 of him in a different location.
2 more
at
of
a
them.
prison. Yeah.
So they can just make an infinite amount.
I think so is what I'm learning.
Cool. That's good. That's how you
fine.
have stakes.
Yeah.
What is this song? Is
What
this
is this? What's happening?
is this Ed Sheeran? Ed Sheeran.
Oh no.
Is this Ed Sheeran?
No, this is not. No.
You sure?
Yeah.
Could be though.
Why is Pokemon pop music now?
Cause it's popular.
They had pop music a long time ago too.
Name
Bro.
one song in a Pokemon game that was pop music.
Not in Pokemon game, but they put out CDs. They had
You realize
the
this will
Pokemon
be in a
first
game
movie
at some point.
through the
Okay,
third movie.
like in that time
had-
period, everyone made CDs of their crappy
Had pop
music.
music.
for their series,
What?
Yeah.
like
that's
Yu-Gi-Oh.
good.
I don't think the anime is a good example. Anyway, it's because video games are just for normies now, Talon. Like most of them.
Kill me.
Which, I mean, to some degree it's fine, and to other degrees it's cringe, so.
This is the final day of the first ever full season for Pokemon Go in the Championship Series. This is
I don't understand what you even do in Pokemon Go.
You click on your screen forever, and then
Yeah, but there's
you can put
no-
up a shield sometimes.
Right, I mean, but isn't it all just that, like, I have my Pokemon with a certain amount of CP or something?
I don't know. I think it's also weird because they don't.
Well, also, like, isn't every Pokemon, like, basically equivalent as long as you feed it enough
No.
popcorn?
I don't understand how stats work, but there's like a CP. I don't know what CP max they're fighting at.
Well, I thought you could use candies to set everybody to the same garbage. Maybe that's not true.
I don't think so. Can you? I don't think you can erase a Pokemon's IVs, but they don't call them IVs.
I didn't think Pokemon had IVs.
They do,
The 2023 Pokemon World Championship.
but they're not like normal IVs.
The best Pokemon
These are advanced IVs!
Yeah.
Trainers from around the world are here to compete for the title of World Champion. Over $1 million in prizing and return.
Holy
invitations for
sister.
next year's
Plus
Worlds.
3 HP to
On
target.
Friday, our trainers competed in double elimination groups using the Great League format in Pokemon Go.
They need a different
what?
narrator.
best
The
trainers
Great-
from Friday
The Great
completed
League
the battle
format. Who knows what that
until the final
means?
2 players remain.
It's opposed to the bad league format. That was the last season. The
I
awful,
think
terrible league format.
I think Great League is like the medium. That's why it's like my Lickitung is OP. It's because it's the it's like using NU. I would say. Or no, what's the third rank? It'd be UU. Using UU is Great League.
When even Pokemon Go has
Sign
NU.
out and follow all the action at pokemon.com/play.
They should make people like walk around. The tournament should be like you have to walk to the Pokestops
catch
at the
Pokemon.
venue, yeah. And if you're from a rural area, you just immediately you immediately lose. Sorry. I aren't like Pokemon Go players. I think a little while ago they got really mad too.
Yeah,
because
they're mad.
they like Oh yeah,
So-
they had a bug that like increased the encounter rate, and everyone
And then
was
they
like,
got rid of it. But
yeah.
they also have been getting mad because, so during COVID, they
Yeah,
had this thing
yeah.
called remote raid passes where you could join raids from far away. And they significantly made it more difficult to acquire them, and you can hold on to fewer of them. So you just don't get to do it as often. And
Yeah,
they're like,
yeah.
why would you make improvements and then remove them?
Because you have to walk. But like, ignore the fact that if you don't live in San Francisco, you're screwed.
And making it to the grand finals to have a rematch for its accent once again.
Talk about how that was the biggest match of his career, and now only
The biggest match of his career. I don't think you have a career as a Pokemon Go player.
How dare you?
I mean, you might have a career that like pays for your Pokemon Go addiction, but it's not playing Pokemon Go.
How dare.
It's like having an OnlyFans or doing desk
How dare
work.
you?
Yeah, how dare I imply any of the Go players could have an OnlyFans successful.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Ah.
You're just jealous of my OnlyFans? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Q. I am not jealous of your OnlyFans. I would never even want to. You're the gooey guy, probably. I don't want to know what's on your OnlyFans.
Oh, that was a mistake detected.
My OnlyFans is so gooey.
We need to look at Japanese Pokemon OnlyFans. We'll find the gooey guy. We'll find him. We'll hunt him down.
We'll find him.
We'll tell him, stop making Pokemon so gooey. We'll just have a sternly worded talk with him.
And then next gen, it's all goo.
Oh no, you're saying it's gonna backfire on us?
Yes.
Q,
Here it is. No, more goo.
You're just lucky I decided to do construction grinding and RuneScape and have nothing better to do, so I can actually pay attention to this. This is the worst. I picked the wrong time. Just throwing people's the construction training that I'm doing is so great. There's a construction minigame where you like go talk to a person, they tell you to go like remodel this person's house. But there's only like 12 people total, so like when you're grinding construction, you're just like going to the same 12 people's houses in random orders and saying, this bookcase I just built, throw it out the window, I'm building a new one. Please stop, you just built 20 bookcases! No. No.
Nar.
I need more, I need to build more bookcases for you. See that new bed? It's worthless. The frick! Stop yelling!
Simultaneous KO because this game is terrible.
I looked at that interface and there was like one button on it.
How dare you?
So that's a great Pokemon strategy. Make sure you're not weak to anything.
They're doing like a horrible job of introducing this. They need to like.
I can't imagine there's any real gameplay.
I don't
dare
think
you.
there is.
You push buttons. Yeah, see, you push buttons and you pick which move you're gonna use. So you have, and by push buttons, I mean you tap your screen over and over.
Why does it have Shadow Pokemon?
With the fast move counter, but it can beat
Because-
Medicham, which was the most common Pokemon used in this tournament.
Yeah, I've used Medicham on basically every team that I've ever brought.
Yeah,
I think
same.
My specific Medicham is what's going to carry me.
Well, I mean, everybody knows you use Medicham because it's
It dances.
it dances, yeah.
facing Axon, out of the 3 times that I've played him, I've lost to him, so he knows how I plays, and he's consistently been able to beat me, but I think this time I will have a better chance.
He has a chance to finally take out its Axon.
Becoming the world champion would be a lifelong dream. Last year,
Okay, it can't be your lifelong dream because Pokemon Go has not been out for your
Like, 8
lifetime.
years old, I think.
When I got here, I made sure to practice as much as I could and
The
try my best to
practice?
become the next world champion.
Yeah, you have to practice tapping the screen fast, Talon.
You have to
I don't think
practice
understand.
swiping your credit card.
Becoming a world champion would be amazing.
Do you think they have to use? Can they use any items? Can you pay to win in the tournament?
I don't think you can use items. The pay to win is probably, well, no, it's not, because they don't use like legendaries and stuff. So you can't even pay to win that.
Well, I don't think the legendaries were pay to win anyway. I think they were just timed events.
They kind of are.
I think the pay to win is just training stuff.
No, you need to pay to win to have passes to fight
Is she
against
Misty?
get more legendaries. Yeah,
Misty
yeah. So she definitely
looks
was
different.
Lorelei yesterday.
She did not look like Lorelei yesterday.
She did. She had the purple skirt and the black blouse.
She looks a lot more like Misty, I would say.
Well, yeah. Today she's on purpose, Misty. I swear, yesterday she was Lorelei. I promise.
There are a lot of people out here who also play Pokemon Go a lot.
I don't remember Misty wearing a pencil skirt though.
To your fans as they watch you in this grand
Well, she has to like somewhat look nice. She's not gonna wear shorts.
Why not? They're
Even though
comfy
they
and
are
easy to
comfy
wear,
and-
you idiot! What kind of Pokemon fan are you, Q?
And now it's time to bring out your
Frickin'
opponent.
anti-shorts apologist. No true Pokemon fan. Not my Pokemon fan.
Welcome to the stage, Rubik's Master. Now, your opponent said you were the person they really did not want to play in the grand finals. Why do you think that is?
I think it's because I fought him a lot, and he knows that I'm good.
Reduce.
Despite me not having played many tournaments, and
Halves mana cost for card in hand.
You mentioned not playing
Wait,
too
what?
many tournaments.
Cards?
There are a lot of people who
Yeah,
are
I'm playing
watching
card
you play
games.
even for the first
Vantage
time right
Masters.
now.
We've been over
Probably a lot
this.
of people who are
Oh.
big fans. What do you want to say to the people at home?
That's been in like 50 games, right? 50 of the games?
No, it's been in the last 3.
Well, then that's basically 50.
No,
Do
because
you think
before
it'll
that
be
it
in
was
the next
delayed, which is not-
series?
thank you.
I don't know.
We're
Hope
looking
not.
forward very much to watching both of you play. Please go ahead, shake hands, and head to your
Okay,
stations.
let's make my
Casters,
team.
let's get right into this match.
I love a cuppa.
So I need Altina and Toa. Interesting.
That was a hype intro. Very excited to see how these two trainers battle it out. And you know, we've been talking about this whole time.
Let's
We got
go.
Axon, one of the most
It's
active,
time to
most decorated
touch my
Pokemon
screen over and over
Go
again.
really
The
excited
most
about
decorated
how
Pokemon
he
Go
is
trainer.
at World Championships, not only making
How does that make you feel, Talon?
he had in season 1 of the
I am ambivalent in this.
in that top 10
This
place
guy doesn't
average
like
last year.
the most
But
decorated
this season,
Pokemon Go
let's see,
trainer.
7th
Yikes.
place, Arlington, 4th place, Vancouver,
Remember when like Pokemon spin-offs were just like games you played if you wanted the one Pokemon they gave you?
5th place at North American International Championships, but that's the only
I
Yeah.
remember.
in his
I wonder if I'll ever be able
Remember
to
when
get
Pokemon
Meltan.
was good?
Or Melmetal.
Has it never been available outside of Go?
Correct.
Why don't you play Go long enough to get Melmetal? We have already
I've
established
tried.
you
I have
have
to
no
catch an
self-esteem.
Ekans. I have to
Oh.
catch an. It's not a self-esteem thing. I
Okay.
have no restraint. Not restraint.
No, what's the self-respect?
Standards.
Yeah. Self-respect is what I meant to say.
I have to catch an Ekans, but I live in Texas, and I don't know. I've been stuck on the next step for catching a Melmetal a Meltan forever.
Just
I don't know.
buy
I
some
I guess
guess-
there's plenty of
things.
Ekans in Texas.
I guess the other thing I could do is buy Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and then kill myself.
Oh, it's in that game?
Mhm.
Well, I mean, everybody knows Let's Go Pikachu is not a herald of what the franchise will become.
True.
Anyone who says that is wrong and
Is
delusional.
wrong and stupid.
Yeah, stupid
bad.
moron, idiot.
Okay. What's
Yeah,
my
anyone who
team?
said that is definitely a stupid moron idiot.
Oh, here's a fun game. Guess how many people I have in my party right now?
43!
Because he has something in store, and what I think he has in store is
What'd you
that
say,
Shadow
Talon?
Quagsire. He has
20.
that and the
I have
More than
41.
20. Ah, I was really close, man.
Yeah.
I was
That is
thinking
too many.
I was thinking maybe 40 would be too high, but I assumed you wouldn't ask the question if you still had like the same amount you had last time we talked about.
Yeah.
You know what they should do? I think it would be the way to handle having multiple characters. They should make them all have the same dialogue lines, but have a variety of accents that they can just swap out dynamically.
Of accents. Yikes.
Q, that was no, that was Chrono. That's how Chrono Cross worked.
I remember.
The characters did not have custom dialogue. They literally built a system where like they could automatically apply programmatic accents to the characters. So like, you know, the Hicks, the kids, the animals, the whatever, they all just had categories.
This is going to be an incredible story if he is able to overcome all those odds.
And it's Axon, as you can see, made 7 straight top cuts, including last year's World Championships. Yes, he did have a poor performance at the North American International Championships,
I guess we can
I
use
think
Toa
the
as
7
artists.
straight top cuts is more of an indicator to how good of a Pokemon Go
How many
he is. And once
how
again,
large do you think the Pokemon Go competitive community is?
Probably pretty big.
Not like casual players though, competitive.
Yes, the resume may not be as long, but he is in the
Oh,
grand finals of
I don't
World
know.
Championships.
They're still in Japan, right?
That you are one of
Yeah.
the best in the
Were there? Do you think there were any Japanese competitors?
I'm that's actually kind of curious. I wonder how popular Go is in Japan. I feel like it probably is pretty popular, just because Japan is idiot for phone games.
Well, but also like
I would think, but none of they
America
apparently
is
didn't make.
sprawling and large, but if you live in like Tokyo, you're gonna be next to like a million
True.
Pokestops and like all the main cities
Yeah.
that are like walkable and have public transportation, so you can just ride the Shinkansen.
I don't
like,
understand any of the words you just said, Q. I'm American.
I'm gonna kill myself.
Can you rephrase any of those things in a way American can understand?
Makes me want to die.
Oh, okay.
Having no public transportation. Okay,
Well,
so
you
we
live
have
in the
our-
biggest place on earth. There's no way they could have public transportation in Texas. Everything's bigger in Texas.
has a lot of neutral matchups with Quagsire and Reggie Seal. And, you know,
North of the church in East Ardoing.
because of that, he's not afraid of that safe wide. Axon has to play a bigger gamble by bringing the safe wide to check that Deoxys defense, which frees up a lot of matchups.
Oh, he said that they do have a Deoxys? I don't understand. I don't know. We're all gonna learn what this means.
We are not going to learn anything.
He has a Deoxys D.
Yes, see, they talked about that earlier.
See, they're touching their screen.
It's so neutral.
That guy is a Dialga. Shadow. I don't know how you shadow find the.
I rubbed my screen.
Yeah, then you touch all the balls to make attack go out.
Actually bring in the Umbreon. This is going to set up Axon really nicely because Axon knows that now you have a chance to lock in.
Look
This
how
game looks so
thrilling
easy. Why aren't I
that is.
competing?
You just
Oh,
like
he switched out for Umbreon.
you just swirl your thing.
It's Axon's entire team. Nothing really hard checks it. Yes, you have the Medicham.
Aside from the fact that my phone probably couldn't even play the game.
My
because it's a
phone
piece of
definitely
crap.
cannot. Yeah, my phone definitely cannot play this game. My phone can't load Reddit anymore. They redid the Reddit UI, and I can't read Reddit on my phone anymore. I'm surprised X still works.
Really hasn't come into play too much.
Whatever
But it
X
a nice
is.
opportunity to potentially get a debuff against certain matchups.
Yeah, maybe that could be useful.
He used a protect shield. See, that's an item, right?
But otherwise, you're
No, you get 2 per battle.
play here because you don't really want to touch that psychic because it's not same type attack bonus. But imagine a play where you go for the psychic into protection and get that defense drop, and now this Umbreon is in a tough.
Dude, this is so embarrassing. There's no skill. Like you just
You tap. No,
literally.
you have to know your type matchups. Use your Shadow Ball on your Deoxys. Okay, Sableye.
And here comes the Sableye. This is the matchup that Axon wants. Getting this.
Oh, I swapped before he could Thunderbolt me.
Damn, it still did 45% damage. Not very effective.
Because of its fluid nature, it can bounce around the battlefield, throwing Psycho Boost, swapping out, and having no hard counters. But it's Axon, one of the few trainers
Is there like a neutral phase where they're just like hitting each other physically or something?
Yeah. So when they're tapping the screen, they're doing like auto attacks basically.
Why are there auto attacks?
Or not auto attacks, but like normal
Yeah.
attack. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I don't understand. Why isn't it all just attack, like the actual attacks?
This is where Registeel struggles. It's almost impossible to deal with all these low health Pokemon on its accent side. You have that Foul Play banked. Here comes the
Locked.
Foul Play into the Registeel. No Protect Shield onto this one. The Registeel is going to have to completely sweep the back line. And no, there is no Common Play, but you can't lock on down this Sableye. There it comes. And no, the Shadow Claw registers and knocked out the Umbreon before it could use the Foul Play.
Yeah, Axon's Shadow Claw going through on the switch, meaning
I don't
that
understand.
Shadow Claw damage is actually
I think because he's a ghost
he
type,
swapped-
the
making it impossible for it to throw that foul play.
I don't understand what's happening at all.
I think he swapped out in time that like it killed someone else.
But you can swap out in real time?
Yeah. But you only like when you after you swap, there's like a delay in what you can do.
This is the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, I don't
looked
understand
like-
the rules either.
it looked like that the guy tried to swap
Oh.
to his
You
Umbreon,
only
but the
use
Shadow
3
Claw
Pokemon.
came out at the right
Oh.
time.
Yeah, the guy got freaking destroyed. He didn't KO a single Pokemon.
So wait, it's also only 3 Pokemon?
Yeah. That way the matches are so short that nobody has to understand what's happening, I think. Just get ready for next match.
Don't understand match, just watch match and get excited for next match.
Seen it all over and over again, and in this situation, he just has
Oh my gosh. Okay, this replay will help us understand.
possible for that
Yeah.
Registeel to deal
Okay. Auto
tapping their
attacks.
phones.
Uh-huh.
by the save line. This
Auto
is
attacks. Oh, get ready.
Master didn't want to see in that matchup. That was
Okay.
also actually- the Shadow Claw
Switch.
registered while the swap was happening. It takes a turn to swap in Pokemon Go. So then the Shadow Claw, which is a 2-turn fast attack, did register onto the Umbreon, knocking it out, wasting the energy. Then its accents finishing off this Registeel with a 3-ball flex.
Yeah, it is not.
Oh, the
with a
3-ball
3-ball flex.
flex.
My
Okay.
favorite.
Yeah.
The 3-ball flex!
I'll show you 3-ball flexing.
I think if any of those words apply to any of your balls, you need to see a doctor. They should not flex. There should not be 3 of them.
Interesting enough, yesterday,
Widows party current.
Go see a freaking. Maybe you need to see a psychologist. I don't know. An exorcist.
Okay.
You really only have to worry about that Shadow Quagsire.
Guy's never done a 3-ball flex.
Why do they have shadow Pokemon?
Because Team Rocket.
Yeah, but you should be unshadowing them. That's the whole point.
But Team
So they're
Rocket didn't have Shadow
stronger-
Pokemon.
so Shadow Pokemon have higher IVs.
Then why aren't they using
In
6
two.
shadow Pokemon? Oh.
Because they're weaker in defense. I think they have higher attack IVs and weaker defense
We have
IVs.
the lock-in, we
I
have
don't
the
know.
leads. It's gonna be. This is exactly what Rubik's Master has been doing all tournament long, locking in this Deoxys defense form into Metachamps.
Oh, and this is about to get from bad to worse. Here comes the knockdown into.
All right, it's gonna go from bad to worse, guys. I'm ready.
This knockdown really has.
Boing 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 boing. Phone call. Phone call.
And not only that, but the Metacham doesn't have.
Do you think they're using the sound effect from Ash's phone in the anime?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is gonna be extremely tough to
Probably.
come out of, but its accent actually already protecting the zap unit, so
The sound design is so bad too.
maybe he's gonna
Wait,
try
wait,
to
wait,
move
wait, wait, wait,
around
wait,
the
wait,
battlefield,
wait.
try to dance
Imagine
around
like
the
listening to that for 5 hours at a time,
maybe
grinding
protection.
ladder.
I doubt there's a protection, no protection without Rubik's Master. I think its accent is gonna double down and try to pivot out.
Yeah, I believe so. Going to double shield and get a lot of save a lot of health on his knockdown. But the problem is, how do you take out the all-target Deoxys defense with no shields remaining? Rubik's Master has so many options on taking out that Metacham, whereas Axon has very little places to go.
And you actually might get the protection here with the Shadow Ball. You don't want to just let this Registeel go down if you are Rubik's Master. Do you get the Protect Shield, clutch Protect Shield to keep this Registeel around and try to get to
What do you mean,
Rubik?
do
There
you
comes
get
the
the
pivot.
Protect
The dance
Shield?
around did work,
Yes,
but this is
because
terrible. You got a Protect
you
Shield.
just
I'm
say
guessing he
yes
could time
or
it
no?
wrong.
Much healthier
You
on
know,
the knockdown.
yeah.
Yes, but the Registeel still
It's just a menu that pops up saying like use yes or no.
The tough part for Axens, he spent both shields, is down a shield, and still does that switch advantage. Usually in those situations, you're also winning really small.
Whenever it plays that sound effect, I can't help but laugh.
Blink, 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 blink.
The auto attack, everything about this game is ridiculous.
Shadow alone with Sandslash, but it's so strong against that knockdown, against that Altaria. Here comes the Psychic. We've seen trainers do
I feel like if I showed my parents this game, they'd be like, yeah, this is how I imagined every game you've ever played.
Yeah.
You mash weird things and nothing happens.
I don't think you're going to get to do so.
I don't think so either. That Psychic is going to do
No, Mom, I'm the world champion.
The fact that it's less efficient, but Axens realizing that he's not going to get to that second, that final Ice Punch is going to go for the Psychic
Wow,
instead, and
the
going for
overcharge here.
overcharge,
What
yeah.
a call by Rubik's Master to think that its Axen's going to go for the Spark Down. Could have wasted all that energy if Lantern decided to go for a charge attack there, but instead pivoting out into
Imagine your Deoxys Psycho Boost doing no damage to a Lantern.
and he actually uses his last Protect Shield on
Big
of the game.
oof.
This might be his most efficient Protect Shield though.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that was a really smart Protect Shield from Rubik's Master. Another Thunderbolt.
Is there actually type advantage in this game? Because it seems like stuff is
Yes,
doing like just
there is.
random amount of
Yeah,
damage.
There's
Okay.
type advantage.
You know, reverse situation from last game. Now
Because like Altaria protected
I don't
its
know what damage-
Thunderbolt,
I-
but like shouldn't do much damage, right?
I don't know how stats work.
This is not same type attack bonus.
I mean, it'd be neutral on Altaria, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but Altaria is special, like very specially defensive, I believe.
Oh well, that assumes there such things are said in any sensible way.
I like the screen shake too. You can have a seizure while you watch the Grid Championship.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe he went for the Sky Attack so that the Lantern can
Dude, if this ends up being a reverse sweep, this game is like just a joke. It's like Clown Central.
I'm sorry. If then it's a joke?
I mean, it's even more of a joke. It's
Yeah,
like a
okay.
turbo joke. Like, imagine if every match in VGC was a 4-0 sweep, right?
Right back at you with the 3 Pokemon remaining. Rubik's Master with a dominant game
But
number 2 victory.
I think it's what I said of like 90% of the game is just team comp. It's probably just advanced rock paper scissors on like which Pokemon you brought to the match.
Even though its accent made it kind of close in the end, there was still a
Which like yeah, there's some element of that in the normal Pokemon game, but you can see from the matches it's not like all decided in the team preview.
you watched game number 1 there, you thought, wow.
I think VGC is a for the mainline games is a joke, but I won't say it's this much of a joke.
In this game number 2, incredible plays from Rubik's Master, weaving in and out of these matchups, saving energy on different Pokemon, and knowing exactly his win condition, remembering that he has that Psycho Boost rings, and also knowing that he hangs on here, is able to get as much value out of his Pokemon as possible, chipping down the Switch Timer and the Lantern at the same time with that Sky Attack to secure the combo play.
I like in these situations, even when its accent is losing, he has the smart play to throw the Sky Attack instead of the Shadow Ball, because his strategy is he actually wanted to keep that Altaria around so he could get a Spark down and then maybe call a combo move on the Defense Form Deoxys and surf it on Charge Attack priority, but unfortunately you would need double surf in that situation. But even
I'll
when
double
you
surf
have
my
tough
charge
alignment,
attack priority.
I love when the trainers try to do every little thing they can do to win, because that momentum often comes to be a
I love
factor
when they
in this
play
next
to
game
win.
that
Yeah,
we
I love when the
walk
world
into
champion
game
candidates
number
try
3
to
of the Grand
be
Finals,
the
and
world
now
champion.
The Medicham is led
Deep.
against a much better lead, the Registeel, but I don't consider Medicham a Registeel counter, but Rubik's Master does it. Actually, Safe Swans Altaria!
Altaria!
Afraid of that Shadow Lone Sandslash on Axen's side. I think that's a great call because all
So yeah, just the way that these things work is you have to like touch all of those circles as they fall down from the sky.
Yes,
order
but
to
in
hit.
practice you just draw little circles and
No,
you
I know. I'm just
miss.
saying, like, I was gonna say, like, therefore it's stupid because you just rub your hand up and down over and over and
Yeah.
you get it.
Yeah, I mean you can see it from the patterns they're like it shows how
Yeah.
much of a joke it is.
That Sable Isolation is so strong in the back with a Protect Shield advantage. Right now, It's Axon is up 2-1 with Protect Shields as he lands.
Wonder if
the
anybody's
Sky
like,
Attack.
I need to get a
Is able
better
knock down
phone that
the
allows
Sableye.
larger touches. Or
Probably.
a smaller screen.
There's probably like an optimum phone. To
I mean, it
use.
doesn't look like it's very hard to always do that.
Wow, Orisa has a. Her weapon's called White Virtue. That's cringe.
Freaking racists, boner racists.
Yeah.
I have something nice to say about Pokemon Go. Are you ready?
Yeah.
The game is running at very high FPS.
Yeah. No.
Higher FPS than the Switch games.
Much
Yeah.
higher. It looks way nicer actually.
Because it's literally a phone game.
Yeah, but like you'd think a Switch could outpace a phone game. I mean, it probably
Well,
could.
you know, it can when it's
Yeah,
got
you're right.
competent developers.
Yeah, it can. Look at Tears of the Kingdom.
Can you get the counter down before the Focus Blast is available? The Focus Blast is going to be coming up first.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a huge Focus Blast. Axon lets it go. This is huge because now Ruby's Master has switch advantage. The real question is he going to read that Axon has a Sableye? And Axon shows the Sableye. This is huge from Ruby's Master. Yes, Sableye was chasing home, but now he knows
The auto attack animations are so bad.
But here's the thing. You come
He's.
catching a foul play on a Deoxys defense, but definitely an interesting play from Ruby's Master.
Well, he agrees with you that he needs this Altaria around to be able to take out the Sableye here, but that's tough. That's super effective, and this Sableye in the back with the energy advantage is so dangerous.
Super effective.
Already at the next
The Axis is getting owned.
He's going to go for the Shadow Claw down. He's going to probably no Protect Shield this. It's Axon is going to let it go and try to bank up 2 foul plays.
Yeah, and Axon Sableye is going to win.
It's gonna bank up 2 foul plays.
For the Sky Attack, and it does not. And the knockdown still has a Shadow Ball and Sky Attack loaded. So this is going to be really tough for Ruby's Master. We talk about combo plays, and another combo play might be coming, but no, the Sky Attack's going to come out first.
And the Protect Shield comes up for It's Axon, but It's Axon has the foul play banked up in another commanding victory for It's Axon
It's
in game number
over.
3. To put
I
this
love
Oh,
it
no,
when.
it's best of 5. Just kidding, it's best of 5.
Oh, great! We're here forever. At least multiple Pokemon died that time on people's teams. That guy needs. Can somebody get that guy like a drink? He sounds like he's dying.
It's Axon wins this next game.
He's getting a little too heated over Pokemon Go.
How dare you.
Champion, and then of course he will be the 2023 Pokemon.
Anybody else throw somebody's couch out a window and then murder a woman because she was in the way? Level 2 woman in the way, auto attacked her by accident.
You monster.
I love this swap
You
because
monster.
this defense form Deoxys is not going to do that much
Rosenkreuz.
for you in this situation. You've said it yourself. You need the
Rosenkreuz
Altaria.
still
You
at?
need the Deoxys, so just trying to soak up as much energy as possible. But
The Rosicrucians? Okay, you're actually reading Index right now. Talon, when's the next Index, bruh?
Not announced.
When's Bookworm?
What?
But Bookworm has a
End
schedule.
of September, bro.
Fuck.
Yeah, that's awful. We need to know about the Gesundheit.
How quickly is mine gonna acquire the Gesundheit?
I think as soon as she goes back to school, probably. I'm assuming there's going to be something with Verd happening before she goes back to school.
I guess the
and
real question is like, are 2 people allowed to have the Gesundheit at the same time?
I would think so.
Fernand already
I'm
has
going
it.
to say yes, because I'm guessing it's just like a part of the state.
Yeah, I'm
Like with the way things work.
90% sure it's what she's going to unlock, or like what this whole process unlocks is a Shtap word that turns it into the Gesundheit.
Yeah, that's
And
fair.
then you transcribe it so you just have access to it all the time.
Yeah, you transcribe it so it becomes a magic tool version. Just like there's divine tools, but she can turn her Shtap into the divine tools.
Yeah.
Pretty
Yeah.
sure it's
I think we're assuming that Ferdinand's already got one, and he just wants to write. He's gonna write it down.
Yeah.
He's gonna reveal it when it's revealed she has thing as well.
Well, I think he's I mean, I think he wants to do it now because he's finding out some stuff about what's going down. He's like, mine, you goddamn moron. Oh, I thought that was a Dialga.
Oh, yo, look at that switch. He predicted this. Oh, actually, no, you're right. You do have to pay to win to buy things in order to use TMs to buy TMs. I think is a way to pay to win.
You know what you can really tell about how shallow the combat system is? By, like, the fact that there's no status moves or, like, maybe, you know, there's type stuff going on and switches, but there's no, like, synergy, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Wait a second, Caleb, wait a second. A little bit greedy from its accent, having to give up a protect shield against this Umbreon, and now he's gonna have to counter down, but he's gonna have so much energy.
Yeah, I think Rubik's Master might let this Altaria go. Yes, the two Ice Punches are going to do a lot, but you need to bank everything on that Azumarill, and I think that is going to be the play for Rubik's Master to have a chance in this matchup.
Oh,
and
and
catching
a swap on the Ice Punch!
On the Azumarill, saving the Altaria for later.
This is exactly what Rubik's Master needs. He is far behind right now, but he's climbing back into the battle. And now the Shadow Alone Sandslash is being brought out so you can protect the Sableye from the Azumarill. This is huge for its accent. You're going to be able to resist all the charge attacks from the Azumarill, and you actually got a protect shield already.
Yeah, but that's a huge shield for that drill, and it is going to be the most damaging move that can be thrown from this Shadow Alone Sandslash. And do you get two shields on this Azumarill? You need to keep the Azumarill healthy. No, going to let the second drill one go.
Yeah, and now, how do you throw your timing?
Use Belly Drum.
Attack alignment here. Throwing the play rough is resisted, so its accent
should have used Belly Drum. Trigger the berry and
low, you can even Shadow Claw down. I believe the Medicham has a little bit of energy, but probably can't get to an attack. Here comes the Drillman, getting the last protect shield of the game from Rubik's Master.
Rubik's Master is banking everything on this Azumarill, but the Altaria is still in the back and actually going to throw the double resisted Ice Beam. This is going to chip it out. I don't think it's enough to knock out the Lone Sandslash, but you might put it in bubble range for a farm down.
Or Dragon Breath range. No, the swap.
No, swapping in with the Sableye. This is going to be a really tough position for Accent. Accent is going to shield. The question is, can this Altaria get to a move?
It really sounds like they know the match is over after like the first bad switch is made.
It's going to be a race to charge attacks here. And look, it's going to be the return that's going to be able to land on this Altaria for its accent and knock out this Altaria. There's only some health left on the Azumarill, and its accent is going to be able to Shadow Claw down, and he will become the 2023 Pokemon Go World Champion!
Alright, I'm hyped to play Pokemon Go now. Let's all play it together. But you have
Sorry,
to,
my phone can't run it.
You have to wait until November 8th or whatever. The polls don't open until then. How do you play it outside of that window? Hillary Clinton has to give you an invitation.
True.
Officially, its accent is the greatest of all time in the championship series for Pokemon Go.
I agree.
They should hire her as like the spokesperson for Pokemon Go.
True.
Why haven't they?
Alright, Toa. How am I gonna equip your ass?
She's the teacher lady? She's small, right? She's the small brown-haired lady.
She's the class president.
Oh, I didn't think she was a student.
Yeah, she was a year above us.
She was like a military lady in the last game, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's all I remember. Right. I'll be right back in a second. I have to go cool down after that really intense game.
Ever as a trainer have only been to its accent, losing to him different times.
Yeah,
Cringe.
back-to-back
Imagine
second
losing
place.
to him.
Second place at Portland, some people were like, maybe he got lucky, he played really well, but there's only, you know, less than 100 players at that tournament.
What are we?
But
Okay,
he
Geo
played
Sophia.
against the best of the best
Automatically
in the
recover from
world,
KO. So we're Earth.
going all the
Alright.
way to that runner-up position. No easy feat in itself.
Let's see how its accent did it. I mean, he was so consistent in these battles, playing the safer lines and just able to min-max every scenario to win the battle here. Here's the pivot, here's the swap into the save line. That was a key factor in this matchup for Rubik's Master. It's so tough. The defense form Deoxys is so strong, but not against
Okay, we don't need to
Save
replay of them tapping the screens.
One Pokemon that really shuts down that Deoxys defense. Rubik's Master even benching that Deoxys defense in that final game, expecting that save ball. I think that was the right call, but leading that Altaria into that Shadow Lone Sandslash, the worst possible matchup for him in that situation. Accent taking advantage of every advantage he had and proving why he is not one of the best, but the best in the entire
Oh, I was like, wait. Proving that he's not the best. Oh, I mean, no, he's one of the best.
Ball flex, it's accent. So he is so incredibly talented. I'm really impressed with his team composition, his building skills, and able to just clean up that matchup in a dominant fashion.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you've heard a lot from us here, and you know, there's so much to say about the incredible plays from both these trainers, especially Accent this entire series. And you know, if I were to face Accent any tournament, I'd be pretty worried, right? I mean, looking at his accomplishments, this guy just almost never loses.
And how about this lead, the Shadow Alolan Sandslash? He hasn't brought it in the entire series and then leads it into this game number 4. Because remember, game number 3, Rubik's Master.
Telling these noises. Beep, 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 beep.
Yes, I've muted them.
That's so stupid.
He's willing to lead it.
Bing, 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 bing.
Game number 4, and that was such a key to the victory, and so was this Pokemon right here, Sableye, a Pokemon its accent is very familiar with.
Yeah, that was the biggest call. That lead, that Shadow Lone Sandslash lead was the biggest call of Accent's career and earned him this championship. A huge congratulations to Accent. I mean, just an incredible player, incredible person, and showing sportsmanship as well. And we love to see it, and I'm sure all his fans
love to see it.
But we got to hear from the man himself. So let's take it down to Anna for that interview.
Thanks so much. I am here with Itzaxon. You seem pretty happy. This is a really cool moment.
You seem pretty happy. You just won.
I can't even say how I'm feeling right now. I'm just
Curious.
over the moon. I've won a regional now. I've won an international. I've won all 3. I don't know what to say.
You certainly have. Now, before we celebrate, I want to go back and talk about those matches, especially that game 4. But before we get there, tell us what was going through your mind in those first 3 games.
Personally, I'd be furious if I won a Pokemon Go tournament.
Yeah, my first couple games.
Actual same.
Because,
Why was I in a Go tournament?
No, why would I do this? I'm so cringe.
That were not like super into it. And like in game 4, when I decided to lead Sandslash, you know, I figured I hadn't brought Sandslash at all. You know, he probably figured Altaria was a very safe lead into me. He was in the back foot, so he'd want to do something safe game 4. I decided, you know, I'm gonna risk it. I can risk it. I'm up 2-1 right now. I'm just gonna go for the Sandslash, and it really paid off.
That's amazing. The strategic mind you have and the way you're thinking about your opponent is something I know a lot of people want to emulate. Do you have any advice for them as they practice that?
I don't know. You just got to keep playing. Like, I started this last year at the Indianapolis tournament. I didn't have any experience like in this kind of format at all, but I just put myself out there. I just went to these tournaments, you know, trial and error, just playing a lot, and you know, eventually you'll get a hang of it.
It certainly has worked for you, and I know there are a lot of people in the house, at home watching, that have been very supportive to you. Do you want to say anything to them?
Yeah, obviously my mom, my sister over here in the audience, they are the world to me. They've supported me throughout my entire journey. My friends over at Stadium Elite, my friends at my old team at the Bad Muse, and then also to my scrim partners Dunebug and Desynct. I wouldn't be here without any of them.
We're so excited to crown you our world champion in our trophy ceremony in just a few minutes, but for now, casters, will head back to you.
I cannot think of anything worse than to be crowned
So much, Anna, and
the world champion of Pokemon Go.
Axon, who is our 2023
I didn't even know Gabby Snyder was there. I guess
Go.
she's probably doing
My name is
TCG
Gabby
stuff.
Snyder, and I'm joined here once again by Speediest Chief and not Rob. And Rob, I believe you were not backstage with us. You were actually out in the hall watching the finals. What was that like?
It was great up until you told everyone on broadcast, but
Oh, well,
everything's great now.
No. But here's the thing, though. Like, we were just hanging out backstage, and I mean, I was very excited as well, sort of listening to Caleb and Butters. They did a fantastic job. But the crowd was going wild, and I'm very
I can't imagine that's true.
You must have felt that energy, right?
Absolutely, the crowd was going wild. Even when we saw the signature Pokemon, Alolan, Shadow, Sandslash out there, was just mental to see it in the last game. One of Axon's favorite ones to use in the match.
Yeah, Shadow, Alolan, Sandslash coming into the lead. You could hear the entire crowd begin to roar because they knew exactly what position Axon was in. And I think this Grand Finals is a story of positioning. I think that's what it's all about. Axon has been so stable, so steady in all of his tournament victories, and then we see him take a risk, take a chance in his final moment to close that victory, and that's exactly what he achieved. He's got so much to be proud of, and so does Rubik's Master.
Yeah, well, it's Axon's road to victory started out yesterday in our top cut bracket. Let's just take a look back. There were so many incredible battles this weekend. LJ getting to the winners semifinals with only 5 Pokemon. The incredible winners finals versus Wadaj and its Axon. We even got a preview of today's grand finals in the winners semis with its Axon and Rubik's Master. It's Axon knocking Rubik's Master down to the loser side of the bracket where he fought his way back up into the grand finals. It was truly a world championships to remember.
I really feel like Pokemon Go is all about just being the best player you can possibly be, and anyone at any time can take this championship. I don't know how many folks at home were watching and said, Rubik's Master's my pick. I think that trainer is going to be the one to succeed. But guess what, everybody? Anyone can do it. You right there watching the stream, you can become a
You
world
can do it,
champion as
Talon.
well. So just make sure to play the battles, keep on practicing, and we'll see you next year at the World Championships.
For sure. If you are looking to get your hands on your own Altaria, your own Alolan Sandslash, maybe even your own Pikachu in a Yokohama World Championships jersey, there is an incredible in-game event going on right now. You can check the Pokemon Go blog for more information about that. And if you need Stardust maybe to level up some of your Pokemon,
Oh,
level
Stardust!
50 mark on a Pokemon like Medicham, for example, there is an event going on this afternoon, Community Day. Froakie Community Day, specifically starting at 2 p.m. local time, running till 5 p.m. local time. And if you're lucky, of course, you may even encounter a shiny.
Wow, Rob, this was actually your first tournament experience. Just take us back. What was Worlds like? What was the entire experience like? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling just elated. Every aspect of this tournament makes anything that I've had to do here today very, very easy. We have the most spectacular global championship level players where we've got championships that we saw today on Sunday. Every match for 3 days is just one of the most exciting things. And I was actually talking to the now world champion, it's Axon, just yesterday saying that about his opponent for today. Rubik's Master is one of the most underrated, stellar battlers without a doubt. This guy has been able to take a game off of him consistently for 3 sets consecutively, going all the way back to Vancouver, seeing Vancouver, coming here. Axon has had to beat Rubik's Master not once, not twice, but 3 times to qualify and eliminate him from the tournament in order to achieve that trophy. So our runner-up is one of the most stellar battlers, and it's one of those type of things where as a player, when someone has your number, it's so hard to play out.
Well, that's the thing, right? Pokemon has always been about rivalries all the way back to Ash and Gary. I do think we are going to see these 2 trainers meet again, maybe in a regional championship, an international championship, or maybe on the world stage. And I cannot wait to see where their careers take them as they continue their Pokemon Go journeys.
Speaking of journeys, it is the end of the 2023 journey. I think we can say we have finally written the last couple of sentences and closed the book on this journey. But the 2024 season is coming up, and I want to take a moment to highlight something interesting. So in the Video Game Championship Series and in the Trading Card Championship Series, a majority of the players who qualified to play here this weekend did so by earning championship points. You go to local tournaments, you go to regional or international level tournaments, you perform at a certain level, you get a certain number of points, and then once you hit a certain bar, you earn your invite. In Pokemon Go in past years, it has been you qualify via winning or getting runner-up in a regional tournament or top 4 at a international level tournament, but that is no longer the case. As long as you get enough championship points next year from tournaments, you too can compete at the World Championships in a location that may or may not be revealed later on during the closing ceremonies. And I want to get y'all's thoughts on that. It's going to be different for Pokemon Go. I think it's going to open up a lot more opportunities for players to play. And I, for one, am so excited to see how players are going to adjust, knowing that you just have to perform consistently to qualify.
No, absolutely right. I think this takes Pokemon Go players back to their roots, back to their grass roots, their local communities. That's where Pokemon Go started, and that's where we're headed. The local championship tournaments are going to be so important, so make sure to reach out to your friends in your local area, organize some tournaments, get involved in Play Pokemon in the Championship Series, because like Gabby said, anyone can be here at the world stage. Just play the battles.
I can't wait to see who comes for our next top cuts. Our next world champion is already currently in the works. Even the second that we are crowning the one world championship, everyone else is gunning for that position next year.
I know. I feel like I always leave the World Championships just super jazzed to compete in the next year's format. And it's very lucky we have some format changes coming up too. I know Carbink is on the horizon for any of y'all.
Oh, Carbink! Wow.
So again, if you're interested in Carbink in the Play Pokemon Championship Series, make sure to check out Pokemon.com and the Pokemon Go
Talon, I
blog
want
for
a
all that
Carbink.
information. But I think that's enough
Isn't
from
that
us
wonderful?
here in the lounge. Thank you all so much for joining us this weekend. It is now time to crown our 2023 World
No one's
Champion.
ever had a
Let's
Carbink
take
before.
To the stage.
Thank you to all the Pokemon Go trainers who competed during the 2023 Pokemon Go Championship season and here at the 2023 World Championships. We appreciate everyone who played and traveled the world alongside us this year. After that fantastic Grand Finals match, it is time to officially crown our finalist and World Champion of 2023. So joining us to present the awards, we have Mr. Tsunekazu Ishihara, President and CEO of the Pokemon Company. To
They
help
brought an old
congratulate
man
our
out on
competitors.
stage.
Let's hear it.
It's Ishihara-san.
And now let's present our awards. First, congratulations to our second place finalist, Rubik's Master. Hear a big round of applause for our 2023 Pokemon Go World Champion, it's Axen!
Oh, I thought we were opening those doors for something interesting, like a new Pokemon.
Clap your hands for our 2023 Pokemon Go finalists and World Champion!
That scared the shit out of me. That was so loud. What the fuck?
Thank you to everyone helping close the 2023 Pokemon Go season with a bang. We also want to thank the judges and support staff supporting Pokemon Go, so let's give them a big round of applause as well. Looking ahead, keep Pokemon.com pinned for updates on the upcoming 2024 season of Pokemon Go. And remember to share your favorite moments of the weekend on social using hashtag PokemonWorlds. And with that, we have 2 champions crowned with 6 more to go. Next up is the Pokemon trading card game as we have the grand finals matches for all 3 age divisions. We've looked at how far Pokemon Go has come in the last year. Now we're set to record who will cement themselves in Pokemon TCG competitive history. We have another cinematic that celebrates our previous World Championship, and it comes from the Masters Grand Finals match with Daichi Shimada and Andrei Shkubal battling each other with a mirror deck face-off, the Arceus Flying Pikachu.
Oh, Flying Pikachu.
Forever immortalized.
Pokemon World Championships here, Yokoso. My name is Ross Gilbert. For the final time this weekend, I'm joined by my good friend, the lovely, the wonderful, the awesome David Hoffman. How you doing, David?
Yeah, thank you very much. Welcome all trainers watching all around the world here for our championship.
Guys, I still haven't recovered from that Pokemon Go game.
Oh, good.
Well, it's just too exciting. I actually just ordered a new phone right now so I can play.
Oh, hell yeah.
And get the cool Pokemon such as String Cheese and Goo Metal. My favorite Pokemon. The Stringy Cheese Boy. Registeel, but worse. That's my name for Metal. What type is it? Is it pure steel?
I thought it was pure steel, yeah.
Yeah, it's Registeel, but uglier.
It's actually better than Registeel.
Well, I mean, stat-wise, it's hard to be worse than Registeel. But I'm saying design-wise, I think it looks worse than Registeel. Is it VGC now? Is that what's happening?
TCG.
Yeah, and we saw yesterday.
It's TCG Juniors.
Children.
Yeah. Children.
Players, they started playing very early on in their life. They're just completely used to it, and then once they age up, they can show all the, I would say, like veterans of the game also what the new generation can show. It's also something we love to see. Junior players, of course. Unfortunately, we cannot show them so much. You know, they are not as old, not so used to, so it feels like a little bit problematic to stream them, to put so much pressure on like individuals from the tournament. But of course, this championship match is something we really want to show the world.
Yeah, we need to see these junior players, and I'm not even going to think about the fact that I never got to be a junior player because Pokemon didn't exist when I was that age. Not even going to think about it. What we are going to think about is
Oh,
the
man.
format we've been playing this
Same.
weekend long. So let's take a look at the format we've been
I was one of the Magic players I watched occasionally, played Pokemon for a while. He was talking about how crazy Pokemon is in retrospect, because like there's so much freaking card draw. Just there's billions and millions of card draw and searching.
On Friday, our trainers faced off with
Kind of
Swiss
interesting.
Rounds. Trainers who met the required number of match points advanced to Saturday. Trainers who advanced on Friday met those who earned direct day 2 invites in a fresh set of Swiss rounds, playing until top 8 was determined. Trainers then competed in a single elimination bracket until only the final 2 players remained. Today on Championship Sunday, we crown our champions in each division, and all matches are best of 3. Who will take the title of Pokemon World Champion this weekend? Watch to find out, and follow the action at Pokemon.com/play. Always a big fan of
That feel when Pretty gets denied gold because he didn't set up his 2-factor off. Get wrecked.
with Hiyashi, Haruku, and Kazusa all making up into, the top 8. Unfortunately, no Japanese players made it all the way to the finals.
Get wrecked, Japan.
Gabrielle, Kingsley, Yunwon, and Hatsuto.
You didn't win Pokemon Go.
You didn't win the TCG either.
Yeah, we had the top 8 players. They are facing each other. And the deck lists are also very interesting. If you compare to Masters, the metagame looks completely different. It's often the case for juniors. They have a different way of playing, a different way to think about the metagame. So looking at the decks is also super interesting. We had a Chimpao, for example, in top 4 for juniors, a deck that didn't do too well in the Masters division. Also a Arceus Duraludon is now in the finals. So just amazing games.
Yeah, absolutely worth noting.
That was a that was a low-key burn at the junior players. Basically just said they're not as good. Their decks suck compared to the Masters players. Very interesting. What?
They don't draw their deck in the first
That's
turn.
probably not wrong.
Yeah, he just said, oh, they have a different read on the metagame. That's a very delicate way of saying they're freaking idiot children.
I bet they actually play the game instead of ending it in 3 turns. How dare they?
And already in the World Championships final, and they said they really wanted to make day 2. Their big goal was get that day 2 finish, and so both of these players have already well surpassed their expectations coming into this event, and making a World Championship final after a year and a half of play, that is an impressive feat to accomplish that.
The only thing that's more impressive is to become the world champion, and this is definitely something that Charlton is looking forward to. Gabriel,
Q, why aren't you the
if
world
get,
Pokemon champion?
They're not as old, so
So I'm bad at video game?
Oh, right.
what did you say?
I forgot.
Yeah, if you play since 2019, that's like a big percentage part of just like your whole life that you have been spending going to Pokemon tournaments, practicing, becoming better and better and better, and now showing the whole world what you're made of.
Yeah, I am.
Obviously, the best part about playing online is showing all my friends that I have.
I've hopefully got some future
Oh, huge
champions
pleasure, yeah.
in my house, and when that video came on, they were so hyped. They asked me, are we going to have those floating islands in the venue this weekend? I wish we did. That would be amazing, but I'm not sure that's how the laws of physics work. But today we are focusing on Gabrielle, we're focusing on Xiao Tong, and I believe, David, you know what decks they're playing.
Yes, so we have a very interesting story. Gabriel is playing the Arceus V-Star Duraludon.
I can't believe they got Creepy to commentate.
He played a lot
That's
of
racist. He doesn't sound anything like Creepy.
It sounds exactly like Creepy.
very good finishes.
No, it doesn't. His voice is a lot higher than
Yeah,
Creepy's.
single-strike deck. A deck that was very, very
He does
popular
sound
in
like
the
Creepy.
Masters division.
He has an accent similar to Creepy's.
He sounds like Creepy.
Oh my gosh. I thought you weren't racial.
I don't see color.
Apparently you see you're an anti-Swedish white man.
True.
That we saw the second
This is what the Republicans have been warning us about.
So definitely
Yeah,
deck
go
is
look over
already
though.
proven itself. Gabriel is facing
I saw that Post Malone was on Joe Rogan or whatever. They talked about freaking Magic.
Oh yeah.
I hate celebrities. I hate that people care about celebrities so much. So much. So much.
To make so many decisions, I don't know if I can like finish in time all the time. But Shorthong has been playing this one deck for the whole season, and like you said, he started playing just the last season.
It's time for celebrities to end.
Baby.
It's been time for celebrities to end, but they won't. They're only getting more and more influential. We're electing more and more celebrities to positions of power in our lives because people, that's all they know.
I started playing Pokemon properly. I mean, I've been playing since base set came out, but I started playing properly competitively in 2009. That's 14 years.
Now, good chap, I've been playing Pokemon since I was a wee lad eating my blood sausage and whatever.
I was eating it before they invented the tin can. I mean, playing it before they invented the tin can.
I got Pokemon out of a tin can.
He was eating the Pokemon cards.
Same.
Somebody had to teach the British that you don't eat Pokemon cards. But they thought it was more delicious than anything else in their cuisine, so
It's now a staple.
especially the staples.
And then you're really prepared for these kind of decks. Whereas these junior players that have been playing kind of 1 to 4 years, being able to have, you know, that level of experience and still be able to pilot these decks like
He keeps like squeezing his eyes.
He's got something in them.
Yeah, that's my friend had that. It's just I think it's like a vitamin D deficiency.
Somebody should tell him.
If you put the wrong card in the lost zone on turn 1 or 2,
Think he
on turn
knows?
6 or 7, you could be like, oh, I'm 1 energy short. I shouldn't have lost zone that energy 6.
Now I can't pay attention to anything else. Thanks, Talon. I hadn't noticed.
You're welcome.
Competent and, you know, really skilled with these decks. That is really impressive.
Yeah, also we talked about this yesterday. You start collecting championship points for a whole season, but you don't start practicing for the season. The Masters Division players, they have been practicing for years and years and years. And when a new deck comes out, most of the Masters players usually go like, oh, this plays a little bit like that deck. For example, you see the Excalibur Chien-Pao. A lot of people, oh, this is like Ember Rayquaza, or this is like Keldeo Blastoise from back in the day. For Todd, for example, Refinement, oh, this is like Zorak. So you already have a lot of practice with like similar concepts. Or for example, the
Concepts.
deck now, you can go, oh, this is a little bit like the SP deck from like 13 years ago, or like the Zapdos Garachi box that we had. But the junior players, some of them weren't even alive, so it's like basically impossible to fall back on this like past experience that some of the Masters player had 5, 10, 15 years ago sometimes. So of course, you just have to start from scratch basically, and this is why it's so amazing to see these journeys of the junior players, because they are starting fresh with like a fresh mind, unfazed from like past experiences, and they are eager to show us what they learned so far.
Yeah, I love seeing the juniors and seniors players. I love seeing how they play and what deck choices they make. And I want to hear from you guys. I want to know what you're seeing this weekend. I want to know what you're loving. I want to hear from you.
I love Pokemon Go. Go back to Pokemon Go. It's all I want.
Agree.
It's all I crave now. Nice. You earned a moment from I Ate Your Pie. Check it out. Okay,
Oh, you did it.
I'm gonna go check out what it is. This is the content he wants us to watch, right?
So I'm happy. I'm happy to see that.
Okay, literally nothing is happening in this moment.
Oh.
No, I mean like literally nothing.
One Bit J gamer, you know what I'm seeing? You know what I'm seeing, One Bit J? You need to slow down and read. You gotta read, gamer. A lot of the things that you're like, what? If you just read, if you slowed down and did some reading, you would know the answers to the questions you seek. They are all around you. You just gotta read. Oh. Siege Rhino next to the 25 months.
Well, I don't understand why this is a moment.
You know, you all make fun of me for reading, but I can read when I want to read. I just choose not to. Because it's stream value.
Oh, okay. I think I found the reason why it became a moment or whatever. I can read when I want to read, but I don't because it's stream value. That's a pie quote.
That's a pie quote.
Best authority that this is a powerful card that is going to make a very good deck.
Yeah, we already saw, like in Japan, most of cards released a little bit earlier, and we also have the rule here that you can usually play cards the moment they're released. So we already saw Charizard EX win some tournaments, or the Japanese players have already built their decks. I'm also looking forward to that.
It's going to be fun, but you know what else is going to be fun, David? The Junior World Championship Final. So let's take it down to the...
Alright, the game's gonna start. Everybody, get ready. Strap in.
That's right.
Oh boy.
For the TCG Junior Finals. Let's welcome our
Where's Misty's bike? Shouldn't her broken bike be in the background?
Xiao Tong Yen.
Is that his dad?
Translator.
Oh, translator. I said that before you could see his shirt.
No!
Yes, I did.
That's not true.
Yes,
No.
yes, it was.
You saw it as soon as you walked out. That's amazing.
It was true. You didn't actually see it just yet when he said it.
I saw it immediately.
所以你现在牌组里面，要有注意什么？
后羿放逐期。
Oh, it's saying first turn, 270 damage. Yeah.
Great. And are you feeling confident that you will be able to win this match against your opponent?
所以你对赢这个比赛有信心吗？
Yes.
Good answer. Yeah. Now, is there anyone here that you want to say hello or thank you to before we start?
这里你想要跟谁打招呼，还是要说 hello？
特别感谢黄辉元选手在世界赛前一直帮我练习。
Oh, he wants to thank, I didn't quite get the name, but I'm just saying his coach. Thank you so much for helping him train.
All right. Well, we'll get into the match very soon, but first we need to bring out your opponent. Everyone, please welcome Gabriel Fernandez.
Oh, that kid's the coolest. He better win. Look at him. He's got a backwards hat. How could he lose?
He is a Lugia.
O que você achou de mais legal no seu baralho? O que você achou mais legal do seu baralho?
Que você não precisa treinar muito, decorar. Você se diverte.
Oh, he's Italian.
É um deck muito legal de se jogar.
It's
Oh, is that Italian? Yeah, I was like, that's not Spanish.
Yeah.
Fun when you're playing with.
Great. Having fun and doing well is what we're trying to do here. You are on the main stage. How do you feel? Do you feel confident?
What are you laughing about?
Is that his dad?
Could be.
It could be.
Didn't get me at all.
Now, is there anyone before we start that you want to say hello or thank you?
I'm not a
Look, it's just funny.
Queira dar oi especial antes de começar a partida?
Could be his dad. You don't know.
It could be.
For my
Looks like a nice Italian lad. Nice Italian dad.
Amazing supportive fans, and we have two competitors.
Sorry.
Let's get right into this match. Captures players.
How's your long COVID today?
I feel much better now. Lately. I still have like a cough in the mornings.
That's brutal. It's been like, what, 2 weeks now?
It's been 3.
3, wow.
Right? Wait. What day is it? Hold on.
Saturday?
No. Date. 5.
8/12.
Yeah, I got it probably on the 22nd, so yeah, it's been 3 weeks.
That's wild.
Well, at least you didn't get long COVID.
Me?
Yeah. From your
Yeah?
picnic.
Oh, yeah.
We have in Masters with 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it would have manifested by now, right? Because it's been over a week.
3 to 5 days.
against Gardevoir, it seems like it'd be a good idea to have some Umbreon running around. I mean, we saw Aggron on stream, and we didn't see Umbreon. That
Should have put that on your list, right?
I should have put Aggron on my list. That would have been completely out of left field and would have gone well. So, we can say now, so Gabrielle is going to be playing an Arceus Duraludon Umbreon deck. The kind we saw do pretty well at North American Internationals. That deck was all over the upper reaches of the Top Cup. And Xiao Tong is going to be playing a Lost Zone deck, the kind of one we've seen before, going for Kyogre, obviously for that big game-ending attack at the end. And then we've got things like Dragonite V and Raikou V are in there as well. So it's the kind of one
Raikou V. Rykov. Commander Raikov's in Pokemon now? From the Solid Snake expansion set? That Universes...
What is this, Magic the Gathering?
Yeah, Universes Beyond Pokemon set. The MTG community is like Stockholm Syndrome about it now, right? They've gone into like hyper defensive mode where like if you don't like that Magic the Gathering is every IP, you're actually problematic because other people enjoy that. It's like, okay,
They're
what?
about to release. Are they gonna do Final Fantasy Magic?
Final Fantasy, Assassin's Creed, Doctor Who, all of these things are confirmed. There's another big set that got confirmed, and I can't remember what it was, like recently. I think Jurassic Park might have been one.
That'll be fun. I mean, they confirmed like a whole bunch of sets
Yeah,
at once
a whole
or
bunch
something.
of them, yeah.
Oh, come on.
Never.
Pokemon has its own card game.
It's just so, like, so bad. Such a bad idea.
This kid, did he just drop all of his cards? Oops, I dropped my Doritos.
Oh, he's cheating. He's cheating.
Intentional Dorito
Yeah,
dropping.
he's picking up extra Doritos from the floor.
But Kyogre is there for the big fancy ending, and when it works, it is a spectacular way to end the game.
I hate the way that you have to shuffle with sleeved cards.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, but we can talk about that in a minute, David. We've got some accomplishments here.
Yeah, Shaotong had a very amazing season.
What is the kid doing?
Cutting the other person's deck?
No, the kid who like is leaning away from
Oh.
shuffling.
I don't know. He's superstitious. Maybe.
Oh.
I just made that up.
Oh, he was shuffling the kid's cards. I see.
Already, all with this same deck. Sableye, Comfey, Lost Vacuum. You have the whole crew together trying to get as many cards into the Lost Zone.
That kid looks really nervous or neurotic, and I'm not sure which. But the cool kid, he's never been worried in his life because he's got a backwards hat, man. He's so cool. I wish I was as cool as that kid.
Names should be familiar to you. Regional champion, Sao Paulo. Everyone knows how difficult it is.
Plus, his glasses will fit him for the rest of his life because they are ginormous.
Same for juniors. Also top 4 at the Chile Regional Championship. Both of these tournaments with Lugia singles strike. So Gabriel changed his deck for World Championship, trying to make a great meta call, which he definitely did, as we see the Lugia.
Does Pokemon rotate, or do they rely on power
Yes,
tree?
they have rotations now. The cards now have letters printed on them that tell you what rotation they're part of.
Gabrielle was holding a Mew plush, and then I went to speak to Xiaotong.
I believe they.
Oh. And yet neither player is playing Mew in the final, which is obviously one of the top decks at the moment.
Yeah, there seems to be a pattern there that people that love Mew end up actually not playing it at day 2 at the World
Radiant
Championship.
Greninja.
Price cuts coming down. Gabriel. Both.
Oh, both of his Arceus V-Star, he's owned. Oh.
There's only 2?
There's 3. They just said 3, sorry. I thought it was only 2 V-Star allowed in the deck, but it's 3. Or maybe that's
I like, so that's their prizes, right? I like their upside down
Yeah.
camera thing going on. That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Sure, you're going to play for Mirage Gate. I don't need to look at the list. Of course, you're playing for Mirage Gate. But yeah, these prizes are not great for either player.
Why is he saying Mirage Gay? I don't
Mirage
think that's
Gate.
appropriate. I don't think that's
I don't.
appropriate.
I've seen this deck. I don't know what the cards do.
I'm gonna guess he draws a bunch of cards and then does a bunch of damage and then wins the game. I'm guessing that's the game plan. We'll see if the other guy's game plan of drawing a bunch of cards, playing a bunch of energies, and winning the game works.
Yeah, the crowd is going wild, you see here. Oh!
That is not what you want to see. And there was a big ooh from the crowd. Now, I don't think there's really a turn one option for Gabriel to get the KO here, but this is still not good. Attaching the wrong energy to Sableye and passing, that's a bad turn one.
Yeah, Shortong at the beginning when we were asking what is the coolest thing you can do, he said, yeah,
Well, he's a child. No wonder he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing.
Well, I think they're implying he doesn't have the right energy.
Let's hope that maybe there's a supporter card on Shortong's and that
Do they not have mulligans? Pokemon?
They do, no. Unless it's basic, unless you don't have basics, just like...
Oh yeah, just like the Game Boy game.
Arceus V energy, and this is basically the best turn one you can have. Yeah, like I said earlier, the Masters player, they always like to compare the decks to older decks. This is something reminding me a little bit of the version Genesect deck that we had.
Look at that, just 3 energy, 130 damage. Pokemon power creep is freaking real.
And if Shortong doesn't find anything useful here, this might be game over, but yeah, like we were hoping for, there was a Chorus experiment.
Oh my god.
Because there is an energy attack.
Look, Scry 5, draw 3. This is freaking Pokemon, freaking wild.
Hell yeah, Corliss. Colress.
We have actually got Pokestop off of the Chorus experiment. This is a little bit risky, but it might be able to, you know, get him where he needs to go. So this is quite nice. We've got 2 cards on the lost zone. That turn 1 was terrible, no way around that. But now we've got Pokestop. You discard the top 3 cards of your deck. You get any item cards. Losing an energy, not ideal, but getting 2 item cards is not too bad. Now we do see the Manaphy.
Pokestop, baby, we're back and go.
And that's a bad thing because you don't want Manaphy down and we just retreat into the Manaphy. Xiaotong's turn 2 was not that much better than his turn 1, David.
Oh yeah, this is looking, this is a very dire situation here, especially if Gabriel is able to find a Arceus V Star, which would then allow him to... Oh!
What is ordered onto the Sableye. But yeah, we just see the KO. There's no Arceus V Star, but you can do enough to get the KO there. We've got energy on the Umbreon. Now we do see another Pokestop coming down. So we got an Echoing Horn. We knew the Comfey. We get a Battle VIP pass, but that's no good. Because unfortunately it's not turn 1 anymore. So there's a lot of cards in Xiaotong's hand, but there really isn't much to go with. It's going to be Clara for a Comfey and an energy, but you're going to have to attach to Manaphy and retreat, and then you've got 1 flower selecting. That's pretty much the entire play here.
This is not the best way to use Clara, but at least you're able to keep the game going, even if this is not turning out.
Why did he tap the Comfey?
He can still just...
Is he's using the ability?
Get a better feeling of what the opponent is doing.
Oh, just to mark the once during his turn or something?
Yeah.
Yesterday at the top 8 matches that...
It stresses me out how unorganized this kid is.
Yeah, I'm like really having trouble like following what's going on because they're just like.
I believe the
their
things
cards
on the
around.
left side are the lost zone because that's important for.
Yeah, that's like exile, right?
Yeah. That's what Sableye does. I thought they were supposed to be using mirror decks.
What do you mean mirror decks?
I thought they were using the same deck.
Nah.
Yeah, the only thing keeping a Shortong here in this game is the fact that Gabriel's only supporter card is a Judge, which you definitely do not want to play in a situation like this. As Shortong finds himself with second versus experiment, now hopefully for some better cards, as we see, yeah, Comfey, but
Is there a limit to how many like VMAX cards you can have in your deck?
So, yeah, the lost zone...
I don't know.
Just seems like why not just have a billion different strong VMAXs? VMAXs?
Because you can only use their like V-Star power once. You can only use a V-Star power once per game.
Okay, that makes sense.
Giving your opponent the option to...
So like yeah, you want a lot in your deck to like bring them out quickly, but.
Oh, we see Raikou V coming down with a Forest Seal Stone. May well actually go for that Mirage Gate you just mentioned here, David. There are 2 prizes. Now it looks like we're going Dragonite instead.
Oh god, that card's really hard to read. Once during your turn, if this Pokemon is in the active spot, you may draw a card. Okay.
Okay, what does Forest Steel Stone do? Because it's an important thing in like lots of decks.
It's oh god, it's so hard to read. It's a V-Star trainer card?
Yeah, during your turn you may search your deck for a card and put it into your hand.
I think it was a search for a V. I think it's a V-Star search.
Yeah.
Man, the legibility of these cards is really, really bad.
Well, it's because they're in sleeves, but also like.
No, I mean even the ones they've got up to the side. Or if you're not watching on Twitch, maybe you don't see that. But Twitch has an add-on that shows it on the side, I guess.
Yeah, the stream itself has a thing.
Oh, okay. Well, you can hover over. You can hover over it on the.
Yeah, he's saying like if you hover over it, it will like make it pop up.
Except it's got a wrong.
maximized
It's got a wrong one now. It says it's Genesect V. That's not true.
As we saw, a very important draw from Proton Moon is now at 9 cards in the lost zone, I think.
Dragon Guild is 20 damage to each of your benched Pokemon. Okay.
See the escape rope, an amazing play.
This is huge. I love this. Dragonite can use Dragon Gale for 250, and it does 20 to each of your bench Pokemon. You really don't care about that right now. Now we see the KO on Umbreon, and not only has Xiaotong gone and evened up the prizes, but he's taken out Gabrielle's biggest attacking threat.
It is funny that both the TCG and VGC introduced mechanics to make battles shorter. Like VMAX take 3 prizes, V take 2 prizes, and then double battles. You only get 4 Pokemon.
Attack, get more energy cards going, but because he wanted to
Why would they make the game shorter?
What is a Radiant Pokemon?
Shining.
had no way to attach more energy cards.
Chinese.
So now it is
No, but that Pokemon was named Radiant Alakazam.
Yeah, Radiant. It's because it's shiny Alakazam. But in TCG they're called Radiants.
Yeah, but did he play an Abra or a Kadabra?
They also are base Pokemon.
That's what I was wondering. Because I didn't see him play a goddamn Abra.
It's like an EX type thing. But it's just Radiant.
I think that's the shame about the card game is like it seems like evolution is just not a thing you really do.
Well, because it's just slow.
I know it's slow, but they should have done something to make it a thing. Make basic evolving Pokemon better or something. I don't know.
Well, I mean that's the whole problem with like the early stuff, right? Like everyone just used haymakers because
Yeah,
why
I'm
try to
saying
evolve your Pokemon?
right, but they didn't fix the problem. They just said, "Oh, we'll just
Well, they just
add
make
it. We'll make everything
not evolve.
basic."
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like they should have done something to the rules. I don't know.
double turbo energy, which you can't really use. We see a boss of order energy card.
It's just a
Maybe,
shame
like-
because like they gave. It seems like they just gave up on the design space of
Yeah.
evolution.
Maybe it's something like evolve, like using evolved Pokemon from previous Pokemon gives your cards a buff or something.
Yeah, or have the Pokemon like have every basic be able to search out its next stage or something in some way. Seems like there's things they could do.
Yeah.
And whiffing the Umbreon VMAX is pretty big there. Umbreon VMAX can tank a hit from Dragon Gale. Dragon Gale would not KO the VMAX, but it does KO the V right here. Xiaotong wasting no time, going up by 4 prizes to 2 taken. And actually 2 Mirage Gate, which are going to be great to see. Power up any Pokemon he wants at this stage, and Gabriel has very little on the board.
Yeah, even if Gabriel would have gotten the Umbreon VMAX, could have even taken a knockout here, together with the ability from Alakazam. You could have just taken the bench
Oh, the old Professor's Oak.
on the bench, but now this is not an option anymore. There is no Pokemon
The classic.
to play. Now Proton here needs even just the boss's order.
But it's a once.
Yeah. But I mean, it's the same effect. Just slightly less OP because once per turn.
And just taking up the game. And here we
Xiaotong goes 1 game up in a Juniors Division final. Sorry to cut you off there, David. Yeah, Dragonite. Turns out Dragonite V is good. At Oceania International Championship, I kept seeing this deck being called Dragonite Lost Boss, and I casted like 3 games of it, and no one ever used Dragonite, and it made me sad. So being here at the World Championships, watching the Juniors final,
It made me sad.
Oi, Mom, I'm very sad.
I feel like it's come full circle.
Yeah, Dragonite is an amazing card in this deck. Like the core strategy of the deck, you have your Radiant Greninja to get more cards, and then you use your Comfy to get cards in the Lost Zone, and you try to use Sableye.
Oh, I need to
for
switch
attack,
where my party
outplay your
stands.
opponent, and you have
You know what? I just thought of like It's a shame that Pokemon doesn't have like mechanical keywords like magic, because like I'm just imagining like what if there's a Pokemon set or a format where you could like designate a family or a Pokemon as your like partner or something. That'd be kind of interesting. Maybe that, I was just thinking about evolutions again. Like you start with your partner Pokemon in your hand or something to get some sort of bonus, and then
if you play some Pokemon Beat, it allows you to use
I don't know.
Forest Seal Stone, an easy way to get
Do something, dang it.
together with Lost Vacuum.
I think it should be I think it should be more like Yu-Gi-Oh though, and every one of these cards should have 800 words of text on it. Personally.
It should be more like Yu-Gi-Oh, and everything should end in like 2 turns max. Oh wait.
We did see some Lost Zone, generally not this kind of build with Kyogre, although it was out there in the field this week.
Well, like the Alakazam's ability was like, oh, once per turn you can move 2 energy from one Pokemon to 2 damage counters from one Pokemon to another. It should be written like a Yu-Gi-Oh card, where like it should say, once per turn, if there's an odd number of cards in the GY and your star total adds up to 8, you can move 1 counter twice from one Pokemon designated as a Mon of Pokes to another.
Looking completely different. Last game, Gabriel's only supporter option was a Judge, which I think actually agree that you should not play it in a situation like this. It's obvious your opponent is not drawing well. Why take the big risk, give your opponent 4 random cards when you know just the 1 random card on top of the deck? As long as that is not a good one, I can win. Unfortunately, it didn't work out in this situation, but here we have Gabriel going strong, Arceus, Energy. There are 2 great supporter options to draw more cards in the hand. I'm looking forward to a long and interesting game.
Yeah, it would be nice. Unfortunately, last game was a little bit weird. Xiao Tong didn't really do anything for the first couple of turns, but then he got rolling, and Gabriel basically just sat there while all his Pokemon were KO'd. But here, we got a Comfey in the active for Xiao Tong. That is your preferred starting Pokemon.
Dude, the trainers are just so strong.
Looks like
it's wild.
Yeah, just making sure the correct number of cards are being put out there. And this is what players tend to do. Rather than actually drawing 5 cards, you put 5 cards down, you make sure you've got the right number, and then you can make that decision. Which 3 are going to go into your hand, which 2 are going to go into the roster.
Which 4?
Very simple mistake there. It can always like cost you the whole tournament. We saw even this situation come up in the Master Division yesterday. If you're especially at the World stage, you got your time. Don't take any risk, just count your cards out perfectly. As we see very, very different turn 1 from Xiao Tong, just going Chorus Experiment first. There is a Metal VIP pass that is already, I think, in the optional card that he's trying to put into his hand. Comfey active, Metal VIP pass for another Comfey, another card, probably already.
That looked like a Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories.
The Battle VIP Pass?
Yeah.
That is also a weird card. Like, everyone plays it, but it's also just like fodder. I mean, it's good.
Why is that fodder?
Because you can only use it on your first turn. Thank you very much.
I mean, basic Pokemon, do Vs count as basics for purposes of that card? I mean, it seems pretty strong.
Yeah, it's good.
I think the thing you have to consider, Q, is how much of your deck you can already search through on turn 1. Like, if you're searching 20 to 30 cards of your deck in the first turn, chances are pretty good that you pop that one out.
Yeah, true. Fine distribution, also especially considering the
Because like he draws 7, he checked 5. That's 12. I don't know what else he searched. I think Comfey allowed him to do something as well.
This is where the VMAX Pokemon come into play. So putting down a is not necessary at all, as we see Xiao Tong.
Cramorant, I've never seen that.
Comfey, because there was already Comfey in hand. As we see the concealed cards, draw 2 cards.
Oh, see, yeah, Greninja just let him draw 2 more cards.
This is a good play because you really need your information first. You know you will use Trading Greninja anyways, you know you will use Flower Selecting anyways, but if you use Flower Selecting, you have to get rid of one of those 2 cards. You want to make the best choice.
Yeah, Flower Selecting is more draw. Yeah, this kid had looked at least 20 cards on his deck already.
You have more information to
freaking wild.
Players are completely aware of these very,
Oh,
small.
sorry, Molly.
No, don't apologize.
Showing his experience with this deck.
Yeah, he's playing this deck absolutely beautifully. He does have a switch card here and an escape road.
Absolutely beautiful.
Now, he's got the attack with Cramorant. I would have been tempted here to use escape road and try and get a hit on one of the Pokemon V, but then again, we did see in the previous game that
What does escape rope do?
It's Gust of Wind.
Ah.
First time Xiaotong uses a Lost Mine on Sableye, that Radiant Alakazam is definitely going down. So it's not KO'd yet, but Sableye's going to finish it.
Yeah, also having the Radiant Alakazam.
It's also like really weird that the meta is like your Pokemon your Pokemon that aren't VMAXs are just like power fodder too. Like does it I don't think either of them have or will use attacks from any other Pokemon.
Yeah.
Just search for the one switching option. As we see, no Arceus V-Star in Gabriel's hand. This is again looking very problematic.
Like, weak Pokemon only exist to help serve the strong ones.
There was already the first
Nice, I got a random event that's gonna give me big Herblore XP, baby.
But Luminion is very, very fragile when you're facing
1010 Herblore XP. Sick.
So with that Arceus V-Star is not a good idea to set up for the next turn. But yeah, not getting Arceus V-Star turn 2 when you're one game down and you're facing down this kind of setup. Xiaotong managed to pull it back in game 1 with a very sub.
So is this also a best of 5?
I don't know. I think it's only 3. I'd care.
You're supposed to be the expert here. You made us watch this.
I wasn't paying attention when they explained the rules. But also, I assumed that they made Pokemon Go best of 5 because it takes literally 5 minutes to do a match. So they needed content.
What? What?
But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
Yeah,
Who can never be sure.
You have to be wrong.
For a Seal Stone to search for a Lost Vacuum, which is then able to just get rid of that one for a Seal Stone that is used to look for the vacuum, and then you can use those cards to put 2 extra cards into your Lost Zone. So in theory,
Ooh, pyramid. Somebody's doing pyramid plunder. What if after I got 75 construction, I put my hand in a few snake pots? Think about it.
a Comfey and the Dragonite V that put in so much work last game.
You wouldn't dare.
Dragonite V in the deck here, David. You do not want to see Dragonite V hitting the discard pile. I mean, yeah, there's going to be a way to get it back. There's 2 Super on in the deck, but you don't want to have to Super on it back and then find it again. So having it in the discard pile is a little bit awkward.
Yeah, and also now we see the escape rope.
A little bit awkward.
If my opponent gets the
Just like being British.
then the Starburst, the Alakazam can just move off the active spot. But taking the knockout here would put Alakazam to 220 damage. That is way more than you actually need, and it kind of is in the way of a later Sableye play where you can just put 20 damage on Radiant Alakazam, and then you have still 100 damage left if you can take speedy somewhere else. So using this play, it has a complete better damage distribution, and these big Duraludon, Arceus, Umbreon, VMAX deck.
Guy's a fan of big Duraludons.
All of them play way to heal their Pokemon, and I think
Do not talk about big Duraludons.
That Adventurous Discovery is cute.
to just take a good knockout very late
Cute
in
art.
the game to see
Yeah.
it up and just leave the Radiant Alakazam there.
I don't. Is that a character that I should recognize? Or
Looks
just
like a
anime
generic trainer,
girl?
I think.
Trainer girl.
Trainer girl.
Cheeky prizes later on in the game. So hitting that Umbreon, and then of course when you hit the Umbreon, you kind of put your opponent on a clock. You say, look, mate, you got 1 turn. If you do not
Look, mate.
Look,
you got
mate.
one
Look,
turn.
mate. He go save the queen.
We've seen this time in the game. If you can get a 2-hit KO on a 2-prize Pokemon with a Cramorant before you lose the prize, you know, that's the kind of game that Lost Zone decks very rarely lose. If you can start pulling that off, it is going to be huge. Now we do at least Gabriel has a double Arceus V-Star here.
That'll be huge, mate.
So, you know, we did see that Luminion come down in the end. So we've got a much better setup here. And it looks like we are going to see Arceus V-Star using that Trinity Nova, taking a KO on the Cramorant, and then accelerating energy. But the problem is that the Pokemon, you accelerating, you know, you put the energy here, and Umbreon has got a lot lower HP and is very much in Dragon Knight V range now, even if it V-maxes.
Yeah, also it only has 90 HP left, so it's even possible to just take a knockout on the bench with a Sableye.
Oh, I forgot to turn on my porch light for my food.
Take the energy cards too. Yeah, very good choice.
You won't be getting any food now.
Yeah.
This guy hasn't eaten yet.
Theoretically,
No, I thought I had food, but I didn't.
that would be asking for so much. Just make the safe play, and the Umbreon, if you have a double turbo energy, you can still attack with it later in the game, if you really want to. But here, just trying to play around potential, lost mine plays as some choice. Turn, we see a Mirage Gate come down, getting some energy cards in play. There's also a Sableye on the bench. It seems like Frogman is eyeing up those easy prize cards on the bench.
I mean, when you've got a chance to take, and obviously you can get the Iranian Alexander as well, because that's not got much HP left, I don't believe. I believe you can get both of them in one loss might be from Sableye. And you know, when you can pop Sableye for single energy and take 3 prizes, while also really hurting your opponent's setup, like, those Pokemon aren't played for nothing. Radiant Alexander boosts damage counters, that's really good. Umbreon, when you evolve into the max, you get a free gust, and it's a pretty good attacker.
Umbreon can't evolve!
It's evolving!
Evolves into VMAX. Next gen, they're just gonna add VMAX into the main game.
Probably.
No, VMAX already was a thing. It's just Dynamax. It's supposed to be.
Oh, are you saying he's making his Pokemon big?
Whoops, I made a boo-boo. I grabbed a normal contract. I hope I have enough. Yeah, I should have enough planks to do this. It shouldn't be a problem. Just a kind of a waste of time.
Later on in the game, it sometimes even stands in your way if you just want to take a knockout on the active, strong attacker, and your only switching option is the one that just allows your opponent to basically run away from you. As we see another Mirage Gate just attaching some energy cards, preparing a second.
A Mirage Gate?
I don't know why you keep saying Mirage Gay. I think it's rude. They're turning the Mirages gay.
Those bastards.
Funny to see. Yes, exactly. You could attach to the bench one, it doesn't really make a difference, but it kind of shows a little bit of the personality.
Well, why did this door close while I was walking through it? I hate this game.
That I just want to use multiple times, or do I change it a little bit? As we saw, I think they forgot to use flower selecting.
Only got 9 cards in the lost zone.
No.
Sableye lost mine means you have to have 10 cards in the lost zone in order to drop those damage counters. And there aren't at the moment. We've got a 9 on the screen, we've got a 9 on the dice on the table. I think that's pretty conclusive. There are only 9 cards in the lost zone. There was a flower selecting card available, and then try and pivot into the Sableye after that. That would have allowed it.
Kid doesn't know how to count. Nothing personnel, kid.
He didn't shuffle his cards 8 times. What a loser.
Oh, he didn't count correctly.
It is. Let's
While shuffling his cards 8 times.
The judge comes down. Yeah, you could see, we all knew it. Using flower selecting was definitely part of Shortung's
We all knew it. This kid's bad.
Perfectly planned out, and just sometimes in your head you already have the play completely in your head, and then sometimes you forgot, like, you already did something. This is a very high pressure situation, and as Ross is correct, this is different, I think, outside of the of our play region in the Asian countries. They have a different rule for this, actually, so it kind of becomes a little bit weird at the World Championship, where some of these, like, very, very small rules are a little bit different. Here at the World Championship, at least, if you say an attack name and you cannot use it, this still means you're using an attack. You can choose another one or not attack, but you're not allowed to play any cards anymore. As we see this raid, yeah, very, very small mistake. Completely understandable, everyone can make it, but Gabriel now knows I have to make use of this small slip up from my opponent. This is the World Championship. If you want to win, you have to play everything perfectly.
And you know, let's be clear here, you know, we did the junior division players, we're putting them on the stream, and that's not something we usually do, of course, only in the finals of big tournaments.
Stop making excuses for them.
We don't normally bully the children like this, but today we decided the children need to be bullied.
Darn right. I'm bullying every child.
And a psychic energy
problem is that Gabriel was able to find that Umbreon VMAX evolving the Umbreon on the bench, which was a big liability until now. Now it has a lot more HP than it had before.
Pal Pad, that doesn't exist anymore. Dark Signal, when you play this Pokemon from your hand to evolve one of your Pokemon during your... What the frick? When you play this Pokemon from your hand to evolve one of your Pokemon? I mean, I guess...
When you evolve
yeah.
Umbreon into VMAX, you can guess to win.
Yeah, it was just worded really generically.
Or I guess it's Pokemon Catcher is what actually it is, because you get to choose what they switch.
Spreading it round and basically going, that Umbreon, I'm not going to get it with Lost Mine. Lost Mine is not...
Those water energy are cool.
I can get that with Dragonite later. For now, let's spread some
Where?
around. And
That he had in his hand. They're hollow.
I didn't see him.
So Dragonite absolutely the star of game 1. And Xiaotong is setting up for maybe that being the case again here. Actually, Arceus does not naturally get a KO on Dragonite. But Dragonite now can KO any of those Pokemon on Gabriel's side of the field.
Yeah, and the 50 damage on the Luminion, very nice. This puts it at 120 HP remaining. Just a single Lost Mine to take the easy knockout on the bench. And then the moment Gabriel decides to put the Umbreon VMAX active, a single knockout draws you 3 prize cards. Together with the 1 prize card taken from Radiant Alakazam, this would seal up the game. Alternatively, there is, I think, a boss is not available, right?
Boss's orders?
Yes.
Not seeing it in the deck list.
Yeah, so
no.
some people choose a single boss's orders for their Lost Zone decks. Especially with the Kyogre, you can deal a lot of like bench damage. You can take potentially Manaphy out with Sableye, so it's not too important to use. But a boss's orders would be amazing. Xiaotong knows, well, I have to win somehow with Lost Mine and also attacking into active Pokemon here.
Yeah, that Umbreon has just become a gigantic liability. I mean, essentially, if we follow it through, so we are seeing Lost Mine coming down here. Are we just going after the Luminion? Is it just a straight KO on the Luminion?
Yes, and also very important for Gabriel, he was able to use a Lost City, which is a very interesting card in this matchup because it puts the opponent's Pokemon into the Lost Zone, which gets them faster to the amount of cards they need in the Lost Zone. But as you saw already game 1 and yesterday all the time, Super Rod, Clara, those are very important cards in the deck because you sometimes have to put cards into the Lost Zone that you don't really want to put there, and then you can just outplay your opponent. Well, Lost City put the last attacker into the Lost Zone. As we see now, Sableye is not even an option for Xiaotong anymore in the future as this game goes down to the wire.
Xiaotong, you idiot, you messed up.
In theory, that is a single knockout, but getting the Umbreon VMAX active is very difficult. We see Dragonite V, only 3 cards left in the deck. This might be like an amazing setup for a future Kyogre play, as we know the Kyogre is available, and this might be it. If there is a way to get enough energy cards into the deck to use Mirage Gate and then to attack with Kyogre, you can deal 200 damage on the bench Umbreon. Xiaotong, it looks like it is definitely a possibility. Just don't mess up. Count your cards first. Make sure that you play everything in exactly the right order.
So there's the energy recycler. That is making sure your entire deck is just energy cards and nothing else. Then we're going to see, and we're probably going to need to see a double energy recycler here.
This is something.
This is kind of cool. This is the coolest thing we've seen so far. You have no
Just
deck.
played 2 energy in 1 turn.
Well,
and that's it.
That's how Kyogre stinks. Yeah.
Storm is going to do so much damage. It's going to take out those bench Pokemon, and Xiaotong is your Junior Division World Champion.
Amazing game right here. We saw some like very little hiccup in the game, but Xiaotong, this did not destroy his mental state. He knew
Destroy this child's mental state.
You feel when you win even after fucking up big time.
Yeah.
I can just pick up an easy win. Xiaotong
Juniors.
played it the whole season, got to be a master with it, and
He's
now
actually
showing
being
everybody here
piloted
that
by
he
his
is
dad,
world
the translator.
champion of the Junior Division.
Oh, I like the end of that game, David. I love a good Aqua Storm. I love seeing the game end.
Oh, I love an Aqua Storm. I'm very British.
Back at home on the British Isles, it's always aqua storming.
Some people at home, when we said there's no boss's orders in the deck, going, hang on a second, boss's orders is a great card. That's why. Because actually, as much as it will set up for a big boss's orders
It's a great card. I found it in my can of beans.
I mean, that is certainly an interesting strategy of like, oh, you cycled your whole deck anyway, so you can add a few cards that let you stack it at the end when you have no other cards left, and then abuse it.
He actually drew 5 prize cards. In theory, he could have taken 5 prize cards with that one attack.
Didn't even need 5 prize
Exactly,
cards.
it was completely unnecessary. The game was already over so hard as we see the emotions, realizing that's me, I made it. I am the Pokemon World Champion. This must be such an amazing feeling.
Wait, just after one game?
I've never been there myself.
No, he
that
played
was,
twice.
That was the second game.
You know, just the
Oh.
emotion coming out there. Imagine starting the Pokemon trading card game, getting a year and a half into your journey, and then being like, oh wait, I'm literally the best in the world at this.
Yeah, and he already said in the interview, he practiced with some other players. He had like a teacher who taught him a lot about the game, a lot of friends in the local community. Everyone goes to the World Championship together, everyone is cheering for each other. At the end, everyone is cheering for you, and then you win, and you come back with the trophy.
Yeah, it's got to be just the absolute best feeling in the world. You can see how much it means to these players to, you know, come out and actually play these and get that win. You know, commiserations to Gabrielle, a fantastic player, second of the World Championships, a monumental
First
achievement.
loser.
Replays here of some of the best plays of the game.
Okay, I don't really think we need replays. I don't think we need replays. This is a little much.
We really don't.
Alakazam on the bench, being damaged. There was a big decision. Do I play Escape Rope? Do I play the switching card here? Shorthong made the right decision to set up games, set up plays for later. Clara recycle the Sableye, take the one knockout on Alakazam, take the knockout on Leminion. Here we have 2 Pokemon, actually 3 Pokemon with 250 and less HP remaining. All the cards needed, the big knockout. I love Kyogre, it's such a great card, and now you probably know how it looks like.
Yeah, there is, I had noticed, you know, after my terrible picture me Kyogre yesterday, I get to sit here and cast Kyogre winning the World Championships. But you know, we've all been to the Pokemon Center in Yokohama this weekend and seen that giant Kyogre statue coming out of the ceiling. And
I do not want to see a giant Kyogre coming. I know that British person is very excited to see a giant Kyogre coming, but you know, me personally,
Do not draw that.
yeah, dude, don't draw that.
It's a very difficult play to pull off. It is an exceedingly complicated play. We saw at the end that it had to be perfect. 0 cards in deck, double energy recyclers for all those energy back, Barrage Gate to get the energy on Kyogre. You also need an energy in your hand, because it won't do it, or you could double Barrage Gate, I suppose. And then you attack with the Active Storm after pivoting Kyogre into the active. There's just like 6, 7 different things you've got to make sure all line up perfectly. I have seen more than enough players try and set that up, and then they don't have the energy recycler, or they don't have the pivoting option. And it's not, of course, just that, because Kyogre doesn't actually KO Arceus or Umbreon. So we had to have that Sableye using Frostbite a couple times earlier, dropping the perfect amount of damage to put these Pokemon into range to set up the super complicated combo at the end. I just want everyone watching at home to realize quite how hard that ending is to pull off, because you have got to basically play your entire game to set up that on the last turn, or else you cannot win.
Yeah, more so than in any other game, this Lost Zone Kyogre deck, you have to plan every turn ahead already. From the very first time you use flower selecting, you have to think about what happens, how is this game changed by which card I put into the Lost Zone. You have to always keep in mind what happens if my opponent plays Iono, what happens if my opponent plays Judge, what happens if I put the wrong card in the Lost Zone with this chorus, with this flower selecting. You have to plan the whole game around where to put the damage counters. It is a very complicated deck to play in the Masters Division, and seeing a junior player piloting it for the whole season, piloting it at the World Championship, and showing everyone that you are smart enough to just plan out this, like, basically 10 turns ahead from the very beginning in a game that is also dependent a lot of luck, which makes it even more difficult to plan ahead.
He said the L word.
Just an amazing
Luck.
display of skill here.
And we have got to shout out the composure of Xiao Tong there. There was a silly mistake in the middle of that game.
Yes.
You went to use Lost Mine, didn't realise there were only 9 cards in the Lost Zone, not 10. There are so many players playing this game where you make that mistake, you do 20 damage rather than get the big KO, and then you go, you're just completely on tilt, you lose the game, your mistakes start rolling. Xiao Tong went, that's kind of annoying. Never mind, let's set up this really complicated endgame, because of course that Umbreon V was actually going to be the target of the Lost Mine, we imagine, along with the Radiant Alakazam, but instead, just going, okay, well I've still got my Kyogre play, let's go and set that up instead, and to be able to maintain that level of composure after making that mistake, to then come back and, you know, pull off not just a win, but a very complicated, difficult win. I'm not sure I would have that level of composure in the World Championship Finals. So, you know, to not get flustered and just to keep that confidence and keep rolling is a very, very impressive trait you see in anyone.
Yeah, being so able to still play correctly under pressure, this is a very important skill. In Pokemon trading card game, the cards you draw are random, you have some coin flips, there are so many things where every game looks completely different. You really have to know what to do with the cards that you dealt with, and if something like that happens, you don't have to think about it, oh no, I messed up. It's just, oh, I got like a weird, very weird situation. It's just a new situation that you have to deal with somehow. And as long as you can keep your composure, you can pull through. And Xiao Tong showed us that even at this kind of age, you can be so like mentally strong to just play it out. And then we saw at the end of the game, the realization sets in, and that's, yeah, amazing.
That was impressive. That was very impressive. Well, we have a Junior Division World Champion, so now we need a Junior Division World Champion interview. So let's go and hear from Xiao Tongyun and see how it feels to be crowned the Junior Division World Champion.
That's right. Now, Xiao Tong, you are the world champion.
How does it feel that this will be the high point of the rest of your life and it's all downhill from here?
So he's very excited and he wants to give thanks to all his fans for cheering on for him during the match.
We did cheer and we were watching that game so interested. Tell us, if there were a highlight reel, what was
Tell
the
us.
coolest
Tell
moment
us.
that you would pick to be your highlight moment?
所以刚刚那场比赛
She's a craver, Talon. Tell us.
就放在你的 highlight 里面。
我用阿克罗马找到了快龙跟幻想文，在第一场比赛。
Yes, I'd love a cuppa.
下他的阿尔宙斯。
So he said he used a Mirage Gate to attach it to the Dragonite V to get the knockout on the RCSD.
Wow, you must be full of emotion, but I'm looking at your future. What comes after this? Will you keep playing Pokemon? Will we see you on this stage again?
I think he understood that and he said, of course.
Of course. All right. Is there anything you want to say to this huge crowd who's here clapping for you now?
所以有什么想跟他们说呢？现在现场观众。He's too excited. He doesn't even know what to say right now.
That's good. We'll give you a moment to compose yourself because we have the trophy ceremony coming up. But right now, casters, back to you.
Give this man a trophy.
No.
What a crazy end to
Shaped
that
like a
Juniors
Goodra.
Division final.
Shaped like a string cheese, actually. That's what it should be. Gold trophy, shaped like string cheese.
Whether you just got through that incredible match or are just joining in, welcome to Championship Sunday. The best trainers from around the world are competing here in the final day of competition. My name is Ethan Heggie. I'm joined alongside Kyle Pukasukovic. And as tradition, we're here for our final matches now with the Seniors Division Finals.
Yeah, what an excellent match to kick things off here on Championship Sunday for the Pokemon.
Hello, Kermit?
Again to our junior champion. I mean,
This guy doesn't remember Kyle Pukasukovic.
with the Kyogre
He's been commentating since like 2015.
I don't watch these at all. I don't watch the card game.
No, but he did VGC for a long time.
Okay, I don't watch VGC either normally.
Wow, Craig.
I'm only watching it now because I've exhausted all other content in the whole world. It's truly sad.
Next up, the seniors division. Let's take a look at how that bracket has played out so far to get us to this position.
Sydney Day!
Two finalists. Sydney DeBrown up against Gabriel Fernandez. Two decks we haven't featured a lot on stream. Two players we don't get to feature a lot, but they have accomplishments and accolades of their own in their own right.
Yeah, I think one of the cool things you'll see throughout the 3 age divisions is we actually have 6 different.
Hi, old Kermit the Frog here.
Yeah, he doesn't he sound like Kermit?
Yeah.
But yeah, you can see the path that
Ow.
What?
I unmuted for Kermit.
Oh.
I am not disappointed.
Literally the first thing I thought of as soon as he said his first word.
No, I just had it muted, so.
Different decks, of course. Rune was a player who won North American.
Look, I gotta listen to something while I'm throwing these deep tables out windows. Still am, by the way.
Very solidly and actually helped Sydney with
Yeet the bookcase, yeet this table, yeet this bookcase.
some good coaching if the
Give me a
person
cup
who
of
helped get
tea.
there is now in the finals of the World Championships.
Yeah, perhaps an opportunity for to avenge Rune in this finals matchup.
Perhaps an opportunity to avenge our TV show that got
This will
cancelled.
be an interesting one for sure. I mean, there's nothing that matches the excitement of the finals of the World Championship.
Does Disney own the Muppets now? Is that-
Yes,
probably.
I believe so. Yes. That is Canon Kun.
No wonder it's also a dead franchise.
Qualification for day 2. Played so much Pokemon yesterday. Multiple Swiss rounds, top 8. And that wasn't even it. They had to go to bed getting ahead of their top 4 match, which they played this morning. And now, the final match of the Seniors Division Finals coming up soon.
Yeah, that's true. This is the only age division where the matches went too late last night, and they actually had to play top 4 this morning. So these players are already kind of amped up, ready to go.
That just went too late. That's interesting.
Yeah, the card games take forever.
Do they? The juniors didn't.
Yeah, because those are children.
What?
Yeah, they don't shuffle their decks 5 times per minute, per second. A minute was fine.
Hopefully
whatever.
the seniors flick their cards. That's what I expect out of
They do.
card
They
game
do.
professionals.
They like quickly shuffle their hands and flick their cards
Yeah.
constantly.
That's the magic way. This Magic channel I watched did a really cool speaking of like World Championships. They had a tournament amongst themselves where they weren't like competing as a person, they were competing as each year's World Championship deck. So they were like matching all the World Championship decks against each other from every year to see which one was the most powerful deck, basically, of all Type 2s.
Well,
Hey.
you can't do that in Pokemon.
No, you can't do that in Pokemon. Anyway, second place was like or third place was like the 1997 deck.
Hell yeah.
And everybody was like, we don't know why this is doing well, but it keeps winning. Because like its cards are not good. It just has like really flexible tools, I guess. But anyway, the 2017 deck won.
If you have enjoyed watching stuff about Magic, you should watch about there's some really good videos on like old Pokemon TCG from Retro Ruby. I recommend them. They're very good.
Only if they're narrated by Kermit the Frog.
It covers base set through Neo. So like the good days.
The good old days where all you did was discard your opponent's hand and lock them out of drawing.
Yeah, play last. Play Imposter Oak. And then use Haymaker.
Elite group of players who showed they have what it takes in a specific year to become a world champion, of course. That beautiful
And
Pikachu
the cards don't rotate through.
one trainer card,
So all the base cards that were good continue to be good, and the only things that everyone uses. And then Wizards of the Coast is incompetent, so they keep translating cards wrong, which make them OP, and they're like, well, that's what it says in the card, we're not printing errata. And you're like,
Look, Wizards of the Coast has always been good, it continues to be good, they've never made any mistakes.
True.
Now go Chug Jug with
When's
Doctor Who.
Fortnite?
It already is.
Oh, they already did?
Yes. Not a full set, but they did like some cards, like Party Bus and Chug Jug and whatever. Yeah, it was like a secret layer. I think they were just functional reprints with Fortnite skins, I think. But yeah.
I can't tell if that's like lamer or not.
I think it's less lame because like at least you can get in flavor cards.
Seniors Division Finals.
You don't have to have those to have the same cards. That is fair. That's why it's less lame. But at the same time, it means like if there was something you actually liked at all, it's just like it's nothing. I don't know.
Yeah, but I don't like. This is what I don't understand about the way they talk about it, like, and why it's good actually, because like other people like those things. Like, I wouldn't even want them to, like, I wouldn't want them to make other IPs I like in Magic, because Magic can be Magic, and that other IP can be that other IP. Like, I don't understand.
Yes, that would be completely ideal.
I don't understand.
I'm just saying,
why
since they've
people
already
even-
done it.
Yeah, but it's. What I'm saying is, like, a lot of the big people I watch who are critical of it then see one thing they like. Like, one guy is, like, big into Doctor Who, and he's like, I understand it now. But it's like, no, that's like, like, just because it's the thing you like, you're now okay
Just to
with
make it good.
Yeah, the concept
Unless it's
of
Pokemon,
it.
in which case it's fine.
Oh, okay, yeah, true. It's like, they could make Umaneko, an entire set of Umaneko and Magic, and I wouldn't want it.
What Digimon does he have with him?
Digimon?
Hello, arrest that man. He has a Digimon.
It looks like Kalumon.
Is it an Arceus?
Started in 2019, and my first regional was.
No, it's like, it looks like, is it Snom?
Yeah, it might be an
Or
ice
Ve- or
type. It's
Frosmoth?
definitely white mod.
Wow.
Racist.
He's cancelled.
Multiple times out of top 8 already. So like my highest accomplishment is like.
Hello,
Why are
why?
they hoarding all those trophies?
Why are the 30-year-olds unable to beat this child? Because this has no age limit, right?
No, this is high schoolers. Masters is no age
no,
limit.
this is seniors.
Yeah, this is seniors.
Okay. I thought this was masters.
No, this is 50-year-olds.
Okay.
Do they both have? Oh, it's a Lugia in this other kid's hands, right?
I don't know. They're
I
not
don't know.
showing
It was on screen for like a second.
They're gonna censor it out.
That's awesome. And your deck, what's it like? How should we watch your play?
I mean, I'll try to stop him from V-Star with my path and try to KO his architect.
Construction level 75.
We're very excited to watch you play. Please go ahead, shake hands, and then head to your stations. For now, casters, back to you.
It's Lugia. Is that like an Excelgor? What is it?
I don't know. I'm
Okay.
sure it'll be on the table when we can
Computer
look at it.
enhanced.
It's a Jigglypuff.
Is it? No.
From above?
Is it Altaria?
It sure looks like a Jigglypuff.
A little bit of a sneak peek. Gabriel talking about that path to seek, trying to shut
Wait,
off
hold on.
star power. And both
Did
The
he
kid
really
got
like go too far? Like what?
He slept.
I think that the table was on another.
Yeah, that's definitely a
place.
Lugia. That's definitely a Lugia.
Yeah.
On the
Right, that's a
side.
Lugia.
Yeah.
Sydney said it.
What is it? He's blocking with his body now. We'll never know.
I can't see with his body.
I think
Oh,
it's.
Jirachi. It's Jirachi. It's Jirachi.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
It was a world championship.
I believe you. I don't know if I should.
That thought crossed my mind earlier,
It's
but
the
it didn't,
it's a
didn't
it's one
quite
of the
look
ones
right.
that's laying down. It's the like laying cuties or whatever. they're
Dead,
called.
dead Jirachi.
Yeah.
Is the Strachey asleep? No, it's dead.
No, I killed it.
It's an ex Jirachi.
Against Gabriel Fernandez playing Lugia, but a variant we don't talk a lot about. colorless Lugia. Talk me through this, Kyle.
Yeah, in the standard format, we've mostly...
Yeah, the standard format, guys. The standard format. This is the colorless
I sure
version.
hope Miss Piggy doesn't come in.
Same. I also hope Miss Piggy doesn't come.
Yeah, that's what she said. Well, I hope she definitely doesn't come in. Come out.
This is his first major accomplishment, and one match stands between him and being...
Move your hand so we can see the Jirachi, so we can confirm that I'm not crazy.
No!
Powerful consistency of Starbirth paired with the hard-hitting.
Now, when you're at the table, make sure that your hand is constantly blocking the Jirachi plush.
Yeah, no one wants to see your Jirachi plush. Everyone wants to see nothing instead.
All over the place. And is now
Want to see how many times you can shuffle this deck.
opponent, as we talked about, Gabriel Fernandez. A regional champion this year, multiple finals accomplishments. Brother finished at second place at LAIC. Great minds think alike, so you know that if his brother's been successful in the game, he has too. Looking to add world champion to that list of already impressive accomplishments.
Yeah, his brother also got 9th place at the World Championship, so is so close to joining Gabriel in the top 8.
Every time he talks.
Yeah.
Two of the strongest cards from the Sword and Shield series.
Oh, I'm imagining two of the strongest cards.
Star. Which one will come out on top?
Interesting thing we just saw on screen. Looks like Gabriel lost the first. I was talking to him before the match.
I never knew I wanted Kermit to
How are you feeling about this matchup?
commentate Pokemon.
Yeah, it's good. If I win the coin flip, and looks like proceeded to not win that coin flip. But it's anybody's game here.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Alright. But more so looking at Gabriel's strategy, of course, that summoning star, V-Star power on Lugia V-Star is Path the best option that Sydney has to give himself an advantage in this matchup.
El Kubile. Okay.
Getting ready to draw their opening hands. As you said, we've already had the opening coin flip. You can feel the anticipation. Both of these players just want to get started into the action. This is it even.
How did they giggle, mate? Oh, you're still laughing at Kermit?
Yes!
Grow up.
I can't! It's too funny! It's too funny. Please acknowledge how funny it is.
It will not stop being funny.
I don't think it's that funny. I
Why
think
don't you
it's
think
funny that
it's
y'all are
funny?
dying.
It's hilarious.
I guess I've just heard him for years. That like.
He's best friends with Kermit over here.
You have to laugh.
Nar.
You only laugh at Trails games.
True.
That's peak humor.
True.
I liked when I dated my sister. It's Q. It's a Q
It's
sound
okay,
like.
NBR.
Nothing important going on here, okay?
We're building up to it, and it's finally.
He has the smallest notebook ever to take notes on.
Look, it's not about the
There,
size
look,
of the
he's
notebook.
doing the card game Shuffle My Hand. Tick.
What were they were gonna fist bump. They had a
Yeah.
mix up there.
Look at that. Arceus versus Lugia. Preferred starters for both players. Alright, let's talk about strategies for both of these players.
Yeah, that guy's got the flick down. He's a professional in the making.
Just trying to attack with Arceus V-Star, use that Trinity Nova, get a bunch of energy cards into play, and disrupt your opponent with Path to
What is he doing? Oh, I guess he's trying to note. He's trying to figure out what his prizes are. I think actually.
Yeah.
has a very straightforward, consistent attack. Doesn't do anything really flashy, but with the disruption
Oh, whoops. I have not been.
judge, if you can make your opponent stumble a little bit, the constant pressure from Trinity Nova backed up.
He's like really folding those cards. I'm uncomfortable with that.
And on Gabriel's side, it will really come down to that summoning star, V-Star power. If you can get Archeops out in this matchup, you hit hard, you sort of have a better chance. You can trade in pretty favorably with things like the Snorlax. You've got that one-hit potential with Slacking V and the Weirdeer as well.
You can put up to 2 Star of David Pokemon? What does that Lugia do? Color? Maybe that was the colorless symbol?
Probably.
Yeah.
There's a very different Lugia's trying to get all these Archeops in the
I think it's uncomfortable. This got the freaking.
All you really need is just the energy attachment, getting some of these
Feel a little
Arceus
nervous.
Pokemon down, and that's all you need on turn 1.
All right, what if I mounted a dig site pendant?
He's so nervous. He's so nervous. I feel so
Yeah.
bad for him.
Just tell him to listen to Kermit's voice, and everything will be okay. Alright, time to cut all these rubies.
Look how much his hands are shaking.
Knees weak, palms are sweaty.
Yeah. At least he didn't drop his Doritos. That's why that kid lost.
I know. I thought the kid who won dropped the Doritos.
No, it's the kid with the green deck. Or, oh, maybe. No, I thought it was the other kid.
Both players actually playing Slacking V. Don't think I could have predicted to see Slacking V as a mirror matchup in this Seniors Division Finals, but that's the way Pokemon works out sometimes.
That kid, the kid on the right, is way worse at searching his deck.
Yeah.
Look at his sloppy form. That thumb is not precise.
I think he's putting up energy. Yeah, that's how he's like counting what he
Yeah,
has.
yeah. Dude, that I will say, this is a pretty cringe mechanic if that's what they're doing. That's like awful to have to like remember the whole state of your deck.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to do that.
No, me neither.
Gotta search your deck at the beginning just so you know what all's in there.
Yeah, what's in your prizes?
Yeah, it's pretty bad. I never even thought about doing that, but that makes a lot like. It seems like a very strong strategy. Like, of course you would do that, but.
Yeah.
Thanks, Kermit.
And a great time to do it on turn 1 is before something like Spiritomb comes down into play to make it so Lumineon can't be used.
Dude, that's funny. Search your deck for 2 cards and discard them.
Yeah.
Why? Whoa.
Get out of my deck right now.
And lots of clunky, unplayable cards, things like Raihan, Energy. I think there might be a barrel though. Is this just gonna have to be a barrel for 1? I don't think there's
Barrel.
boss's orders, but oh no. I think you might have to play the boss here just to try and give yourself one more.
All right, I'm ready to mount a dig site pendant, baby. I'm dig site pendant Rook. What are you laughing at?
Being dig site pendant, Rick.
You're jealous of me being dig site pendant, right?
I don't think he is actually.
Well, he should be.
Should he be?
Yeah.
Burnett discarding both Archeops. There's no even
If anything, he should be jealous that you're not due.
power edge for 110 damage. Tempo immediately in Gabriel's side of the court.
This is not how this deck is supposed to work.
I don't think that's how tempo works, but okay.
There we see the Lugia V-Star.
2 Lugia.
Summoning Star. And
Wait, what? Can you have 2 Lugia? I guess so.
Yeah.
That's.
Can't you have like 3?
Well, I mean, I didn't know
Isn't
if
that
you
the
could
thing?
have them on the bench at the same time.
I think you can.
Yeah, I guess so.
That way they can both get knocked out at once, and you can just lose all your prizes.
True.
The way the math works out, if Gabrielle can find a way to retreat this
Oh, shoot, I don't have my money.
4 special energy onto this
Money.
Wait, a pineapple spawns in his house. I could get rich off that pineapple.
attack for 220 damage with Tempest Dive.
My God, I'm full of
As long as
pineapple.
there's an energy in hand, this is very much possible.
Put it on a nice pizza.
20 damage online, both primal
No.
turbos being used. And this is how powerful this deck is. Lugia V-Star immediately powered up, ready to deal 220 damage.
We'll see what else Gabriel has. Did not attach an energy on the first turn, but there it is. The retreat into Lugia V-Star. And we might be seeing a pretty quick first game here in the finals. Down goes Arceus V-Star. Gabriel takes the first 2 prize cards, and Sydney is on the back foot immediately.
And no pressure attacking whatsoever. Arceus V, the only attacking Pokemon. Barrel can draw cards, but there's nothing else it could do. Sydney left with absolutely nothing in play. How do you even come back from a situation like this?
I don't know that you do this. Arceus
I don't think there's any coming back. He's gonna go back to the swamp.
When you're in this situation, all all you can do is play down another Pokemon V. You have to wait a turn to evolve it into the V-Star, and you're just going to be so far behind. I don't.
Wasn't Iono one of the big chase cards? The super art version of her?
Yes.
Of course it was.
Everyone loves VTubers.
Idaru!
Saying she isn't your waifu, we're gonna have to throw you out.
You might
Look
have
at that
to throw
cute
me out.
Sprigatito with a cherub bow.
With the cherub. I thought you, at first I thought you were talking about the whatever it's called. It's like, why are you calling that a cherub bow?
In Sydney's deck are Pokemon V. This special energy card reduces the damage taken by 30 from your opponent's.
What if you wore Pokemon like they were clothes?
Giratina V-Star's Lost Impact does not get a one-hit knockout on Lugia V-Star. Every little thing like this that makes it more difficult for your opponent to get a knockout.
How do I get a medallion?
Was there an energy card off that?
Exchange my runes, rubies, and pendant for a medallion. He hands you a medallion.
No energy card found, so unless there's something like a Rhyhorn next turn, there's going to be no way for this Arceus V or V-Star to deal any damage, even more advantage here for Gabriel in game number 1.
Yeah, if Gabriel finds a boss's orders this turn, I think it's all but over.
It has Luminion V.
I sure hope Gabrielle finds the boss's orders. Yo, he put a coin on it. Uh-oh.
That's how he keeps track of when he sees the power.
Yeah. He's dropping the coin. I'm trying to be a hype announcer, Q. Let me work with this.
The other kid should learn that trick.
Drop the coin.
What's happening?
I'm dropping the coin.
Has still done no damage and taken 0 prize points.
Every turn, you get to use both of those Primal Turbo abilities. Search your deck for up to 2 special energy cards and attach them to your Pokemon. And there we do see the boss's orders. Lysander coming out. I believe we'll probably go after the Giratina V in this situation, but it doesn't really.
Alright, so basic jewelry box, about to dig site pendant. I can't make the fairy ring. Oh, the fairy ring needs a lot, right? It needs at least 80 construction. Fancy jewelry box needs what?
There it is. Boom. Giratina goes down. Tempest dive. 2 more prizes. Gabriel in a commanding lead so far.
Alright, this is the turn for Sydney to finally do something. Arceus V-Star in
Do something!
Do something!
And use that Starbirth ability. Once per game, you can use this. Search your deck for any 2 cards and put them into your hand. Question is, we should have a basic energy card in the discard pile. Yep, so if you want to attack this turn, you're going to have to go for the Rhyhorn, and you won't be able to play a disruptive supporter card like Judge or Iono. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to attack. You can't play both Rhyhorn and a disruptive supporter card in this turn, so...
I know how it is.
Put the hand out. Search the deck for Pokemon, V-Star Pokemon. Just try to put some of these V-Star Pokemon in play, make it a little harder. The way the game works out right now.
Basic jewelry box, 3 rings of dueling, 3 games necklaces.
Bench is full, and Lugia V-Star does cap out now that powerful energy is rotated at 220 damage with that Tempest Dive. An interesting tech card coming down there, that Radiant Alakazam. Able to use that Painful Spoons ability, move 2 damage counters around, and that could actually be pretty relevant. There is some damage on that Luminion. You are going to be dealing damage to these Lugia V-Star if you're not taking 1-hit knockouts. Maybe, if this game gets to that point, you can set up a way.
Need to buy a gold leaf.
Lost Impact takes some knockouts, says Starbirth will be used, so it didn't look like there was any Rhyhorn off of the Industrious Incisors. So what would be the choice here off these 2 selected cards from the deck?
Yeah, obviously you need a double turbo to attack with Arceus V-Star this turn. I mean, it's kind of funny.
Thanks, Kermit.
You can get Rhyhorn, which gets any card. So it's almost like you're searching for any 3 cards this
Rhyhorn?
There's a path to the
Yeah,
in hand
that's how they say it, I guess.
Wait, what is he? What is a Rhyhorn?
He's the Dragon Gym leader from Gen 8, so it's a trainer card.
I had to make sure he wasn't trying to say Rhyhorn, okay?
It's Rhyhorn. Raihan. I say Raihan.
Reen.
Reen.
Cold Steel?
Accelerating the psychic energy.
Haha.
What color are my restore potions?
Turbo energy. PSV Star. Better late than
Silver.
never. It is finally online. Trinity Nova, 150 damage because
There, found it.
of V-Guard energy. So still is getting a 2-hit knockout. At this point, Kyle, it's still the question. Is it too late? Is there a reasonable way that Sydney can take his prize cards before Gabriel is able to just take these final two? I mean, the damage is guaranteed if it is active. Sydney's not playing any way to pick Pokemon up with something like Sharon's Care, so as long as there's one more boss,
Sharon is Karen.
True.
Painful Spoons from Radiant Alakazam going to be used to move 2 damage counters from Lumineon V over to that Lugia V on the bench. The V-Guard energy doesn't really mess with the math on Trinity Nova. It's still going to be a 2-hit knockout either way. So I actually don't think those 2 damage counters will be particularly relevant, but they're also not doing much on the Lumineon, so I guess may as well move them somewhere.
Fair enough. Move some damage counters around, spread things out. There it is. Trinity Nova finally putting this into play, getting some more Pokemon powered up. And we did see Gabriel drew boss's orders off the prize cards. Now that won't be able to close the game out now, but you just deal some damage into this active Arceus.
Deal a little bit of damage.
And even sort of some mind games here.
Ugh.
So that your hand is maybe dead, you don't have anything going on, and your opponent may not be very inclined to disrupt it if you're not doing anything in the first place. You will still see Captain Roma played, so maybe search out some of these Pokemon. Of course, none can be benched, none can be evolved, but this is still a good way to thin those cards out so that you don't draw into those in case your opponent plays something like an Iono to disrupt your hand.
Yeah, this is a tricky spot. Obviously, Gabriel is very far ahead in this game, and when you're in that kind of a situation, you just want to figure out, how could I possibly lose this game? What is the best way for me
You gotta
to
think about the
maximize my
closure.
position and make sure that my opponent is unable to make some kind of crazy comeback. Gabriel gonna go ahead and Primal Turbo once again, get extra energy into play. I think maybe prepping for that Weirdeer V to come out in the late game and come in for
Weirdeer V.
But it's a little bit tricky because
Oh, you know.
no bench spots available at the moment. It will be a weird situation where
It'll be a weird situation. It'll be a deer situation.
so is a little bit susceptible to Path to the Peak plus hand disruption. It's not guaranteed that this game is over quite yet. It's still looking very likely that Gabriel will win, but it's not over yet.
See that choice belt come down, a card we haven't really seen in Lugia since the
What is this? A parlor.
Electric Pokemon deal 30 more damage.
Might need to
those
destroy
V
this
Pokemon,
parlor.
which is great. This is the exact matchup you're going for. And already having boss's orders, the game plan's very clear here.
Don't do it, Cat.
Deal 220 damage, and then next turn.
Cat, I warned you.
Bring it up. This is essentially Sydney's turn to do something. How do you give yourself momentum? A few good cards in the hand. Path the Peak plus Iono. I mean, Path is not really doing much though at this point, as both V Pokemon. I guess it does shut off something like the Weirdeer V from using that Frontier Road ability, but that's really the only usage it has at this point.
That's a pretty big one. One of the unfortunate things for Sydney is that there is the gift energy on Gabriel's active Lugia V-Star.
Weird looking card.
When it is knocked out,
A weirder looking card.
draw until he has 7 cards in hand, almost nullifying the hand disruption from this Iono would otherwise be an extremely disruptive card, but you have this safeguard with the gift energy. Just taking advantage of all these different special energy cards, these little minor effects, they add up to solidify your position.
What else can you do here for your Sydney? Now, it seems fairly straightforward. You're going to want to attack with this other Arceus V-Star. Don't put this Arceus V-Star that has the damage on it in play, but you're setting up a second Giratina somewhere in Sydney's future, and let's have the Ultra Ball. So, deciding to get rid of the Lost City and Judge. There's no real main purpose that Lost City has in this matchup besides, I guess, being a stadium counter, but it's not too relevant as we do see the second copy of Giratina V coming into play, threatening potentially Lost impact in the following turn. But I even have to wonder, are there there enough energy left? We do see an interesting thing in Sydney's list. There are no copies of things like V-Guard energy, so by having more basic energy in the deck may allow him in positions like this later on to find more of those energies, power up Pokemon even this late into the game.
See an attachment onto the bench, and then Industrious Incisors for 3 cards.
Oh, you need a super restore.
Possible to prepare for
What are these 15-year-olds doing? Why hasn't someone won yet?
For being honest, if Sydney's going to come back,
They're working on it.
Gabriel drawing all of the worst cards in his deck for the rest of the game. It is technically possible for that to happen, but Gabriel is just so far ahead in this game. He has several turns of buffer here where he can even miss once or twice and still be in a position to win, but it's not over until he gets that final knockout.
So we're going to see Gift energy played. I think maybe reaching over to the right. Players are sort of used to having decks on the right side of their hand. And these 5 cards look like. Now, Boss's Orders was on the bottom, so there was no chance of that being drawn off of something like the Gift energy. Sydney taking the first 2 prizes of this game. So finding a way to slowly claw back.
And that hand's not good.
No, definitely not good at all. Does, of course, still have Lugia V.
Those are some of the worst cards in his deck.
Lots of searching cards. I'm thinking about the energy counts. If there's a way to attack with Weirdier this turn.
If there's still 4 special energy in the deck that are not, double turbo, we could see the Slacking V with a Choice Belt finish off this game. There's a lot of energy. There's 3 in the deck. Oh, might be 1 short of winning the game this turn, the Slacking V. The double turbo, of course, reducing the damage by 20. So if you use that in heavy impact, you would only do 270 with the Choice Belt. Can't quite get the win yet.
79 again.
So just not there. 1 piece fewer to take this final knockout. So how does Gabriel adjust in this position? We'll still play the Nest Ball. Actually, the Weirdier V coming out into play. Does have a double turbo in the Choice Belt, so I mean, you need 7 energy on paper, but things get a little bit more complicated when you're dealing with double turbo energy. So double turbo energy essentially acts as 50 damage, right? Or 60 damage, because it acts as 2 energies here. So if you have 4 double turbo on, you're dealing 120. And then if you have an additional 4 energy cards, you're getting there essentially. So 2 double turbo and 4 additional energy would be there. But the last piece that's missing is just that jet energy. Is there a world where you just pitch this, put the Choice Belt on it, play Iono, and hope to find one of those copies? I think if that's there, plus the counter stadium, those are big 2 cards to ask for. You need them to be the exact 2 cards you find off this Iono.
Yeah, you could also just start loading energy onto the Weirdier V. Hope your opponent doesn't play Boss's Orders or something like that. But Gabriel did somehow manage to find a lot of bad cards off of the Gift energy, drawing all the way back up to 7 cards. Just gonna Iono and go down to 2 cards.
There is still a way to win this game. It is very much not there. Wow, was that the Boss's Orders found off the Iono to 2? Oh no, it's Research still. Good card to work with next turn. Now, of course, there is the Gift energy still on this active Lugia V-Star. Primal Turbo hasn't been used yet. So the question for Gabriel is, you're most likely just going to have access to Primal Turbo.
Is your mom getting eaten by animals again, Tal?
Energy on this
Yeah, something like that.
Away from you.
I have upgraded my pool.
Limiting resources. If your opponent's going to knock it out,
Congrats.
It now restores prayer,
Are you
so I
good?
don't have to click my altar anymore.
They say, are you gonna go swimming?
The stadium was discarded.
Yeah.
Didn't discard the path to the peak. That's gonna stay in play.
I wonder if it's just because Frontier Road is the only ability, since there's none other that Gabriel can use.
That's a good one.
Oh, I think I understand. With the Path to Peak in play, you can use Slacking V to ignore the Slacking V's ability to maybe deal some more damage.
It's possible, but is there even enough energy left to use the Slacking V effectively? Sydney found a way to claw back into this game. There's 2 heavily damaged Pokemon V-Star, but they are not knocked out.
I might need one more
Giratina V-Star this turn can start
construction
using
level before
Lost
I
Impact
do this thing.
to take another 2-prize knockout, and then Gabriel is going to have to win on the next turn.
Did find Ultra Ball, Athlet, Industrious, and Scissors, so that can grab the Giratina V-Star out of the deck. There's also a Judge, but I mean, your opponent has 2 cards in hand. They didn't play anything after, so it may very likely just be retreating into this, getting these energies slowly off of the Arceus V. And with the way this works too, the Choice Belt means if there's a V-Guard energy, Lost Impact can still take the knockout. Now in this case, there is none, so it doesn't make a huge deal, but it is still there, adding more damage. Nothing will stand in the way of Giratina V and its plans to take down any Pokemon that stands in its way.
I think if you're in Sydney's position here, you may try to find a boss's orders this turn. Then you don't have to attack into the gift energy for the knockout. Looks like we'll just retreat and just has to knock out the Lugia V-Star, and once again, Gabriel will be able to draw up to 7 cards in hand and potentially find that game-winning boss's orders. There we go, Lost Impact. We are tied at 2 prize cards each, but now this is the turn. Gabriel needs to close out this game.
And only has 1 copy of Boss's Orders, yet these are a big 5 cards off gift energy. Is it there? It is! Has the Boss's Orders. I think it's the final card in hand, and Gabriel's playing quickly. I think the piece is there. It is that full art Boss's Orders. Primal Turbo can be used, accelerating these Jet Energy and Double Turbos left in the deck, and Boss's Orders can close out the game and knocking out one of these benched Arceus, just for safe measure, throwing all the energy on the active and finding the final copy of Boss's Orders. Gabriel Fernandez clinching up game 1.
What a way to kick off our finals here in the senior division. That looked like Sydney was going to make a comeback for the ages, but the gift energy indeed providing that final gift to Gabriel. The boss's orders to close out that game. Those are, kind of the scary games where you're ahead by so much, and all of a sudden, I can't win this turn. I can't win this turn either. Am I about to blow a 4 prize card lead? But nope, at the last moment, finds the boss's orders to close out game number 1.
And you see, Lugia has that super strong aggression out the gate, but when it's unable to find those gusting cards, or in this case, when you use so many of them early on to push your aggression, if your opponent is able to slowly combat it, put themselves back in a position, you've only got the 3 boss to gust. If your opponent can keep putting energy to play with things like Trinity, though, but they can play this little dancing game around where they keep pivoting into Pokemon that they've taken damage with and attacked with, and slowly get into that position with the Giratina V-Star. Wow, so much to take in on this first game. An incredible start there from Gabriel.
Maybe I grind one more construction level.
It was Sydney coming back in with a lot of late game aggression, plenty of energy cards to spare. That Giratina could have been unchecked if Gabriel did not find that boss's orders.
I mean, that was a close game, and Sydney had one of the worst starts possible. I'm interested to see what's going to happen in game number 2. Hopefully we get an excellent match here in the finals of the World Championships. If that was any indication, we're in for a good series.
Absolutely. So much to take in.
I think I need more points, though.
Feels like both decks have their pretty streamlined strategy.
359. Well, we'll see how close we get.
I mean, looking at the resource management, Gabriel's plan was pretty simple there. Had both Lugia in play, had to bench both those Luminions, so there was no option to bench things. But is there maybe a Pokemon you think if both players set up that is maybe the MVP or key part for Gabriel to deal with Arceus V-Star and Giratina V-Star?
The slacking lead can be really important. The issue is it needs 4 energy that are not double turbo energy plus the choice belt. If you're able to pull that off, it can get a 1-hit knockout on Arceus V-Star and Giratina V-Star. So that may be a card to keep an eye on in this second game.
Both players having starting Pokemon. We'll see the prize cards come out for game number 2. See if there's anything interesting in there. You see a Snorlax, Pumpkaboo, one of those paths to beat. Pumpkaboo is, of course, that pumpkin pit ability to discard Stadium.
Who the heck has a Pumpkaboo?
And double Bibarel as well!
They do.
Oh no!
Are you kidding me?
They do lost zone stuff. I think. Or no,
Usually the full house
you
is
get
a
a
winning scenario, but it's a losing one here
stadium.
for Sydney.
Unbelievable. Okay, well.
Love to automatically lose because of my shitty prize card draw.
Should have shuffled better, nerd.
There's nothing else in this hand. Boss's orders, choice felt escape rope.
Oh, no. Well, at least there's an energy attachment.
That's exactly so.
And no path to the peak, no Spiritomb to block Luminion V. Two terrible starts in a row for Sydney. What does Gabriel have?
Does have Professor's research, but I'm not sure there's any Archeops to pitch away into this card pile. I think the choice here for Gabriel, do you want to commit Snorlax to the bench? There's no information the other one is prized, so for the time being, both Snorlax unavailable. This one going to the discard pile along with one of those boss's orders, so important to keep track of these resources. Oh no, what is this hand? 5 energy cards, Professor Burnett and Boss?
We're gonna read the wind, and hopefully something good blows your way. All right, here's a huge top deck. Do we find Arceus V-Star?
Worst supporter card, Iono. I was gonna say Judge, but 3 of those are unavailable.
It's just a Giratina V.
You've displeased Kermit.
Anything else? I mean, you can play the escape rope, at least put up something like this one prize per barrel. I feel like you've got to at least try to swing the prize straight somehow, but no, it's just going to get this Arceus V into the active spot, and
yeah, if he knew both the barrel were prized, he would throw that Bidoof out
that's
there right
it.
away.
Passing over, and the Professor Burnett found the Lugia V-Star off the Read the Wind. Gonna get a turn to Lugia V-Star again, and able to take a 2-prize knockout with this Tempest Die.
Here comes Lugia V-Star, the summoning star.
A turn to Lugia V-Star.
Primal Turbo. Are we gonna see 2 games in a row a Lugia V-Star taking down an Arceus V?
Even has Jet Energy in hand, so can push this bench Lugia
Big
V-Star
Jet
up
Energy.
into the active, as well as powering up this second Lugia V in the active spot. Excellent start, textbook to the T for Gabriel, and again, a tough break for Sydney on his second turn of the game.
It's all going to come down to the next draw for Sydney. It's got to be something. And here comes the Lugia V-Star.
And back to the peak as well. There's no way for Sydney to counter the stadium cards at all. Plays the one lost City, I guess, but I mean, we've got to find just that one copy. Down goes Arceus V. Gabriel again, 2 prizes right away. And the game comes down to this. I mean, what do you even promote here? If you promote the Bidoof.
Bidoof.
With the Giratina V-Star. That's another boss.
Boss's orders.
Oh no. So I mean, at least for the time being, you can evolve this Giratina V into a V-Star. Buy yourself some time, but I mean, Boss's orders
Evolve the Giratina.
I mean, it's more so just evolving this. Boss is going to bring up the Archeops. It's going to be 1 more energy needed to discard, and that's it. The turn is passed back over.
See, another Jet Energy in hand. Could simply play that or just, attach and retreat. Is there a boss's orders? No, here comes the Jet Energy. Lugia now with 5 and the boss's orders
again. Boss's orders bringing up Arceus V into the active spot. Going the same way as game 1. 4 prize cards taken in 3 turns here for Gabriel.
Jeez.
Trying to get this over with and speed run his way to a world championship. This is a huge top deck. Will Sydney finally find something? We know there's 3 Judge in the prize cards, so there's...
It's another Arceus.
Oh, no.
What a crazy game 2 this has been. After such a tough start in game number 1, you shuffle up. You're hoping to play a good game of Pokemon, and then this terrible way to play out game 2 in terms of draws. It's out of your control, but you can't have it happen here on the world stage in your last game of the tournament. It's going to be another boss bringing up Archeops, and the question is, does Gabriel potentially have access to 1 more piece? There is the boss's orders, and hold on, is there the piece available? Is there a Pumpkin Pit? Pumpkin Pit can discard the stadium. There's a Luminion V that can search out boss's orders. Bring up the Arceus V. Gabriel Fernandez is your seniors division.
Wow.
How bad for that
Well
other
played.
kid, man.
Yeah, that sucks.
He
I'm
didn't
sorry,
even
I've
get to play the
completely owned
game.
you.
That field went 4-turn KO.
Yeah, it do be that way sometimes.
Took 6 prizes.
Oh, that staff guy was like, take off that headset immediately.
Take off that headset, you bitch.
I will disqualify you if you don't take it off right now.
little shit, take off that headset right now.
Yes, I would love a kappa.
Congratulations, Gabriel Fernandez, you are a world champion.
You are a wizard.
The emotions, the sparks in the background. And that was such a crazy finals. Definitely not a back and forth game, but still one filled with excitement, energy, draws, everything we love.
Definitely not a back and forth game.
Not at all.
Not even close. That kid sucked.
Gabriel Fernandez from Latin America.
Incredible. That's how you draw it up. Turn 2 Lugia V-Star, get the 2 Archeops in play, soar to victory.
Fly high, man. Fly high. Lugia flew high today. It will be your
Alright, get to the VGC, you hacks.
And congratulations as well.
No, we still have Masters
Oh, frick.
first.
Can't believe you've done this.
The World Championships. Nothing to stop that.
We're gonna have to listen to the kid say, I don't know what I'm gonna do next. I'm gonna keep playing Pokemon.
I'm going to Disney World.
I'm going to Tokyo Disney Sea. Q, be sensitive to the location, okay?
That's true.
A finalist here at the World Championships will go home with a trophy, tons of prizes. But congratulations to our new world champion, Gabriel.
The other kid is not going to be killed. He's gonna be fine. He'll be okay. He'll live.
Muffled screams in the background.
Take the world by storm. It's taken the World Championships by storm here, blasting its way into a World Championship victory. Congratulations again with Gabriel, bringing a deck that not a lot of people expected for this event. Lugia, of course, on people's radars with this single strike variant, but see maybe the more linear, straightforward approach using these colorless attackers worked out well for here. World champion now in the Seniors division.
Incredible. As holding on tight to that Lugia plush, the master.
We'll never know for sure what that other Pokemon was.
Right there.
They took that kid off to get to the what was it called? The human factory.
Yeah.
Now I feel like you found your true Pokemon. You can stand by and be your support.
Win Siconia to
Dude, Ryukishi, please!
Stop writing Silent Hill, it's gonna suck, it's Konami!
No, it's
I
not
think if
going to suck
anyone
because
can
he's writing
produce a
it.
decent game, yeah, I was gonna say.
Well, sure, but I mean, they're not worth it, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Too late.
Which is the last one that takes home the crown?
I'm getting excited for that match. You got any predictions? Who do you think's got it?
Yeah, so I'd love a kappa.
Alright, taking the neutral stance. I like it. It's been an incredible weekend so far. One more match of TCG action. We've had a blast so far, covering action all across Yokohama, Japan. And this is what the world's about. That excitement, that rush.
Yokohama,
It only
Japan.
happens once a year here at the World Championships.
What an incredible way to go. I mean, you want your deck to run perfectly in the biggest match of your life, and it did for Gabriel.
And it did
You
for
did
Gabriel.
for one of them.
Current's cold-blooded.
Yikes.
You know, he's just that much more skilled. When you're skilled, you don't draw like trash. I would simply not have bad cards in my
All
hand.
of his friends and family you saw support the crowd erupting here in Yokohama, Japan. I mean, as your brother, if you're here,
Don't you know bad cards are for the prize school, cool kid?
anybody you want to see win the tournament that you were just so short, so close to making it in. It's your brother, somebody who you've practiced and prepared with. I know he's elated over the moon right now to see that success be. It's almost like your own success at that point. You've put in all that time.
That's spoken like a guy who does not have a brother.
Yeah.
He's gonna beat up that kid. How dare you? How dare you win when I didn't win?
Out above his head for a long time to come.
Yeah, when are you gonna win a world championship?
Oh, I'm sorry. I have a world win. You don't.
Yeah. Just an amazing match between our two senior division players. What more can you say? Lugia V-Star taking home the crown here.
What more can you say? Lugia V-Star, good card.
Jet energy, soaring, propelling.
I would simply have more of them in my deck.
limiting Sydney's options, but it didn't even matter. There was nothing that
Oh,
could
whoops,
be
I
done.
teleported the wrong
And
place.
the
Well,
classic
that's fine.
play that we've seen be a world championship
You did go to the
record
bank anyway.
time,
Go to
and
the bank.
Boss's orders for the win.
The most powerful gusting card in the format, bringing up these Pokemon V. That's what it took. Boss's orders, constant aggression, bringing it up. Pumpkin Pit Luminion just off screen, finding the last Boss's orders. That last minute of pure elation, pure joy to become a world champion. Can't even dream it up that way. I'm sure it's
World
just
Wrecky.
emotions going over Gabrielle's head right now. Great ones at that.
Yeah, at the start of this, if you told me that Weird Ear V was going to be a world champion, I don't know if I would have believed you, but here we are. The colorless Lugia deck taking home the crown. And what an exciting way.
Who knew that colorless Pokemon were strong?
In the senior division.
Oh, everyone.
Oh, really?
Two-thirds of the way done with our TCG action, so stay tuned. We still do have the Masters Division Finals coming up between Tord Reklev and Vance Kelly. Should be one for the ages as well. Two players looking to start their legacy or solidify their legacy, depending on which player comes out on top there. I'm sure Chip and Kyle will talk all about that when we get to that match, but hey, that's going to be an awesome one.
That match is going to be exciting, but for now, our senior division world champion is ready on stage for an interview. Let's throw it down and hear from our new senior division world champion.
Gabrielle, did you hear that? They just called you world champion. How does that feel?
Yeah, I'm pretty excited, feeling happy, feeling good.
I would be happy too. Now, if you look back on that match, what was your favorite
Imagine
highlight
being
moment? What
not
was your
only the world champion, but bilingual.
The moment that I won, just became a world champion.
That's a pretty good moment to pick, I would say. Any particular move or card that you want to say that was the best part?
I mean, the whole tournament, I used Weird Ear a lot, and the deck just didn't break. So
It sure didn't. Now you're looking at a bright future in Pokemon. What are your plans for the next thing?
yeah, I still have 2 years in seniors, and my brother is going to be a master next year. But I'm excited, just playing Pokemon.
It's fun.
Yeah,
You're good at it.
it's a thing that I like the most.
Yes, absolutely. And it looks like there are a lot of people out here supporting you in doing that. Who's out here?
My brother, my family, my friends, they all supported me throughout this journey.
Do you want to say anything to them before we go?
So good.
Thanks indeed. All right, casters, back to you.
Congratulations.
Bernie's only 13. How come he's not competing in the?
Yeah, wait.
juniors
You should
division?
ask him that.
Getting into our Masters final.
I can't. He's not online on RuneScape,
Games we have seen thus far
Oh.
from TCG.
so I can't talk to him.
Chip Ritchie here on the desk with Kyle Sablehouse. And what a better player could we have picked to feature here in the World's Finals match?
I think that this is just how it has to go from this point forward. Every major event, you need to go through Tord Reklev or be Tord Reklev if you want to win.
Seems like that is the story. Of course, Tord Reklev, one of the best players in the history of the Pokemon TCG, finds himself now.
I could beat
in the
Torg,
finals. The
Glorg,
one last
Glorg.
round he has been unable to claim. One match separates him from that title. But Vance Kelly, his opponent from America, is going to do absolutely everything in his power to make sure that does not happen, that he brings home the trophy, that he becomes our world champion.
Yeah, we've seen Vance has had so much success with Mew VMAX throughout the course of this season, and this is the best one as it comes down to the World Championships, making it through day 1 and then now in day 2, all the way through to the finals, where he has to face off against Tord Reklev, the Gardevoir King.
Yes.
It doesn't get any better than that.
Yeah, Tord has really
I don't
want to
know what he does with that Gardevoir.
with this Gardevoir deck. Everyone copied his list after EUIC. He got that second place finish against Alex Szymanski at that international event.
Good old
Able to
Szymanski.
reclaim that title that he has had in the past. But Gardevoir kind of became the norm. You know, his list became the norm after that tournament. The format has changed quite a bit. We've got the new Paldea Evolved expansion that's added cards like Iono, Reversal Energy that have really boosted Gardevoir to Tier 1 status.
Yeah, there's so much that you can see with this deck now, and you can go with this slower approach that we've seen, adding in the Mirage Step 1,
once more. This was an iteration that we saw at the beginning. We chose not to go with that at EUIC, and now it's back, and it makes so much sense, as we've seen time and time again. Give up those early prize cards, let your opponent think they're winning. Boom! Reversal energies, all these Pokemon in play, you're ready to roll.
Boom! Headshot.
Inclusion is
Boom.
super interesting towards
I think for the next, I have like, does Pokemon have like a hotline where you can offer card game suggestions? I think next time, before you use your attack, you should have to get out a tablet and swirl around the screen for like 20 seconds.
I agree. No, it's a good idea.
It really spice up the game, I feel like.
Drastic improvement.
For this meta has found a way to bring it back to that option, to be able to get multiple Kirlia in play and still have the option to rare candy your Ralts up into one of your two powerful Gardevoir. Why do you think it is that this meta made for Mirage Step to be better when in the past Tord and many other
Wait, oh, he actually uses a Ralts that evolves, apparently. That's heretical.
Inconceivable.
Yeah, I don't believe it. He's gonna get his crap kicked in.
Get those big knockouts that you're looking for on those Pokemon V on the other side, and you can really surprise your opponent with how many energies you can get down in those early games.
And of course, Vance Kelly is going to be piloting the Mew VMAX deck. One of the most
There you go, Mew VMAX. That sounds more like a deck that I could believe.
years ago. It has been atop the metagame consistently. It's evolved, it's changed. We've had double turbo builds. We've had things with
You can't evolve, you idiot.
No, you evolve into VMAX. You evolve an already strong V-based Pokemon
true.
into a VMAX. Idiot.
You're right.
How long until Pokemon hits 1000 HP?
Let's see. The current largest obviously is Wailord. It's at like 4 something, I think.
Oh my god.
Maybe I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure it's like very insane.
I believe
though.
it.
He did feature Tord twice yesterday, once in top 8 and once in top 4. He was able to take down Victor.
Actually, maybe I'm just wrong. Or it's like 380. It's like really high. Let's see. Hold on.
Ramawat, a pretty convincing 2-0 victory in that one. Yeah, look at that top.
Five sets from now, there's gonna be a Turbo VMAX that takes 5 prizes when it gets knocked down.
Oh. JK. So Snorlax VMAX has 340.
An electric 3-game set against Azul GG in top 4. It was a Fusion Mew mirror match. Cards were flying back and forth, power tablets soaring, boosting.
Okay, 340 is the max currently.
That's pretty wild.
That I think gave him the edge in that mirror match. It made it more difficult.
Did you see Oricorio?
Oricorio.
Pokemon like Genesect, forcing a damage modifier, forcing
Yo, if people use Genesect, I'm there for that though. He should be the strongest Pokemon.
in that top 4 match.
Yeah, Vince was able to find 4 power tablets to get the job done, take 1 giant knockout like we saw Pablo Meza do against Tord Reckless in the top 4 of EUIC, so a little reminiscent there, and maybe we'll see that one more time.
Let's see a bit about this matchup. Our 2 players, their 2 decks, how they've gotten to this point, and what's going through those minds heading into this finals match.
Oh, he's showing his waifu. Why isn't he using that Gardevoir with the lady who gets old?
The who?
You haven't seen that set of cards? It's kind of cute. It's
Oh
like
yeah,
a roll to the
sorry,
little girl.
yeah,
and,
yeah. I just thought you meant there was like a woman who gets old. I was like,
well,
I don't
yes, there is
remember
a
her
woman
in the
who gets
Pokemon
old.
game.
Oh, in the game, I see.
My strategy was to play the deck I'm comfortable with. I played Mew VMAX all year, so I just stuck with it for this tournament.
My role strategy for this tournament was to just focus more on the basics of
Okay, this person is probably our age.
preparations. I didn't do anything crazy deck choice-wise. Playing Gardevoir, I recognized as being probably the strongest deck in format, but I spent a lot of time and effort trying to
Isn't he sunburned beyond all reason?
place and
Get that man some sunscreen, he's dying.
trying to figure out the best list for event as well. My deck plays 2 reversal energies, which is 1 more than the norm, but it means that my Shining Arcana Gardevoir can do a lot of damage quickly. So
Oh, I see. That's why Gardevoir is actually viable, because you can attach 8 billion energies and just one-shot everything, I guess.
Some tech cards that deal with a couple of my own tech cards, so that's something to look out for. It would feel really cool to win Worlds. You know, that's something as a kid, you see the World stacks in the stores, you hope you can get your deck printed one day. So it'd be really amazing to win Worlds.
winning Worlds would be incredible. Like, I can't believe I'm so close right now. It is.
Oh, do they print the winner's decks or something?
Yeah, I think most card games do that actually.
Don't really.
They, I mean, Pokemon isn't a scum corporation in terms of printing cards, so they'll probably even print just legal versions. I think in Magic they print versions that are just like proxies that you can't actually play the cards.
Of course.
Because they want to make the deck not $800. What is? I'm still mad. No individual game piece should be more than like, I don't know, $10.
Yeah, you shouldn't have to spend $400 to get a like marginally competitive card game deck.
Magic is just, it's wild in a bad way.
No, was the coast is infallible.
Oh, that's
you
true.
thankless cretin.
Yep.
There has been a lot that has led up to this moment. Tell us about your
I forgot they gave us the 8th Doctor card. I love 8th Doctor. He's my favorite Doctor.
Name one doctor.
Who? Ah!
Who is the 8th Doctor?
He's funny.
9th was Eccleston, so 8th, I don't know who the person before Eccleston was.
I mean, there's a lot of different ways it could
I like Samwise Gamgee. He's my favorite Doctor.
Yeah, that's fair.
Britman Beanbong.
Yeah, he's a good one.
The Earl of Wimbledon.
That's me, the Earl of Wimbledon.
Yeah, I just want to give some shout outs. Shout out to everybody who came with me here. Shout out to Greg for playing a lot of games. Shout out to Jesper. Shout out to Pete Grigsby.
Thank you so much.
I like how these guys are just like, that guy just seems chill with what's going on. He's not like dying. Turns out when you're older, you're not a child anymore. Who knew?
Welcome to the stage, Tord. You've been on this stage before, but what is it that brought you here to this World Championship? What was the determining factor this season?
Well, I was planning to play a lot of Pokemon, and then somehow we ended up here.
Alright, that works. Now, as you go into this final match, what are you trying to keep in mind? What are you going to have to do to play your best right now?
I have to set up a lot of Gardevoirs. Thinking 4, 5, 6, all of them. We're setting up all the Gardevoirs.
And are there any people here that you want to say hello to, thanks to, anything before we start the match?
Just my friends, my family, my girlfriends, like everyone that reaches out to me and supports me. Thank you so much. I appreciate all of you so much.
And what do you want them to watch for in this match? Anything in particular?
I just hope my opening hand is good. That's it.
Alright, we'll hope
Yeah.
Rashid,
Draw,
game
I
designers.
would simply draw better. Trust in the heart of the cards more.
Can't wait to see what is going to happen here. You can feel the tension, the emotion from both of these players, but at the same time, a feeling of mutual.
I don't like these casters.
This is an accomplishment.
Bring Kermit back.
To get to the stage, and of course you're playing against we have two incredible players on both sides of the table, so gonna be looking out for
That
that.
Kermit sent back to a swamp.
We see those opening
Donkey.
games, like Torg was talking about. It's gonna be a
Froggy.
big game. Battle VIP Pass wins games.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the opening hand's so important for both of these players. Both of them really relying on Battle VIP Pass to get their set up rolling, to get their optimal strategies up into play. In that video, we saw Tord talking about, this almost feels like one last step, one last stone for him. The only tournament he has been unable to take down. And, talk about
the GOATs in the Pokemon TCG. Tord is always up there, but
Goats? Like Go-Goat?
always compared to
Go
And that's
goats.
Jason Blazinski, three-time world champion. Tord and Jason are from two different eras. Jason won 3 worlds back in 2006, 2008, and 2013. Tord has won 4 international championships. He's gotten the finals twice. He's gotten top 4 at worlds, and now finds himself here in the finals of the world championships. If he gets this win, do we get to call it the undisputed best player of all time?
I mean, I think we're always going to do the LeBron and Jordan over and over again between these players, but I think that this is the one. If you win the World Championships here, with the caliber of play that we've seen, all of the players throughout. I mean, you speak about how many people are in those.
Wiping the sweat of that kid who played before me off the table.
Dang, sweaty kid.
They were much smaller back then, so winning those, even though it was a great accomplishment at the time, Tord's doing it on a whole nother level.
Different game, different era. Both players, of course, playing it at the top level. Vance Kelly going to do everything he can to take down Goliath at this point, and that is what this feels like. Vance's accomplishments has had some solid tournament runs, but without a doubt, adding this world's finalist or champion record to this accolades list would be a big bolster to this resume.
Yeah, this is definitely the one that you want.
Cat, you've still not been invited.
Don't write this on your resume. Don't put competing
You
in
and
Pokemon.
Genesect. Hell yeah, Genesect. Once during your turn, you may draw cards until you have as many cards in your hand as you have Fusion Strike Pokemon in play. Ah.
The frick is a fusion? Oh, it says on the card.
Yeah.
Well, what is it like? Does that mean anything? Is that a set? Is Fusion
Yeah,
Strike
so
just a set?
there's Rapid Strike and Fusion Strike Pokemon. They're kind of like light or dark Pokemon. They're just like a classification of Pokemon.
I think there's an OCIC to throw in there as well.
I think this just speaks to Tord, though. He would rather show that top 4 world championship because that's what's
what means
important
the
to
most,
him. That is so big for him, and to get back to this stage, it's everything. He's going to be reliant on that Gardevoir EX. Zacian's cool, but we're going to be looking at Kirlia. It's trade.
It is effectively trade, a card that Tord had plenty of success
Local
with
mad
back then as
man
well.
determined to win with his waifu deck.
Oh yeah.
Darn right. Who doesn't like waifus?
Wins Poochie going in with his Zarina deck.
A lot of cards. He wants
Cool.
to build up a large hand size so that he has plenty of options. Vance's deck will do
He's too busy playing Diablo. He can't do anything else.
else. Get through the deck, discard cards, draw more cards with Genesect, discard more, draw more, put cards into play, and find the pieces you need for the various combos. I'm so excited, Kyle. Moments away from kicking off
I'll
this
discard you.
I like the little V star on their logo. It reminds me of like the fighting game things,
Well,
where like the
It's so that you know.
yeah,
whether
I
or not
know,
they-
I know. It's like in Street Fighter when they showed the that one gauge that you only get to use once.
Oh yeah.
Ultra or something.
Choices, and that really can be the difference each turn.
The ever important coin flip.
Chance
Looks like
done, eh?
Vance has won. Will be choosing to go first. Absolutely an advantage. Even though his deck can attack on the first turn when going second, you know, Tord can't do much on turn 1 going second, so going first, absolutely the strategy Vance wants to go for it.
Yeah, does anybody ever choose to go second?
Well, they just said his deck can go first if he goes second. Or can attack first if he goes second.
Yeah.
You know what I meant.
Yeah, I mean I know you can't attack on the first turn or whatever, but I don't think anybody chooses not to go first when they have the option. In any card game, ever.
That loss of vacuum is also something for Tord that could come into play.
Yeah, we've seen players, they saw at NEIC, there was a lot of back and forth, lots of disasters sneaking into the mix, and you can remove that card and you're not going to see your card was knocked out. In return, your Zacian V may be able to stick around, so you got to be looking out for that card specifically, as it is, it's pretty interesting to see the card.
Prize cards going out, an ever important moment here of the game. Vance Kelly has prized that one path to peak and an Alessa Sparkle. Not ideal. Tord prizing overalls, not the best, but Mirage Step can make up for it.
Historically, Tord prizing Palpad is never good as well, but I don't think it's going to be as big here.
Oh, now I finally understand what Path to the Peak does.
What does it do?
Pokemon with a rule box have no ability. So VMAX.
Oh,
EX,
it just shuts them down.
Yeah, it's a stadium.
So much math that's going to have to be tracked here. Power tablets being played on Vance's end. We're going to have Torque Reklev, extra energy cards in play.
Torque Reklev is a really cool name. I hope he's
I think it's Tord Reklev. Yeah.
It's a sick name. That's all I'm saying.
Agree.
Could be like a villain in a James Bond movie or something.
Oh, I forgot to.
Take a moment to check the prize cards. We see our best players doing this very often. Moving all the Pokemon to the front, all the energy cards to the back. Try to get as best of a count as you can to figure out what those 6 cards are.
Yep, time for the boring part of the game.
In general, but also just this matchup.
Look at the pure state of my deck.
Of course, you're going to be looking to knock out those Curlias. You want to limit the draw power from Tord, so Boss's Orders is going to be a big one to look out for. If you're able to find those cards back to back, chain them together, maybe you can slow down Tord, and he won't burn through his deck in 3 turns.
You see the note-taking, Vance wanting to make sure on the biggest stage, no mistakes are made. You gotta take your time, you gotta figure things out. No reason to rush at this point. 75 minutes for this 3-game potential set that we have lined up. Vance having that Forest Seal Stone in hand will ensure that he's able to make something happen this time.
Cresselia just looks so vanilla compared to everything else.
Yeah.
Just is a card that has moves.
Imagine using a generic card. Get this guy out of here.
Yeah, compare that to Genesect, Fusion Strike, Ability, Fusion Strike, System, Techno Bolt, Full Art.
We actually do see Vance shuffling the deck here. It makes me wonder if he feels like he can get a Fusion Strike System for 1, maybe 2 cards in before having to commit to the Forest Seal Stone. If 1 or 2 cards does something like a Battle VIP pass, and you can save this Forest Seal, that would be excellent. I think that is what we're lining up for. 1 single card drawn. Here we go. Fusion Strike System drawing a number of cards equal to the number of Fusion Strike Pokemon you have.
Switch your deck for an energy card and attach it. Okay.
One more try here as we see that Force System played down. Strike System for 1.
Looking for that VIP pass. Unable to find it. Iono is decent.
Not a VIP.
Potentially, depending on what Tord is able to do. And Vane's actually choosing to pass the turn. Values holding on to this Forest Seal. What do you make of it? And hold on for a second. Tord Reklev, 2 VIP in this opening hand.
Yep, added one right off the top there, and that's going to be a bench filler. That is exactly what Tord wants to see. But yeah, as you mentioned, for Vance, not adding that card in, that means that all 4 Battle VIP Pass in the deck are going to be dead cards. You can maybe get some use out of them with Cramomatic, but there'll be some choppy draws.
Now the interesting thing here for Tord is if he wants to make use of that.
Oh, you know what the other thing about Battle VIP Pat, I'm just like speculating, but another reason why it might be good is filling your bench to just ensure that you don't get early game gimped.
Yeah.
Because like turn 1 is probably the turn it matters the most.
It's true.
Yeah.
It doesn't always hurt.
Plus, like, most decks have things where it's like discard to take thing, and it's like,
true,
okay, free thing to discard.
Yeah, dead card.
Having Worlds down, never a bad thing.
Starting with Cresselia.
Okay, never mind. That Ralts is the most vanilla thing I've ever seen.
It's just a Ralts.
Just a Ralts. It does 10 damage.
Guy didn't pay enough money to get real.
Yeah, what the heck? How is he in this competition? These aren't real cards. These are not my cards.
Yeah, perhaps you work in the Lunar Blast to chip down on a Mew VMAX, but this is not the ideal starter here.
The choice off VIP pass will be that Radiant Greninja and the Ralts. Tord going with
Okay, he found some real cards.
a potential concealed cards. Wait to see what you draw before you commit to this next VIP.
From here, you could always just draw into an additional Pokemon, and that may mean that we see a full bench as adding an additional Pokemon and then Battle VIP Pass. You get your 2 more. You've got all 5.
There will be concealed cards, ditching that Psychic Energy, allowing Tord to draw 2 off the top, Fog Crystal and at Gardevoir EX. You see, it looks like a Refinement Curlia in this hand. There is no supporter card here for Tord Reklev at the moment.
The draws you're looking for. Of course, Fog Crystal could lead to additional energy down the line. You could draw more cards with Radiant Greninja on a later turn. Refinement for an additional 2, but this turn would be a little slower unless you work this Mew into the mix.
We do see that Mew brought to the front of the deck. Its excellent Mysterious Tail ability would allow Tord to look at the top 6 cards of the deck and try to find an item card, maybe looking for an opportunity to get a turn 2 Gardevoir EX into play through a rare candy. That is something.
What kind of candy?
And with a Refinement Kirlia in hand, does Tord almost feel like he needs to ditch that option of the Mirage Step? Is it better to not go for that in this line, or with the way this hand is played out?
I think you need to just commit to the draws at this point.
Oh yeah, so like Kirlia, just discard Battle VIP on your second turn.
Celia, and even don't find the rare candy. Finding level ball here would be pretty solid. Fog Crystal as well. You could just get the level balls into play. You'll be able to draw plenty next turn.
Unfortunately, though, for
The lack of interaction is also really funny. The opponent just like sits there, watch him play his own game.
Yep.
Something like that professor's research there, I'm sure.
I mean, this is probably even worse in Yu-Gi-Oh, where you're like,
Yeah,
all
yeah,
right,
'cause
well,
Yu-Gi-Oh
they're gonna take a
has-
30-minute first turn to
Yeah.
kill me.
Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh is stupid, but like it does. they added like nuclear bombs where you can play a card directly from your hand and discard it to like counter a thing. They added counters in Yu-Gi-Oh because the game's too fast, so they had to have like something. They call them hand traps because you never play trap cards because you can just use hand traps and trap from your hands.
Search the deck for any supporter card.
Melfagor.
Filling the bench with a Minion at this
I think that's actually the weirdest part about Yu-Gi-Oh, or like the power creep in Yu-Gi-Oh, is that like in Pokemon it's mostly like numbers, because like the game's still comprehensible to us, like even though we're boomers, because like it's bigger numbers, it's probably more drawing and whatever, but like the game is recognizable in the format that we imagine. In Yu-Gi-Oh, if you're like, okay, you know, you play a 1 to 4-star monster and then you sack it to play a up to 6-star monster, it's like no one does any of that anymore. You just don't do any of that. No one sacks a monster to play another like normal monsters. Like you do 10 different kinds of special summons and that's it.
What if your game discarded all of its base mechanics?
Yeah. No one plays trap, like you don't play trap cards, they're too slow. Like the entire genre of trap card is not used.
Although Tord's hand isn't the best, you need to get your own setup rolling here.
Vance kind of hinted in our pre-game interview at some potential lines, some potential options that he has in this matchup. You can tell he's prepared.
I don't know how it is.
Maybe would take a strategy that's not normal. Do you have any idea what Vance would be keen into? Could it be something like a Psychic Leap play leaving up a one-prizer?
Potentially. It really depends on what you want to go with here. Leaving the prize cards out now doesn't seem like the worst strategy. It's so unlikely that Tord's able to work in anything this early in the game.
Vance is forced to commit this Forest Seal Stone, uses that Star Alchemy.
I need 30% more XP. I don't think I'm gonna have enough T-Planks. I'm gonna have to go run some right before I'm done. Sad.
Previous hand on the first turn, but for now I feel like they will likely just be some Ultra Ball fodder.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you want those cards to be at this point in time. Just get rid of them, thin this hand down, and continue to draw.
If I have enough Oak Planks, actually, maybe I can finish the level with those.
It's wild to see on the second turn here. Still just 3 Pokemon in play on the side of Vance.
On Vance's end, is it worth respecting a potential turn 2 knockout, or do you want to go for that Box of Disaster, or are you trying to save that for later on? That to me is a big question here. When does Box of Disaster come into play?
I think you have to find the perfect turn for it later in the late stages of the game. If you put this down onto the Mew VMAX and combine this with perhaps Path to the Peak and Iono, then you have this spot that Tord's in where he not only needs to draw out of a low hand size, but then find the counterplay with that final Lost Vacuum.
Vance attaching another Forest Seal Stone to this Genesect V, not because it's able to be used, but because he no longer wants it in his hand. Just get that out. He does have a choice belt in this hand. He could put that on the
Look
Mew
at
VMAX.
so many Genesects. He has a whole army of them.
You can use it to KO a Zacian V potentially, but Zacian V is pretty much always going to have a lot of damage on it anyway. I think Vance is holding off on putting the choice belt in play because he wants to leave that tool slot open for the Box of Disasters potentially.
And if this Pokemon isn't attacked into, if you see Tor go for an Ultram strategy and targeting down Genesect Vs, then
You're under arrest.
Not a great draw here. Lost City and a VIP pass. You could see the Lost City come into play, but Lost Zoning the Mew doesn't really do too much at this stage. And Vance also pretty badly needs to find another Mew V.
He's gonna play it down anyways because
forced to.
The draw is that important. All 4 Pokemon accessorizing here as we continue to draw up.
Cramomatic could be solid here. A big coin flip incoming. Heads, Vance can search for any card he wants, and Tails means he gets nothing. Does then a card and there it is, Mew V, that 4th card.
Thankfully adding that down. It was going to be a long shot to see this Mew VMAX removed, but putting his Torque Records on the other side, you got to be worried about everything.
Mew VMAX able to use Max Miracle, taking the KO on towards own Mew. Vance has taken the first prize of this Masters Finals, sending Mew to the Lost City thanks to Lost City being in play.
Yeah, Lost City is a great card for this matchup if you're able to target down pieces of the Gardevoir line. If you can remove those Ralts early or the Corellia, then maybe the Super Rod is not going to be nearly as effective finding some late key pieces to continue drawing.
Torque's hand is not that good. He does have a Corellia here to refinement, and he has a Fog Crystal and a Psychic Energy, it looks like, so has the option to shuffle the deck, but probably doesn't want to at this point since he knows there's no supporter on the bottom. You see the ditch of a VIP pass, finding another Corellia. And this is exactly what Torque wants to do, chain these Corellias together, refinement after refinement, and hopefully find something like an Iono this turn.
Yep, Shining Arcana Gardevoir also added to the hand, so Rare Candy gets a little more important to find. Could continue to draw even more here.
Also having that Mirage Step Corellia. Could we see the interesting play of Mirage Step just for 1 Corellia this turn? He's definitely considering it, and if he's going to do this play, I don't expect to see this other refinement be utilized because he wouldn't want to risk drawing into the other Corellia.
Yep, it's
oh, he knows it's on the bottom of the deck, right?
Yes.
So he actually
no,
could
right.
safely use refinement here.
Yeah, I guess I'll finish.
It was Iono to the bottom on the last turn.
You see the Fog Crystal in hand, would like to do that and use the Radiant Greenwich, but doesn't want to shuffle the deck.
Right.
So really stuck here, considering how to go about this.
Considering all the options, Tord is, if nothing else, meticulous with this game. We will see Mirage Step being utilized, and now we'll search the deck for that final Corellia. Probably one of the weaker Mirage Steps you could ever see.
Yeah, it's
I guess
not,
literally the weakest Mirage Step you could see.
I mean, you could try and go for 0.
It is a legal attack to announce. And it will be Corellia found, placing it directly onto the bench. Not having to worry about Ralts at all. Corellia is just in play, and that will mean that Pokemon has been in play for a turn, so it can even evolve into one of Tord's pair of Gardevoir on the next turn.
Tord just hiring his replacement there. 1 Corellia in, 1 Corellia likely going to be out, and with the Lost City not being countered, that means that this Pokemon will be removed from play completely. If you are going to lose 1 Corellia though, at least it wasn't refined.
Yeah, absolutely. It will send that Ralts to the Lost Zone as well, which can definitely have an impact in the late game if you need the super odd one back and then try to play a Rare Candy into a Gardevoir. A late game play like that is totally something you could
What kind of candy?
Yes, now starting off the turn, looks like another Choice Belt in the hand. Really doesn't want to play that since you want to save one of these Mew V to be able to have that Box of Disaster. And while Vance does have Cramomatic in hand, you actually can no longer discard tool cards to Cramomatic. There's been an errata. All tool cards are their own classification. You can no longer ditch that for a Cram.
If thinning is that important, you could still play this card.
The errata! They got it with the errata!
Eventually remove one of these, but looks like that is going to be the line there.
Yeah, Vance feeling like his hand is kind of clogged. He needs to draw as much as possible. It will just be a Fusion Strike system for only 2 cards. Another Cramomatic, and it looks like that Crystal Cave Not a super good stadium in this matchup.
Crystal Cave, we playing DK64?
Lost Box was very popular.
Yeah.
We're going to see Cram getting rid of another Cram-O-Matic. There's the flip, and it's another Tails. 2 Tails for Vance.
Coin flips.
Cram for Cram.
I love the coin flip Pokemon.
Cards. Hopefully, something to
The Cramorant flip.
Vance is really not
Cram it, flipper.
He's drawn a decent bit of cards.
Mother
but
flipper.
Nowhere near what you expect to see from the high octane Max deck.
Yeah, you really are just looking.
If you were
to-
playing a deck with your waifu, you would not be getting these bad coin flips.
Yeah, that's true. He's, other guy believes in his Curlia waifus with their barcode holographs.
The hand is clogged, the deck is clogged, and you're not burning through at this stage.
Vance did draw a Nest Ball.
I like how just completely incomprehensible those like full foils look on camera.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Strike system all the more powerful. Effectively playing 1 card allowing you to draw 2 more.
We'll see this UV added. This could be the recipient of the Box of Disasters eventually, if we see that, as all of his Pokemon had found tools.
Of course, that's an option. The Lost Vacuum play you mentioned is pretty solid, as well as it thins your hand down in addition to getting rid of the tools that really are not useful in this specific matchup. Vance thinking about maybe some other cards to potentially play from this hand. It will just be the draw on the Genesect. Looks like 2 cards added to this hand once again. It is a Lost Vacuum, so that's a way we could see some cards thinned out on the next turn, but Vance has used all his Fusion Strike systems at this point. There's really nothing else you need to draw.
Yep, Ultra Ball in hand as well too, so could find that final VMAX if you'd like to. But this is a great hand to work with on the next turn. You have the boss's orders. The only real thing missing was that double turbo energy, so if Vance can find that next turn, we'll have multiple Pokemon that could start attacking.
Max Miracle utilized once again, taking the KO, sending Curlia and Ralts to the Lost Zone toward Reklev. Draws for turn. I believe has that Zacian V now. That's something that can pretty easily come in and one-hit KO a Mew VMAX. You gotta work a little harder if you want to use the Gardevoir, the Shining Arcana Gardevoir, to get the KO. See which way Tord wants to go with it. Drawing 2 off Refinement. It's a Rare Candy and a Level Ball. Neither of those being much help at this point. Rare Candy only does you any good if there's a Ralts in play.
To see a lot more Psychic Energies in the discard pile if you want to see a one-hit knockout on a Mew VMAX this time around.
True.
Looks like 1 card was found, the Psychic Energy off the Shining Arcana, but chose not to take it as you would like to continue to use this to burn. Could draw some additional cards with the Radiant Ninja at this stage.
Exactly enough Teak Plinks to finish this contract.
I think hoping to draw into one of the 2 copies of Professor's Research, more than likely in this stage. Just ditch the hand, draw a bunch of cards, and get some Psychic Energies into the discard pile. Now, as Tord, you've got a couple of attackers. The Gardevoir with Shining Arcana and the Brainwave attack. And you've also got Zacian with its powerful Storm Slash. They're effectively the same attack. They cost the same amount of energy, they both deal 60 base damage, and then 30 more for each Psychic Energy you have attached to the Pokemon. How do you decide which one you want to attack with at any given time? When is it correct to go with the 2 prize Pokemon, and when is it correct to put your potential draw power at risk?
Yeah, occasionally it's about the hit points, but most of the time it's about that reversal energy. If you're able to work that into the mix with the Shining Gardevoir, it really is that additional reach that you're looking for. With the Zacian, it's going to have to be all those basic Psychic Energies, and you usually don't see that until the late stage of a game.
Tord will need 9 energy on one of those 2 Pokemon in order to pick up the one-hit knockout on a Mew VMAX. Using that Gardevoir, it could be that reversal energy plus 6 more basic Psychics, and we're getting to the point where he's kind of close to having at least 6 in the discard pile. It looks like 4 there, maybe 5.
Yeah, I see 4 so far, but of course you got a little bit off the side there. Probably not going to be in reach this turn unless we see an incredible supporter being played and all the cards thrown down. It probably is going to be the Cresselia having to work into chip damage at this stage of the game, which is not bad. It's some prize cards you're certainly willing to give up at this point. If you can soften this Pokemon up, then it makes it a lot easier to work in the Gardevoir next turn.
Yeah, the thing about this matchup, Vance has to attack a lot. Tord has 1 prize Pokemon and 2 prize Pokemon. Tord actually only has to attack 2 times to win the game. KO 1 Mew VMAX, KO another Mew VMAX. So There is options as well to maybe take some Genesect KOs, something like that, but really if you can go all in on just 2 big VMAX knockouts, I feel like
Oh, whoops, I already screwed it up.
Especially when you look at what's
I knew I was gonna freaking do that.
You may not have the reach for boss's orders to continue to chain those together, so leave it upon yourself to just reach for the 2 big knockouts, continue to throw away those psychic energies, and you will have the resources there to close out at the end.
Toward ditching another rare candy, finding another psychic energy, also that Artisan as a counter stadium. There is an important card in this hand that I think Tord is wanting to be mindful of not discarding. He has that Lost Vacuum. He does have Professor's Research in hand, but is Lost Vacuum really something he can afford to discard?
I think that is a key card here. You need to hold on to that, even though you see Vance has all of these Pokemon with tools attached. It easily could be replaced for the Box of Disasters. That would be a disaster for you.
Toward finding a psychic energy off of this Fog Crystal.
I will say this: this game did not end within a few turns.
Set up for that 2-hit knockout.
Yeah.
You can attack
True,
3
true,
times,
true.
2-hit KOing 1 Mew, and that's okay still. You do open yourself up to being psychic.
Not sure what's happening or what's slowing it down, but
Well, the guy, I mean, the one guy isn't using any V or VMAX Pokemon, so like, Vance Kelly needs to KO 6 different Pokemon to win, like God intended.
yeah.
Directly to the hand. If either of them
Has he
are
KO'd anything? I guess he's
Yeah.
taken 2 prizes. That's what that says. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
attachment in place somewhere if you like.
Seeing the commitment here of the Shining Arcana Gardevoir.
Imagine having to kill 6 Pokemon.
Couldn't be me.
Imagine.
It's like playing the game. But yeah, I mean, it seems like that's his strategy. Is like, you know, he makes them grind while he tries to queue up 2 KOs of his own with the Gardevoir thing. Like that's a strategy that I think I can kind of follow at least.
Yeah. Well, there he has the old lady Gardevoir.
Cards into play. It is what makes it so powerful.
Well, Chip, we somehow got here. There's 6 energies in the discard pile. If the reversal energy is found,
I guess he did shell out some money.
treat sequence here. If you don't find it
He
off
could have
the
gotten in a
wall,
pack. You don't know.
it is gonna have to
Just
be
for
that
free.
vacuum that's lost to
Vote free.
Professor's Research, but
Oh, he does. Yeah. I was like looking at the card on the side and I was like, no, he doesn't.
Toward feel like even if he loses this vacuum, he's at a point in the game where it may not matter quite as much.
Yeah, don't show the actual good art or anything. Freaking stream.
Well, they do sometimes, and then
They
not
usually
other
pick
times.
the good art.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't understand.
VMAX not
Draws
there.
no
Triple
reversal.
Iono.
2 cards still to come, however, does have Gardevoir's Shining Arcana still. It could come down. Toward playing 2 copies of this reversal energy. 1 count higher than we're used to seeing in these Gardevoir lists. Does he find it here? The odds are not too bad. He's drawn 7, effectively 9 with this ability. There's a research and a boss's orders.
Missed here.
Unable to get the reversal.
It's going to have to be the 3 attacks this time around. Cresselia still can work in that chip damage, but that is a huge miss here. Throwing away the Lost Vacuum. He's looking at his deck saying, there's like 7 cards left.
Yeah.
How'd I miss?
Yeah, I mean, you have to wonder, on this turn, he's seen so many cards, he's discarded so many cards, it was probably pretty decent odds to see either 1 reversal energy or even get 9 psychic energy in the discard pile. It seemed kind of hard with only 3 at the start of this turn, but this deck can see so many cards. Or maybe even hitting a psychic energy off Shining Arcana, that was another option. I think it's going to have to be a 2-hit KO line with this Lunar Blast, Cresselia, maybe even retreating. What does he hit with here?
Could be working a lot of damage here now with this Gardevoir. I mean, you might as well throw all the energies on there, right?
I mean, if you throw too many, you make it pretty easy for your opponent to Psychic Leap, and that's kind of what I'd be worried about at this point. Take all this damage out of play, effectively erasing a full turn.
That's a great point, Chip. Yeah, we'll see if that comes in.
Why is he just taking 1 million energy out of his discard?
God, read its ability.
Arcana does.
We're seeing 7 energies right here.
Well, that one says out of your deck.
No, the Gardevoir itself takes it out of your discard, and it makes your Pokemon take damage.
Pokemon to hang on.
That's why it also took 120 damage.
Big sigh of relief here, and that is a massive miss on Tord Reklev's hand, and that is going to make Vance
Oh, I missed.
this game. Especially with that Zacian being in play now. That is a big piece. The fact that 2 prize Pokemon is pretty easy to KO is now down.
Right, you can remove some big threats here. You can also just easily steal those 2 prize cards at any point in the game with a boss's orders. It's just very tempting to just knock out the actions here.
Vance does have that box of disasters as the draw for turn. See if that gets worked in this game, but we might actually be in a situation where it doesn't even matter. If Vance can Psychic Leap and KO this Gardevoir, he goes to 3 prizes. He just needs to take another 1 prize KO, and then he can close out the game on the Zacian V on the bench. Tord does have Collapsed Stadium hanging around, so Vance does need to be a little bit mindful of that. That's an option for Tord to potentially just discard that liability at the end of the game, take away Vance's potential win condition. So should he try to capitalize now, go after the 2 prizes? That is the question.
Those prize cards, if you can take those now, sure, you're going to be 2 prizes away from winning the game, but you still need to have the reach to potentially knock out a Gardevoir EX, or just deal with the 2 threats in hand that you'll see Tord bringing up.
The interesting thing, however, is, I mean, Vance would effectively force Tord to find reversal energy, which I guess he should assume is pretty likely. It was kind of unlucky for Tord to not get it in the last turn, so you should probably assume that Tord needs the reversal energy, or like a hit on the Shining Arcana. Because there's so much damage on the Gardevoir, it can't easily have more energy cards added to it.
With the box of disasters added to the Mew VMAX, maybe there's a line here where if you can find 1 amplifier, bosses up the Zacian V, take the knockout, then you're just watching Tord have to knock out his own Pokemon there with the Gardevoir into the box of disasters.
Vance also could go for a 1-hit knockout on a Gardevoir EX.
It's like still the first game too. Wild.
Could take out Zacian here and then try to take out Gardevoir EX next turn. That is really
I believe it's been an hour?
It's been a long time.
They have, or sorry, maybe it's been 45. I think they have 90 minutes to play.
Vance does know he has prized a power tablet, so something risky. I mean, there's a 50-50 chance if he takes 2 prizes this turn, he would take 1 off of the prize cards, right? And I don't believe he has played one thus far this game.
We'll see if Genesect can give us a little more information here, as 5 cards are going to be added to the hand. If we see all the amplifiers, maybe we see the switch and there's 2 tablets added.
That is 3 tablets right there. Full hand of tablets, all of them available. Having double turbo energy as well does open up plays to maybe attack with this Mew VMAX on the bench. Plenty of lines of play for Vance.
So many lines! What do the lines mean?
It looks like the find was a Mew VMAX, so Vance really not able to do too much this turn. It will be a Psychic Leap. The question here becomes, now that this Mew VMAX is shuffled in, 270 damage effectively removed from play, what does Vance promote?
Well, you have free retreat there in the Mew V, but you also have another Mew VMAX ready to go in the hand. I don't know if you're going to be holding on to that hand, as Tord has sitting up 6 cards, and Iono is starting to look pretty good, so I don't mind just bringing up a Genesect V and letting those 2 prize cards fall.
Is there a world where you put the VMAX up there with the box of disaster on it? If your opponent hits into it, I mean, you get a prize card there, right? And then you go down to just 2 prizes if they attack with a Gardevoir.
Yeah, but I guess losing your only attacker is pretty scary at this stage of the game, so the Iono counterplay in there would really leave this as a tough call.
Vance taking stock of Tord's resources, what has been utilized. Vacuum is in the discard pile. That, I mean, I honestly would not hate the box of disaster. Mew VMAX coming up into the active. I think if you were going to do that, maybe Vance should put the double turbo energy on this Mew V. That actually would have been a pretty decent line of play. Force Tord to really commit to take the KO or find a boss's orders to actually get around that box.
Right.
Nah, she gonna give me the boss's order. See? Why is Lysander not Giovanni?
There's lots of bosses. I think it's different bosses. Different sets. It used to be Giovanni.
Does look like Tord has plenty of Iono in the hand as well. That is something that could be really strong.
Iono. Get it?
I don't even know if we have time. You see the board state where it's at now. Super Rod may just end up being a great way to add some additional energies back in without damaging yourself. And we can see that with the Shining Arcana to continue to draw up. There's some really interesting lines here to play around Box of Disaster.
Concealed card discarding a Psychic Energy in order to draw 2 cards does finally find that reversal energy. Lots of plays lined up for Tord. I think, is there one rare candy? The rare candy is in the prizes for Tord, actually. See, I know he's discarded 2. He has one in the prize cards. So, I mean, if he puts back Rawls this turn, takes a rare candy off the prizes, he could get value next turn by rare candying into that Shining Arcana Gardevoir. Let's see what he goes for.
Even the Curlia too. This could just be a potential way to draw out of an awkward situation.
Oh, there's a countdown on the.
We did see
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
I think it's 90 minutes per match, so.
Pretty solid synergy here from
Seems
Tor,
long.
using Super Rod to place those 3 Pokemon directly back into the deck, and then instantly using Artisan to grab that Ralts, putting it back into play. Still has that Iono. Tor taking a moment to look at the cards that were available in the deck. He knows if he plays Iono, those are the cards he's gonna have to work with in his hand. Wasn't too much going on there. We'll see the Psychic Embrace placing in damage counter on the Cresselia, retreating it to the bench. And Gardevoir coming to the active, Brainwave incoming. This is a pretty easy knockout, but it is only 2 prizes for Tor. He may still have to get through 2 VMAX Pokemon.
Yep, has the reversal energy. He's gonna go
And
for
the
it with the boss's orders.
So he's committing to this play. Box of Disaster will yield a knockout here. Tor holding on to Collapse Stadium. I think we're going to see the Zacian V hit the discard pile.
That is a prize card you cannot give up at this stage of the game. You're gonna lose one of your prizes here with the Gardevoir attacking into the Box of Disaster. Hopefully the hit points of this Gardevoir EX hold up.
He's thinking through it. Artisan was put into play last turn. Debating if it is worthwhile. I mean, it makes a lot of sense to me. Get rid of the easy win condition for your opponent. Force them to find a way to KO this Gardevoir. But no, we will see this knockout. Gardevoir goes down. Toward promoting the Cresselia, and Vance Kelly is going to take a prize card here and will be able to potentially win the game this turn.
Yeah, we know the amplifiers are in hand. You only need 1 if you want to knock out the Zacian V. Mew V is going to evolve into a Mew V Max.
Looks like we are having a discussion at the table with our judges. Maybe just the order of operations here of who promotes a Pokemon first and who gets to take their prize card first. All these things could matter.
I haven't looked at the compendium in a minute. I'll trust the judges to get the job done there.
Very unique situations. Vance promoting this Genesect. Having an escape rope in hand, he does take his prize card. Now drawing for turn, Vance Kelly can go up a game here in the World's Finals if he finds the pieces this turn. All 4 power tablets in this hand. He also has an Ultra Ball as well that can guarantee the new VMAX.
Are power tablets just like power pluses? Add damage?
Only for Fusion Strike Pokemon. I think they're plus 30.
Fill the board and draw every card that you have in your deck.
Draw.
We'll just have to see if the ordering's there. Love seeing the Artisan.
That's another of my pet peeves is people say draw instead of draw.
They say it in their southern drawl.
Just to see what's going on in there and where the boss's orders are.
Yeah,
it's nice to get an eye on.
It could be okay to just grab the Meloetta, draw a few more cards. I think it depends on if Vance has another Genesect still in the deck, and it is prized, right? So maybe filling the bench here. You've got Arcorio in hand, you've got Meloetta in the deck. Put those 2 Pokemon in play, you're going to draw a bunch with the Fusion Strike system.
Yeah, I mean, that's a full burn of the
Let's
hand.
see how many bosses
I think
are in
it's
the deck.
go time.
I think there are 2 bosses orders in the deck, so 2 outs immediately for Vance Kelly to try to close this game out. Does still need an energy card, however, let's not forget, and it needs to be double turbo energy. Fusion Strike energy not helping in this stage.
Well, throwing away the Oricorio means that you can just go and find that UV. I
Thinning as much as
Max
possible.
was in hand.
Yes, yes.
So
UV Max in the hand, and this discard of the Oricorio does thin a card out of the hand and also a card out of the deck.
Yeah, this is beautiful. You can play every single card here and draw 6. Any one of those will, if they are the boss's orders, would be fantastic. And even just find that energy too. You need both those pieces if you want to close out.
It's a 2-card combo at this stage. Boss's orders and double turbo energy. Toward having to think about what to promote here. You could send up the Gardevoir. It's got the most HP, but it would force your opponent to no longer need boss's orders if they found all 4 power tablets. And there they are, laying them on the table. 4 power tablets, and now 6 cards drawn with Fusion Strike system.
Yep,
Needing boss and double turbo energy. There's the DT and the boss's orders. I think Vance Kelly has it. Boss's orders, KO Zacian V, and 2 prizes, taking the win in Game 1 of our Master Division Finals.
What a way
That only took 50 minutes.
Hey, I mean, that's good
Oh
card
no, they have
games.
90 minutes total. Holy shit!
Oh no!
I mean, that makes sense.
Oh no!
It would have worked out. So Tord can maybe be thankful that it wouldn't have mattered if Collapse Stadium had come into play or not. Maybe it would have limited Vance a little bit. It's one less Pokemon.
All right, 76.
This stage, he's finding himself advantaged in this
76
game,
construction.
one of the
Big.
absolute best to ever even touch a Pokemon card in Tord Rec Lab.
35 minutes that game took, and we didn't see that many turns, Chip. That's really just goes to show what these players have to do each and every turn to get the
Where do I
job
buy
done.
stews?
Got a lot to think about there. And
I'm not
Tord,
Stu.
seeing Reversal energy, that might haunt him if he doesn't see a good game too.
That was a really tough turn because it was pretty high odds. He saw a
Can I
bunch of
buy
cards, and
any
he didn't have to
stews?
necessarily find reversal.
Yo, you know where you can buy stews?
A little harder to do, but
Stew from these stews.
Priftinus!
We did see the Ultra Ball with
No one knows what you just said.
on that turn.
The Elfland!
Sometimes it just doesn't work out, even though you took a pretty solid calculated risk.
This was a big decision here from Tord Reklev, taking the knockout, but also allowing his own Gardevoir to be
Alright, where the frick is Priftinus Foodstuffs? Oh, right next to the bank. Convenient. Excuse me, all of your stews, please.
Here we go. Player shuffling up. Game number 2 underway. You expect this high-level play from both of these players. They've done so much to get to this point, Tord being one of the best, Tord being who he is, and Vance making it all the way from day 1, battling tons of excellent opponents through day 2, including Azul Garcia Griego in the top 4. You don't expect to see many mistakes at this stage, but do you think there's any other strategies these players can try to utilize as we move into a game 2?
I mean, we saw already from Tord, he valued that lost vacuum, really wanted to hold on to that for the right time, but then pulled the trigger when he needed to. Saw an opportunity where he could get ahead and not have to worry about sneaking in an additional attack. If you can win this game in 2 attacks, clearly you'd love to go for that. We have seen counterplay back and forth in this matchup before with Boss's orders. If we can see those early, then maybe you do get some great play. Vance has those Lost City where you can target down those Curlias. So it really just depends on when you find those cards and if it's at the right time. If you do, maybe you switch it up.
Here we go. Opening hands being found. Both of our competitors.
Okay.
Looks like Tord did take a mulligan, so Vance will have one more card to work with, and a second mulligan actually for Tord Reklev. The last thing you want to do is be giving new VMAX extra cards.
Yep, those usually end up being Battle VIP Pass or something good. Cramomatics, we've seen you don't want to give Vance any additional help. The deck is already pretty strong. We saw that opening from game 1. It wasn't great.
It really wasn't. That's what's impressive to me about game number 1. It was pretty clunky, honestly, for Vance. The early game was a lot of Fusion Strike system for 1, Fusion Strike system for 2, and even in the mid and late game, it was not that good. All the way till that last turn. Looks like a 3rd mulligan now for Tord Reklev. It was only on that last turn that we finally saw a Fusion Strike system for more than 3 or 4 cards.
Well, you talk about alternate strategies. Maybe Tord going for the deck out plan here on Vance. Already going to have 3 additional cards in hand.
I mean, it is optional how many mulligans you want to draw.
Maybe you just don't play the Iono. You deck yourself.
3 additional cards being able to be added to Vance's hand. Of course, in the Pokemon TCG,
Alright.
when you draw your opening hand of 7, you must find a basic Pokemon. You have to start with a basic. If you are unable to do so, you got to shuffle that hand back in and draw what we call a mulligan. For Tord once again, Cresselia will be the starter.
Rest of the hand, pretty good. Cresselia is not the one you want to see. These prize cards are going to mean so much here. Double Force Sealstone on one side, Rolls again on the other side for Tord Reklev.
That Meloetta being in the prizes for Vance is going to eliminate any potential for striking first, going second, taking the turn 1 Melodia second KO. No longer on the table. We could see a Psychic Leap come out, maybe KO a Ralts, but a little less likely. Tord prizing that Mew, that is really not ideal.
On this side for Tord, has that Battle VIP Pass. He's looked through, we've seen this time and time again. Take your time.
Wait, is orange not the right stew?
It's going to get the bad news that one roll is down, but it's not nearly as bad when you are playing the Mirage deck.
Not too bad at all. Same thing we saw in game 1. 1 Ralts being prized. It's not going to stop Tord. He's he's got any energy cards in his hand, Radiant Greninja could also be a nice card to get into play. Try to see a few more options, a few more pieces. Now it will just be a pair of Ralts hitting the bench. Once again, a little unfortunate to start that Cresselia. Not the best in this matchup. It's not terrible by any means. You'd certainly rather start it than Zacian or Luminion V, which Tord also plays. And there actually is
Oh my God,
few
yes.
cards at all in this hand. It does have that
Yes, yes,
Forest
yes, yes,
Seal
yes, 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 yes.
Do you really want a Forest Sealstone to retreat?
Build it.
I don't think so.
Me neither.
So it will just be a pair of Ralts grabbed,
Build it.
placing them directly onto the bench from this powerful item card. Really a
Basic jewelry box.
format. So many decks playing it. I think if we counted all the cards and all 8 of our top 8 competitors' decks, I mean, was there anyone that didn't have 4
Nice. Nice. Nice.
Draw for turn now for Vance. Does find a Nest Ball. Looks like an Ultra Ball in hand. Cram-O-Matic waiting in tow, but no Battle VIP pass at this moment. A few Power Tablet as well. That's an awkward card to find early.
We'll see, finally, the first heads of the game there for Vance Kelly as that switch card is going to turn into a Battle VIP pass.
Absolutely. Definitely the card that you expect to see grabbed. If you're able to search for any one card, thanks to flipping heads, you got to get the best card in your list on turn number 1, and it will be that VIP.
It makes me anxious when they
In the hands, like
bend their cards like that.
Yeah, I don't like them bending the cards.
But that thinning this opening hand could be tricky.
And that is a bit of a worry as Mew VMAX when your opponent takes a bunch of mulligans. Whenever you get a bunch of additional cards in your hand, it can actually be kind of awkward to get to a low hand size so that you can actually draw through your deck.
Oh my goddamn house is so good now. Oh, that jewelry box is big. It's big, big box. Big box store.
Get you a few cards down.
I can teleport to the toad.
This opening hand here from Vance. Really a card that you want to save in this matchup. Give yourself that option to get the big.
I didn't know it could take me to Tears of Guthix. That's cool.
Having it in this opening hand is pretty awkward. Actually, 3 in this opening hand.
Yeah, if Forest Sealstone was around, maybe you could try to solidify Iono at some stage. Just get these cards out of the hand because it's unfortunate to see them so early. Usually, if you see you have to play 1 early, you're probably going to throw away at least 2 or 3 more because they really work together.
Sending a card to the hand, I actually believe is the escape rope. Choosing not to go for the battle.
Okay, and I can also build an altar butt. Altar butt. I need a Pharaoh Scepter to build the altar I want to make.
Pure aggression. This could get punished by Tord if he's able to find the Mirage Step on the next turn.
This is very risky. I like it.
You're up a game in the finals of our TCG Championship. Try to push that advantage. Go with the aggression.
Think about the punish on the other side. If Mirage Step is waiting, you just walk right into triple Curlia, and sure, you're going to take some prize cards to begin, but you'll end up in the same spot, the clunky hand, the clunky deck.
Yeah. It's going to be a pretty big commitment here from Vance for this play. He's going to have to use his Forest Sealstone to go fetch out a Fusion Strike Energy. He's going to have to probably play this Ultra Ball if he wants to draw any cards this turn. He may have to play all 3 of these Power Tablets or at least lose them all this turn.
You either play all of them or none of them. It's going to be the Forest Sealstone.
Let's see if this is the Fusion Strike Energy being grabbed here.
Bear back.
If he goes for a Psychic Lead play, I mean, I think he definitely needs to find another Mew V. He's not going to necessarily be shuffling this one back into the deck. He can choose to leave it in play. But getting another Mew V would protect against Tord finding something crazy like Rare Candy, Gardevoir, and, just 3 Psychic Energy. Fans might be saying that's pretty unlikely. I mean, Tord played a VIP pass and that's it turn.
I mean, Candy, Shiny Arcana, get 1 energy from the Arcana and then Reversal Energy is a knockout here.
Yeah, that works.
You have to be very worried about Tord having the reach.
If it was Gardevoir EX as well and you're burning all these Power Tablets, even if it takes some damage from Psychic Embrace, it's going to have a lot of hit points. Ultra Ball will find a second UV, prepping for that potential worst-case scenario outcome, and Alessa Sparkle targeting both Mew V, grabbing out those Fusion Strike Energy cards.
Energy's not guaranteed, right?
No, he Forest Sealstone for it.
Okay, yeah, I was
But
worried.
it's a big commitment to do this. Yeah, he's used that 1 V-Star power. You only get 1 a game.
Tord maybe having to do that. Instead, it is Vance going for the knockout with the Mew V. Two cards in hand, control one with the Genesect. If you don't play this down, double tablet, we're going for it.
Okay. Drawing 3 cards here, crossing the fingers, hoping to find a VIP pass. Let's see what these 3 cards hold. Tablet and a Mew V and a double turbo energy.
That would, if it was a Genesect, you could continue to draw, but there's only one in play. It's just going to have to be the knockout on the Ralts.
Vance still in an advantage. I mean, it's very unlikely for Tord to respond to this Mew V, so I don't necessarily dislike the aggression, but it's maybe a line most players would not have gone for. We do see Tord promoting the Ralts right away, however. He does have Forest Sealstone in hand. That can guarantee him 1 piece, potentially. Oh no. The Minion was the draw as well. A couple of Ultra Ball in this hand. Tord has plenty of options laid out before him.
He's got a Luminion in his deck.
Loom.
Go for the China Gardevoir. I don't think that's the line you want to go for here. Play it safe, get the Mirage Step rolling. Yeah, you're going to give up some prize cards, but Vance needs a lot going for him to continue.
Things are going to be a little scary here for Tord, though. He's got to play this Iono. He does not have a Psychic Energy in hand yet, so he is pretty forced into that line. He also, actually, you know, he knows his opponent's hand is not that good, so Tord not wanting to play Iono. I mean, his opponent did not do much. I kind of like this as well. You do put Luminion in play. It is a bit of a liability, but you really do not want to refresh your opponent's hand.
Yeah, the one risk, of course, is you don't want to draw into those Curlias here. That would be unfortunate. But you have the Forest Sealstone that you can play onto the Luminion, and then you can always guarantee that you find that Psychic Energy, just in case things go really awry.
Yep, pretty nice to get used to that Sealstone. Of course, for a while, Tord was the one popularizing the Sky Sealstone, and that's a card that can be really big in this Mew VMAX matchup.
Big if true.
He played it in his NAIC list, but for this tournament, it appears he's a more consistent power.
Oh, man. It always feels so good. RuneScape has its flaws, but when you get new permanent teleports unlocked, there's nothing in like 14 that feels the same way. Imagine you couldn't go to your island without spending 4 minutes of your life, and then you unlocked the Aethernet to it or something.
Why is this not going?
You forgot to give it gas.
Wrong.
What do you mean wrong?
Don't clear course.
Clear it!
No.
Kill it.
Solid. And Tord is actually going to use this Forest Sealstone right now. Can get any one card out of the deck. What is the piece that he would like to see?
So wait, what happens if they're like 1-1 and then the timer ends?
I think what Tord's doing here.
It's prizes. I would guess. Whoever took the most prizes at the end.
Yeah, in combination with like a path.
Couldn't be.
Oh, and then they do a sudden death. I think it's the first to take a prize. I think I've seen that.
I don't think Tord wants to be in that position.
Yeah.
You know, I think you might be right.
Have all of these Curlia in play, have 6 guaranteed draws. Once that guarantee the Professor's research to really burn through the deck, you need to have all those Psychic Energies in the discard pile if you want to get relevant attacks off in this game. Like what strategy?
And what we were unable to see in Game 1, Tord has found in Game number 2, Mirage Step, placing 3 Curlia directly into play. A near ideal setup at this juncture. Vance now drawing for turn, finding a Cramomatic. That could become just about anything, not before playing.
What if
Here we go.
What if you were a Cramomatic?
Any basic Pokemon, it will be another Genesect added to this field.
Finally,
I would cram it.
Love to see the draw there with Fusion Strike system start to build up, start to burn through the deck here. Plenty of energies in play, however, we don't see new VMAX just yet. If you want to start taking some relevant knockouts, I'm thinking Boss's Orders, we're talking about the Lost City as well. Just these cards eventually start to really do some work.
Vance now drawing 3 with this Fusion Strike system. Looking for a VMAX as well. That is another piece that is missing. Ultra Ball can fetch it from the deck, and also Lost City could be pretty decent at this spot. It becomes a question, though. Do you want to try to
Lost Zone, a Curly and a Ralts in the active spot, or are we going for Boss's Orders this turn?
The prize cards are there if you wanted to target the Minion. I don't think you ever really want to go after the refinement and things like this. Just
There's already 2 other ones in play.
Yeah, taking the knockout on the active seems like a pretty solid play. It also conserves the resources of the Boss's Orders for later on. And it really puts Tord on the clock with that collapsed stadium plan. I'd like to work that into the mix next turn.
Ditching 2 not so useful cards here, Alessa Sparkle and Cramomatic anyway, just to fetch out another Genesect, drawing more with the system, full board, tons of draw power available. There is that Mew VMAX, guaranteed attack lined up here for Vaynes.
Seeing all of the power tablets that you were speaking about earlier, maybe with attacking with the Pokemon is out the window. That would have been a nice play where you could work in a 2-3-3 strategy with the prize cards, making Tord really have to work for it.
See Vance still not having played a supporter card, can go for Iono. We'll shuffle both players' hands. They will now place them on the bottom of their deck and draw the number of prize cards they have remaining. Very reminiscent of a very popular old card in something that we both played with plenty back in the day. A little bit of disruption, but also solid draw power in the early and mid game.
Completely negating V-Star from Tord.
Now I wonder if Vance is looking for the Box of Disaster this turn. Would this be a good time to play?
You look at your opponent's discard pile, there's no psychic energies in there, but you also understand with triple refinement, there's always a way that you can see plenty of energies be flooded onto the board. You have to be wary of that.
Will be the KO. Curlia and Ralts going to the Lost Zone thanks to the Lost City. Vance down to just 4 prizes onto Tord Reklev's turn. Draws a level ball, plays it immediately. Eyeing up a Ralts, ready to put that into play, maybe for a rare candy into Gardevoir later on. Did promote this Cresselia, pretty easy to just pivot out once you put a Gardevoir EX into play. Have to imagine that is what Tord is thinking with this. It looks like another level ball coming in to get just that second Ralts, really thinning the deck at this point.
Thinning is winning. You see Frog Crystal also winning, so if you want to continue burning psychic energies with the refinement, see Tord work in. Really just need to see all the psychic energies hitting the discard pile. Also, shuffle of the deck pretty solid. So you need to get that efficient.
A big part that was at the bottom last turn for Tord was that that collapsed stadium. That would have been a great way to bump the Lost City, get rid of this Minion, drop turn off that refinement. Did you see what that was? Double rare
It's all
candy?
candies, yeah. Those don't work right now.
No. These are 2 cards Tord definitely did not want to see too much. Playing this Fog Crystal now to fetch 1 more Psychic Energy. Such a versatile card in this deck, allowing you in the early game to get your basic Pokemon, in the mid and late game finding new energy cards. Now Refinement once again does find that lost vacuum, but has it been found a little too early?
This means finding the Professor's research ends up being a bad card. You don't want to lose the lost vacuum again. You saw how important that could be. You can work it in against the Box of Disasters.
Tord does have Iono in the hand. Can bench this Ralts and play the Iono. Still has 1 more refinement to use, and also now after evolving can use Shining Arcana on the other end of this 6-card draw. He's debating it, waiting to see if there's anything else to play. No reason to play this lost vacuum just yet.
What if your Gardevoir brainwaved you?
The psychic energies that would be necessary.
I'd probably make an entire deck revolving around her.
Reversal energy also
True, bestie.
included in this combination here.
Don't see it just yet.
How much
There's Ultra Ball double
compost
psychic though.
buckets do I have?
Good. That adds 2 more to the discard pile. I think there is at the moment. So still needs 1 more in the discard pile. Choosing now to discard 1, hoping maybe to draw another. There it is, another Psychic Energy drawn, but still no reversal energy.
Have the Ultra Ball that can continue to thin down. We have Shining Arcana Gardevoir to draw 2 more. And use that before the Ultra Ball here.
And I like this decision because he knows he puts several cards on the bottom that are not helpful, and that actually could work as well. Double energy hit off this Shining Arcana. He can accelerate both of these to the Gardevoir.
That's 8.
It's just short. He needs 1 more energy card.
Imagine knowing,
think.
imagine knowing card well enough that you can cheer when you see what they draw and not be like, I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
Imagine.
He needs to hit now just a Psychic Energy or reversal off of it.
Understands the assignment here.
Fog Crystal would work as well. We talked about that being such a versatile card. It does mean you won't have Refinement Curlia on the next turn. I think Tord would have really liked to not have to put this Shining Arcana Gardevoir in play.
Also, what noise do you think is going through those headsets to keep them from hearing the crowd around them?
K-pop.
Oh no.
Oh, it's VTuber songs actually. They're in Japan.
4 outs for Tord Reklev, still plenty of cards in deck. This could be the difference of a winner and a loser in this game. What 2 cards does Tord find this turn? Needing an energy card. Any energy will do. He knows the situation. Let's see what happens. 2 cards. What does he hit?
One at a time.
There's the psychic energy. Massive draw. Exactly what Tord needs. And he's going to take a 3-prize KO this turn.
3
prizes.
prizes.
Think about what had to happen in game number 1 for Tord to miss. The odds were so against him to find this knockout here, and this has to be the most excited we've ever seen Tord.
Energy cards added from the discard pile, 3 added from the Shining Arcana. That powerful energy acceleration ability, 12 damage counters now on this active, but that is no problem. A very worthy trade. 3 prize cards taken from just a 1 prize Gardevoir.
What a turn of events. The potential
What a
to
turn of
win a
events.
game with 2 attacks is back online.
Turn your events. Nothing personnel, kid.
Here we go. Half the game done in 1 single attack for Tord Reklev. Vance sends that Mew VMAX and V to the Lost Zone, promoting another Mew V.
So I guess the good part about his deck, especially, is that he can just do it again next turn.
Yeah.
Because the energy goes to discard back, like once his Pokemon gets murdered.
Daki Desune.
You can attack with this Mew V, work the 2 prizes into the mix at this time of the game. The Box of Disasters doesn't really work that well if you see the reverse energy play, but that's not going to be an issue anymore. Tord has overextended with all of his basic psychic energies. They're going to have to come from the discard pile and the Gardevoir EX at this point.
Yeah, there's going to have to be quite a bit of damage placed on the Gardevoir no matter what Tord does. Maybe we see a super odd play in a Shining Arcana, but I think Tord's deck is still a little too thick for a play like that to happen.
Okay.
Gearing up for some powerful draws this turn thanks to Genesect V. And where does the Box of Disaster go? It looks like it will be the active, hoping to attack with Psychic Leap this turn. All Vance needs to pull that off is any energy card. Fusion Strike Energy, which there's 1 of left, and also Double Turbo Energy. Either of those will work, only needing to deal 20 damage, and there is that Double Turbo.
Yeah, off the first draw, finally, a little bit of fortune there.
Is Turbo Energy that weird symbol?
Right card at the right time.
No, that's Steel. I don't know what Turbo Energy is.
I don't know what Turbo Energy is.
Googling it. Turbo Energy
Pokemon. Putting enough damage counters on something like a Zacian V, so it's not a return.
It's a card that looks like a double colorless. The attacks of the Pokemon this card is attached to deal 20 less damage. Oh, it's a nerfed double colorless energy. Why is it called double turbo energy then?
You're gonna knock that Pokemon out.
Probably because it boosts the how quickly you can play attacks, but it's got its
yeah,
issues.
but it's worse than just double colorless energy.
Also, the Path to the Peak. That is a card we have not seen quite yet from Vance. It can be really strong in this matchup for instances exactly like this. Take a knockout on this Gardevoir. Send all those energies to the discard pile. Maybe try to disrupt Tord as well and put that path down. Tord has maybe a hard time getting those energies back into play.
Yeah, I can see a turn where that'd be real. Maybe next turn you can work that in combination with Iono. You wanna?
I mean, this turn seems not bad if you Iono, right? Putting Tord just 3+ down the path.
It could be great. Yeah, there's certainly a world for it. We'll see if Vance wants to go very aggressive and go for that play. Cramomatic is going to help out here if that is the case.
Any card being able to be added to the hand now after this flip. Vance taking stock, looking at the hand, figuring out what resource he wants to go for. Has not played a supporter yet this turn.
Well, the best part about this master mode is you can look away for 5 minutes and just listen when the attack is declared.
When they yell. Yeah.
Is this how sports fans feel? This is what sports is like?
This is what watching football is like.
It's terrible. How do people do this all the time?
Baseball.
How do people do this all the time?
Especially baseball.
To work through. But this is what Vance is built for at this stage. Been playing Mew VMAX countless tournaments to get to this point where he is potentially 4 prize cards away from becoming the world champion.
You see that, Judge, is the option. Still another Fusion Strike system to utilize. 1 card drawn, added to the hand. I think doing this does signify we are going to see this path play. Using this ability before path comes down. Always feels a little weird to see path to peak in a Mew VMAX deck, but it is for reasons exactly like this.
Think about the prize exchanges that we've seen so far. This is going to lead to a 3-3 prize cards left, which means that we're not going to see reversal energy at this point in the game. To find any attacks, Tord will have to find a counter stadium to get these psychic energies back into play by way of Gardevoir EX.
4 cards drawn for each of these players. Vance does not need much else here at this point. Can go for the Psychic Leap. Choosing not to shuffle in this Mew V.
Good call.
Leaving that Box of Disasters in the active and losing all those energies for Tord Reklev now. What did these 4 cards yield for him?
I got a peek, Chip. It's Professor's Research.
Okay, that's pretty solid. We'll draw plenty of cards here in this spot. Draw for turn is a Ralts. Level Ball can now be played. Grabbing out potentially that Kirlia that was put back earlier, I do believe. Or no, it will just be the Manaphy. Just discarding, thinning, getting rid of it, and leaving that Ralts on the bench open as a rare candy target.
You see Artisan in there as well as the Collapse Stadium. So a couple of good finds off of the Professor's Research. It's failed him before. If it can find the right cards here, maybe Tord can continue to put some pressure on.
Does also have Radiant Greninja or a Ralts, 2 options of what Pokemon he would like to put into play. Radiant Greninja loses a lot of value when you've got that many Psychic Energy already in your discard pile, but even if you still have 1 left, it can be utilized.
Don't believe there is 1 left, and we still see the path, but obviously big piece here is going to see
that Lost Vacuum and the Collapse Stadium. Huge. Able to use that Collapse, and that is probably the perfect stadium to draw at this point, as you can use it to discard the Lumineon V.
You're going to see the counterplay here. You can remove some prize cards. That would be very easy for Vance. And you have the Lost Vacuum for the Box of Disasters as well.
And this also forces Vance to discard a Pokemon from play. Has to lose either a Genesect or a Mew V potential. The Lost Vacuum find is massive. The Collapse Stadium, Tord hit exactly what he needed off of that research.
This is an interesting choice, as of course you're only going to have 1 more knockout available after this. You could attack with Mew VMAX, but you want to also have the ability to switch between that Pokemon if you can't find those resources at the end of the game.
We also could see a world maybe where Tord actually attacks with the Gardevoir EX. Wouldn't be too bad, and he actually finds rare candy into the other Gardevoir EX. That would make me feel a bit more comfortable about attacking with one of those 2 prize Pokemon. Could be a decent play here. Would take 2 prizes for Tord, and it's a high HP Pokemon that is really difficult for Vance to deal with, especially with so many Power Tablets already gone, and that is the key card right now in this spot. Lost Vacuum ditching the Box of Disasters.
There's plenty of resources left now. Can accelerate these energies with the Gardevoir EX, and I do like what you're saying there, Chip. You can use this Gardevoir EX as your attacker at this stage of the game, and then maybe you have a big closeout knockout with the Shiny Arcana Gardevoir.
Tord debating all the options, does have the reversal energy in hand, but is going for this Gardevoir EX play. I think this is the better option. I like going this route. 3-3 prizes for both of these players.
Gonna load up onto the Gardevoir here as well. Consideration for maybe additional path that may come down. You want to have an answer to at least knock out a V Pokemon on the bench if you have a boss's orders.
We could even see the commitment of the reversal energy. He did draw it. Could hold off on getting that extra attachment right now, but could also commit it into play if he's worried about having an Ionoid back into the deck. Looks like that is not the case. Miracle Force able to take this KO, sending Tord to just 1 single prize card remaining this game. Vance Kelly needing to find a way to navigate back into this. 3 prizes left. No way to take all those prizes this turn.
250 hit points remaining on that Gardevoir EX. All 4 Power Tablets are gone. There's no way to take a direct knockout on this Pokemon any longer.
looking through the discard pile here for Vance, checking what resources Tord has utilized, taking notes, making sure he's aware of what is still hanging around. His hand is a little clogged up. He does have a boss's orders. I wonder if Vance is checking for Tord's energy counts. If Vance knows what Tord's energy counts are, there is a world where he could go for a boss stalling play, but I don't, or if he thinks that Tord only has like 9 psychic energy, something like that. These lists are not public yet. If Tord was down too many energy cards, that could be an option, as he did actually prize a basic psychic energy, but Tord actually does still have reversal energy in hand to retreat.
Yeah, I think that's also what Tord's thinking about there while holding that reversal energy on the last turn. Just really have to think about every single way you can win or lose in the TCG if you want to win on the big stage.
Well, it will be an Iono, and it will send Tord to just one single card in hand, and the only way he has to draw more is that Shining Arcana Gardevoir on the bench at the moment. One single card. Vance has to hope that it's not a helpful one. Let's see what his draw is here for turn. Switch card for Silstone and an Ultra Ball off of that Iono. I think he has already used Escape Rope this game. Yep, used it in that opening turn, and there is just one copy in this list, so...
Stop doing that to your cards right now.
KO through this Gardevoir EX. No option to get the one-hit knockout.
Look through. See, there is just one Pokemon remaining in the deck at this point of the game. It's going to be that Mew VMAX. So we'll have all the attackers necessary to continue to try to take prize cards in this game. The prices are not lining up at this stage. Just too much hit points. On the other side there for Tord.
I'm now eligible to get 2 booster packs for the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live.
Oh yeah, congrats.
Is all he needs at this point. So many energy already on that Gardevoir on the bench.
Oh, there is a power tablet.
Yeah, just 3 played in that first turn, so there is still one available, but still not enough to get this KO. Just be the hit, 210 damage thrown into this Gardevoir in the active.
Oh, only a casual 210 damage. Nah, not a big deal, really, honestly. If you think about it.
Boring.
Yeah. I wish Pokemon had more HP, honestly.
You can also add that psychic energy back into the mix if you use Shiny Arcana and find that energy. You don't have to attach it. You could draw it and then use Radiant Greninja to continue to
You could draw it, that's true.
for Tord Reklev as he looks to close out here in game number 2. We'll see the Artisan used, but he's just tapping it and moving on.
Tord, being an absolute master, knows exactly how to increase his outs as much as possible. Still a pretty thick deck.
Lumineon!
Turn is Lumineon off that Shining Arcana. Exactly what
Did you see him just throw hello?
Yeah, he just like checked the cards.
And we're going to a game 3 in our Masters TCG Finals.
Well, technically, you're going to like 10 minutes of a game 3.
Tord Reklev.
Oh, not even 7 minutes of a game 3.
Psychic energies out of nowhere to take a 3-prize knockout. Then, with some beautiful counterplay, finds everything necessary to close out there. Vance Kelly had to use a lot of resources early on there. Did not have the answers to close out on the Gardevoir EX at a crucial point. And the fish bails him out.
Putting it back off the Super Rod. Turns out the Rod was the perfect draw for turn from Tord Reklev. What a game, what a set. Vance went so aggressive in the early game, using Psychically, taking a KO on a Ralts, but Tord was able to respond with the Mirage Step, filled the board with plenty of Kirlia pieces. This was the key moment. Tord needing to find an energy card off of Shining Arcana, and it's the first card that he hits.
His eyes.
I couldn't believe it. No one could believe it. Everyone in the crowd here elated to see an amazing finals there to take it to game 2, the game 2 there, and move into game number 3. I mean, what are we in store for here, Chip?
Well, it could be interesting.
75 or more.
Then 7 minutes, around 7 minutes remaining here in our Masters Finals, and we're in a world where the top cut rules could come into play. Of course, in a normal game of the Pokemon TCG, when you get to time, you get +3 turns. 3 additional turns to play things out.
3 turns.
And then if you don't have a winner by the end of those 2 turns, the match is a tie. we're in our finals. We have to have a winner. So Top Cut rules absolutely could be a factor here. We'll get through it here in a moment. In the meantime, let's get down to the table.
We'll figure out what the heck's going on.
Game 3 prize cards, 2 boss for Vance Kelly.
Double Ralts on the other side for Tord Reklev at the tippy top too.
Neither player loving to see that.
Cram-O-Matic, big flip to start things off.
This is massive. Does find a Tails. Not what you want to see. Looks like Ultra
Look
Ball.
at that hand.
Yeah, Ultra Ball is going to have to be the play to thin things down.
He can draw 1, 2.
1 or 2 cards, I do believe, here from Vance Kelly. With only 5 minutes left in this match, time rules are absolutely something that could become a factor here. We'll get to, if we get to those +3 turns after time expires, we play until those +3 turns are ended. And at the end of that, either player who is ahead on prize cards becomes our winner, becomes our world champion. And if our players are tied in prizes when we get to +3 turns, we continue to play turn after turn until someone takes a prize. It could become a situation of first to take a prize becomes the world champion.
Now let's talk a little bit about Tord. He's got those 2 Ralts in the prize cards. If you can get 2 down into play on this opening turn, then you have the option to use that Mirage Step, get the Curlias into play, and then make it a lot less of an issue. It's still going to be terrifying to go through that opening deck search and not see 2 Ralts.
There's a lot riding on 1 card here for Vance Kelly. He's going to be able to play out a couple cards from the hand. Energy attachment to the Mew just grabbed off the Ultra Ball. It actually will be a 3-card draw, so plenty to work with. Let's see, can he find a VIP or a Nest Ball? Ultra Ball is at a minimum acceptable, but at the cost of having to lose Box of Disasters, he recognizes he's thinking, can he lose the Box of Disaster here? It's the tech for this matchup. Possibly one of the most annoying cards to draw. Vance doesn't think he can lose it yet, just chooses to pass.
Such a consistent approach to it. Look at this, Tord immediately finds 2 Pokemon. It's Battle VIP Pass, basically.
Battle VIP not needed when you hit the Mew and the Ralts. Level Ball can find the other Ralts. Tord will take a moment to maybe check the prize cards, but he's playing pretty quick here. Turbo Tord potentially activated.
Giddy up.
He's going to get through this deck, try to make this game happen, and try to be the one who's ahead on prize cards. He is aware
Giddy
of
up,
the time
Homestuck.
situation. Vance is aware of the time situation. If you know more about the time rules in the Pokemon TCG than Tord Reklev, he knows what's happening here.
You have to worry. This is not a matchup where you want to have only 3 minutes remaining on the clock. Easily, the first prize cards generally go over to the Mew VMAX player. Tord is going to be zooming through, trying to find the right resources, finds Battle VIP Pass, but is it even good here?
There's
At this
no
point,
Ralts.
you're just focused on using that level ball for the Mirage Step. Maybe you just go for the Fog Crystal Guarantee, the Psychic Energy, or the Ultra Ball here now to hold on to maybe a better supporter play with the Luminion. You just want to have all those options available.
Tord did have Iono, choosing not to play it, of course, knowing Vance didn't do too much. Draw for turn from Vance is the path to the peak. That's an annoying card to have to lose here as well. And it looks like he's going to choose to try to not use it. Benching the Meloetta, attaching Box of Disaster. Now Genesect being able to draw 2 cards, Fusion Strike system, looking for a Nest Ball or another Genesect, trying to keep things rolling. Vance needs to try to be the first to attack. Draws a Cram-O-Matic
with the Ultra Ball.
It's a little risky. He also has a Mew VMAX in the hand. He is going to actually Ultra Ball away the Mew VMAX, choosing to keep Path to the Peak, really valuing that stadium right now.
When you think about it, Tord didn't show you too much after that that Mew there. You saw the Ultra Ball, which means that could be the Luminion there, so you easily want to have that Path to the Peak in play to try to block Tord from finding that Mirage Step. That is basically going to be the only way that Tord finds a big win here.
4 cards drawn now for Vance. Off Fusion Strike system, looking for a switching card, possibly a VMAX. Doesn't find too much. Cram-O-Matic cannot ditch that Choice Belt. It is no longer an item card. I think Vance is going to have to go for the Judge.
Yeah, Alyssa Sparkles found that you can't retreat this Pokemon too high of a retreat cost. It's going to have to be the Judge, and not going to play the Path to the Peak. Wants to leave the potential for a Genesect V to help out here if the draw is that bad.
Off these 4 cards, Vance is really going to need to find Energy, VMAX, and a switch card if he wants to attack this turn. He can't really even put another Genesect in play, because then he doesn't have room for another Mew V.
Yeah, if you find the fusion energy, then you don't need the evolution, but it's certainly not a great place to be at. You really want this prize card. There is 60 seconds remaining in the World Championships here.
We are definitely going to time in this game. It is going to be big. Who is turn 1? Who is turn 2? Whose turn is it once time rules go into effect? 4 cards now for each player. What does Vance Kelly have access to? VIP. Well, there is the VMAX and a
What's the Luminion do?
I have no idea.
Well, he has it.
On the other side, Tord Reklev found just about everything he needs.
He did it. He has it.
Taking stock of the moment, trying to figure it out. If Vance is unable to take a KO this turn, Tord becomes the one who's advantaged in this position.
2 Psychic Energies waiting to display for Tord. There is the route. Just go very aggressive. Obviously, just prize cards are important at this stage. He's going to get the hit points in the active spot.
Oh, I forgot to grab the
Not wanting to lose a Ralts, respecting the potential for Vance to have what he needs to take the KO.
This
makes sense in just a pass. Tord draws very quickly. 1 second, 0 seconds on the clock. Tord Reklev should now be turn 0 of time.
Not a familiar place for Tord. He is going to be turn 0 now, which means he still has 2 turns. He's going to try to take some prize cards in this space. Of course, it's so awkward when you want to draw with refinement, but you want to leave the potential to rare candy into a Gardevoir at this state of the game.
The issue here is if Tord does not take a knockout this turn, Vance becomes the first person to take a knockout. And then Tord is really going to be pressured to try to KO Mew VMAX. And then Tord will be really pressured to KO Mew VMAX, and then Vance will have the option to try to tie the game up. This is really awkward, a really interesting situation to try to navigate. Can Tord really even afford to go for Mirage Step is another question.
Awkward.
So at this point, if you're just trying to draw into the best resources you can, Luminion V is also such a risk, but that is one way that you could really push for that rare candy in a space like this.
It's so difficult, though, with 2 Ralts prized as well. We can't forget, these are all Tord has to work with. If he goes for Mirage Step this turn and Vance takes a 1 prize KO, and then Tord takes a...
Oh, Luminous Sign. Oh, never mind.
To hit just about everything to make that happen. And with the send-up of the Radiant Greninja here, it's pretty unlikely Tord is actually even going to be able to pull this off. He needs to attach, retreat, and then...
Imagine just watching this live and constantly Googling every card that's on the board.
This is all in on the fish.
I think so.
Throw away that Psychic Energy. Have 3 of those in the discard pile for the rare candy Gardevoir.
And what does Tord grab here? Could get the Zacian V as a potential attacker, but I mean that's something that can pretty easily be KO'd by Vance. You don't really want to get a Kirlia to put that in play, because then you can't get a rare candy Gardevoir.
Exchange here. If you're using the Gardevoir EX to attack in a state like this, you're going to take the knockout. If the return knockout happens, the Zacian V could be your only real attacker to take a knockout on a Mew Max at that point of the game, because your Kirlia that you're going to have played down has to evolve into Gardevoir EX.
Searching through the deck, debating what to thin out here. What does he want to get rid of? Taking a moment to check through the prizes, maybe was playing pretty quickly now, but was playing pretty quickly previously, but now has a bit more time. We're in +3 turns. The clock is no longer a factor. Minion, Luminous Sign, searching the deck for any...
We're never gonna see the video game.
True. Well, and we get to watch the children first.
Right.
The last children's match I watched was really cute.
See some Psychic Energies in the discard pile. You're going to have enough probably to attack with that Gardevoir EX, but because of the way that the time works, Tord will be turn 2. That means he's going to have one big knockout lined up and have some hit points waiting behind.
Tord is down an Ultra Ball. He also has a Gardevoir EX in the prize cards. He's going to be relying on this draw here. Effectively 9 cards. He does have a Kirlia in the hand. He can evolve one of these Ralts, and he's going to...
You know what they say, Curly in the hand, or
off the 7.
several Curlias in the bush.
Rare candy, Gardevoir,
I don't know what they're doing there, but...
This Radiant Greninja. 7 cards coming, emptying the hand out completely. Possibly the biggest Professor's research of Tord Reklev's life. Has the Ultra Ball and the rare candy and the Forest Seal Stone. Everything he needs to pull off an attack this turn.
almost not seeing a way to retreat this Radiant Greninja, which could have been a real issue there, but the Forest Sealstone could be the big bailout there.
Guaranteeing any piece of the puzzle Tord could need. Will Finn once more also still has refinement to utilize, let us not forget. Such an awkward looking board, but Tord is going to find a way given the situation. And that is what marks a great player, being able to adjust to the situation. Tord could have said, hey, I want to go for my normal game plan. I'm going to Mirage Step. We'll put a bunch of Kirlias in play, but he knew in time, with the way Top Cut rules work, he has to take a knockout this turn.
Yep, that Kirlia is not going to be relevant there. Need to throw that away. Search out that Gardevoir EX. You have the rare candy. Skip the evolution stage. Put this amazing Pokemon into play, which means that you're going to be able to accelerate energies onto your Psychic Pokemon. Still need to see an energy card to move this Radiant Greninja. You did see the Forest Sealstone.
This will involve Tord placing 6 damage counters on this Gardevoir EX, making it much easier for Vance to KO, meaning less modifiers and also Meloetta able to come in as a potential option or a Mew VMAX copying that attack.
That is going to be an attack to look out for if Vance is able to find some solid cards. It's been all about Tord here in this big turn 0.
Far from over. We're just getting started in time and
Found
finds
the
energy
Psychic
card.
energy.
Gets to save Forest Sealstone. Actually could even concealed cards now to draw extra. He has the backup of Sealstone if he needs it.
At this point, why not go for it? You get more energies into the discard pile. Continue to draw. You
Another
find another.
energy.
Oh!
Tord is hitting everything he needs. Being able to save Sealstone is massive, as he will likely need some combo pieces on the next turn to piece together another KO. Rare Candy, Gardevoir EX coming out, and the attachment for turn to the active Greninja incoming to move it to the bench.
Of course, take your time here. It's turn 0. You have plenty of time to figure things out. Gonna take a look at what Vance has going on. This Vance has 2 turns.
Don't touch my graveyard.
It's gonna be Tord who strikes first.
Don't you do it.
And we actually have enough energy cards in the discard pile for Tord to
Lego
go
my egos right now.
the KO. Protect this Gardevoir. If Tord attacked with the Gardevoir, there's a chance Vance could KO it. So let's go with the Zacian, make sure Gardevoir is safe. Even though you're placing a lot of damage, it'll be easy for Vance to respond with a knockout. This is what Tord wants to do. 100 damage being placed, 5 energies accelerated, more than enough to KO this GSX.
This is really smart. This means you can also incorporate that other Kirlia there as a Shiny Arcana Gardevoir at some point in the game. Could be a huge 1 prize attacker when every prize matters here in time.
210 damage. Storm Slash takes the knockout. Tord taking the first 2 prizes here in game number 3. Vance Kelly left to promote this Meloetta. If he can attack with a 1 prizer,
Found
which
Alessa
the
Sparkle.
top deck of Alessa Sparkle will use the switch card here at this moment, however. No Alessa's prize this game. Or sorry, no Fusion Strike energy, I should say. And here comes the Sparkle. If Vance can attack with Meloetta, that would be really strong. And he might be debating, do I even play this or do I just draw 2 cards, increasing my chances to draw Fusion Strike energy?
Yeah, if you do thin those out, you run into that issue. Of course, you could draw into the Forest Sealstone more likely then, and that could find the final Fusion Strike energy. There's a lot to think about here.
Vance is turn 1 of time, meaning he will have the last turn of the official time, the official regulation of this match. And that will mean he's going to be in a position where he is able to, with that last turn, try to find a way to navigate and be ahead on prizes as time expires.
2 cards with
Needs
the
a
lone
Fusion Strike
Genesect V.
energy.
Is that boss's orders?
I don't know, I think,
Well,
but another Genesect, and we'll just go for the safer Iono play. This means he will be attacking with this Mew VMAX. He does have the Box of Disasters attached to this Pokemon. That is a huge card here for him. Now that that is in play, Tord will have a harder time responding without leaving Vance with a KO. The Lost Vacuum for Tord could be the biggest card in the deck for him right now on this next turn.
It's like energies were found. I believe that Path to the Peak is also in the hand.
Yeah, I wonder, you know, is Path the thing you need to play? You normally want to save it for the late game, but there's a chance that next turn is towards last turn.
This is the late game.
Yeah, on turn 2, the late game. Forest Sealstone able to be found as well. Vance able to potentially draw a bit more with Genesect. Also has a Mew V in hand, debating potentially benching this Pokemon.
Flick, 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 flick.
Cease your flicking.
Considerations there for thinning down, finding another Mew V, or just playing the one that you have in hand. Looks like you can thin down now and grab that Pokemon.
Yeah, maybe just get another Mew V out of the deck here. Exactly. Thin card out of the hand and the deck. Exactly what Vance is going to do. Want to make sure you have this Pokemon to replace if Tord pops off and gets a 3-prize KO. But if Tord gets a 3-prize KO, he'll be down to just 1 prize card left. I don't actually think there's a way Vance can make that happen. It could be all on the box of disasters.
Big card in the matchup.
Hey, when I have to rely on my box of disasters.
Disaster could be keeping Vance in this.
Why didn't they just name it Rocky Helmet?
Fusion Strike system.
There's already a Rocky Helmet, I'm sure.
Oh.
Yeah, there is.
Blue Circle.
Should named it Rocky or Helmet.
Maybe looking for a way to bump it on the next turn. Doesn't look like he found it. Of course, Forest Sealstone can still be utilized with that Stadium card in play.
The path in the hand is worth 2 in the bush.
Path down.
Yeah.
Is the question.
Mm-hmm.
Vance checking his
Too
own
true.
stockpile. Wants to know what resources
Too
he
true,
still has
bestie.
available. Is it time for Path? It might be your only opportunity to do it, Vance Kelly.
Could be regretting this for a long time. It could be so important to potentially locking out, avoiding an attack from Tord Reklev. And sure enough,
Yes.
Path to the peak.
Tord going to be looking for so much this coming turn off the back of just 1 Kirlia. Only 4 cards in hand. This is a massive mountain for Tord Reklev to climb. Vance Kelly tying up the game. 4 prizes apiece for our 2 competitors. And Tord actually does have Boss's orders in the hand.
A battle VIP pass in the hand as well. Looks like really going to need some help here. Starting things off with the Mew in the active spot.
The key card now is needing a Stadium card. I thought that was it, but it's an Iono.
Iono could.
Iono.
fall out.
He also could Mysterious Tail and try to find the Lost Vacuum to just ditch the Stadium. With Boss in hand, he could Lost Vacuum it away. This could be massive. Does he find it? Is that the line he needs? No Lost Vacuum, Ultra Ball, and Level Ball as the choices. Artisan is there, but you cannot take that.
Either way, you can thin out 1 more card. The rest of these cards will be going to the bottom of the deck with the Iono. So it's just about pulling 1 more Pokemon out. You could use the Ultra Ball to find the Shining Arcana Gardevoir to help out in drawing 2 more cards. It's likely going to be your big attacker here.
This could be a big refinement incoming toward looking for a Stadium or that Vacuum or both. Either some combination of these cards could be massive. Choosing not to play the Ultra Ball, however, going to go for refinement first, not thinning that extra Shining Arcana Gardevoir out of the deck just yet.
Two cards to look at there with the refinement.
Here we go, massive incoming draw. Has VIP pass, that's of course a very easy discard. See what he's able to hit. Any pieces to work with. Is there a Stadium card? Draws, it's a Gardevoir and a Research. No Stadium just yet, but that Gardevoir can be evolved from the Kirlia.
Better supporter to work with, it looks like.
It's a tough situation. You can see it on Tord's face. Trying to find a way to navigate this arena he has found himself in.
If you found the Stadium there, it'd be such an easy knockout. You can use the Shining Arcana Gardevoir to try to go for this. In combination with the boss's orders, you can target down 2 prize Pokemon that doesn't knock you out on the back end with the Box of Disaster.
Ultra Ball being played for Tord, finding any Pokemon, adding it to the hand. Not enough Psychic Pokemon in play for the Cresselia to potentially come in, take a knockout on like Oratorio or Meloetta on the bench. There's 2 water Pokemon in place. That would not quite work. Most Tord could do there with the Moonglore Reverse with the 80 damage.
True debate here, trying to find the right resource. Shining Arcana is going to be big cards. We've seen Tord in a space like this so often throughout the entirety of his career, leaving it up to those 2 cards to try to get the job done.
It happened in game number 2. Can he make it happen in game 1? Game 2, Tord found exactly what he needed. Can it come true once again? If there's ever a time to do it, it's here in the Masters Finals of our World Championships.
We saw the iconic double puzzle of time.
Yes.
OCIC.
Here we go.
Can he repeat history and find the right cards?
Would love to find the stadium card here. Has the boss orders play if he wants it. Draw for turn. There. Draw for the refinement. That Shining Arcana, does not hit what he needs. Another Gardevoir and a VIP pass. 2 pretty useless cards right now. And Tord has a decision. Iono in hand. Research in hand. He could try to dig for everything. Try to dig for the reversal, the path counter, the lost vacuum, and get the attack off with his Shining Arcana Gardevoir. But that's a lot. That's tough. It's really difficult to do, and he doesn't have any additional draw. It's really going to be onto the 7 cards that he hits, and I think it might be his best chance to win this game.
Yeah, there's a wild sequence where you can see this Cresselia come back into play if you use the Collapse Stadium and then lost vacuum it away, find another Psychic Pokemon.
Here we go, ditch the hand, 7 cards. Needs to find the perfect combo. There's the stadium. There's the reversal. There's the lost vacuum.
What?
I think Tord has found everything he needs. How many Psychic Energy are in the discard pile? That is the one question I have remaining.
C4 so far.
I think he's going to be just short. Does have that for his Seal Stone. Tord's thinking through all the pieces, all the math. Has he found everything he needs to pull this off?
Are the energies on there to get the job done?
Such a tense moment. You can feel it in the room. Everyone on the edge of their seats. None farther forward than Tord Reklev. Has just about everything he needs. We don't know exactly how many Psychic Energy are in the discard pile. He needs 6 basic Psychic Energy. I only see 4 right now. Not sure if there's one hanging just off the screen. The problem here is I don't think he has a way to discard energy cards. There are so many energy in
right
that
there.
deck.
Super Rod.
Is this going to be towards 1 out? Something he can do? He may have come up just short here. It appeared as if the pieces would come together. Super Rod is the grab. Maybe trying to gear up for an Arcana play on the next turn. Tord doing everything he can to find an out and just hoping Vance does not have a way to take a KO this turn. Could it be a situation of Tord just having to push the Gardevoir EX and hoping it doesn't get KO'd? Put your highest HP thing in the active spot. I hope your opponent doesn't have it. I don't think he has the knockout lined up so close.
Countering the stadium there.
This will remove that Lumineon V from play and also disrupt Vance just a bit, forcing him to discard one of his benched Pokemon, which is least valuable at this point for Vance. In this situation, you have to imagine if Tord had it, he would have played it. So, Tord not having the KO, Vance needs to take a moment to figure out what is the most expendable member of his bench.
Potentially the Oricorio.
How come Vance Kelly is us, but Tord Reklev is no?
Because he's from Norway.
No!
Oh, okay, that's a good point. I didn't think about that.
Oh, can Tord? No, there's
But
no way.
finding a way to search out the Pokemon is the issue. You've already played your stadium.
Do you think an us would have a cool name like Tord, whatever his name is?
It's got 2 first names, Vance Kelly.
You can
potentially, and the Lumineon potentially reuse it next turn.
You can draw with the reversal energy with the Radiant Greninja.
You can.
And then if you draw into the Psychic Pokemon with the Zacian V, then you have an opportunity to go ahead and reuse, attack with that Cresselia. You can bounce those energies around.
Take a 1 prize KO this turn, potentially. That could be it for Tord. Yeah, try to attack with Moonglow Reverse. So use the Radiant Greninja, ditch the reversal energy, and try to find that. It would work for a 1 prize KO this turn.
This is going to be a big find if you can find it. Would
There's
love to
that
find both of
Zacian!
them!
And the Psychic Energy.
Huge!
This is gonna yield.
What did he just yell?
Both of them!
Oh.
He leaves a 1 prize
I'm not really sure.
Vance's court at that point. Vance
only would need a gusting card in order to close out the game. Mew VMAX not being dealt with. It does need a way to retreat, however. Tord has to go for it. This is his line. He's thinking through it. Such a tough call. It has to be this, though. Collapse Stadium to the Lost Zone. Credit to Tord Reklev for finding this play. Such a niche situation that I can't imagine has come up.
So big.
Niche situation.
The energies are lined up. You can retreat the Mew. Place all of the energies on each psychic Pokemon in play. Zacian is going to be the one to look out for, though. 220 hit points.
Wait, what does it do? Oh, wait. No. Why did he put one on like each?
That's his chance. Put this back. That's what he's going to need to close out the game next turn. Will not be able to get through a VMAX this game. It has to be a boss KO on a Genesect or a Mew V. And he's going to take this KO. Moonglow reverse. Move all the damage counters to the Meloetta.
Oh, I guess he's...
And cross his fingers that Vance Kelly just doesn't have it.
I don't know.
I don't either.
Final turn of the match.
Moonglow reverse moving all
I guess...
of these damage counters, placing them on the Meloetta. Tord Reklev pulls ahead.
Oh.
Now Vance is in.
Oh, he had to spread out the damage counters so the thing could... I see. It said remove 2 damage counters from each of your Pokemon and then put them on something else.
Okay.
That's why he spread them out.
Into the active spot, and Boss's orders brings up the Zacian V.
But none of it mattered.
Damn. Boss's orders every time is like, and I win.
Yeah, that card is freaking busted.
Vance looks like he wants to puke. He like hasn't occurred to him that he won yet.
No, he's just cool. It's too cool.
Pokemon World Champion in the Masters Division. Tord Reklev wondering what could have been in a phenomenal
Nice, like, alright, can you guys nerf Boss's orders now?
Everyone leaving it on the line. Incredible play to find what could have been the most beautiful play we've ever seen to win a World Championship, but it was not enough as Vance held on with the Boss's orders and the Power Tablet.
Tord Reklev has found himself on many a final stage. He's found himself with a handful of second places, none stinging more than this one, as Vance Kelly has become our world champion. I think that dream of getting your deck printed is going to come true.
I'm picking up copy.
Masterful play, both of our players, but in the end, +3 turns. Not relevant. Vance Kelly able to win on turn number 3 of time. Kyle, absolute chills up here, man. That was unbelievable.
Anybody else got chills? Not as many as Pokemon Go.
And none more elated, I'm sure.
Honestly, but close.
You think about what could have happened for Tord in that last game. It had to be Zacian V. It was the only psychic Pokemon that he could bench. The Ralts were prized.
Right.
If he had any other psychic Pokemon, he doesn't bench a liability, and then maybe he's a world champion. It all comes down to those small things in matches like this. Did everything he could, found the perfect play.
It was his one chance to win. It might have been a low percent, but he found it. He went for it. He got what he needed, but his opponent had just too many cards in hand. Tord was able to strike first this game, taking the knockout with that Zacian V. Vance able to tie things up. Tord unable to respond to the massive HP of Mew VMAX. Found almost everything he needed off this research. Was so incredibly close to piecing it together. Found his tech cards. Moonglow reverse. Takes out that Meloetta, but Vance had too many cards in hand and everything he needed. No fusion strike systems necessary. And he is the world champion.
Wow. There's no words. There's really no words. That was an unbelievable finals here in Yokohama, Japan. It's everything that we wanted.
Yes.
2 decades of playing in the World Championships to close out like that. Vance Kelly.
in time. I mean, Vance as well. I mean,
Oh,
this was
whoops.
a true
Just
David and
looking away
Goliath
from my
story.
screen.
I mean, Vance comes from day one. He's not a super well-known player. You know, he's had solid finishes this year. He's played new VMAX all throughout the season, refined it consistently, adjusted it for the expected metagame. He finds himself getting through day one of Worlds, getting into top cut, winning top 8, winning top 4, beating Azul GG, by the way, and then facing off against the best player playing our game right now toward Reklev in the finals. A mountain he was able to surmount.
You would have assumed that it was his accolades on the other side of the table with how cool, calm, and collected he was the entire match. Even closing out right there, just never changed the expression on his face the entire time. It's unreal that he can walk into the tournament and he's him.
He is absolutely him. And speaking of him, I cannot wait to hear from our champion. Let's get down to the stage. Anna, how's that champion feeling?
Let's find out. Vance, the casters were saying you seem calm and cool and collected. Are you calm and cool and collected?
Maybe just because it doesn't really seem real. But, you know, I was definitely nervous during those games. I think I maybe played the opening turns a little sloppy because of nerves. But, no, I feel good. And, you know, I'm sure my friends will, you know, help me have a lot of fun today after we leave.
I'm sure that's true. Talk to us about what it was like going into those final turns in time. How did you adjust your strategy as you did that?
You know, I wasn't really planning for it. We were both like kind of slow, like neither one of us plays super fast, so I thought maybe we'd go to time, but really I was just kind of playing a normal game and it worked out in game 3.
How did it feel to slap down that final boss's orders?
It felt pretty good. I was on edge because you know, I thought Tord was going to draw some stuff to kind of take the lead there, but it felt really good. It felt great.
Now and forever, you are a world champion. What does that mean to you?
You know, it's really cool. It's something that you aspire to. I started playing the game when I was pretty young, and you know, you always think it's like, what if I could do that one day? So it's a super cool accomplishment for sure.
What would you say to your young self if they were watching you on stage right now?
I don't know. Keep playing the game, I guess. Don't quit. Keep playing. Yeah.
Anyone out here that you want to say hello or thanks to in this moment?
Yeah, I got a lot of friends out there in the in the red shirts in the front. So shout out to all of them. Shout out to the friends back home as well. You know, individual people. I know there's some people watching streams, so like Pete Grigsby. Shout out to PJ Wallace. Yeah, man, if I shout out a lot of people, I'm just gonna forget and people get mad. But you know, Josh Clark and everybody else. Sorry, I can't. You know, in the moment,
I'm Beak.
So thanks.
It is a huge moment. We are gonna let you
What's worse, losing because your hand sucks twice in a row, or losing because your first 2 games took most of the time and then you couldn't draw the right card to get 1
I
KO?
don't know. Card games. Oh man, they card games.
I mean, it's good that they put a time limit on it, but also Lamau.
Yeah. Yep, exactly. Exactly.
Championships. You have to play some great players. Vance certainly went through the gauntlet. I actually remember even in Swish yesterday, he had a tie in round 7 versus Michael Pramawat, one of our other top 4 finishers. So, I mean, Vance actually played against all 4 of the top 4 finishers in this tournament. Not too often that you can say that. I guess unless you become the champion, there's a decent chance that happened, right?
I mean, you think about the level of players that he's had to go through in order to become a world champion. Now players are going to be saying that about him.
Yep. Yep. If Vance wasn't on the radar before, he certainly is now at this point. Someone we will absolutely be following.
Canada.
His
But there's
future
no Canadian.
as a Pokemon TCG
Right?
player. Let's take a moment now to recap exactly what we've seen here with our TCG action on this day. We did kick things off with Pokemon Go this morning. Following that was our Junior Division Top 8, where
We did Pokemon Go, I promise.
2-0 victory over Gabriel Torres.
What the fuck abbreviation is AA?
Unreal, the performance that we saw from our juniors player, finding that fantastic line with the Kyogre play in order to close out at the World Championship stage.
Ivan?
What?
What abbreviation is AA? What country abbreviation is AA? Or region? Or country?
putting in
Asian
so much work.
American.
I have to say that's
So it's like Asian islands, but starting with an A.
Antarctica.
Antarctica?
Hold on, I was looking at it.
Surprise everyone with Dragonite and the escape rope.
Pokemon. AA
Seeming
Pokemon.
to pull it out of nowhere, but that's what you have to do sometimes. Gabriel not able.
Okay, this is not working actually.
Tried to find a
Who
way
knows?
out, but it was able to be Sableye.
Anti-American. How about that?
Ultimately closing things out. A favorite of
Ancient
yours, Kyle, seeing that Aqua Storm for the win.
Argentina.
Alligators.
So young as well to understand such an intricate deck.
Oh, this deck is
Job
so
done.
difficult to play. The
Unreal.
fact that Xiao was able to do this and in the
Aberrant
Masters Finals on the biggest stage, absolutely incredible, and you can see all the emotions coming through. in that
Okay, that's not bad.
We saw all the emotions from that player there, and sure enough, it led on in the seniors.
I
division
want
as
to
well.
unlock
We saw some great matches throughout
Bassalocked.
all of these players. Had to show
How
up
much does
early
that cost?
today to get the job done in top 4.
80 points.
Finals.
Okay.
Sydney versus
I'll unlock it
Gabriel
after this.
Fernandez. What a match we had
The
between
fricker
these
Aberrant
players.
Specters.
Lugia out
Yeah,
here.
not something we would have expected, but Gabriel piloted it excellently and really took advantage of his opponent's poor starts. Name of the game was definitely just aggression and consistency. Gabriel able to pull off a pretty straightforward strategy, able to do it pretty masterfully as well. Sydney actually almost found a way to bounce back in this game, but Weird Deer V able to do just enough damage thanks to a boss's orders draw as well.
Yep, Sydney had to play into a little bit of the extra draw there with the gift energy, and
Yes.
unfortunately, that led to everything that Gabriel needed to close out in game number 1. So a lot of the same in game 2.
Yeah.
The awkward starts there from Sydney.
Sydney really just trying to find a way to hang on, but Gabriel was able to just absolutely push the advantage. Pumpkaboo bumping his own path to the peak in order for Lumineon V to find the game-winning boss to become our senior division world champion.
Fantastic play from both these players. What a deserving player to close out there in the senior division. An excellent family as well. All
Yes.
of them love to play Pokemon at the highest stage.
Yes, you can see how special this moment is, not just for the players, but for those closest to them. And then, of course, we're capping off our TCG action with our Master Division top 8. With the finals, I will not be soon to forget, Kyle.
Never. We're going to go back and watch this time and time again as we see. Just look at that top 4 that we had there. Vance Kelly up against Azul GG in the mirror match. Was able to take down one of the best players in the world. And Tord Reckliffe with the 2-0 on Michael Paramawat, who had seen a final stage before, something Tord had not yet done, had his opportunity here today.
You gotta imagine this one is really bittersweet for Tord. I mean, getting to this stage means everything to him. He's not someone who just wants to win, he wants to be the best, and he's trying to make that argument for himself, but in this game finds himself coming up just short. Goes for the risky play, taking out the Mew VMAX, even though he knew it would be KO'd in return with the Box of Disasters, and all 4 power tablets for Vance Kelly led to just enough damage.
Range
Go ahead and
I
flex on him.
have.
You
Take
know?
out that Zacian V for the game number 1.
It was a fantastic line there to play the hand all the way down, draw up with the Genesect, find the perfect cards to close out there.
Key moment in game number
Ooh,
2.
game
Had
2.
to hit this Psychic Energy, was able to find it. Pieced together the 9 energy, the 9 basic Psychic Energy on Gardevoir, not something you see very often. And it did ultimately lead to Tord Reckliffe winning this game with the Lumineon, grabbing boss's orders to take 2 prizes. We went to game 3 in our Masters Division final match, and it went to time, Kyle.
Started with 8 minutes on the clock as the players shuffled up for game number 3. Jumped quickly into time where we saw Tord as turn 0, which led with that. It meant that Vance had one final opportunity in turn 3. We saw an amazing play from Tord to close out with the Cresselia, take a prize, but Vance had everything in his hand to close out there. Boss's orders on the 2 prize Pokemon to become the world champion.
World champion indeed, a crown and a trophy he can hoist. Very high, an accomplishment that many strive for, but few attain. Vance Kelly, now our champion of the whole world, in Japan as well. What a place to be, what a room to do it in. Congratulations to all of our champions.
Yep, did it for Pete Grigsby there. Unbelievable.
So many friends at home cheering him on, I am sure. And
that's what it's all about, really, at the end of the day. I mean, winning these games, winning these titles is great, but it's the memories, it's the people that you do it with, it's those that are out there in the crowd cheering for you, those that you know are at home. I'm sure Vance's phone is absolutely exploding right now backstage.
Hopefully he's got the roaming to deal with it, okay? those charges add up
You
over
think
here.
we can get our champion on the Wi-Fi?
Please, one time.
Think we could probably make it happen. What a game, what a match, what a players and what an environment this has been. The absolute beautiful country of Japan, an excellent host for this World Championships. A time and place that it'll be hard to top, to be honest.
Yeah, so welcoming as well. Everyone that we've met here, it's been an unbelievable experience for all of us. And of course, throughout all of the games that we have here, we still have plenty left to go. It's going to be an unbelievable day as we crown all of our champions here in Yokohama.
Yep, that's right. We still have VGC yet to come. I'm personally excited. VGC is always
He says,
so
VGC,
exciting.
come.
And if our Masters
Come.
Finals there is any
Taste of
what's yet to come,
come.
you are not going to want to miss the rest of Champions.
That's what he said. Taste of yet to come.
Excuse me, Q.
That's what he said.
Do not talk about the taste of cum in and around
what he
Japan.
said.
Weekend. Really just appreciate everybody who showed up, made the long trip or the short trip to come over here and give us an unbelievable tournament.
It is time, Kyle. Let's get down to the stage. Let's say congratulations and crown our finalists and champions. Let's get it done.
Teleport, Martinius Layer Cave.
Let's give a big round of applause for all of the Pokemon TCG trainers who competed this weekend.
I love the Pokemon DCG trainers. How come they didn't have a thing for the Gonards?
They did.
Did they?
Yeah, but there were only 2 people. There's no masters, juniors, and seniors. It's just
no one plays Go.
Losers.
The loser division. You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Well played.
Thank you. I made Talon laugh.
No, that was well played.
Congratulations first to our trading card game junior finalist, Gabriel Torres. And a big round of applause now. Congratulations to our trading card game junior champion, Xiao Tong Yen!
They want me to kill 130 of these? I'm just like now realizing what the frick they just told me. Okay, I need to go grab Bracelets of Slaughter or something. This is a little bit obscene.
Next, our trading card game senior finalist, Sydney De Bruyne.
Takes Granny or whatever we though. Alright, let me let's go grab Bracelets of freaking Slaughter.
And give it up for our trading card game senior champion, Gabriel Fernandez.
It's so stupid that they just have a random Pikachu on the stage.
He got you! You just don't appreciate it.
Wait, also, it's very funny that it's a trophy of a Pikachu carrying a trophy.
That is actually pretty silly.
And now in our Masters division, our trading card game Masters finalist is Todd Recliffe.
Our master, Vader.
Oh, he goes the other side. They put him on the winner's side.
Uh-oh. He won in his heart.
You give him the wrong thing. No, I see.
And now a big round of applause for the trading card game Masters champion, Vance Kelly. Let's give a final cheer to our top players of the 2023 Pokemon TCG season. Let's hear it one more time. As much fun as it's been so far, we are not done yet. Pokemon Unite, Pokemon Go, and Pokemon TCG have crowned their champions. It's time for the Pokemon video game Grand Finals. Up next, we have the championship matches in all age divisions, and we want to kick it off by honoring last year's senior Grand Finals match with Nicholas
I thought you were gonna say by honoring the past or honoring the dead.
Yeah.
Oh no.
By honoring the pact.
championship last year for his country.
Sacrifice your firstborn to this Pikachu.
Our trainers accept their matches
Alright.
anytime,
If you insist.
Preferably your firstborn bicycle.
Misty would want that. Oh, what is this? I don't like this at all. I don't like this at all. Not.
I can't wait for all this music to be in the next game.
Not a
Oh,
fan.
that's what they were saying. They're honoring it with this new song. That's Kring.
Disgracing it with this new song, perhaps.
You're not wrong. What the heck? I wasn't fighting you! Wait your turn.
No.
Killing frickin' Goodra.
Welcome Pokemon trainers to Championship Sunday on the VG desk with myself, Lee Provost, and LeBois Akos. How are you doing, Lou?
I cannot believe we are finally
I can't believe they murder every last commentator and replace them immediately.
Oh, at least it's, these people are commentating the children. I find them to be the most boring commentators.
What a great intro as well. Bring us into the video game championships champions for this year's championships.
I love that video, like you just said, being able to recap the amazing accomplishments from seniors last year and a lot of amazing Pokemon faces that were on those winning teams. Of course, this year things will change. There will be new Pokemon that will be able to call themselves world champion, as well as the trainers that have piloted those teams.
Had an unbelievable run to get here over the whole weekend. We've had some
Piloted them.
matches, and, you know,
That's the popular term.
this weekend, and to the players, of course, that
I think I've heard it before. It still seems silly.
People mostly say it about card games, because like the idea is, you know, not everyone comes up with the idea for the deck. They're just like essentially
Yeah,
describing the deck.
It's more understandable with a card game.
I mean, I think it equally applies to Pokemon.
it's always nice, you know, we have mentioned it on the broadcast this weekend to see
Yeah, maybe, considering they all use the same shit.
Yeah.
the future of the video game.
There's no ideas.
We hope to see have success here and then kind of continue their journey on into the Masters Division. Hopefully have a great transition into that and then just as much success.
Of course, and as a little bit of a recap, let's review how the format has shaped up this year.
The 2023 Pokemon World Championships event has been showcasing the best Pokemon VGC players and matches all weekend. Trainers from around the world are here to compete for the
We're all
title
back to
of
muted with
World
you.
Champion, over $1 million in prizing, and return invitations for next year's Worlds. On Friday, our trainers faced off with Swiss rounds. Trainers who finished with 2 or fewer losses and no ties advanced to Saturday. Trainers who advanced from Friday met those who earned direct Day 2 invites in a fresh set of Swiss rounds. Those who finished Day 2 Swiss with 2 or fewer losses and no ties advanced to Top Cut to play in a single elimination bracket until only the final 2 players remained. Today on Championship Sunday, we crown our champions in each division, and all matches are best of 3. Who will take the title of Pokemon World Champion this weekend? Watch to find out and follow the action at Pokemon.com/play.
That is indeed the question. Who will become our next world champions for the video game division? Of course, like we mentioned, we're going to be kicking things off in the junior division, and their bracket has shaped up very, very nicely as they battled it out through Day 1 and Day 2 over the course of the weekend.
Yeah, it's been a long road for all of our juniors over this weekend to get to this final stage of the tournament here. And you can see the top 8 and how our 2 players in the finals have progressed through this bracket.
Exactly, and it is going to be an All-Japan final here for Kohei and Sora, who will be our finalists here in the junior division. And what a roster of Pokemon trainers they had to battle it out in order to get to this final position. Taking a look in top 4 as well, Sora had to defeat Pietro, who we were able to see win international championships this season as well. So a fierce competitor.
Yeah, an incredibly tough field as well to get through to the finals, you know, and great representation here in their home country, you know. Japan going to be able to take home that title this weekend.
Exactly, and I think as well, you know, these
I hope the children click Fisher to win.
It's the easiest deck to pilot, obviously.
Yeah.
Click the Fissure button.
Were at Japan Nationals this year, finishing in top 64 positions. Maybe they have a history of battling out in Swiss rounds. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to know if they, you know, they have faced off or had any kind of battles before. But of course, we're coming into a new format now because the format when Japan Nationals took place was under Regulation C. So now we've got Regulation D, brand new format, brand new Pokemon that they've got access to. So they are definitely utilizing them, viewing the teams, and it'll be interesting to see how these 2 teams interact. There are some really unique choices on both sides of the field.
It's definitely been interesting watching the Regulation D metagame develop over the course of this weekend. And you can, of course, let us know at home which Pokemon have really surprised you and which ones you maybe were expecting to see in Regulation D using all of our social medias you can see on the screen.
It is so cringe that they have to put the X icon.
Directly with your tweet. And we would love to be able to see exactly who are rooting for which player,
Yeah, they should just not.
which team. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah, and definitely let us know what your highlight has been from this weekend. You know, it's been a phenomenal weekend here in Yokohama, and it would be great to hear what your highlight moment from the World Championships this year has been.
Exactly, and I mean, my highlight, Lee, if you're asking me, I know you weren't, but I'm going to pretend you are.
I bet I could guess.
Do you want to give it a go? Go on.
Does it begin with a G?
It does, and it ends
Is
with
it
an N.
green?
It is green, it is
And
blue.
blue?
It is. It's a Gastrodon, everybody, if you haven't been watching the show and tuning
She
in.
loves
Has been
Gastrodon.
the highlight
She
Pokemon
does.
for Lee and I on the desk, and you can get your very own Gastrodon, the reigning world
Does she love how slimy it is?
team from last year. You can see the code on the screen. Please make sure to download that buy a mystery gift. It's something you do
Go
not
download
this game.
Go download the Gastrodon.
August, so you've got a little bit of time to still get that Gastrodon in.
I do not want Eduardo, whatever is Gastrodon.
On the screen now, and you'll be able to get this prestigious Pokemon for yourself and add it to the collection.
Extra gassy.
So what game is this?
Huh? That was from Sword Shield.
Okay. I'm gonna say this. It's weird. This doesn't look completely like garbage. What's wrong with it?
Yeah, they're giving. Well, it does, but they're giving the
What?
Gastrodon from last year's
It
World
looks less
away.
like garbage than
Yeah.
the new ones.
How embarrassing.
Take it all the way.
Yeah, so I was a little sad to not see it do so well, but it did manage to make the top cut across all 3 divisions yesterday. That was very exciting to see. But when we're talking
Hugh, are you excited for the next Pokemon game to look worse than Scarlet
Dude.
Violet?
Is it possible?
You know what they say, never count Game Freak out of unimproving.
It's true.
Yeah, it's such a good supporting Pokemon. It has the ability to tailwind with that Prankster ability, meaning that you're able to get it off pretty much straight away in the battle. Kind of
Straight away in the battle.
setting up things like, you know, then you want to do
Reagan Life. Life.
as well. A really phenomenal Pokemon. Does need to be a little bit wary around things like Fake Out, and that's probably why we've seen a bit of a rise in things like Iron Hands as well, because it hits it so well with its big offensive electric attacks as well, but it also has the utility with that Fake Out to prevent that Tailwind turn 1. So, yeah, really useful Pokemon, but you've got to have ways to kind of get around that in your team. We've seen that throughout the weekend. We've seen players kind of adapting Trick Room on Pokemon who you might not expect it on. We saw Eric Rios playing Trick Room on his Fluttermane. That was a real highlight from the weekend. But also the other teams where we've seen Cresselia as well be utilised so effectively with that Trick Room mod to kind of counteract the popularity of the Tornadus over the weekend.
And I think as well, in the absence of Incineroar that was such a dominant Pokemon in previous years, there's a new kitty cat on the stage in the form of that Chi-Pao that's been the best partner Pokemon for those physical attackers, particularly the Urshifu.
I don't think Chi-Pao is a kitty cat?
It is. It's a cat. It's a gooey cat. What do you think it is?
Like a weasel or something.
It's very clearly a snow leopard, isn't it?
A cat, yeah.
Whereas Urshifu, I think, being nice and speedy and hitting very, very hard, particularly with the Unseen Fist ability, punching through all of those protects, means that it's been a match made in heaven.
I'll see its fist.
When you look back at the Dragonite usage, it's still a very strong Pokemon, but it does have a lot tougher of a time in Regulation D, like you say, with all the fairy type attacks that are coming out from things in particular like the Fluttermane. We've seen the usage on that Pokemon. Then you've got the
Fluttermane
attacks that are coming out from that Chien-Pao, and yeah, just alone those 2 really speedy Pokemon make it very difficult. But then you've got Urshifu as well that's kind of coming to the fray. If it does terastallize into its kind of generic, kind of normal Terra type, then the fighting type becomes an issue from that Pokemon as well. So from a lot of different angles, you're seeing.
Okay, have I been 10 minutes? Or are you guys not aggressive to me anymore? Am I good?
With something like the inner focus ability rather than that multi-skill to kind of get around the intimidates that are being quite prevalent in this format.
And one thing I've loved about the team building generally coming into a Regulation D tournament in the Pokemon World Championships this year compared to previous years is this concept of the Fire, Water, Grass core. Because previously, as such a strong synergy of, you know, offensive and defensive capabilities with those 3 types, you often have to make sure that those types of Pokemon are on your team. But with terrestrialization, you can be so much more flexible in the Pokemon that you're bringing, whether maybe an ability is more beneficial than a type for the overall synergy of your 6 Pokemon. You can counteract that by throwing that Terra type, particularly maybe Terra Water or Terra Grass, that we've seen be so dominant onto your team and still have that core in place. It's allowed for a lot of creativity, I feel, throughout all of the teams this weekend.
Yeah, and I think that's the nice thing about it, terrestrialization. It doesn't always work on an offensive scale. It can be used very, very effectively in a defensive tool and mechanism as well. And you see a lot of players doing that, exactly like you said, kind of fitting in kind of a second core within your team with those terrestrialization types where you think...
Terrestrialization types.
I can cover it with this one Pokemon, and it really complements its kind of base typing as well, so it really fits in nicely. Such a great mechanic, and it's really nice to see the...
I wish I was better at telling British accents apart.
Junior division first of all, and their metagame is often very different to how things maybe shape up in the Masters division. I I know Lee and I, we were having a walk around the juniors area over the course of the weekend, and I saw some amazing actions. We saw a lot of tall were running around, but also there was a Dondozo that was going for Surf and getting a lot of KOs as well. I think, you know,
Surf Dondozo. Lol.
the new faces, Hisui and Arcanine, Hisui and Lilligant as well, was very prevalent.
Yeah, and that's the one thing I like about the different age divisions as well. You do get a little bit of variety in the different Pokemon that each age division kind of leans on a little bit more than the other ones. And like you say, Hisui and Lilligant has been used quite prevalently in that juniors division, and we have seen it pop up in the Masters division as well. But really great to see just the different interaction of Pokemon choices with our different age divisions.
Well, speaking of the junior metagame, let's kick it to the stage and meet our two finalists who have mastered the metagame so far. Take it away, Anna.
Thanks so much. This is one of my favorite moments, getting to talk to the juniors on stage. So let's not delay any further. Let's get into our VG Junior Finals. First, please welcome to the stage, Kohei Ukai.
Honk guy?
Star Rail?
Yeah.
Hello. Kohei, tell us your favorite thing about your team.
浩平さん、あなたのチームの中で一番好きなポケモンは何でしょうか He likes Chen Pao.
And why is that?
どうしてチェンパオはそんなに好きですか You can use its ability to increase the damage that he can deal with other Pokemon.
We can't wait to watch that. There are a lot of people
What the actual frick, kid? I like it because it has an ability that makes me do damage.
Alright, now let's bring out your opponent.
Good interview.
That kid's going places. He's gonna be a great salaryman in 10 years.
I like that I get a salary.
My best trait is I show up to work and sit at my desk and do what they tell
I
me.
go to drink with the boss after work.
Urshifu is definitely the strongest point in my team.
And how will you
God, it must be awful to remember both the Japanese and English names.
試合でですね、どういう風にウーラウスを使っていこうかと思いますか？
見切りなどの守る技を使って迫っていきたいかなと思います。
I think I'll be using a lot of protective moves. I'll have it use detect and just try and wait out my opponent.
That sounds great. Is there anyone here that you would like to say hello or thank you to?
I will use detect.
ご挨拶とか感謝の気持ちとか一言メッセージありますか？
家族や今見ている皆さん、今見ている皆さんは会場を盛り上げて、今見ている家族の皆さんは応援のほどよろしくお願いします。
They understood.
So, firstly to my family who's watching right now and to everyone who's at the event today, thank you so much for really bringing up the atmosphere and riling everything up, so thank you so much.
Well, thank you both for putting on an amazing match, because I know you will. Go ahead and shake hands and we'll get into this match. Casters, back to you.
Give each other COVID.
I always love being able to hear a little bit of insight from our competitors ahead of what is going to be one of the most
You call that insight? I use my Chen Pao to reduce to increase the amount of damage I can do on my opponent's Pokemon.
I think I'll probably win by depleting my opponent's HP until they don't have any Pokemon left.
Love the little Litten as well, but we can start touching upon the teams a little bit here. If while our players are getting seated and set up, because we've got two really kind of similar teams but very different in a lot of other ways.
Exactly, and I like the players acknowledge some of the key Pokemon that have shaped up.
They did acknowledge that Pokemon are in the game. Same.
Allowing some of those partner Pokemon, the physical attackers, Pokemon like, for example, Iron Hands or Urshifu, to be able to capitalize upon.
Yeah, the Chien-Pao is going to really play a huge part from, you know, like you've already mentioned already this weekend many times, that combination with itself and the Urshifu, the Rapid Strike variant, and how powerful that combination of Pokemon will be. But you've always got to worry about the other side of the field as well, because Sora's team and did mention the Urshifu on their team and how powerful that would be, and that will also be able to take advantage of that sort of rune ability well whenever the Chien-Pao's on the field. Also running the Dragonite as well, which is another big physical threat that you can take advantage of the Chien-Pao if it is out on the field for your opponent. Of course, there are a lot of other Pokemon to mention as well. The one thing I would like to point out on Sora's side of the field is that they do have access to a Heatran, and I feel like it will be a big plague on
No, Heatran doesn't normally learn Eruption. I'm not sure if you guys knew that, but I just wanted to let you know.
The Urshifus are going to be key components in this particular match. Obviously, you need your Tornadus to be able to get some of that Tailwind support, getting some speed momentum, but you want to make sure you've got one if you're
How come the other kid didn't have any?
match those and not give some momentum over to your
Wait, what? Why does the Pikachu look like a Statue of Liberty?
We have got a Rapid Strike style on Kohei's side, whereas it is
Oh,
the
you know.
Strike variant on Sora's
Oh,
side.
it's a good
So
point.
which one's going to come out on top? That is
The statue of Piku Birdie.
Statue of puberty.
Excuse me, Talon. Just because these are the children doesn't mean you talk about puberty with them. Leave that to their parents.
Spoken like a native of Texas.
Whereas the Rapid Strike Urshifu has the Terastallization Water, so it doesn't really carry that fighting type weakness at all, and it carries no kind of weakness to anything on the Urshifu side of the field. You've got to say though, if it does Terastallize into that water type, it does remove its resistance to the dark types that it does carry with that fighting type it originally has. So the Wicked Blows, the Sucker Punches could be a bit more detrimental if we do see the
Okay, like the card game commentators were useless, but these people are just like, you know, Pokemon behaves under a series of
I
rules.
told you, these are my least favorite casters.
Type to hit even harder with something like Surging Strikes or possibly even Aqua Jet for a little bit of priority damage.
Yeah, and it's an interesting item choice as well, and that's been a running theme throughout the tournament. The item choices on Pokemon plays such a pivotal role in
Pokemon players.
And the Heatran on Sora's team actually
Heatran doesn't normally no Eruption, guys.
It does give it really great defensive capability.
Tell him, what if I got a big enemy to fight? I'd be playing Pokemon. What if they spawned a big enemy?
mentioned this a little bit earlier, so coming off a
What's
good
the chance?
It's Scorch, no, no.
1 out of 200.
World Championships, you can see
I'm
the
not
6
going to see a
Pokemon
big
that
enemy.
Kohei is bringing with that Floodamane, the Urshifu,
I'm only
Chien-Pao,
killing
Iron
100 of
Hands,
them.
Tornadus, and the Amoonguss. Some great supporting Pokemon here.
Yeah, really nice.
These are like the 6 most used Pokemon.
I feel like that gives really nice if you need it to
You know, I think these kids have some good ideas. They're geniuses, basically.
utilize things like your Urshifu as well. You know, you can put it in a position where you can really take advantage of your opponent not being able to protect with that Unseen Fist ability. Really kind of put your opponent into a corner with that combination. So really nice options here. You've got the Amoonguss as well to kind of draw in attacks and just support things that are maybe a bit more vulnerable, like those Floodamane and the Chien-Pao on Kohei's side of the field.
Yeah, honestly, Urshifu and Chien-Pao, such a strong synergy throughout the entire weekend. Wouldn't be surprised to see it here. Taking a look at Sora's side as well, looking at the 6 Pokemon that Kohei will have to battle out against in order to try and become the champion. We've got Tornadus, Urshifu, Dragonite, Floodamane, Amoonguss, and Heatran. And those 6 are definitely really hard to contend with. You were mentioning the Dragonite earlier as well, Lee. Again, Sora coming off this Japan Nationals top 64 finish. Do you think Dragonite has a role to play in this match?
I would say Dragonite can perform a role. I think the one thing you would say if you're looking at both of the teams, I feel like both players are kind of forced to bring that Tornadus, so that's definitely one slot that you say both players have to bring, because if one player sets up the Tailwind, it puts one player at a huge advantage advantage to the other. So you really want to match your opponent from the get-go. You've already mentioned that. So I think the Tornadus comes. The Dragonite feels like it could be a good choice, but it's going to have a really hard time against the Chen Pao, the Fluttermane, and then if it does go for that terrestrialization into the normal type with Sora's running again, it's going to run into problems against that and the Iron Hands, and of course the speed tiers then come into question. The Rapid Strike Urshifu probably going to be able to outspeed it, and it does have access to close combat, so not really going to be appreciating that, and it does have that inner focus ability, no multi-scale, so we'll be taking max damage from the get-go.
I honestly think with the amount of offensive pressure that both teams have brought to this match, speed control is going to be absolutely critical, making sure that potentially you've got Pokemon like your Fluttermane in a key position to start dealing out some big damage, possibly even in a late game sweep position. Particularly, I would say, if you are Sora.
They have the same team except for Heatran and Dragonite.
Something like a Thunderbolt can apply a lot of pressure to those water types that we've got on the opposing
And
side.
then Iron Hands and Chen Pao. Talon, were you aware that Chen Pao will allow him to do more damage to other Pokemon?
I don't think Talon.
Also, did you know that Heatran doesn't normally get Eruption?
I was not aware that Heatran didn't normally let Eruption. Is this one going to use Eruption?
Probably
They sure
not.
isn't cheating.
Probably not, because they probably deleted that move from the game.
No, Torkoal had it, didn't he?
Yeah.
Sorry, they probably deleted the ability for Heatran to have that from the game. Because he only got it through that one thing.
Got it through Pokemon Ranger, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that could go to Gen 3 or 4.
4.
I don't know. Okay, 4. Gen 5, 6, 7. You could technically bring one up all the way from there.
No, but I mean, I think they like cut down on the abilities that they could have like that.
Yeah. I believe when you transfer Pokemon now into Gen 9, they don't keep the old moves that they had. They have whatever they have in the new gen.
That's stupid.
Yeah.
Highest Pokemon there.
Because they killed the national decks for no reason.
True.
Just trying to make sure that you're evening the score when it comes to speed. You don't want to give your opponent.
Oh yeah, have you seen the new? You haven't seen? Have you seen the new backgrounds? Look at all these 2 FPS people in the background.
Oh, they do.
Damn.
They have another background.
Some of them aren't even animated.
They've changed it to spectator mode in a new arena.
But is it going to be matched by Sora's?
So yeah, we can't
Maybe
even
they are
see them
animated.
collecting.
I can't tell.
They are animated.
They're like moving their arms.
Well, some of
They're
them are.
bobbing up
Yes,
and
some
down.
of them are like moving so little that you can't tell.
Most of them are moving.
Well, yeah, because that would strain the Switch, Talon. Come on.
Yeah. Tears of the Kingdom can render 8 billion items on the ground tethered together and have a full physics engine, but don't ask Pokemon to do anything, please. Thanks. They're a small indie developer.
This looks so bad.
Yeah, I didn't think I would ask them to bring back the generic like park one, but it's pretty bad.
Can we go back to like the 8 people around the outside who aren't even watching the match?
Well, the lighting looks really bad too. It makes all the Pokemon look diseased, in my opinion.
This is really critical because it's going to enable the Bleakwind Storms to be able to have 100% accuracy, but it will also help the other Tornadus with
Started to rain.
Yeah, go ahead again. That's on the Earth Power
Oh.
coming out, protecting that switch in, catching the Iron Hands, doing some huge damage this turn.
Yeah, Heatran just hiding on the screen there, sneaking in at that Earth Power, some good damage. Iron Hands does not get
Huge damage this turn.
Kohei is setting up the rain dance really good because it weakens the fire type attacks from the Heatran. Of course, that's really great. The drawback of
If Heatran uses Eruption right now, it won't do as much damage as it used to.
full advantage of that with the Bleakwind Storm, getting some nice
Because weather is a thing in this game, by the way. I don't know if you guys knew that. But now you do.
I was not aware. Can you tell me what Pot of Greed does?
It allows you to draw an additional dick.
Oh.
I don't think that's correct.
Oh, I tried.
It allows you to draw 2.
Oh.
Goodbye to Heatran.
It's a revolving door
Wow.
of Pokemon.
This guy is reading the shit out of Kohei.
Yeah.
9-year-old reads the shit out of 8-year-old.
Yeah.
Yeah, and again, a great switch once again from Sora, bringing
The
in
power of a year.
good on his special defensive side, able to take that Blink Stone from the opposing Tornadus, avoiding the fake out with his ghost typing, and now in a prime position where it can just throw out maybe one of those dazzling gleams.
I was about to say, somebody
Pretty easily here and make it difficult for anything in the back.
did owe a stream, but he's playing garbage, so.
That choice specs item that the whole Fluttermane's holding.
And Fluttermane generally quite a speedy Pokemon, like you said there. Choice Spec is going to be hitting hard. Something like a Dazzling Gleam would be able to pick up the KO against both the Iron Hands and the Tornadus due to the low HP they've got. So it's not safe to switch either on Kohei's side. The Tornadus on the opposing side does seem to be a little bit faster though, does get the speed drop on the opposing Tornadus. That could be critical later on. But Fluttermane not going for the double spread move here, just locking in with the Shadow Ball to get the clean KO on Tornadus.
She thinks she's commentating like a Dota game. There's like a real-time play going on. You've got time. There's gonna be 2 minutes between turns to talk about what happened. It's like the slowest paced game that's ever freaking existed.
That Kohei has brought the Fluttermane on his side of the field as well, so you want to make sure that you can hit it for some super effective damage with that Shadow Ball instead of locking into something like a Dazzling Gleam. That's a problem, however.
So look at these.
Definitely is threatening
Oh, was that just the same trainer twice? Is that why they both look generic? Okay.
Yeah. Did you know that Shen Pao's gonna gonna decrease all the other opponent's defense?
I don't see him decreasing any defenses, actually.
What effect will that have? What effect will that have on the battle queue?
Allow his Pokemon to do more damage.
Oh, okay, thank you. Wasn't sure.
I don't think it can do that.
Could be really strong, trying to get a knockout against either of these Pokemon. There are a lot of status moves that the Tornadus could go for to try and bypass this, but Fluttermane getting out of there, it's locked in. You know that it's going to go for an attack, and Chien-Pao went for the Suck Punch. It is going.
Dude, he is getting read like a book, man.
No matter who the target was, wasn't going to be able to kick there, and the speed advantage is now in Sora's favor.
Read like a goddamn book. Nothing personnel, literal kid.
Getting bullied by another literal kid.
True and canonical.
This is what you get for having a gross cat.
What do you mean? That's a Weavile.
No, wrong.
It's a Weavile.
Wrong.
Pretty sure that's what a Weavile looks like.
That's what you look like.
Oh, sorry, I forgot. Weavile's not the name of the Pokemon. I'm talking about Sneasler, the evolution of Sneasel.
Yeah.
You know, what if Sneasel, but big and slightly off purple or something?
Dude.
Tentagirl or something?
Chien-Pao using the Rocky Helmet to be able to get the KO against it due to it being on only 1 HP remaining, but Fluttermane on Kohei's side is looking scary now.
Yeah, I think he's screwed.
Murdered this child.
No, okay.
Well, it's just Fluttermane against Heatran.
Heatran and one more? No.
No, it's just Heatran.
Heatran.
Hopefully it has Steel Shot or whatever it's called.
Well, Fluttermane's only got 60
What if it does
HP.
eruption?
I thought too.
So fast paced, I don't think any player really back and forward with the tailwind, just trading damage, and I think Sora's really taking the advantage
Messed up
there.
that safe
Maybe
spot.
something that Kohei thinks about going into game 2, maybe Sora also kind of thinks about. I think because we didn't really see the Urshifu come out in this game, probably didn't need to worry about with the Heatran too much. Sora's really managed the game very well from his point of view, utilising that Heatran, but we are going into this final turn. We're going to see that terrestrialization.
Going to see a little bit of sparkle on the battlefield here in Grand Finals of the Junior Division as Heatran goes for its grass Terra typing here. Just wanting to make sure that it could maybe catch a Fluttermane going for something like the Terra Water and being able to catch it with a powerful Terra Blast. That's what we're going to see as well. Kohei clicking that terrestrialization button as well.
Red like
Oh
a
my God.
book.
Water Terra type come out onto the Fluttermane, the grass Terra type onto that Heatran, but the Heatran also has at its disposal that Assault Vest. It's going to be able to take these big attacks.
Red like a
Dude, that's
goddamn
insane.
book!
Oh my god.
Fluttermane picking up the knockout.
The cameraman
Oh
is
my
so.
gosh.
The cameraman is like losing his mind too. Dude, outclassed.
Get
outplayed.
yeah, get
absolutely
skilled,
owned.
kid. Frickin'. That child's gonna need therapy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was really fast.
But my Chien Pao lets me do more damage. I don't understand.
He's trying to figure out how he lost. He has no idea. I used Jin Pao. It drops the defense drop. He's gonna cry. How often do you think at the junior division do the judges have to deal with crying children, like actually crying?
Probably pretty regularly.
That'd be awful.
Yeah.
About how Tailwind's going to be going up on both sides of the field, but it really is about who potentially gets that second Tailwind, is able to get that momentum. And as soon as the Tornadoes went down on Kohei's side of the field, that gave Sora the advantage and opportunity to get the Tailwind up again. The Prankster ability, I think, coming in really strong. The other critical thing, I think, as well, was how the Iron Hands on Kohei's side really didn't play much of a role in this match. The fake out was null and void going into a Ghost type, and then it just didn't have the flexibility to get off the field, come back in, and apply pressure on fake out into something like the Tornadoes there to maybe stop that second Tailwind.
Yeah, that Bleakwind Storm that came out when it switched in was just, it really put it kind of a few steps back from where Kohei wanted it to be. And I think you want to really get that Iron Hands onto the field in a much healthier position, because then the switch as well from the Heatran to the Fluttermane made it very difficult for the Iron Hands to get any utility going forward in that match. You're already down a Pokemon, and those Bleakwind Storms just continually firing out, and the accuracy not an issue anymore from Sora's side of the field just made it very difficult to kind of get a grip in the game. And I think when the Chen Pao and Fluttermane came back onto the field for Kohei, you don't really mind the Tornadoes going down at that point, because you feel at that stage, I've got my second Tailwind up, I've got my Heatran in the back, I've got my Fluttermane in the back, I've got my Amoonguss to support everything for at least one turn. I'm kind of happy with this position going forward.
And I think this replay as well really highlights the support that the Tornadoes gave in this particular match. You know, getting those Tailwinds up and then being able to go for those powerful Bleakwind Storms without having to worry about the accuracy. And this is kind of my question to you now, Lee. At the end of the day, setting up that Rain Dance, it's great for Kohei to be able to hit his Bleakwind Storms, but then you are giving the advantage to Sora as well. Do you think Rain Dance is going to be still something to be considered for Game 2?
I definitely do. I think there might have to be a Pokemon choice. I'd rather see something like the Urshifu Rapid Strike come in for Kohei rather than an Iron Hands, and then you're able to maybe Terastallize that, take advantage of that mechanic, especially with the typing as well, and you're taking advantage of the rain, because you think about the Mystic Water that the Urshifu is holding, the Water Terra type on top of that, and the rain also boosting that Surging Strikes. It's going to be doing some big damage. It also threatens the Heatran and almost baits it into having to go for that Terra type, which then if you're preserving your Tornadoes, you can take advantage of those final attacks from that to threaten the Heatran from kind of both sides. So you've got the Bleakwind Storm and you've got the Surging Strike, so you're kind of pinning in the Heatran, which was such a problematic Pokemon for Kohei to deal with in that last game. And you got to take your hat off to Sora, because he really managed his side of the field very well and kept that Heatran to the very last Pokemon against the Fluttermane, and from that point it was really kind of racked up, wasn't it? So I think from Kohei's side, a few adjustments. I think the Urshifu, like we've seen throughout this tournament, really takes advantage of that Chen Pao's sort of ruin ability as well. So that would be the one thing I would say, try and make that adjustment here, but it's obviously down to the players and this is their choice, so it'll be interesting to see how he approaches this one.
Well, Game 2 is underway. Let's go back to the stage, and we have got the Tornadoes and the Fluttermane coming out for Sora, and then the opposing side, an adjustment here. Iron Hands has joined up, supported by the Tornadoes.
Yeah, the Iron Hands is a nice switch up here, because it does give you that fake out support. You can go for it into the Tornadoes on the opposite side of the field.
Fake out.
Tailwind up, so you've got the speed advantage going into next turn. The only thing is that you're not really going to get any advantage of that, because the Tornadoes, you're not going to be knocking it out this turn. It will just be able to set that Tailwind up the following turn, and you kind of don't want to be back foot a few turns down the line where they've got one turn of Tailwind after yours has run out, and if you haven't preserved your Tornadoes well enough. So it might be better off going for that Wild Charge into that slot, setting up your Tailwind, letting them Tailwind at the same time, because the Iron Hands should be able to take an attack from the Fluttermane with that Assault Vest.
I completely agree, but we're going to see a few terrestrializations earlier in this Game 2 than we saw in Game 3. It's going to be on that Fluttermane here, going for that Terra Water. Just wanting to be able to apply a lot of pressure, keeping the defenses in check as well. No fake out coming through.
All right, what did he read this time?
First of all, getting the speed advantage up. We've seen it seems to be the faster of the two Tornaduses, but the Tornadus on Sora's side just going through those motions, getting the tailwind up as well. As Fluttermane goes for the Dazzling Gleam. Significant chunk of damage, over 50% to both of the opposing Pokemon. As Ironhands goes for the Wild Charge, catches the one.
Wow.
Huge
What the heck?
Catching that terrestrialization on the
Opposite red. Reverse red.
Are we actually?
Children are win trading.
Yeah, wait a minute.
That's how you make a comeback after losing game one, getting a one-hit KO against such a disruptive powerhouse as that Fluttermane. What an amazing start for Kohei.
That's a great start to this second game. After losing the first game, coming back in amazing fashion in this game, picking up the Fluttermane like that is incredible.
Fluttermane.
Going into this next turn, of course, taking away one of the biggest offensive threats on Sora's side of the field.
Honestly, I've got goosebumps right now seeing that Wild
Okay,
Charge go down.
goosebumps, really?
Tornadus that I felt was maybe
Really?
the obvious target, like you said, trying to get rid of it before it can have that potential to go for a second KO.
It's a children's card game.
She has goosebumps because she's creeped out by the low FPS of it. Clearly.
It's understandable. She's feeling motion sick.
Will have a bit more offensive pressure. You've got to be careful around the Ironhands if you are, or because you've got, you know, the Wild Charge to still.
Dude, that pop-in was really noticeable. It like loaded the stadium and all the Pokemon just like
Yeah.
teleported into existence.
Like all the hold on, those people are flat. Those people are flat.
Yeah, haven't you ever read the book Flat Stanley? It's a documentary.
From this
No.
frequent storm, the outside of Rain Dance is able to connect onto the opposing Tornadus, doing a significant chunk to it. As Tornadus also lands into Bleak
Can't believe to get all of those people on the screen without completely murdering the game, they had to make them flat.
The knockout onto the Tornadus and Sora's heights. Kohei taking real advantage
I
of
can
this
believe that.
lead in this game. Obviously, Urshifu protecting there, didn't want to take the Bleak Wind Storm from the opposing Tornadus. Probably wasn't in a position where Sucker Punch would have picked up the knockout either, so you really need to manage that. It has got the Bleak Wind Storm onto it now, so it looks like a Sucker Punch would be able to pick up the knockout as long as his Tailwind is in effect.
I mean, in game one, we were saying how Ironhands was kind of underwhelming, didn't really get much done. It has been a ton of events in this game too, getting two solid KOs. It has, I think, obviously needing to give itself a little bit of a break, taking a lot of recoil from that Wild Charge. It's KO'd itself, but now you get that Chi and Pow on the field. The issue is the Amoonguss. Amoonguss can go for those Rage Powders and redirect away any Sucker Punches. But then Amoonguss can also fall victim to something like the Ice Spinner coming out from that Chi and Pow.
Yeah, and that's a big thing. We saw how detrimental that was in the first game, and you've got to worry as well. The Tornadus has access to Taunt, not going for it here. So that Sucker Punch comes out from the Urshifu, knocking out that Tornadus, getting rid of that support.
Spore the Chien-Pao.
Going for a Sacred Soul into the Urshifu, and not enough to pick up the knockout, surviving, leaving the Amoonguss to go for the Spore, shutting down the Chien-Pao on Kohei's side of the field.
Oh, putting Chi and Pow to
Love
sleep, not
statuses.
to be able to go for any Sucker Punches or Ice Spinners into that Amoonguss until it is able to wake up. But Urshifu's definitely going to try and have something to say about it. You know, having that Dark and Fighting typing as well does give you access to some great moves like the Wicked Blow here, or Sucker Punch as well that can apply a lot of pressure. The Fluttermane on the opposing side definitely has to be wary, but at the same time, Fluttermane has the type advantage against
Rip this Urshifu.
Yeah, and it definitely has a speed advantage as well.
Omega dead.
I wonder if Amoonguss is Sludge Bomb or something. Well, I guess he'll Spore it as well.
Yeah, but then
yes, no Sleep Claws.
Then he's left with just him himself. Oh, big boy.
Sora's side, we saw that already with the Fluttermane, so Urshifu is going to have to keep its 4 times weakness.
Well, if Urshifu can kill the Goo Cat,
Helen, I did get a big boy. He's
The
very
other,
large.
the other team is fast though.
Quite yet, going for this protect, just maybe wanting to see what the
oh well, if it goes for Protect.
Ooh.
isn't going to work onto a status move like Protect.
No, and I think the
Ow.
other thing you need to worry about as well is that Amoonguss
You've made a mistake, my friend.
an attack move. Yeah, if you do survive.
Why would you not heal your Urshifu, partner?
Getting spoiled here, so the Amoonguss is still a problem Pokemon as long as that Chien-Pao is still asleep.
Yes, that's the other nice thing that Kohei was able to play around there, burning through that guaranteed turn of sleep on the Chi and Pow. Now has the potential to be able to wake up, but it is in a very vulnerable situation. That Pollen Puff did a huge chunk of damage, and Another One's going to be able to pick up the knockout.
Yeah, the Pollen Puff, yeah, really good.
Wait, why did the Urshifu not die? What did Fluttermane do?
Fluttermane protected.
Protected.
A double protect?
Basically
Why?
outskilled again. Oh.
But the Urshifu going for a detective itself this turn.
I don't know why. I guess he's just expecting.
Attack as the Chien-Pao is still fast asleep.
Yeah, all
Get skilled on by sleep.
for that Pollen Puff is going to be able to get the KO against the
My
Chi and
God, he's gonna lose.
From the protect on the Fluttermane, because it wasn't so much about
I guess he was just trying to avoid the sucker punch.
Unfortunately, Chien Pao not able to wake up, and now
But now he's just dead.
to attack in order to get the knockouts. That's the only way you win Pokemon, and unfortunately, it's going to maybe have to take one of these sucker punches to do so.
Yeah, definitely, because if you want any damage onto that side,
That's the only way
I
you
would,
win Pokemon.
I would simply Terrastallize and then.
He's already
Designate.
used it, didn't he?
No. Chien-Pao
The
didn't
Fluttermane didn't, but
Terrastallize.
I don't think that saves him from.
Oh, it could have one hit KO'd. But he's gonna just Pollen Puff now, right?
Yeah.
Puff Puff. Pass.
Yeah, and the Amoongu's going to be a
Wait, these are best of threes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go for that score once again, putting that Fluttermane to sleep. With only 10 HP, you've got to imagine one Pollen Puff is probably enough to seal this.
Amoongu's not quite
Dude, why didn't you just murder it?
Yeah, going for that score, just trying to put the Fluttermane to sleep.
Probably safe in case Urshifu didn't get to connect for some reason.
Amoongus versus Fluttermane.
Yeah, and you can also look at the moveset that the Amoongus has got on Sora side of the field. Does have access to clear small.
The battle has been cancelled.
That fairy type. We are going to see Kohei go for this terrestrialization onto the Fluttermane. Finally, it will be that water terror type. And hopefully
Why did it not do that
has to
earlier?
turn This turn sleeping, so it needs to get through this turn. Can it
What,
get
did it
through
matter?
this turn against the Amoongus?
This is the question.
I don't
Does
think it
Amoongus
does.
have
It wouldn't have taken as much damage from Sucker Punch.
Was it weak to Sucker Punch?
Yeah, Ghost Fairy. Oh, I guess that's true.
is your 2023
Yeah, Ghost Fairy is neutral, right?
Yeah.
Well, why are the Squid Sisters suddenly part of this?
Oh, Pyrotechnics. Were there Pyrotechnics previously?
I don't think so.
Well, we all know that the VGC is actually the most important.
Don't set the kid on fire, please.
Yeah, not
Set the
Terrestrializing would have done anything
Set
for
the
it,
other
honestly.
kid on fire.
Finalists, but congratulations. even
Set them
to
both
Sora,
on fire.
new 2023 Junior Pokemon video game champion.
I wonder who's going to be our B team and who's going to be our A team for commentators. My guess is it's going to be Adam Dorcott and Scott
Dork
Glaza will be the main ones. And then Rosemary and Aaron
Time
will be masters.
Why do you know any of these people's names?
Talon, I've been watching every weekend. That
That's
doesn't happen.
not an excuse. You should be muting whenever there's not a match on.
That's probably true.
I like a lot of the casters.
That's something you don't.
I don't like these two. I don't know their names.
Liking any caster but Kermit the Frog is cringe.
Kermit. What a hero.
It's still funny.
Yeah, it's never
Dang
not
it.
going to be funny.
Yeah, and I think it just showed how good
I had completely forgotten.
your opponent, because without the Amoongus, I think probably Kohei probably takes that game. But the ability to put Pokemon to sleep on the opposite side of the field, especially those big threats like Chien Pao, and just shut it out of the game.
Do you guys know that putting Pokemon to sleep is strong?
Knock it out and then kind of
I wouldn't have known unless they did.
Has anyone considered maybe it's so strong you could use a clause about it?
Like Santa?
Exactly, settling the debate of the Urshifu.
Hmm,
We take a
Santa
little look
Claus?
at the replay as well to recap these critical moments for our players. The Dazzling Gleam doing a lot of damage to that opposing Chien Pao, but it was really the Amoongus that was able to finish it off there. Fluttermane going down as well. Some big knockouts early doors for these trainers.
yeah, and really great to see the terrestrialization.
I guess if we're being technical, he didn't break Sleep Claws.
As well. I think we identified that as a really big
Yeah.
component
True.
of Sora's road to victory here, and utilizing it perfectly in that first game, switching it out when he needed to and preserving it for that end game where he was able to kind of lock everything up.
Exactly, and I think the really nice thing for me was those Fluttermane protects as well, really trying to play around the Sucker Punch. And if the Chien Pao had woken up then, it could have been a very different endgame to that game too, being able to possibly get the knockout onto the opposing Urshifu, just allowing the Fluttermane to breathe a sigh of relief from those Sucker Punches. But unfortunately, Chien Pao maybe a little tired from the end of a long weekend, just wasn't able to wake up in time.
Yeah, just a bit unfortunate for Kohei in that last kind of few turns there. And I think that's that, you know, if you maybe terrestrialize a little bit sooner as well to kind of nullify the Sucker Punch damage, it might give you a little bit more room, but it didn't really help you in the situation against the Amoongus. You needed that Chien Pao, like you say. I think if it woke up, then it would have been a different story, and maybe we're looking at the game for a that's not how it turned out, and Sora is our champion, and I believe our player's already on the stage for an interview, so we're going to throw it over to Anna.
Well, I'm excited for this insight personally.
Thanks so much. I am here with Sora. Sora, you are a world champion. How does that feel?
ソーラさん、あなたはポケモン世界大会を優勝しました。ポケモンワールドチャンピオンになりました。いかがですか？
家族にも恩を返せたと思うので、とても嬉しいです。
I've made my family proud, and I'm just so happy.
Brought honor to my family. What the heck?
There were so many great moments.
Wait, did he-
For you, what was the best moment in those games?
When I won. The time that I clicked the button to win.
I used the moves that made me very strong and powerful.
I feel like I really knew what my opponent was trying to do when I managed to read every one of his moves.
True.
That
True.
is
Real.
actually
Real.
That is actually true. Real.
There are people at home watching you who want to someday be standing where you are. What advice do you have for other players who want to be
Get
world
good.
champions?
Get good.
あなたみたいにポケモンワールドチャンピオンになりたい選手には何かアドバイスがありますか？
I wasn't looking at this stream. Why is it a white guy?
あなたみたいに強いポケモン選手になりたい人には一言ありますか？アドバイスとかありますか？
動画とかそういうのを見て、構築やプレイなど
I do not understand your Japanese white guy.
Can we get an actual Japanese guy to translate for me?
Online, you'll get the gist of it.
Great.
What an arrogant little brat!
I mean, he just soul read every one of his opponent's
Yeah, he
moves.
did.
What did he say? I didn't catch it over.
Just watch online. I was right. Rosemary and Aaron are next.
Yeah, he said just if you watch videos online, you'll get the gist of it. Is he the I ate your pie of Pokemon? Are we gonna see him in all the divisions from here on? He's just like, you just make the reads.
Yep.
I'm wondering if we're going to see Japan sweep this World Championship.
It could
We've
happen.
One victory already in the juniors division, and we've got one Japanese representative in the seniors division, which Rosemary and I will be covering, and of course, one Japanese representative in the masters division. This is the first time that the World Championships has taken place in Japan. It would mean a lot to get a complete
Is that? There's no way that's true. Is that really true?
What did he say?
It's the first time the World Championship has ever taken place in Japan?
Yep.
Is the Pokemon Company aware that their game is Japanese?
Someone mentioned like they think this is the only time it's gonna happen. I don't know how real that means, how real that is, but yeah, it's kind of crazy, isn't it? I think it's mostly been in the U.S.
I mean, I guess it's harder to get people to Japan than most other places, because Japan has like crazy rules.
Robbie from the Netherlands, and I'm really excited looking at this top 8 because it has...
Oh, you know, I actually think I know probably one reason why. Doesn't Japan have super strict rules about winning things and like game tournaments?
Maybe.
I know a lot of fighting games had problems with that. Maybe it's not true anymore.
But seniors, it's kind of a mixture of both. You still have that creativity that you found in the junior division, but now you're mixing it in with some of those high-level skills that we hope to see
That creativity. Sure.
I'm really excited to cover this finals in particular because I feel like in the Masters Division stream, just throughout the last couple of days, we kept talking about one Pokemon, which was Gastrodon. Gastrodon did not really have a very good performance in the Masters Division, but it is here in the Grand Finals on one
Gosh,
side
why
of
do
the
they
field.
love Gastrodons? I mean, I love Gastrodon's Pokemon, but...
It's just the meme for those two casters.
And exists often to try to counter those Urshifus.
Absolutely, that's a dynamic that we've been looking forward to seeing, and to be able to find that once again in this Grand Finals, I'm so excited. I think Lou and Lee would be excited about that as well, just knowing how much they also love their Gastrodons. But I'm drawn to a couple of other Pokemon in this particular matchup when I look at something like the Zapdos that is also a really nice counter for something like the Rapid Strike Urshifu, especially when it does have the Water Terra, and that ability Static could come in clutch as its secondary effect.
Zapdos is definitely a Pokemon I actually thought would have a bigger impact here at this World Championship, and in the games that we saw across the previous days of competition, I don't think it really made that much of a splash, so excited to see it here in the seniors division. We've also got a couple of other sets, including Choice Spec Sylveon. Sylveon, a really interesting Pokemon because
Oh, Sylveon, interesting.
even a single Hyper Voice can really chunk away at teams. It often forces out a Terra, for example, and can bait out a defensive Terra immediately early on in the game. But when we look at the other side of the field, there's actually one Pokemon that Sylveon really does not like going up against, and that's going to be Heatran with Assault Vest.
And the Heavy Slam. That would put Sylveon into a position to be forced to Terrastalize. But, you know, Heatran too doesn't really want to be taking too much damage from something like the Urshifu on the other side, even just kind of looking at the Gastrodon too that has Earth Power. That is going to be a really nice way to be able to keep that Heatran in check. So this match is all about the Terrastalization mind games. When is it the right moment to be able to go for something like a defensive Terra?
Absolutely. One other Pokemon that I also have my eye out on here is Hisuian Arcanine. Now, I think these teams are actually really fun to look against each other because it feels like they play in similar ways. You have a Tailwind user on one side, there's Zapdos, on the other side there is Tornadus. You have a ground-type Pokemon, for example, Landorus Therian on one side, Gastron on one side, you have a Fire-type Pokemon, Hisuian Arcanine, Heatran, you have a Grass Pokemon, Rillaboom, Amoonguss, right? It's like...
I'm seeing a pattern here.
Yeah, there's like different, it like fulfills different checkboxes in terms of team building, but it's actually just different Pokemon on both sides, which I think in itself is really interesting. We've got Fluttermane on one side, of course, that is just the most commonly used Pokemon in this format. No Fluttermane on the other side, though, it's that Sylveon, which we were talking about. And then Urshifu.
Can't believe Smogon banned Fluttermane, abusing their power. It's a balanced Pokemon, there's nothing wrong with it.
Outside of maybe the Sylveon on one end, but Dark Urshifu is something that I'm personally intrigued by, especially because this is actually a Poison Terra set.
Yeah, the Poison Terra, that's been a Terrastalization type that I feel like a lot of trainers have been leaning into in order for a safe defensive Terra. You see this sometimes on the Galarian Moltres. We haven't seen a whole lot of that particular Pokemon in this World Championships, but we even saw it earlier on coming in from a Baxcalibur in the North America tournament scene. So maybe that's going to also end up playing a role here.
Baxcalibur puke.
Brought up the Zapdos versus Tornadus. Because Robbie's team is naturally faster, but you still want to be able to make sure that you get speed control somehow in your favor, unless Tomoya wants to lean into a bit more of the bulk that his team provides.
Yeah, I think Zapdos versus Tornadus is actually a really interesting dynamic, of course both being used to Tornadus is the premier Tailwind user in this format because of course it gets access to Prankster, giving you that priority boost immediately.
I still can't believe they gave Tornadus Prankster.
And Zapdos versus Tornadus is actually pretty
Oh,
much
you know,
for Zapdos.
they're good at balancing the game.
I also noticed that, like, so Gen 8, they did forms of the Gen 1 Legends, and Gen 2 or Gen 9 is the Gen 2 Legends.
And the Gen 5 Legends.
They're not forms, they just buffed them. Well, we got a new Gen 5 Legend.
What Gen 1 Legend forms did they do in 8?
The Galarian Articuno.
Oh, Legends, hold on.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was thinking starters this whole time and I was very confused.
But they did the Gerbils and they're doing the Musketeers, is what I'm saying.
Those are Gen 5.
That's what I said.
You said Gen 3.
What a fantastic way to also be able to...
No, you might have heard Gen 3. I didn't say Gen 3.
Anyway, I wonder what they're gonna do for Gen. I guess it would be the Reggies is who they're gonna do forms for.
But they did
They did
we have two new Reggies.
Yeah.
They did
Yeah.
new Reggies.
Well, we got a new Genie already too.
We don't talk about that new Genie.
We really don't talk about that.
From the opposing side, there is that Hisuian Arcanine.
Why didn't they give that? Did they give the Genie an Incarnate form?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's an ugly,
It's a
really
girl.
ugly turtle.
It's a snake girl and a turtle.
Oh right. That's up to
Tomoya's team, for example, Zapdos, Rillaboom, Sylveon, Gastrodon, Urshifu, all of those take neutral damage from Choice Specs Fluttermane, so you kind of have to play defensively to try to get around it. There are some solutions, for example, there is the Assault Vest Arcanine. That's one of the reasons why this Pokemon is used. It has a pretty decent matchup into those fairy type attacks, of course, and you can go for a defensive Terra, such as on the Urshifu, it's a Poison Terra, as well as Fire Terra on Sylveon.
I'm also thinking when you talk about like the special attack options, I'm looking at the physical attack options too, and that's also why not only am I drawn to the Hisuian Arcanine, but also the Landorus. We have previewed the match though. Let's invite our players to the stage for the seniors division.
Let's do just that. It is time for the seniors division video game final. First, please welcome to the stage, Tomoya Ogawa!
I was gonna ask if you think she's tired, but she actually only has to talk for like 3 minutes at a time. Then she
Yeah.
gets to sit for an hour.
She's just power napping between matches.
That's what I would. I mean, that's what I'm
Tomoya, it
doing in
sounds
real
like
life.
there are some people cheering very loudly for you here at home. How does it feel to play in the World Championships in Japan, where you're home?
日本での世界大会は今どんな気持ちでしょうか？
めっちゃ緊張してます。
I'm very nervous.
I'm freaking the F out.
Tell us a little bit about your team. What makes it special?
心配することはありません。今日を使うチームについて少しでも教えていただけますか？
まあ変わったやつ使ってるんで、いいとこ見せたいですね。
I'm using quite a weird team, so I hope I can show off the best of it.
Do you feel confident?
Kid wants
versus
to be
your
an
opponent?
anime character.
He does.
I have a lot of confidence today.
Good. All right, let's bring out your opponent now. Please welcome Robbie Shai.
He barely fits through the door.
Oh my gosh, dude. The height, I can't tell if he's giant or if they're just short, actually.
No, I think he's very tall.
How is your team special?
I have a lot of comfort with it, and it has just been strong for me the entire tournament.
No, he's
Is there
huge.
anyone here or watching from home that you want to say hello to?
Yeah, just all my friends and family. Thank you for supporting
Where's he from?
And watching.
Oh,
The
they said.
Netherlands?
Yeah, I'm
Sounds-
guessing.
Sounds like it could
so
be the
much.
Netherlands.
Casters will go back to you, and you all can shake hands and head to your stations.
Head to your battle stations.
Wait.
We're sending you war.
You want to wait before they can shake hands?
Which means I think we are in for an incredible match to be able to close out the World Championships for the Seniors Division. And what a better stage to be able to do it on right now.
It's, you know, I just realized it's so weird that they have the announcer doing English, like the main announcer doing English. Like, I feel like these international things, they normally have local main stage people and then, like, different commentary boxes for different languages.
I don't think so. I think it's always been in English.
Well, I mean, for Pokemon, maybe. I'm just saying for other things. For
I think
things that
English
aren't...
is maybe the official Pokemon thing.
Yeah, for things that aren't made by small indie companies like the biggest IP on the planet, you know.
Yeah.
I think the European guy's a bit nervous.
He's very nervous. He's also like, he's too tall to be looking at the screen if he sits normally.
Yeah, he's probably very uncomfortable.
For those final turns.
Absolutely. Urshifu just such a strong Pokemon thanks to its ability, and when Regulation D came around, people expected it to be good, so I'm not surprised to see it be in the finals here, but I do think it's interesting to see how people have innovated around Urshifu. We've seen some sets, for example, yesterday featuring safety goggles as well as choice scarf. We've seen sword stand sets, and one of the things that I'm always really curious about with Urshifu is how are your Urshifus actually trained? I think when the format first started, people traditionally just ran max attack, max speed, and kind of just went from there, but it's typical, especially coming into the World Championships. I think a lot of people started moving a lot of investment away from, for example, speed and into bulk. And so I think that's one thing I'm paying attention to in this matchup. If both Urshifus come out, whose Urshifu is actually faster, and that I think may play a critical role in this matchup.
I agree with that as well. And you can
Critical Role? Is that a reference to the D&D campaign by Matt Mercer?
Be able to be one of those tanks for the team, try to soak up that damage, either as a defensive switch or just be able to make sure that you do have that fake out pressure. But we have also been able to see like Sylveon's very specially bulky. So that's another way that you can kind
Wonder
of
if the-
do that on Tomoya's side. But for
I
Rob,
wonder if the line at the haircut place tomorrow is gonna be short or super long.
that's really a Mungus for you.
Oh, when's your trip anyway?
End of September. I'm gonna be reading Bookworm on the
okay.
plane, probably.
Curious if it actually ends up being relevant, but let's quickly take a look at Tomoya's accomplishments here.
Tomoya was able to secure
Why do you
top
ask?
6 at the Japan Nationals this
I
year.
was wondering how soon it was and when we would be missing you.
And when you take a look
Nerd.
at how he's also performed in these online
Hopefully we've cleared by then, honestly.
Oh. When Ivan's not here, everybody should be asking where.
I miss Ivan already.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just miss a single Sunday.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Is that true?
Are you leaving on a Thursday?
I have to go to. So there's no flight from the airport here to Denver that day, or like anywhere near that time. So I'm actually going to have to go to my parents' house the night before.
You're flying out on a Friday, I take it?
Yeah, getting back on Monday.
Black Glass is a very
So
interesting
Thursday, I mean, I'll have my laptop. That worked okay last time.
against his opponent. Robbie on the other side did get a top 8 at the North American International
Just need
Championships
to
this
update
year.
it. I mean, I could probably play.
Also a back-to-back top 8 when you look at how he did it at the European International Championships too.
This is actually Robbie's first full season of playing competitively, so for him to have made it to the World Championship
I love my last name. Shaj!
Josh!
Yes. I am from Coliseum Land.
Yeah.
Heavy Slam, I think, can be really interesting here, especially with Fairy Terras on the opposing side as well, and it just does large amounts of damage to something.
Yo,
Doesn't
an
know
old man in this
eruption.
game.
Tell me.
An old man in this game basically tried to do call an ambulance, but not for me.
You've got the Tornadus to set up the Sunny Day, you've got the Choice Specs Flutter Main, you've got Heatran.
And then he was a robot?
No. He shot me.
That is very interesting indeed. When you look at how Landorus is
But we dodged we charged straight at him and punched him in the face.
take a look
That
at
makes
maybe
sense.
something like a Choice Scarf or an Assault Vest to really be able to help out that Landorus do its job more effectively. But this Citrus Berry does give it a little bit of wiggle room when it comes down to how much damage it can take and how well you can actually use it as a pivoting tool to cycle those Intimidates.
I think both trainers have a lot of tools at their disposal. Coming into this matchup, what I'm looking at is where's the offense really coming from? I think from Robbie's end, the Flutter Main and the Heatran look really, really powerful. Flutter Main, I think, is going to force Tomoya to potentially go for a defensive Terra, like that Poison Terra on Urshifu, for example. Or you have to figure out how to basically weave in Hisuian Arcanine to not just let Fairy-type attacks run over you. For example, I think if you go with, like, Zapdos, Urshifu, Sylveon, and Gastrodon, and you don't bring the Hisuian Arcanine, Fairy-type attacks obviously do a lot of damage, and the only way you can really get around it is, of course, that Dark Urshifu. Dark Urshifu here, however, while it's Poison Terra, it doesn't have something like a Poison Jab, and so, of course, you can go for Wicked Blow onto Flutter Main, but if Flutter Main on the other side goes for that Fairy Terra, you might not actually get that one-hit knockout anymore with Wicked Blow, so that's something to keep in mind as well. Of course, you can then just follow it up with a Sucker Punch, but I think that's one thing to pay attention to. How can Robbie utilize Flutter Main specifically to really just do massive amounts of damage and potentially force out a Terra? And then I think Heatran also just really difficult to deal with, quite frankly. It is very, very bulky, and there are so many special attackers on Tomoya's side.
I could totally see Robbie going for a more aggressive angle, leading with a Tornadus, going with a Flutter Main as a great duo to be able to take advantage of something like the speed or the Sunny Day to get that Photosynthesis boost right away. We'll have to wait and see exactly what Proto boost it's going to provide over, but I'm also looking at, you could also lead the Heatran. Quite honestly, just go ahead and lead with that and start to get it ready to go.
Yeah, definitely. I think one of the things here is kind of figuring out who do I want to Terra. If you go for Grass Terra and Heatran, it's generally pretty safe. It does now open some new weaknesses. For example, the Zapdos can click Hurricane onto the Heatran. You can, of course, get hit by Ice Beam from Gastrodon. One thing that I think would be really funny is Gastrodon versus Heatran, right? Because you're like, okay, Gastrodon should just beat Heatran. But then Heatran's like, okay, I'm going to go for Grass Terra, and now I'm going to go for Terra Blast. And then Gastrodon's like, well, I'm just going to Fairy Terra you. What are you going to do now? But then Heatran's like, I have Heavy Slam for your Fairy Terra. So I think this whole dynamic is just really interesting between those two specific Pokemon. And one other thing I'm curious about is just whether or not Gastrodon and Urshifu actually come out right. Normally, you want to bring Gastrodon just to make sure that Water Urshifu on the opposing side can't just freely click Surging Strikes. But Gastrodon can sometimes feel like dead weight, especially when Flutter Main has a Choice Specs, has that Fairy Terra Boom Blast on the opposing side, and you're up against this Heatran with that.
It'd be funny when he just doesn't bring
Definitely a way to put that Heatran into a sticky position, though.
doesn't
and
bring
that's where
Gastrodon at all.
Zapdos can come into play, absolutely, to try to be able to deal with that. So we're looking at the defensive Terra timing here, coming out from Tomoya, and how Robbie can kind of take advantage of that to be able to get himself into a good position. But
Likewise, for the Terra timing on Robbie's side, you want to make sure you don't get pinned down when you use that Terra.
Yeah, I think one thing I'm really paying attention to is we were talking about Fluttermane and Heatran on Robbie's side earlier. So for Fluttermane, for example, right, sometimes you might just want to go for Fairy Terra immediately, start clicking Moonblast or Dazzling Gleam. If Tomoya does not lead properly against that, that can just start dealing massive amounts of damage. So then my question is, okay, how does Tomoya actually respond to something like Fairy Terra Fluttermane? It starts with something like Hisuian Arcanine. You could even potentially lead that immediately, just make Fluttermane struggle a little bit more. Or that Poison Urshifu, right? If with Poison Urshifu, you can go for that Poison Terra immediately, then Wicked Blow into Fluttermane. So one of the things I'm mainly curious about is, yeah, do we see Fluttermane come out immediately and just start dealing large amounts of damage, or does Robbie use it to maybe bait out a defensive Terra / switch early on, switch out the Fluttermane, and then bring it out in the late game and try to sweep with it?
What about Landorus?
Landorus is definitely an interesting one as well. Of course, the Citrus Berry set here, so it's not like a Solves. It will take a little bit more damage from these special attackers. Intimidate, though, very valuable, very good specifically into Hisuian Arcanine, right? You're like, okay, well, hey, if you're going to use the Hisuian Arcanine to counter my Fluttermane, I'll just bring out Landorus and I'll just go for Stomping Tantrum onto you. So it's really interesting because it's like, yeah, you have some defensive options that maybe cover for the Fluttermane, but then Landorus can go for example, Flying Terra Blast onto Urshifu or that Stomping Tantrum into Hisuian Arcanine.
So many different possibilities of how this match can play out, and that's exactly why it is so dynamic for how these two trainers can match up against each other. And so we'll have to wait and see what's going to be happening as we start to load into this first game. It is a best of 3 to be able to decide it all. Who will be our senior division world champion? And it's going to be kicking off so soon. I can't wait to see what the leads are going to be.
What Pokemon do you want to see come out immediately, Rosemary?
I want to see the Tornadus and the Fluttermane, but my heart says I want to see the Sylveon coming out from Tomoya.
Sylveon, I think, would be really, really cool. It's actually something that I'm really curious about, because if you're able to bait out the Grass Terra from Heatran, then Hyper Voice actually becomes a lot more effective in sweeping. I think the other question I have is, do we see Amoonguss come out from Robbie's end? I think it makes sense for Robbie to have it in the back. You could go a mode with like Tornadus, Flutter, Heatran, Amoonguss, for example, and then switch Flutter out into Amoonguss early on, bait out those Terras, put things to sleep, and then sweep with Flutter and Heatran. But here we go, Game 1 of the Senior Division World Championships, and there's Tornadus and Flutter. You called it, Rose.
And there's
Arcanine and Sylveon.
Oh my gosh! We've got both of the fairy types on the field to be able to kick off this first game, and the Hisuian Arcanine is going to put a ton of pressure down onto the Tornadus, and the Fluttermane's not going to be able to hit it very well.
Yeah, this is so interesting because right now you can go for Fairy Terra with Fluttermane, maybe go for like Sunny Day, Moonblast into a Sylveon, but Arcanine really in a good position against the Tornadus and Fluttermane. This is an excellent lead to specifically cover for Fluttermane, and Fluttermane is choice specs, right? So it's like you either just switch out, yeah, which is what Robbie's doing, or you kind of just accept you're going to take a lot of damage, but this means Sylveon can get a Hyper Voice, but there's that Heatran. That's an excellent switch right
Tomoya
now.
says, I'm not meta, I got this.
That's a good switch.
The opposing side, it's going to be a great defensive Pokemon to try to take some of these hits, but it's going to be the Rock Slide, and that's going to deal super effective damage onto the
You're gonna kill Tornadus at least.
Rip Tornadus, yeah.
However,
I mean, I feel like it did its job with the giving up the Prankster Tailwind.
Yeah, one thing to note here is that Hisuian Arcanine does close combat, which it sometimes carries. So Landorus now
Lando.
is able to go for an Intimidate, not valuable into the Sylveon, but of course quite good into the Hisuian Arcanine, and Tailwind is set up. The Sylveon here, of course, is locked into that Choice Specs Hyper Voice, right? So it's Fire Terra. You could, of course, get around the super effective hit from the Heavy Slam with the Fire Terra, but one play you could make on the opposing side is just go for Stomping Tantrum and Heavy Slam, which would cover for that Terra if it goes into Fire. Then the question is, does Sylveon potentially consider switching out? Let's say Zapdos is in the back, that would be really helpful, but it's going to be Arcanine pivoting out first.
So Arcanine is going to go ahead and take a little bit of a reprieve as the Gastrodon now is going to be able to hit the field, and whoa, it's a double switch here on this turn. So we'll see that for the final in the Zapdos. What a great switch.
So the question now is, what is going into that slot? It's going to be Stomping Tantrum into
Zapdos, the Alola champion.
And the Heavy Slam, that's exactly what we're talking
The Predict! The Predict!
Wow.
Read that switch, read those calls, and bring in the Zapdos at the perfect time.
Average Meta Slave versus Chad, original Pokemon enjoyer.
Ice Beam into the Landorus. It has that Earth Power into Heatran. You, of course, have to worry about the Landorus now going for Stomping Tantrum onto the Gastrodon slot. This Heatran, of course, is that Grass Terra as well. So the Grass Terra, Terra Blast here. One play I think you could make is honestly just protect Gastrodon right now and set up a Tailwind with Zapdos, maybe even just Thunderbolt into the Heatran. right now, you have an early lead on Tomoya's end, right? So it's like trying to bait out a Terra, see what Robbie's going to do and stall out that Tailwind, but an amazing first 2 turns.
And Fluttermane's going to come back in, just try to get some Intimidate cycles, keep that Landorus a little bit safe, but Zapdos has a great opportunity to go for the Tailwind to now stagger, being able to have that speed
the
control.
Heatwave misses the Zapdos.
That's a huge miss on that Heatwave.
No Terras, it's just Earth Power, it's going to be Yawn. Okay, so putting on some pressure onto the Fluttermane, I really like the Yawn, honestly, because Fluttermane right now feels like it exerts a lot of offensive pressure, right? But if you decide to actually attack this turn, you're going to fall asleep, and Gastron could so easily protect right now. So Tomoya here could make it a prediction, right, and say, okay, well, I think you're just
Alright, good night, I'm fall asleep.
I can just Ice Beam into that slot. So this is
Won't you fall asleep if you don't attack? I mean, I guess you can swap.
I'm going to go for a fairy turn.
I can't swap in real life. I'm stuck.
If he does that, does Tomoya call it? The other thing is we didn't see a Terra come up on either end right now, so there is a threat still of that Grass Terra Blast on a Gastrodon as well.
Yeah, absolutely, but I think there's a few Pokemon in the back that would not
Wait, why is this the same guy we saw in the other stream?
look at there's no Urshifu
It's the same normal kid in the black clothes.
Pokemon on both sides.
Oh, no
but it's
switch,
time
no
for a Terra,
switch, okay.
And there is no switch on the board, so let's see what is going to take that Terastallization, and it is the Fluttermane.
Switchuga.
That Fairy Terra type, be able to boost up something like a Dazzling Gleam, a Moonblast, take a few of these hits just a little bit better.
Does Gastron protect? It does protect! Goes for the safe play, and with Fluttermane not switching out, it's going to fall asleep after this turn. Robbie tries to play aggressively. Tomoya calls it. Play safely.
Wow.
Such an incredible position.
Oh, the Hurricane hits
Oof. Why is Fluttermane looking at Zapdos when it does that?
Yeah, I don't know. Small indeed. Something, something.
Wow.
Oh my god, dude.
I love Sip Pokemon.
I would be tilted.
I'd be
yeah.
tilted.
Yep. Oh yeah. Absolutely.
Imagine being so outplayed.
Tailwind just a few turns later will get the speed control in his favor once Robbie's Tailwind expires, and this Fluttermane is asleep.
Yeah, I think for Robbie right now, if you want to mount a comeback, you have to make basically the perfect switch each turn, right? You don't have Terra anymore, so the Keytron, of course, is left exposed to a potential Earth Power. It's going to be Fluttermane making the switch, though. Another thing that's critical is now the Keytron just doesn't really threaten Gastron, so you don't really need to consider Terra on that anymore.
But wait, after the Intimidate drop, what kind of attack did Tomoya go for?
Ooh,
It's
it's
a very
Thunderbolt.
Okay,
Into the
Thunderbolt.
Landorus, okay.
Great switch there from Robbie to
And
not
the
take
Earth
that.
Power into the Heatran, super effective.
What?
Does not care about the assault as Heatran is now down. This Landorus can't even go for a Terra, so of course you can bring Fluttermane back out, but Fluttermane can't protect. It has to take a turn of sleep. You could very easily double up onto that slot with a Thunderbolt and an Earth Power. Try to just get the knockout onto that, and then Gastron just wins 1v1 against the Landorus. Tomoya, the defensive plays, the aggression onto Tornadus in the early game, and calling multiple turns to really just stall up this tail.
This is why they love Gastrodon so much.
It has been amazing, and this Landorus won't be
Yeah,
able
to counter freaking Lando.
on the other side. It is not carrying anything like a
Murders Heatran's dead.
Thunderbolt into the Fluttermane. That's going to be the first attack, and it's just a critical.
Oh.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see the Earth Power here just to really play it safe, guarantee the knockout onto that slot. We saw a couple of Heatwave misses. There's the
Imagine
Earth
being a
Power.
white
We saw a
guy.
couple of Heatwave misses earlier and the critical hit, but I honestly don't
Couldn't
think
be me.
it's impacting this game. The main thing is if you had hit that Heatwave earlier, maybe then you would think about more going for like a Moonblast onto Zapdos, for example. But I think in this game, there was just a huge lead, and Tomoya answered the Fluttermane perfectly, right? It's like if I have lead Arcanine and Sylveon, the Fluttermane just put
You don't have another attack other than Earth Power, dude? I guess maybe he was doubling up on the one slot.
Yeah.
finals, and I can't wait to see what lead adjustment Robbie makes here.
The lead looks so good as well. So much offensive pressure coming in from the Tornadus and the Fluttermane. But at the very beginning of that game number 1, Tomoya called it. You could see that in the leads that he ended up bringing with the Arcanine and the Sylveon. And the Rock Slide to be able to catch the Heatran on the income and just be able to follow that up with even more spread damage from the Sylveon was perfect.
My question now going into this next game is, okay, you saw this lead of Hisuian, Arcanine, and Sylveon. That felt so specifically designed to counter this Tornadus Fluttermane combination. So, how do you now counter that? Do you think Tomoya will go back to it? Because if so, there are multiple answers to this combination, right? For example, you can look towards that Landorus variant form. That puts on a lot of pressure onto Arcanine immediately. You you can look towards leading Heatran immediately, right? We saw Heatran switch in earlier in the battle, but if you just bring it out immediately, you have that heavy slam pressure into Sylveon, you have that Earth Power pressure into Arcanine, you just go for Heat Waves that you think, for example, it's gonna switch out into Zapdos as well. So I think where this next game I'm really looking at is the leads, because I felt like Tomoya had a huge advantage from the leads in game 1 and was just able to execute perfectly even after the leads.
I agree, but every single turn you saw those switches just to be able to read what Robbie was going to be doing with his own Pokemon, working around those attacks. And now Robbie is going to be a little bit back against the wall, has to be able to bring it back in this next game. But Tomoya is one game away from being able to take the victory, and I'm sure he can taste it.
Oh my goodness, that first game was just absolutely wild. So cool to see that Sylveon, which we were talking about. And the reason why I think Sylveon is a really smart brain with the Hisuian Arcanine in particular is because, yeah, like Hyper Voice doesn't really do anything into the Heatran, but it still does so much damage into everything else. And a single Hyper Voice can really just snowball the game. So love this offensive lead from Tomoya to put on so much pressure. The Tailwind really didn't feel super relevant in that game either. And we did see the paralysis on the Heatran previously as well, but in the grand scheme of things, I think, you know, I really respect the play Robbie was trying to go for, because I do think some players would play really aggressively, go for that Ice Beam into the Flutter Mane slot, expecting to switch into Landers. And I think if Robbie gets that turn correctly, that last game actually looks really differently. So, yeah, I think definitely can give him credit for trying to make that prediction, but we'll have to see what lead adjustment he goes with. And I'm looking at Landers and Heatran maybe more as an early game lead. I think Amoonguss didn't come out in that previous game. The awkward thing about Amoonguss here is that it's the Dark Terra Amoonguss. So if you go for Dark Terra, well then you're suddenly weak to Hyper Voice from Sylveon, and so not sure that's the best answer into the Arcanine Sylveon lead specifically. There is also the Water Urshifu, which is quite good and can put on a lot of offensive pressure, but you really feel comfortable bringing that into a matchup with Gastrodon? I personally wouldn't.
No, I think that's why we ended up seeing both of the Urshifu stay at home in that game number 1. Non-factor. Maybe that changes heading into game number 2. But do we see that Heatran adjustment coming out from Robbie right away? Let's go ahead and find out as we jump into game 2 of the Seniors Division World Championship Finals. And there's the Heatran and the Landers from Robbie. And we'll see the Gastrodon and the Sylveon.
Wow.
Says, I'm not going to go with the same thing again. There's no way you go with Tornadus plus Flutter Mane. If Torn and Flutter Mane had actually been led here, it would actually be a lot more awkward for Tomoya. But Tomoya expects the adjustment, brings that Sylveon with the Gastrodon this time around, and Gastrodon so well positioned into a Landorus plus Heatran. You can Ice Beam the Landorus slot, you can Earth Power Heatran. However, you still have to dance this awkward battle of where is Heatran going to target. It has that Grass Terra, Terra Blast. So I think from Tomoya's side right now, you really want to bait out a Terra and see if the Heatran actually commits to it. And the other thing is, who do you Terra, right? Do you Terra the Gastrodon defensively? Do you Terra Sylveon? The thing is, if you Terra either of these Pokemon, they suddenly become weak to other attacks that Landers and Heatran carry.
Exactly. So maybe we do end up seeing some sort of pivot, or you just lean into the Terra right away. Either choice.
Okay, no Terra. Okay, we're just
no
over damage.
That's a stomping tantrum into the Gastrodon, and the Landers is gonna have to take a little bit of chip.
But he
misses.
Onto
the
the
Gastrodon. Sylveon is still going to take a huge chunk, though, from that critical hit, but a Hyper Voice in return. Landorus is also going to get taken down so low.
Oof.
But there is that Citrus Berry coming in clutch for a little bit of that HP recovery. And let's see, Gastrodon going for the Earth Power into the Heatran. No, Terra does not keep it super safe, and that is a low Heatran now.
So I think Robbie here, learning from the previous game, he split his damage in this one, but it makes a lot of sense because in game 1, we saw the Sylveon pivot out into Zapdos and just soak up so much damage. So in this end, Robbie's just looking for guaranteed free damage on the post slot, saying, hey, at least I know I am faster with my Pokemon right now. Very interesting to see no Terra on either end, right? Both players actually just kind of trade damage. Gastrodon's still looking fairly healthy. So now the question is, do you really feel comfortable tearing Landorus or Heatran? They're both such low health at this point. Sylveon still in an awkward spot, so it's like, do you want to consider switching that into Zapdos, protecting Gastrodon, for example?
Hard clue scroll casket.
Like
It's garbage. Woo!
Zapdos might also be the perfect response too if you expect something like an Earth Power to come out, but it is going to be the Flutter Mane switch in for Robbie, as we're going to preserve that Heatran for later. But the stopping is just going to go into the Sylveon. The survival is huge. Hyper Voice in response.
Wow.
Yikes.
Rip.
Ran the calcs. Ran the calcs. Ran the calcs.
Ooh.
Oh, how does Flutter Mane live there? What the frick?
And as we do see the Amoonguss now,
That's
nice adjustment from Robbie.
You run the calcs too. They're all running the calcs.
Sylveon, that's what I mean. Every single Hyper Voice puts in so much work. Fluttermane does critically survive that. I feel like if Fluttermane faints through the game, it's just over immediately. But the awkward thing right now is like, who do you Terra at this point? Fluttermane is at 9 HP, right? Amoonguss, he could Terra.
I think the game's already over, honestly.
Go for like Fairy Terra and just go for like a Dazzling Gleam, but looks like it's just gonna try to not Terra and just gonna back right now.
Yeah, but Amoonguss is actually critically running that Leaf Storm. So a nice way to be able to protect himself as the Gastrodon does go for that. Sylveon is just going to go down in this turn, but it has put in so much work in this game number 2 that it deserves a little bit of a rest there.
Absolutely. The main question I have is what's pivoting in. By the way, this Amoonguss does have Leaf Storm, so it actually has a way to deal significant damage and knock out the Gastrodon, but there's that Arcanine. That's the perfect Pokemon to bring out right now. Does not care for the Dazzling Gleams from the Fluttermane. Pressures Amoonguss with the super effective Flare Blitz. So now the question is, do you just give up your Fluttermane and play towards a Landorus endgame? I think that's what I would personally do.
I think you have to at this point, especially knowing that the Landorus also could Terrasilize there. You have to Terra Blast for a little bit later if you want to be able to try to put that type of damage down. But it's going to be a Dazzling Gleam. So
Wait, isn't his Landorus dead?
Arcanine just taking a little bit of chip.
Yeah.
The Arcanine is going to be able to rock slide.
So how's it gonna play to a Landorus endgame?
Good question.
Ask her.
Flinch is the question right now. First Ice Beam coming out. That's also a lot of damage. Doesn't get the knockout.
Doesn't get the knockout. It is a crit. That's a lot of damage. But Amoonguss is gonna use
Hope it freezes.
the Arcanine, putting it to sleep.
Oh my goodness, this is so tense. One thing to note though is that this Amoonguss does not have Pollen Puff. So unlike some traditional Amoongusses, you can't just consistently heal up. And so yeah, there's the Heatran just coming back out into this battle. But
I think you just Earth Power the Heatran. Has he Terastallized? He has not.
You have the Heatran out. It could go for something like the Terra Grass, Terra Blast to be able to pick up the gas.
It turns out he's owned.
Is asleep, so there are a few turns that Robbie has bought himself to be able to get back into this game.
yeah, definitely. You're at least in a position where you can put on pressure onto both slots. For example, the Heatran here can't just go for Grass Terra, Terra Blast on the Gastrodon, right? But the question is now you're playing around when does the Arcanine manage to wake up? And there's the Grass Terra coming out.
I think you just have to go for it though. Especially when Tomoya is in just a little bit of a better position heading into the later parts of this game, knowing that we do still have that one and final Pokemon in the back. Arcanine taking its mandatory turn of sleep. It's gonna have to get through that as the Heat Wave comes out now. Arcanine's gonna avoid that, but Gastrodon survives! It's just a
Wow. Oh.
Arcanine sled, that means Gastrodon gets an attack off. It should get a knockout here if it goes for Ice Beam. It's instantly Amoonguss, that's down.
Wow. Wow. Misplay.
Heatran is gonna be the final Pokemon left for Robbie.
Why would he go for a Leaf Storm in the Arcanine? Did he think he was gonna switch?
I
What would
think he thought he
switch
was going to
into?
get a kill on the Gastrodon. I mean, I guess he could figure that he's going to swap the Arcanine.
That kid is like, what's happening?
Freaking live action anime, man.
True.
What a phenomenally played set. That first game, just perfectly played, and the second game, the adjustment to bring back
Okay, kid.
He's dead. Did this man win? No, he is dead.
With what he said was a very weird team, is going to claim the title with some masterful play. And you can see how
I love to take a selfie of myself winning the World Championship.
Excuse me, Q. He's probably taking a le TikTok. The Japanese TikTok. Okay, that was a selfie.
I love seeing Tomoya just really soak up the moment on the stage. Loved his speech beforehand as well. And
Another win for Gastrodon. Gastrodon is strong.
what looked like somewhat standard Pokemon, but the way he plays it is just, I think, really intriguing. And I thought, like,
I've always liked Gastrodon.
Ben definitely, or sorry, Robbie, excuse me, fighting back to that one and going with a different lead, which I thought was really well done. Sometimes though it can be really tough when your opponent is just kind of one step ahead in terms of those lead adjustments. And that game would also look really differently if Sylveon had just on that turn would survive with 3 HP.
Absolutely. I mean, there are so many critical survivals. You saw the Fluttermane, the Sylveon. The Fluttermane was so important for Robbie as well to still have a chance to be able to get back into that game. And he got himself to a position where there was still an out, but some smart calls from Tomoya, not just onto Robbie's side. That sealed the game. What a masterclass.
Yeah, I think to explain Robbie's plays in games 1 and 2, when you're thrown in a match, sometimes you feel like you need to make really good decisions to get back into it, and I think being able to identify that in itself is actually a really good skill. So it didn't end up working out for Robbie, but I can see a world in which Robbie just gets one prediction right, and it just completely brings him back into the game. The plays I'm thinking about are specifically in game 1, Fluttermane going for that Fairy Bear, trying to just snipe down the Gastrodon, and then in game 2 going for that Grass Bear and opting for Heat Wave instead. And
No, there's no world where that happens.
throughout the course of the set with a bunch of Heat Wave misses, but
This Robbie is dead now.
just played a really phenomenal set.
Major credit to Robbie, though. First season of competitive play, ended up getting to the finals of the World Championships. That is incredible, and I cannot wait to see what is going to happen for both of our trainers. So let's head over to the stage and celebrate Tomoya Ogofuwa's victory in the World Championships this year.
Thanks so much. Tomoya, you were rolling on the ground. You're crying. Are you okay?
床に寝転がっていましたが大丈夫でしょうか。
手を叩きすぎてくっついたいんです
I'm just an anime guy.
So they're really sore right now.
Were you filming? Did you take a selfie with the crowd?
自撮り撮りました。
あ、撮りましたよ。後であげます。
I've never seen someone do that before. You know,
The
the casters backstage said they thought that first game might have been completely flawless. It was perfect. Did it feel flawless to you?
普段のキャスターが言っていたのは完璧なもう振る舞いでしたということだったんですけれども、今の気持ちはいかがでしょうか。そうですね
Master. No master.
やばいっすよ。サムズアップです。
Big thumbs up.
Great. Now, there are so many people here giving you thumbs up as well. Is there anyone you want to say hello or thank you to?
Maybe he's a theater kid. Maybe he's taking theater
That
lessons.
might be.
サムズアップされていますが、他に応援されている方へのメッセージなどありますか？
ありがたいですね。
Thank you everyone.
Now, one last thing. You now are a world champion. What comes next?
世界大会のチャンピオンとなりました。次は何が起こるんでしょうか。次は何ですか。次の目標などありますか。
まあ大学行かないと。
I do have to go to university next, so
Okay,
that's
that
coming
sounds
up
good.
next.
Good plan. All right, thank you so much, casters. Back to you.
Kid is funny.
He will not make a good Japanese salaryman.
No.
What is he going to do? His parents are horribly disappointed.
This is the one you've all been waiting for. Over the course of the weekend, we've had 7 finals.
I called it. The casters. I'm smart.
Sure, Q.
You're a weirdo.
But only 2 remain. I'm Adam Doricott, joined by the man who needs no introduction, but he gets one anyway. It's Scott Glaser.
Great to be here. So excited to see this match. I think we're going to see another banger.
Why is he? What's he doing with his hands?
He always does that with his hands.
Yikes.
The video game championships at the World Championships.
Yeah, I know some people excited for the Gastrodon being able to claim another World Championship title. It's doing pretty well, but it's not going to be a feature in our Masters Finals, which is exactly what we have to close out the day. This has been a really incredible tournament. It's obviously our first year playing in Scarlet and Violet. We've got all these fun new mechanics, fun new Pokemon. And you said it's going to be a banger. I'm going to certify it as a banger just ahead of time, knowing that both players are going to play their absolute finest for us. It's just, honestly, Scott, like, how do you feel going into this finals? Because we've had a great weekend so far. There's no way it can disappoint, right?
I don't think so. I think that we're another fun match here. I think at the World Champions, we're always kind of hoping that the finals, you get 2 different regions, 2 different countries facing off. I think that it should be a lot of fun. See, if Japan can get the sweep, looking really good in the video game championships once again this year.
Yeah, it is, of course, Europe versus Japan when we go down to the regions. Really, that was the theme yesterday. When we got into the bracket, we were running down it between the 2 of us, and we were seeing so many of those Europe versus Japan matchups. There was a few where each region had to take on each other, but the 2 trainers we have, I think, are some of the most exciting that we've seen. We've got basically a brand new trainer, first year, competing in video game championships against a player who's been on the fringes for a little bit, been a player that's very well respected in his region. A lot lot of people scared of the team that was being bought, but really, it's about time to see him up on the final stage.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how Shohei does here. I think he's been someone we've enjoyed watching for a long time. I think the creative types in the video game championships are always really well regarded. It's so tough to make an effective team in this format, and I think with this being the first regulation defense of the year, some really great team builders did get rewarded with these finishes.
Yeah, well, we can look at the two we have remaining and their journey that they took to get here to the top 8. Michael Kelsch having to play off in one of those all-European matchups in both top 8 and top 4, but advancing with aplomb 2-0 in both of those. Shohei Kimura, of course, having a very tough run. There were some tough games as well in the round before this, but taking down a European, and then, of course, making sure we have a Japanese semi-final, and we were going to have the region facing.
Yeah, I think just the way we want it, right? A great way for this to finish up. And I think a fun story between the two players. One player who, it's his first season competing, had to fight through day one of the competition. We haven't had a player in the Master Division of the Video Game Championship to win from day one since Wolf listed in 2016. It's only ever happened once. On the other side of the field, we have a veteran, but I think a very well-respected player. But, he's kind of struggled to get that big finish at the World Championships. Always right on the cusp and hasn't been able to make it through. And a player that, I guess, unlike most trainers in Japan, has gotten to compete at the national stage a lot. I think most of us would consider the Japanese National Championships to be the most difficult tournament outside of the World Championships. And because of that, we don't get to see the same players in this region competing internationally too often. But Shohei is someone who has gotten to play at some international championships before. So I'm kind of curious if that gives a little advantage here, comfortable playing against players from all over the world.
I mean, if you're speaking of comfortable, you do have to talk about Michael's run through the past couple of days. Overall record, 14-1. That is pretty impeccable, making it out.
That's crazy.
One of those really tough tournaments, a lot of players vying to make it to day 2. And then, of course, keeping that momentum up in day 2, and what it looked like to be cruising through the top 8 bracket. So in a really good position. Of course, Shohei didn't have an easy run either. Came in at day 2, still has to play a bunch of really good players, and had to go through that extra round as well to level up our top cut, taking down Hirofumi, which I think a lot of players in Japan were really backing coming into this tournament.
Yeah, I felt like whoever won that game had a great chance of getting this far, and sure enough, we do end up seeing Shohei in the finals. I'm really excited to see Michael as well. I think you mentioned that he wasn't sure if he was going to make it out here. It's kind of funny, some players, it's like, the rest of the season is kind of just preparation for Worlds, where it's I see someone where, he was happy just qualifying for the World Championships, right? Was able to make it out here and earned a really good run. I think it's kind of cool comparing the two players. You have Michael, who got prepared for this tournament with a lot of online grassroots tournaments. It's kind of the way we do things in the West, where there's so much geographic distance between us that you can't have a whole lot of locals. Where on the other hand, a lot of the Japanese players were kind of all grouping up and competing in person. So sort of fun. I think there's great champions on both sides. There's one Western player against one Japanese player, kind of showing the best of both different ways to prepare for this tournament.
Well, Michael as well, coming in, only starting to play in December, I believe, because we didn't start official tournaments. Has played some other kind of online formats, it's very familiar with Pokemon, but adapting that skill set and being able to bring that to the PUC format, really impressive to do that in such a short amount of time. Then take that really short amount of time.
Other online formats, aka Showdown.
Yeah.
For this tournament, which was not seen anywhere at all, and I am really proud of it.
力きりパリグラフというポケモンが一番厳しいので、それをどう倒すかが鍵となるかなと。
Why did he call it Parigiraf?
I really wanna beat him.
Because I think it's that's not what it's called in Japanese. I'm pretty sure it's another play on Kirin Riki, so it's probably like, I don't know.
I have the strongest 6 Pokemon.
Same. Watching Worlds every single year, but never.
I just won't make mistakes.
Myself, so I decided excited
Same.
to compete this year. It has been such a blast.
VGC は2015年の世界大会の決勝を見て、それの日本人対決を見て、本格的
Riki Kirin. Yeah. Interesting.
To win the world championship. It's always been a dream for me, and this dream is so near now. I gotta give it my all.
自分の実力が証明できる舞台にも立っているので、このチャンスを生かしていこうかなと思っています。
It comes down to this. The Pokemon Video Game Masters Division Final. Please welcome your first player, Michael Kelch. Welcome, Michael. You said you've been watching Pokemon so long. How does it feel to now be standing on this stage yourself?
It feels incredible. It's been such a blast. This whole tournament was so amazing, and
Do you think he loves the Pokemon?
I'm ready.
I love the Pokemon.
Oh yeah.
What does giving it your all look like? What are you going to have to do to come out on top in this match?
I will try to do my best.
I am here to love the Pokemon.
And this reason is to win the World Championship.
We won't ask you for any secrets about your team, but if you could tell the audience one thing to watch for, either your play style or something cool that's coming up, what would you tell them?
I have a surprise for you.
Oh, I like a surprise.
How can he have a surprise? Isn't team preview public?
Thanks for
I believe items. No, there's things that are not. I believe it's items and.
Now let's bring out your opponent.
Oh no, everyone knows the items. It's I guess stat spreads.
We got another character on our hands.
I know. Oh no.
How does it feel to be representing Japan here in the World Finals?
日本の代表としてここまでたどり着いてきて日本の世界大会で出場できてどのようなお気持ちですか？
嬉しいです。
I'm happy about it.
Good. I'm glad you're happy about it. About your play, are you happy about that too? Are you feeling very confident?
What's happening?
これからの試合ですけども結構勝てる自信はありますか？
かなりないです。
I don't really have any confidence at all.
Oh, no confidence at all.
What's happening?
In order to become confident and win this match.
Oh god.
これからの試合に自信がつくようにどういうような流れを見たいか。これからの自信これからの
Get lucky.
自信がちゃんとつけるように風な相手からのポケモンだったり技だったりを見て自信がやっとついたと思えるようになりますか？
Icicle crash.
That the audience should watch for while you play.
All right.
Are you ahead?
No.
Just sheer power. All right, last thing. Anything you want to say to the audience or anyone you want to thank?
今見ている人々の中で特にご挨拶とか感謝の気持ちを伝えたいご家族とかいますか？
メイちゃん、メイ、どうだ。
自分の
娘じゃない、どうだ。メイ、おい。
I want to say a
Dota?
shout out to my niece.
Very nice. Thank you so much. We're very much looking forward to watching you both play. So let's get to that right now. Caster, back to you.
Okay.
What a fantastic pair of finalists we have. It's definitely two different approaches. I'm pretty excited for this surprise. I hope we get to see it. And I definitely think that Shohei is playing a little bit coy there, maybe trying to keep things a little bit calmer going into the finals.
Yeah, I think so too. You know, perhaps his surprises are so surprising he doesn't even want to warn us about them.
Yeah, no, he's already said I'm going to be able to do well. He's had a really fantastic tournament so far, so excited to see what this match brings for the two of them. I mean, I really hope we get to see it go the distance. There's so many nuances to this team as well on both sides, right? They're two very different approaches to team building, and I think that's going to set us up very, very successfully for a really good set.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see how these players prepare. One of the things that's really unique about Finals Sunday in the Video Game Championship is the players get so much more time to think through this matchup than they normally would. They don't have each other's open team sheets over the night, but usually by this point in the tournament, you have a pretty good idea what your opponent's running. You get to come in with a much better thought-out game plan than you would if you only had a couple of minutes to prepare. I do think it's worth considering because of that. Everyone kind of knew Shohei's team already, right? Where I think it was something a lot of people were pretty scared about last week, where they realized how strong both it and the team was. So I'm not going to be such a disadvantage to have that extra preparation time for him. Except that I know, if you look at the other side of the field, I think there's a lot of people in the social circle who are very good at preparing for a match, given some extra time. So I think both players are going to come in with a great game plan.
I mean, Shohei is the team builder extraordinaire. He's well respected in this community for being able to come up with essentially what people are considering the best team analysis to everything. It feels very, very confident. On the other side of the coin, we've got the Faringa, right? Let's just get right down to it. He led with it in the video, and it's something that we were thinking, when are we going to get that unique pick? Well, we found one in the finals, so it's just something that really stands out.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see if that Farigiraf appears in the battle or not. It's a Pokemon that a lot of us were looking at before the tournament started, and there's kind of this weird dichotomy with it, right? It has so many different potential benefits. Blocking priority moves, its ability in particular, is just incredibly powerful in this format, but it's got a lot of nice utility qualities. Normally knows Trick Room, normally able to negatively influence the
Doesn't normally know Eruption.
But low stats, we'll have to see what he can do with it.
I think those stats are a little bit deceiving. I think it does bring a whole lot to a battle, and I think being able to block Aqua Jet, Sucker Punch, those are moves that are pretty relevant in this matchup, so could cause problems. Let's dive a little bit deeper on Michael's history. It's very short, but it's very sweet because it ends with a World Finals appearance, top 8 in Bochum, then Utrecht top 32, Malmo in top 64. So just the 3 events in Europe. All you need to do is get your foot in the door and look what you can do with it.
Yeah, I think the poise he's shown at these World Championships have been really impressive considering these accomplishments, right? Where he hasn't had a lot of chances to be in these top-cutting positions. This is his first time appearing on screen. A lot of added pressure here, but he's done very well so far.
Yeah, really, really interesting.
For a giraffe.
We'll start with the Farigiraf, the one that he even talks about himself. The Chien-Pao, Dragapult, Urshifu, Rillaboom, and Heatran rounding out that team. A lot of interesting choices on there.
Farigiraf.
Did very well recently in big events.
Yeah, funny to see
Frig.
again, right? Whereas the second regulations in a row where we're talking about the combination of Chien-Pao and Dragonite being on the threat list, but we're ending the format with Chien-Pao and Dragapult instead.
Yeah, well, it did sort of show up at NAIC, so maybe it can take another big title. But Shohei's resume looking a little bit longer and going back quite a bit further. Top 4 at Japan Nationals in this season, top 32 at Worlds last year. 2019 made top 16 at NAIC, definitely traveling, like I mentioned earlier, Scott. And then in 2017 was a Japan National finalist. He's done so well in Japan, and I think Worlds has been that bit of a hurdle for him. Now he's given the opportunity to convert.
It really seems like he's figured it out. And we just see his group of 6 Pokemon there. As I mentioned before, something that a lot of players have been looking at as one of the teams they really need to have a good answer to. I think one Pokemon to keep in mind there is that Iron Hands could be a really critical Pokemon in this matchup, and has looked really good on stream all weekend. Always seems to be the last Pokemon remaining.
Yeah, Iron Hands, Amoonguss, just real staples so far. Obviously pairing off with the Fluttermane, which has been such a big thing in so many of these matches. But it's going up against a different Ghost type, and maybe that could add something a little bit different to this matchup.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited to see how it plays out. We saw a pretty bombastic semifinal match, or semifinal match, but senior division final match where Pokemon are kind of being knocked out left and right. It's a very aggressive game. I wouldn't be shocked if we see similar pacing here. Both sides have very strong offensive options. They also both have the Chien-Pao. We've been seeing some pretty quick games when both players have that, because the whole point of the Pokemon is that it helps enable physical attackers to dish out damage. So again, likely to see on the field a pretty high percentage of the time, and particularly strong next to that Dragapult. I don't know if I'm still a little bit traumatized from seeing the devastation it caused at the North America International Championship Finals, but it'll be interesting to see if Shohei has a better answer than we saw in that matchup.
It's certainly something, when left unchecked, that can cause some problems. But the Chien-Paos can do the work too. I mean, Icicle Crash feels like a really good choice here. We're looking down at Dragapult, down at Rillaboom. The one thing we do have to talk about, and something that is actually going to be huge in this match, if we're looking across the teams, is the use of terrestrialization. It's obviously our mechanic for this year, and a good use of that mechanic could swing a match very drastically. You know, you've got plenty of Pokemon who are able to terrestrialize defensively and help themselves out, obviously drop some of those weaknesses and push themselves into a way better position.
Yeah, I think it's going to be particularly important because there's a bunch of Pokemon in this matchup that can't protect. Michael in particular, only half of his team is able to protect with the Choice Band on one Pokemon, a Choice Scarf on another, and then an Assault Vest. So, you know, maybe some sort of defensive terrestrialization can be very important in this matchup.
I mean, does protecting really matter when you've got Urshifu on both sides anyway? Just being able to use the Unseen Fist ability to just land those attacks guaranteed. You know, you may as well just go all in.
Yeah, I think it's a really clever metagame adaptation, right? Where, yeah, perhaps anticipating correctly that most of the top teams would contain one of those Urshifu, able to avoid being one of those situations where an item does nothing, which could be the case for one of the Pokemon on the other side of the field. The safety gap is not looking like it's going to be doing a whole lot for the Landorus in this matchup.
Not great value for Landorus, with just not being able to deal with something like the Amoonguss, but I do still think Landorus can do some good work. It can maybe force something like the Heatran using its Terra typing of grass, and just being able to, you know, try and deal with some of these really kind of hard Pokemon to get around. Could be a definite use of it. It's also, you know, being able to bring the Intimidate is going to help out quite significantly against some of these Pokemon on Michael's side.
We're about to get in the game here. I'm eager to see what both Pokemon, or both players bring. I think Michael's side, you know, he may be a little more limited in what Pokemon he can select, but it should be interesting to see what we get. Interesting combination of Pokemon starting this one out.
Well, on turn 0, turn 1, with both the Frigoraph and Dragapult taking the field as his leader.
Frigoraph.
That would be where Frig.
From the side of Shohei, but I guess the unique things on Michael's team are right at the fore.
I would say Frig.
Frig.
I think we see a situation where it could matter a lot. We heard in the interview that Icicle Crash could be a key element of this match. I guess the reason why is because that Frigoraph is going to make the potential sucker punch for this Jian Pao not nearly as threatening with Dragapult than it would normally be.
And the Dragapult is really in a sticky situation, but it's not going to be from the Jian Pao this turn, as Shohei switches it out in place of that Urshifu. So that'll be landing on the field, ready to do some work next turn, leaving just the Amoonguss. We're getting terrestrialization in turn number 1. It is going to be on to the Amoonguss, still trying to keep itself safe with that very standard now defensive water terrestrialization, making sure that it's not being caught by something like
Oh great, turn a Moongus into a bulky water type. Never heard of that before.
Why did it have
A
a
sleep?
sleep animation?
I don't know. I was thinking the same thing.
Okay.
I can't tell if it's a
Why did it have a
bug.
sleep animation?
Oh, it's a bug because it's gonna get spored, probably. That's something cool.
Are you sure that's not just the animation of the dragon?
No, it just got spored after making a sleep animation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look, you can't make an omelet without having a buggy, glitchy 2 FPS trash game.
Real. Alright. Who are we bringing? Let's bring her.
The Dragapult is definitely in danger. Now it's asleep. It didn't really get much done in the first turn. That side of the field for Shohei though is going to keep on being a revolving door of Pokemon. As Urshifu leaves just as quickly as it came.
A revolving door of Pokemon.
Pokemon in that Fluttermane. Frigoraph will leave the field, not feeling like it needs to protect against something like the Sucker Punch. As Rillaboom comes in, that is going to be a bit of a problem for that Amoonguss down the line, potentially.
Frigoraph.
Grassy Surge will get that Grassy Terrain set up.
Frig.
Dragapult will remain asleep for this turn, and Amoonguss is going to try and spore. So a great switch for multiple reasons there from Michael Couch.
Yeah, a great switch on the Fluttermane as well. Sort of a strange situation here. That Dragapult, as we see with most Dragapult, is holding the Choice Band item, so not going to be able to avoid staying locked into a Dragon type attack against the Fluttermane. But one of the fun parts of that move is it won't target a Pokemon that's immune to it. So, you know, the Amoonguss perhaps looking a little scared facing down both Rillaboom and a Dragapult that now could potentially wake up.
I do like Fluttermane's smirk tooth.
Wait, why did he act like the choice band means it has to target Fluttermane? Is that how choice span works in 2v2s?
No.
Oh, then why did he say that?
I didn't hear him say that, I don't know.
Said it's gonna, because of the choice span, it's gonna be locked into dragon darting on the thing. That ain't how anything works.
Rillaboom though, Will Woodhammer targeting correctly.
Well, I get stuck into being dead.
Critical hit takes down the Fluttermane, so doesn't fall for the protect on that Amoonguss, and it's 3-3 already. Rillaboom taking a good amount of recoil, making sure it gets to activate a...
All right, we got a real match here.
Oi, mate, you mean this citrus berry?
I'm excited to see what this final Pokemon on Michael's side of the field is. Could make a big difference.
What does Farigiraf do?
Prevent parity move.
Well, I mean, like, what does it?
Frig.
What does it do as a moveset? Attacking anything?
I don't know.
Okay.
No, I've never seen it.
No.
Frigs up your whole team.
Yeah, true.
Make sure you say frig.
Our frig.
Just don't show the same person on both sides of the screen, you friggin'
Frig. See, it made you say frig.
you Frigoraph.
Huge amount of pressure down onto this Rillaboom. It certainly does have an answer that could potentially be used, but Frigoraph is making sure that no punches come out from that side.
Yeah, interesting spot here. One thing to keep in mind with Farigiraf, it's not really the traditional Trick Room you see here with both of the two quickest Pokemon
Oh,
in the match.
does it do Trick Room?
Farigiraf does know Trick Room would be an option perhaps for trying to get this Rillaboom in a situation where it doesn't just immediately get chunked by Icicle
It
Crash.
does Frigaroom.
Want to just take one of those for free, especially if it's
Keep forgetting my Pool of Restoration heals prayer now. I don't have to go to the two things. Old prayer. Our old altar of restoration.
Michael's side, saving it for a little bit later, and he's going with the Rillaboom, trying to keep it safe from that Qianpao with the poison type terrestrialization. One that is going to be pretty hard to answer with the options that are selected.
Strange.
There's the Icicle Crash.
Is that normal for Rillaboom?
Sticking around, but Rillaboom flinches.
Ooh.
This is a big turn as it's not able to get anything done, and the spore onto the Frigoraph means it's not able to act.
Ruh-roh.
I love high-level Pokemon. I love RNG. I love it. I love it. I love not being able to use my moves.
Senior division match, and they're happening right again here. Perhaps if that doesn't happen, Rillaboom's able to knock out.
Oh, I love the Pokemon.
Likely
Same.
Rillaboom goes up, losing in a very different situation. Instead, Shohei picks a huge lead up here, evening out the knockouts, but it's a dominant board position.
It's a really, really good board position. This Rillaboom not able to do much.
It's a real boom board position. Get it? Do you get it?
Rillaboom. It's on the field
Or-
now, right? Where they're just sitting there waiting to be knocked out. We haven't seen that final Pokemon, but not a whole lot that Michael can do in this form. Not really threatening any damage.
Well, you've got to wonder what that final Pokemon is with the fact he was trying to triple him on that turn. Rillaboom will protect itself. Shohei is feeling pretty good, just sucker punching into the Frigoraph. Doesn't really matter there. But of course, the Frigoraph is going to remain asleep. Amoonguss will Pollen Puff, heading towards the Frigoraph, getting a good chunk down. This is once again one of those battle-ready Amoonguss that we've been seeing all weekend.
Hey, I guess it doesn't really need to do anything else in that turn, right? Wasn't a whole lot of any damage coming either way. It's a little cheeky to see the sucker punch there with the Farigiraf on the field, but as it turned out, it wouldn't really have mattered too much what the Qianpao did there.
I don't think it was going to make any difference. Maybe getting a little bit of extra damage down.
What type is
Why is
Pollen
Frigoraph
Puff?
dead? Oh,
Bug.
it is asleep.
It's what?
Bug.
It's bug. That's
Yeah. It's Cutie Fly.
Farigiraf also
Cutie
wakes
Fly's
up
move.
and is firing off a dazzling gleam. So getting the Qianpao to below half. Amoonguss will fire back with a Pollen Puff, but it's not enough for the knockout on to the Frigoraph. Even with a critical hit, it is dangerously low and it is going to be easy to pick up. Does get to try and recover at least a little bit with this grassy terrain as it does disappear at the end of this turn. The Qianpao on the board is certainly an interesting one.
Yeah, watch these two Qianpao. There's a bunch
Oh, that's why sucker punch. Okay, Farigiraf sucker punch priority. I get it. I get it. Can you still use priority with it on the field?
I believe so.
Yoda?
No priority moves you can use.
Some of the heavy lifting in that previous turn with dazzling gleam, sort of being able to get a good amount of damage down on Qianpao, obviously break the sash, make it way easier to pick up in future.
Keep in mind the Amoonguss as well.
I kind of hate how Farigiraf seems to have like a hint of fur in its model when like no other Pokemon does.
No, they do. A lot of these Pokemon are like slightly furry. It's weird.
I don't like it. It makes me feel uncomfortable.
Once again, landing a spore into that Chien Pao.
Well, that's a tough spot. Now we see how damaged this Rillaboom is. The Chien Pao not just falling asleep, but not getting to use any of the turns of the sleep on that. So even if the Rillaboom were say to go for a protect here, Chien Pao would not be able to wake up. And we see a situation next turn where that Rillaboom's going to be in some serious trouble.
I don't know if the Rillaboom can get much done, especially with it being so low. Michael needs this Chien Pao to wake up as soon as possible, but it's not going to be this turn. But Shohei can certainly.
Yeah, so Michael just loses. I don't like how did he has no way to win this.
To try and go for a Woodhammer. Getting rid of a Moongus would be great.
I feel like.
Is it worth it when it's one of your last two Pokemon? Chien Pao starting off though with a Sacred Sword. That is down to the sash. It's already.
The Rillaboom doesn't. He just wants to die and just end him.
Final turn in game one. Obviously has to take that turn of sleep. Didn't act after the score. Rillaboom though will just go for it with the Woodhammer. Does get the knockout onto Chien Pao, so does start to level things up a little bit, but it's so weak after that recall does hit. As Amoonguss will double up onto the Chien Pao.
Yeah,
You're in
just
for a penny,
surrender.
you're in for a pound,
Like,
you may as well get
no, I mean that was the obvious play. I didn't see how that turn went any other way.
Offensively threatening Pokemon the game, but when you only have one hit point after activating a Focus Sash, even
In for a penny, in for a pound. What are you, British?
Wow.
Well, that's just a saying.
It is a 2v1
But he also is.
Are you British?
He is British.
Okay, first of all, if I was British, I would be like, in for a pint, in for a pound.
You were British, you'd be playing RuneScape.
Frig.
Got him.
He's got me. He's got me.
Any attacks. One surging strike to bring it down to 2. The second one will get the fourth and final knockout of the game. Shohei Kimura up 1-0 here in the Masters Finals.
In the end, it feels like a dominant first game, but I think there's kind of a lot to go back and think about with that one, right? There was that one really crazy turn where it seemed like the game could have gone either way, so I don't think either side's going to be too shaken up going into the second game.
No. I think Michael's going to be able to take a beat, maybe understand where that game got away from him a little bit, and start to dissect it. We get to look back exactly what happened there. It's been a great game to start. It's a really interesting lead from Michael, getting both the Farigiraf and the Dragapult out, showing the depth of his team. A huge terastallization, honestly, from the Amoonguss. But then the Dragapult goes right to sleep. Not getting that Amoonguss knockout was a problem. Fluttermane and the Dragapult exchanging big damage, but then both getting knocked out, and then this Rillaboom taking the Icicle Crash here, but flinching, unable to act. Would have dealt with that Amoonguss, which caused so many problems in the end game. Feeling pretty good about this one. Shohei getting cheeky with the Sucker Punch. Does miss an Icicle Crash. Farigiraf does wake up, but it's just not able to do enough here. The dazzling beam could be big though.
Farigiraf just literally can't do anything.
Doesn't get the flinch where she's
Frig.
looking for, and Shohei's able to really start to tidy this one up.
Yeah, I guess that Amoonguss is really the key thing to look at going into game 2 here, right? Where it's just so devastating to the team.
Do you think in Gen 5, when they made just a generic Voltorb replacement, they thought it would be the best thing since sliced bread?
Yes.
You think so? I don't think they planned on it.
Do you think when they created Toxapex, they knew it would become the
Yes.
ultimate cancer for a while?
I do think they intended that. I think the thing about Amoonguss is like it feels like there's 8 billion Pokemon that are the exact same as Amoonguss, but they're all a half poison type, which completely ruins the point. Like, I feel like the only unique thing about Amoonguss is that it's not poison type.
The Dragapult didn't get much done. I mean, it got 1 Dragon Darts done, and then got put to sleep and dazzling. So definitely.
I mean, maybe none of the others get Spore, but I feel like they do by now.
But Ivan, Amoonguss is half poison
Wait,
type.
is it still? I thought it was pure grass.
It's grass poison. No, it's grass poison.
I guess it's literally
I
just Spore
have to
then.
go and make sure, 'cause I'm like, but isn't it grass poison?
I kind of thought Iron Hands was going to be a key Pokemon in this matchup.
It's not even the Paradox is Grass Dark, but that's not what people use.
I really thought it was pure poison or pure grass.
Even though in some ways in which I think I would prefer to play Michael's side of the
Like, it doesn't have any. It doesn't have any stats.
Safely bring 5 of the 6 Pokemon at least. I think Landorus's matchup's a little bit tough, but Michael's always going to be guessing, right? Having that one game advantage is big because based on how the team preview phase goes, it can be a big advantage to start off with the advantageous position of leadoff Pokemon.
It's certainly going to be a big decision to make. If you're Michael, you've got to win this game to stay in this match. You've got to go forcing it to game number 3, and maybe.
Why the frick is it part poison thing?
Exactly what he needs to do. I think Shohei's got a little bit of wiggle room, and of course he's got breathing room.
It's always had Spore too. I don't know why it's now.
Well, no, it's always. I mean, it's always been good in doubles.
Iron Hand is something that could come in to shore up the matchup if you're expecting a mix-up from Michael.
Huh? Toadscruel gets Spore. That's wild.
Yeah, but it's slow as hell.
No, it's not. Its BST is 100. I mean, B speed is 100.
It really could have done a whole lot more.
Oh, why did I
The
think
heck
it
is
was
a
slow?
Toadscruel?
It's the fake the mushroom that has legs, feet.
The fake tentacle.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, I guess I thought at other bulky, I thought a few other bulky grass got Spore, but no, they don't. None of this,
Oh,
which is terrible.
Oh, fake Tentacruel. Okay.
Yeah. Regional fakes are the dumbest idea.
Those were dumb. Yes,
I think they're funny.
I forgot these stupid things even existed.
Well, I would have just made them regional. Like, I don't understand why they're fakes.
Yeah, I don't know why Wiglet isn't just
a Diglett.
or Paldea and Diglett.
Yeah.
Like Divergent Evolution.
Right.
Sure.
I mean, are there normal Diglett in the region?
No.
Yeah, like it doesn't make any sense. Why would they? I don't know.
And it's going to be the Dragapult this time, so making sure it gets to boost up some of those very threatening attacks with the Ghost-type Terra. That is going to make Phantom Force or Terra Blast pretty terrifying.
Let's stand a Ghost of a chance.
Into the Amoonguss, just getting down a little bit of damage. It's not going to be super effective, but I think that any damage is going to be exactly what he wants onto this Amoonguss. Dragapult will be moving next and is given the opportunity to see what it can do. It is Terra Blast being locked in. It's heading towards the Amoonguss. It was such a problem in game number 1.
Hey guys,
and Amoonguss
I think the Dragapult's probably gonna get spored.
able to eat its berry, and it's all in from Michael on that turn. He wants to get rid of the Amoonguss, but he's just not able to as it fires back with a Spore onto the Dragapult.
Berry.
Amoonguss is cringe.
Oh, was the Dragapult making a sleep animation
Yes.
again?
Yeah.
Where it could fairly comfortably survive another Surging Strike. So, a bunch of damage taken, but no real harm.
I can't believe the game's spoiling the battle.
Yeah.
Excellent Game Freak coding.
Game is really, really important. A big turn for Shohei there. Also, this Dragapult once again looks really, really vulnerable.
Yeah, that's one ultimate situation, and I think an important thing to keep in mind too is Amoonguss is the Pokemon that took damage, right? Amoonguss, if it switches out of battle using that Regenerator ability, heals HP, so that damage may not even stick.
Yeah, Michael's not going to let that Dragapult go down so easily in this one. Switching it out for the Farigiraf, so it is still a key player. Urshifu will Surging Strike to the opposing Urshifu, just trying to get some damage down on that side of things and see what he's able to do. I am curious as to what the Amoonguss is targeting, but not very effective hits aren't really a big problem here. See 3 critical hits, not enough to threatening knockouts.
I think his Urshifu is asleep, guys.
A whole lot more in this one, but activate the
You'll never
helmet
know.
here. That's a lot of damage going back towards that Urshifu.
I do think it's funny that everyone was like, I hate Urshifu, so I'm just gonna give someone a Rocky helmet.
Well, the Spore heading towards the
God, why is there no Sleep Claws? That's the other. I guess that's the real reason. Is like no Sleep Claws. Bulky Spore person can literally just do whatever the freaking wants.
Yeah.
there for the Urshifu. The knockout's going to come at a cost.
Yeah, it's going to be a really tough one because the Rocky Helmet is going to add up. I mean, it's 3 hits. You got way more than he bargained for in that turn, taking so much recoil damage just off that fantastic item choice.
Still, it's a really tough spot on Michael's side of the field. So the 2 premier physically attacking Pokemon in this team now are both taking a snooze, and neither of them have set that turn. So they're both going to have to sit in the field for at least 1 turn.
Oh right, I forgot that it's Regenerator too. All right, they knew what they were doing. They're freaking psychopaths.
Yeah, they knew.
Is Regenerator its HA? Not that it matters, because like that's when they added HAs. Yeah, it is.
Make that trade, right? It's going to make sure that he gets the Frigoraph down. There's not going to be anything like a Trick Room or a Dazzling Gleam.
We'll literally never see what Frigoraph does. It comes in and it dies instantly.
It's a straight trade in that one.
Well, I love the move, though. I mean, we're getting very close to a sweep from Team Japan here. We have 2 sleeping Pokemon and 1 unrevealed.
He doesn't seem to mind that he just murdered himself.
No, he's pretty good.
Back and looking healthier than ever. It's going up against the Chien Pao, which is not going to appreciate the presence of that Fluttermane right now. Maybe forced to try and work around that one a little bit more. Urshifu staying asleep. That Urshifu probably needs to wake up and get involved soon.
Oh yeah, really soon. And it Santa this turn, right? This Amoonguss is in a fantastic spot now where it switched into battle. You got that healing from a generator. We haven't seen the terastallization committed on that side of the field yet, so you know, a Rage Powder could look pretty devastating here. Fluttermane can now just start kind of like wailing away with Dazzling Gleams against a lot of Pokemon that aren't going to take those very well.
No, they're not going to appreciate it very much, so a lot of work that can be done by the Fluttermane and a lot of reliance on the Chien Pao to try and get the job done right here. Needs to try and find some of those knockouts, maybe make some big calls, some big reads. We are going to get into the terastallization from Shohei's side though, as once again he is going to be keeping that Amoonguss very, very safe by making it a water type. Let's see what Michael can do in this one. It does get itself nice and safe. Chien Pao wanting to scout out what's going on, making sure that it's not able to get anything really nasty sent its way. Amoonguss will be redirecting attention with that Rage Powder.
Chien Pao trying not to be asleep.
Going to appreciate what's coming next from the Fluttermane. It is of course the Dazzling Gleam into the protect of the Chien Pao, and there the Urshifu is not loving it. An easy knockout for Shohei Kimura in this one. Let's see how much this Chien Pao.
How does sleep work on Switch Out now? Does it reset your guaranteed turn?
Yes.
That's horrible.
What do you mean?
I mean, are you if you switch
If you
out while
come
you're
back, you still have 1 turn. Yeah.
Yikes.
I just don't see a way out. I think we're about to see.
It sounds like it doesn't reset it. It doesn't.
It doesn't count as a turn.
Right. You have to take a turn to sleep no matter what.
Thanks to that Dazzling Gleam from the side of the Fluttermane. It's got 1 turn to make an impact. It will crunch. It goes into the Amoonguss. It doesn't get any secondary effects. So Pollen Puff will take out the Chien Pao, and all Michael Kelch has remaining in this matchup is a sleeping Dragapult. That Dragapult is in a very nasty situation as Shohei still has 3 Pokemon remaining. Michael throws in the towel, and Shohei Kimura will
Wow, Japan all 3. That's crazy.
World champion.
That was the most anticlimactic finals of all time.
I feel when Japan, king of their own country.
Michael celebrating our new champion, somebody who has been chasing it for so long. Both trainers played an absolutely fantastic game, giving it their all in the finals. But this team that was revealed so long ago was built so well and so consistent.
Congrats to Farigiraf winning Worlds.
Frig. Do you mean losing Worlds?
Oh, wait.
Again, Frig.
Frig.
What a set, right? I think it's just fantastic in all those games.
It won't stop being funny.
second game in particular, which is really incredible, where he only gave up the one knockout, and it was so advantageous for him to allow his Pokémon to be knocked out of that turn.
Yeah, he chose that knockout, right? He was like, oh, I'll deal with the Frigoraph. I think getting rid of that Frigoraph was absolutely massive, and it was a bit of a problem in both games, but it was so well navigated around by Shohei. I think the Amoonguss is something we cannot express enough how important that was.
Congrats to Amoonguss for winning Worlds yet again.
So much work with the Water Tower Taipei.
At least there wasn't a Lando on the winning team, right?
Yeah, I think just on that.
I don't think so, no.
Oh, just kidding. He had Lando. Lando, Urshifu, Fluttermane, Chiyu, Amoonguss, and Iron Hands. That sounds about right.
Look, how are you supposed to deal with Landos if you don't bring a Lando?
True. Yeah, buddy.
Fair to say he capitalized on it, right? There was so much pressure on this Amoonguss turn 1, but it was able to take those hits. Terrablast, not able to get the knockout after the surging strikes, does put it right back to sleep, and Amoonguss just keeps putting things to sleep. Really the Spore there, so nothing coming out the Urshifu, and really set things up for the endgame. But Fluttermane is able to come in, start firing off Dazzling Beams into two Pokemon that really don't appreciate it, and wrapping up this set just 2-0. There's Amoonguss though, picking up a key knockout in the World Championship finals.
I think it's good, Amoonguss gets that final knockout there. Does such a good job throughout the course of that matchup, keeping Shohei in a dominant court position.
It was really well played by both trainers throughout the set. Obviously, fantastic achievement to make it here, but Shohei finally getting over that hurdle of a big performance at World. How much bigger do you get from winning the World Championships? We're going to take it on down to the stage and see what he's thinking after that fantastic set.
Thank you so much. I am here with your world champion. Now, you're very well known for this team. Many people want to play this team just like you. Tell us how you used it to really come out on top this time.
今回使ったチームなんですけども、使い方について何かアドバイスありますか？
本当は鉄のカイナーをうまく使うパーティーなんですけど、ちょっとパリグラフ、リキキリンがいたので、出せなかったんですけど、そういう、その、鉄のカイナーと羽ばたく紙をうまく使っていくパーティーなので、それらをうまく活用すれば勝てると思います。
So normally I actually run Iron Hands with this team, but because the opponent had Frigoraph on their team, I couldn't actually use that this time. So normally I have the Iron Hands and the Fluttermane come out together, and if you can use those both together, normally it's a really strong team.
Amoonguss was very important here. Tell us about how you used Amoonguss.
モノバルルなんですけども、今回すごい大活躍を見せました。モノバルルの使い方についてちょっと教えてくれますか？
モロバレルは難しいな。なんだろう。草タイプにキノコの星を打つと効果的になると思います。
So it's a little bit tricky to give short advice about how to use Amoonguss, but if you use Spore against grass type Pokemon, it's very effective.
Great. Now, with your win, that means that Japan has swept the video game championships. How does that feel?
今回の優勝でジュニア、シニア、マスターカテゴリーどれも
They rigged it in favor of Japan.
True.
They made them all take a dive. Wake up, sheeple.
I'm so glad that we could do this here in Yokohama.
There are probably... You can hear all of the people who are very glad that you just won. Do you have anything to say to them?
今応援している方々たくさんいるかと思いますが、何か一言メッセージとかありますか？
ありがとう。
Thank you so much.
Very well said. Casters, back to you.
Well, we bring Worlds to Japan, and they take all three of the World Championships here in the video game. What a day it's been, Scott. 3 pretty incredible finals, a lot of different teams, some fantastic trainers, fantastic finalists, and obviously fantastic champions.
I was really impressed by the play across the board, right? I think we can agree that all these are very deserving world champions, really showing how strong they were in a tournament that was really difficult to play, right? You know, I think a key story of this tournament has been that it's the first and only Regulation D tournament so far in the Video Game Championships. So players kind of all had to figure out on their own, right? You couldn't kind of just look back.
Dude, I found the biggest elitist.
How great is it?
Sorry, there was a books thread on Sanderson bad actually, because Mistborn Pro is not good, which is true. Like, Mistborn's prose is not very good. But anyway, Sanderson writes the MCU of books for people whose bookshelves are adorned with more Funko Pops than works of literature. Oh my gosh, now I have to put my Funko Pops away in the closet. God dang it. Does anyone else think Sanderson uses the word maladroit too much in Mistborn 1? Oh, sorry, I muted it. What are they talking about now?
He said, they're just talking about, like, these are strong Pokemon, blah, blah, blah. And he said, you know, like, Urshifu, there's a lot to talk about how it's really good. Fluttermane, everybody's known it's been good. Amoonguss has been a problem for over a decade now, so think about that.
So, was Amoonguss only opened up in the National Dex mode for this, or whatever? No, it was in base? Wow.
I think so, yeah.
We didn't start off the year with. We introduced them a little way in, and then the Chiempao came along later. Urshifu Landorus came along later, so it really is kind of a team that has evolved. I think Michael's team speaks to a similar idea as well, just adding in that Chiempao to help out the returning favorite in Urshifu, but using some of the new things in Farigiraf that I think has had a lot of attention, bringing back as well the Rillaboom, the Heatran, that Dragapult.
Dragapult can't cause problems if it's asleep.
True. Right? I think kind of both Heatran and Rillaboom were Pokemon we were surprised we didn't see more of on Friday, certainly making their impact here, and I'm just excited to see all the different ways trainers have composed teams around this Chiempao. We've seen now 2 major tournament finals in a row at the North America International Championships and here at the World Championships that it's very, very effective.
It's certainly a huge ability, right? Being able to change some of those damage calculations, something that people really rely on when it comes to gameplay decision making. Being able to break it down and say, you know what, I can switch in here and take that attack. Well, Chiempao switches that up so nicely, and the fact that both trainers had it in finals, I think maybe we'd seen enough of it coming into Regulation D that it had already staked its claim as it has to be here, and you probably do want to either have a really, really good answer to it, or just build around it and go for it.
Yeah, I think kind of it makes sense in some ways that Chien Pao and the Rapid Strike Urshifu wound up kind of being king here, where I guess when you think about it, physical attacks have always sort of dominated the video game championships, and the main tool to control that has always been the Intimidate ability. Well, these two Pokemon don't care about that, right? Where Chien Pao's going to lower your defense kind of no matter what you do, right? Its ability just exists on the field, and then, well, you can't intimidate a Pokemon that always critical hits.
Yeah, the critical hits from Surging Strikes definitely cause problems. You think when you switch in something like Melandris, haha, I've got it. You absolutely don't. No, that is still going to be able to land so much damage on you. Multiple hits. I thought the Rocky Helmet play was fun. I really enjoyed that we got to see some of that creativity and some of the ideas that people have been cooking up at home, bringing to the World Championship, saying, you know what, I'm going to take a look at something a little bit different and try and make those audacious plays. So really cool to see that. I think throughout top 8 as well, we had a nice mix of teams that showed that there was a lot to Regulation D. I hope we can get to keep exploring it, because this is just really going to accelerate us into some great team building. We're going to have a bit more of a meta game to build around and pivot around. So for anyone watching at home, now is the time to start really getting involved.
Yeah, I think it's fun too, because as good as all these teams and all these players were, right, I think this format is still not fully explored, right? I think everybody probably learned a lot from this, and it'll be cool to see what they do in the future.
Yeah, there's so much action, but we have to remember...
It's be very funny when they just end the format.
And now that all of the divisions are over, there's only one thing left to do. Get on down to the stage and present huge awards and huge congratulations to our finalists.
Championship Sunday has really lived up to the hype, right?
I mean, except for the Masters, it was freaking
We've seen so
sweet.
much Pokemon goodness this weekend, and we have even more slated in just a little bit in our closing ceremonies. But first, we have to shout out all the Pokemon video game trainers who competed this season here at the World Championships this weekend. Let's hear it for all those trainers. To help me present the awards to our heroes who fought to the end, please give a warm welcome to Mr. Tsunekazu Ishihara, President and CEO of the Pokemon Company.
Oh.
Yeah,
Now let's honor the finalists and champions.
I
that
love
battled on stage
Japanese
today.
businessman Pokemon Company guy.
First,
John the
congratulations
Pokemon.
to our video game junior finalist, Kohei Ukai. And a round of applause and congratulations now to our video game junior champion, Sora Ebisawa.
Can't believe they rigged it. Like, personally, I think that's kind of unacceptable.
Next up, our video game senior finalist, Robbie Shea.
He's like 6'3" or 4. He looks like the most awkward kid.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
I think
he looks out of place.
I think he might be a little bit on the spectrum.
Yeah, maybe.
Just by the way he like looks around and stuff. I don't know.
Yeah.
And now, give it up for our video game senior champion.
Are the winners supposed to be getting a gold trophy? It
yes.
Looks more bronze.
Well, it's Scarlet Violet, so they'll patch it maybe so that it looks gold later. It does look kind of bronze. I would agree.
Nagoya
The youngest kid is just like, oh god, the two people older than me are cringe.
But he was cringe.
No, the youngest one who didn't like do anything.
Oh, that's true. He was. I forgot. He was Mr. I'm going to use attacks. If I use attacks, I will win.
Well, no, that was the one who lost. But yeah, I mean they were both.
They're both future salary
Yeah,
men. It's
neither
okay. They
of them
understand.
were.
They understand
yeah.
their place in life.
And a big round of applause for the video game Masters champion, Shohei Kimura!
I can't wait until the end when they announce that Pikachu's coming to Smash Brothers.
Where do we think? What? They're gonna put it in Washington D.C. again. Is gonna be my guess.
Is it time to go for another American one?
Just in time for Trump
Oh yeah.
to be in jail.
Unlikely, because they'll never lock any politicians up.
I mean, he's basically screwed.
There's
Like,
no way he's
actually.
going to prison.
I think unless something drastically changes, he is probably yes.
I think he will not be going to prison. He'll get like house arrest or something.
I don't think that's possible given the charges.
He's a president. Also, the
former
Democrats are gonna like wimp out and be like, "Whoa." Why is Spraggles there?
The action that we had this weekend.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, what if when they were caught doing something wrong, they had to go to prison? They can't stand for that.
Okay, here's the thing though.
Spraggles from Pokemon Unite. And I'm Rosemary Kelly
Spraggles.
taking you through the
Yeah.
VG action
He's
as
a good
well.
caster. I like him a lot.
Oh, okay. Spraggles is his handle. I thought his name was Spraggles.
Jake
No, his name is
Sprague.
Sprague.
Probably the most
Yeah.
stacked top four
I was
seen.
confused for a
And the
second
best thing
too.
about it
but-
was we had these three gigantic names: Azulgas, Igriego, Tord Reklev, Michael Pramawat. Yet none of them won. It was Vance Kelly, the underdog, in this stacked top four. The one name people weren't talking about came through and won with Mew v Max, which is a deck they keep printing really hard counters to. And Mew v Max is like, nah, mate, I'm good. I'm just gonna go win Worlds.
Well, I mean, Mew, right? It's a Pokemon that can kind of do everything. So I feel like that's just so fitting for that deck in particular. But
You
Gabby,
have to hear about Mewtwo. It's
Oh.
great. If you like Mew, you're gonna love Mewtwo.
Is that like the unofficial sequel, official sequel?
I think it's pretty official.
I think it's pretty official also. And you know what?
Bunch of
Spraggles, I will
dorks.
tell you next because Mewtwo, was that a factor this weekend?
Well, Mewtwo was not a factor this weekend because it's not yet allowed in competitive play. But let me tell you, it is on the ladder in Pokemon Unite, and it is an absolute menace. This weekend was incredible. I was screaming the entire time, which I normally do, but out of excitement, it was amazing. 28 teams from around the world showed up, and on day one, we have our top 8 by the end of it. And I can't do good mental math, but that's about 20 teams going home in one night. We were here till the wee hours of Friday night, and under those Friday night lights, one team had clear eyes, full hearts. They could not lose. North America's Luminosity. They head to our top 8. They have a flawless run, and they become the
24 minutes until the closing ceremony? What the frick?
God, what are we gonna do for 24
What are
minutes?
they going to do for 20 minutes?
They're just talking. They're chatting.
Why do we need to watch the closing ceremony?
Well, I want to
Counterpoint.
just for funsies.
Like I said,
Will they actually say anything, or is it just where it'll be next?
They're gonna announce where the next one is.
That we were hearing.
It was mostly me yelling all weekend, but yeah, it was a packed house. Japan
Mozambique.
had 2 teams in the top 4. They were
it's
the
my
only
prediction.
region to do this, so everyone was very hyped.
Very hype indeed. Gabby, how about you? How are things going in Pokemon Go?
Well,
Who
all the
cares?
screaming was not just you, provided it wasn't the wee
That's
hours
the
of the
net.
morning.
Yes,
as
that's
I
your
was
next
also
24 minutes.
screaming my
Yes.
head off for Pokemon Go because every single match came down to frame perfect execution by our trainers. And at the end of the day, we had 2 trainers who had actually faced off at a regional championship back in Portland in the United States.
facing off for the title of World Champion. It was just insane. It's Axon, though, took the crown home and was the first ever Pokemon Go trainer, and possibly even the first trainer ever to win a regional championship, a international championship, and the world championships in Pokemon Go.
That's
He was
amazing.
the first, yes.
Yeah, that's historical.
It was very historical, which was fitting because I feel like we always talk about writing history for Pokemon Go. We don't have as much of a tenure as the TCG or the video game. I think we might be tied with Unite. So being able to close the chapter on yet another incredible year was truly exciting.
So can we all agree, though, that across the board for all games, this was the highest level of competition we've seen ever?
It was absolutely unbelievable. I mean, the teams were so good. You always wonder when you get players from all around the world that are competing in different player pools. There are bigger regions and smaller regions. What is going to show up? What is going to actually be one of the top regions or teams? Everyone came to play. Everyone was amazing. We had the most diverse top 8 you could have.
But we have a lot of TCG guys was not
TCG,
talking
we've got
about it,
regionals, we've got internationals, so we get to know the good players. And we know who's been winning these tournaments. And we were looking every round, especially in day 2, we're showing, just picking out a few notable players to watch, notable games to watch. Every single round had just stacked matchups. And I know there are people watching at home who were like, how could you not stream this particular game? And the answer is, yes, that looked amazing. We had a better one. I mean, we had Tord Reklev against Michael Pramawat in the top 4 of the World Championships. You cannot say no to that game.
No, I don't think you can go to that ever. And Tord looked like such a strong favorite, even entering into the final portions of your top cut. So how did Vance get it done?
Vance got it done because Mew is a ridiculous deck, and it's kind of funny. They print Mightyena, it's a phenomenal counter. People keep playing it. So they print Drapion, a phenomenal counter. People keep playing it. So recently they printed Spiritomb, which turns off Genesec's draw engine, a phenomenal counter. And it actually wasn't on the list of most played decks on day 1 or day 2. But it's still a ridiculous deck, and that's what Vance did. Vance is a very good player who brought Mew V Max, and apparently, even with all these very, very explicit counters being printed, it just cannot be stopped.
That sounds like it's going to be tough to beat that.
It keeps winning. Every time you're there, it's at the top cut of every tournament. It won Japan National Championships, which, to be fair, was in the same format as World Championships, so that should have been a little bit instructive. I don't think the player base as a whole gave Mew the respect it deserved this weekend, and Vance came along and was like, brilliant, I'll just go and win Worlds with Mew, and it was. We saw Tord play phenomenally in the final, but sometimes Mew is just too powerful.
That sounds like it's going to have to figure out how we can beat it with Mewtwo, right? Maybe we see Mewtwo
Exactly what I'm saying here. There's a second one. You guys don't know about it.
Hey,
as long as there's not a third, okay?
There might be. Hold on.
No.
Go back to 2012. In 2012, Mewtwo was absolutely wrecking the Pokemon TCG. I once did very well at a tournament purely on the basis that the set had been out for 11 days and I'd managed to get 3 Mewtwo EXs and most players hadn't. No skill, I just had more Mewtwo than the other players. So we've had our Mewtwo time, we've left it behind. Maybe it'll come back one day.
We have our Mewtwo time, and let me tell you, as someone who also has no skill, I can win with it. I do very well with it.
I'm thinking the same, actually. I would love to get back into playing. But, we see VMAX continuing to dominate the competition. Maybe in a bit of an unexpected way.
I unlocked George, no, in Gacha.
Typing on computer.
What you expected over in Unite and Go.
I'll take this one. I'll start this
by
one
all
off.
means.
Pokemon Unite was wild. The former world champions came back somehow and won the entire thing again. And I know what you're thinking. Hey, they're the world champions. You might expect that they can win this thing again, but they had such a rocky road to get here. Very up and down in their region. They did not look like the former world champs at all. Then they show up here in Japan. They lose 1 game in their group stage to India, who looked amazing. They did not look good last year either. India looked amazing, but they take them down, and then somehow they become this monstrous team. They go from Mew to like a second Mew. They become even stronger. And they were just incredible. They beat every single team in the top 8 in every single game, and it wasn't particularly close.
Wow, surprising when I also heard maybe EU was one of the stronger regions heading into this one, Brazil also stepping up their game. Yeah, so interesting.
EU is an extremely strong region, and that was a huge upset. We had 4 incredible EU teams. I would say the EU team, Talibobo Believers, it's fun when you maybe don't follow the game and you hear something like Talibobo Believers. Talibobo Believers was probably favored to win here, and they were knocked out in group stage. They had the craziest group you could ever imagine, with another team that had an almost perfect record. They knock out Talibobo. It's the team from Brazil, 0-0 Nation. They don't make it too far into day 2, and it was just absolutely unbelievable. You could not have expected it to go this way.
That sounds like it was really off the cuff when it came down to how a bunch of these teams ended up performing in Unite, but it's really cool to see a back-to-back winner.
It's amazing, and I don't think you could ever predict it. You know, there's just so many factors that go into winning. I think it's almost impossible to assume that a team can do it twice. You have to go through your region, you have to go through a grueling group stage, and then you have to face off against all of these different strategies from around the world, whether it's strategies from Japan where they're very, very aggressive, taking fights all the time, or it's a more patient strategy from EU or something like that. It's just really impressive to see a team do that, and I think everyone was shocked with how amazing they looked.
Sounds like maybe they get the Triple Crown next year, maybe?
Ooh,
I don't
the
know.
Mew 3, I like that idea.
We have to wait and see on that one. But Gabby, there was also a ton of action in Go. You can break down the standings for us at the end of the day.
Yeah, it was really interesting because I think any of the people who made our top 8 here could have been the world champion, but it's Axon just had that consistency needed to win out. Shoutouts to Elche, who's in 4th on the standings. He actually made it to 4th place with only 5 Pokemon, which was absolutely insane. Also, it's Axon and Wadaj's match in the winners finals yesterday. That's why I was screaming a lot, because they were just playing so perfectly. Frame perfect execution every single time. And then Rubik's Master, he only lost to
frame perfect execution and Go.
You can tell that there's literally nothing to talk about in Pokemon
Like,
Go.
what does that even mean? They're just mashing the screen. Of course, it's
No,
frame perfect.
No, it's switching out. That's what the skill is, I guess.
So it's
learning to like predicting when your opponent's gonna switch out.
Anybody could have won. That's just how these players were playing throughout the day. The other interesting thing I'd like to point out is the Pokemon picks. I think that in previous tournaments, the casters are asked, where's the spice? You know, what's the unexpected thing? What's the secret tech that's going to win this person the tournament? But if you look at these teams, the spice isn't necessarily the Pokemon, it's how they...
Also, you can tell that Pokemon Go is suffering because Gabby Snyder used to be a VGC commentator, and she, I guess, got demoted or something because she was talking about Pokemon Go.
But overall, I think these players...
I think they just spite her personally, probably.
Yeah, maybe.
Focusing on execution, and it was just an incredible show.
Love to be able to hear that, especially because I feel like we had a very similar story when it came down to our trainers in the video game that we just saw conclude on stage. It was a lot of very particular Pokemon that you would have expected to see coming into the meta for this incredible tournament, but it did come down to some of the more unique tech choices. We ended up seeing like a Dondozo with Curse, that's incredibly rare, and also starting to see some of those unique techs like the Leaf Storm on a Moongus. That made a huge appearance at this tournament in particular. But as you can see from our final standings for our top 8, this is a top 8 that had incredible stories all across the board. Even Michael in the top 2. That's a new player. Abdullah was also a new player for this season. And being able to come in here and grab a top 8 at the World Championships was phenomenal for both of them. And I think all 8 of our players have incredibly bright futures ahead of them. But I also want to point out, in case you missed it, Japan got a full sweep across the board in juniors, seniors, and masters in their home country. That's incredible.
I'm honestly, it was incredible to watch because I think that in the video game in particular, Japanese players have always been insanely good. Their circuit really only promotes play towards the end of the year to qualify for the World Championships, and you can tell that they just really hunkered down and they figured out the meta, they figured out the formula, and I believe the winner as well, that was his team. You know, he was playing in grassroots tours, winning those tours, and people were like, oh, that's the Zine team. That's the team that's gonna win, and lo and behold, not only did it win, but it was its creator that brought it the glory. That's such an incredible storyline.
Yeah, it really is. And I feel like when you look at also, you know, to your point, how regions actually clash up against each other in the World Championships. I mean, Spriggles, you called out maybe some of the slower defensive play coming out from Europe, but what were some of the differences that you saw, Ross, in the TCG?
I mean, the thing about the TCG at the moment is there's an awful lot of information which is kind of shared around. A lot of people have a lot of the same information in terms of the team building, or the deck building, I should say, but we did see some interesting things. I mean,
What's SG?
Michael Cranwell, everyone was playing Lost Zone Giratina. That was a very popular deck
Singapore?
this weekend. Michael Cranwell went and put Snorlax in there, and that was a card everybody's aware of, but nobody really seemed to want to play it, and that made a very, very big difference throughout the weekend. Tord Reklev, and we're talking about little differences here, but Tord Reklev played a Mirage Step Curlier, just one of those out of the 4, but every time we had Tord on stream, it seemed to be that this Mirage Step Curlier was the difference in actually just going ahead and winning the whole tournament. So, for TCG, we've had a format we've had for a while. A lot of the information is out there, and like I say, Japan, they've actually moved on from this format. They're playing with what will, for us, be Obsidian Flames in their tournaments at the moment, because they had the set when we had our pre-releases, but their sets go live the day they're released, which is a very mad scramble for cards. So they've actually moved on and then come slightly back in time, but because they've had their Japan Championships, again, that information, it's already out there. It was little plays and little cards here and there, but I am still obsessed by the fact that Mew won the Japan Championships and yet was underrepresented at Worlds while everybody's going on for Lost Zone Giratina, and it really was a very well represented deck. Lugia saw a huge amount of play, as we would expect. Gardevoir was everywhere, and Tord's going to show us how good Gardevoir is. He got second at the EUIC with Gardevoir the first weekend it was legal for play. He's got second at the World Championships with Gardevoir, and he keeps coming so close, you know, winning these gigantic tournaments with Gardevoir. It's got to happen soon.
I think so. I mean, Tord has always been such a crowd favorite, not only because he's grabbed 4 international championships, like every single one.
He completed the set.
Yeah, now he needs that final in the Infinity Gauntlet to be able to grab the World Championship title too. So that is just around the corner. But, you know, you talk about tech choices, you talk about maybe not seeing some more interesting picks, but Spriggles, what about in Unite? Did you guys see any new team compositions that really allowed a team to find success?
Yeah, absolutely. There were a lot of Pokemon that played this weekend that have not been available throughout the tournament season. So you saw a lot of Umbreon, we saw a lot of Lapras, Inteleon, James Pond.
They mean Larpass?
And that was a
Larpass.
huge hit for a lot of these teams. I think the biggest difference maker was Lapras. Lapras is just so incredibly powerful right now. It's a defender in Pokemon Unite, so it's super tanky, and it also does a lot of damage. It has ways to recover its own health. It can have an ally hop on its back and ride it around. It can bring it to a big team fight, so it's really incredible. And
Well, I didn't know that. That's so funny.
But one of my absolute favorite things was just how every region found different Pokemon inside of their role that worked well for them. Some regions really favored Trevenant as a defender. Other regions really loved Zoroark as a speedster. So there was just some really incredible play from all over, and it does wonders to all the tier lists that someone like me makes, where you have to go, well, I guess I was wrong about Trevenant. Back to you.
Trevenant? Huh.
Well, I have a big question though.
Okay.
Did anyone play Mamoswine? I didn't get to see much of it. Was there any Mamoswine, or is my pin badge in vain?
The only Mamoswine on broadcast is the one on your pin.
Oh,
I'm so sorry.
That's sad.
Yeah, it was very, very sad. I love Mamo. I love Mamoswine, but it doesn't stack up to some of the tougher opponents like Slowbro, Trevenant, Lapras. It's just really, I'm sorry, it's not there. It's not there. Please take the pin off.
Oh.
I'm not doing it.
Please take the pin off.
Gabby, you were going to say something.
I
Yeah, go ahead.
was. So Trevenant is in Unite. So that's where it went. Because Trevenant was in Go for a very long time. But then it just went somewhere.
We stole it.
Okay.
I think it went to EOS.
Okay, well, I'm glad I just know where it went because I was a little concerned. So hopefully he's having fun.
He's having a great time. He's got Woodhammer. He's doing his own thing. Yeah, he's loving it.
Okay. Living
Yeah.
his best life.
He's thriving on Eos Island. He loves it there.
Grass types seem to be like such a dominant part of metas whenever you take a look across the board. So you're talking about Trevenant. We end up seeing that a little bit in the TCG.
No.
Not really.
There was one
I was thinking of
Meowscarada
like
day one.
Decidueye, like maybe like a cycle before.
Oh, if you go
Been
back
a
to when
while.
Forest of Giant Plants was legal, oh, grass decks were everywhere. That was a card that was definitely a mistake, and we know it was a mistake because they went and banned it. It was way too good. But there was a single Meowscarada in day one that didn't make day two, but did do all right. But if you want your grass representation, it's kind of that one Meowscarada.
I'll take it, honestly, because TCG is going to need to do it some justice because it disappeared from VGC and it got replaced by Rillaboom, which I'm not sure. I feel a certain way about that, honestly.
Local man
but-
listens to another 7 minutes of people talking
I mean,
about
I know
whatever
that
the
they threw around
fuck just
the
all the
Daewoo
time.
weekend, but I'm
Yep.
really concerned after seeing the Rillaboom make an appearance in finals. Can someone please confirm the Gastrodon are safe? We need to know.
Are the Gastrodon safe?
Okay. Oh, right. Oh, okay. Good.
Look,
good.
don't worry. Like, yeah, you can breathe a little bit because it was Gastrodon with Sylveon in the seniors finals with such a unique team that people weren't expecting to see. A ton of the same roles that you would want, like a Fire Water Grass core, looking at Urshifu, and also a Zapdos. But Tailwind from Zapdos? Where's the Tornadus? Where's the Fluttermane?
You don't
it
need
was
it.
just. I guess you don't.
No.
Nah, that's okay. Fluttermane's seen like 70% usage since the time that it was actually brought into our tournament circuit. I think everyone is excited to see that put on the shelf, like at least for a hot second. I think it'll still be around though for a while. I don't know though, like meta staples. Was there anything else that you felt like you were like, ah yeah, that we expected that?
You know, something that I found pretty interesting is halfway through our season, Venusaur came alive again. This is a Pokemon that when it came into Pokemon Unite, it was fine. And then as it went on, it started getting better and better, and all of a sudden people sort of discovered that Solar Beam Venusaur was a big thing in competitive play. Saw a lot of NA teams bring this out. It was really, really powerful. I think it's always cool to see a Pokemon that you really don't expect for a while to be a big thing. All of a sudden, one player figures something out, and then every team tries to adopt this strategy. That's one of my favorite things, is when you see a big meta shift happen all of a sudden.
It has been super fun to see. And even when you saw like the meta shift in TCG though, like seeing Mew come back out on top, when you look forward though to something like Obsidian Flames coming in, what changes?
There's going to be a few changes. The one which I cannot quite make my mind up on is Charizard EX. Now, Charizard EX is on the front of the booster pack. Everyone is expecting it to be good. I have it on incredibly good authority that it is supposed to be good. It's still a stage 2, and like, I know Gardevoir's a stage 2, and Gardevoir does very well, but Gardevoir's got the Curlier with the built-in draw engine, and the Gardevoir, the single prize with the built-in draw engine. That's why Gardevoir's so good, because Gardevoir accelerates energy, and Curlier draws, and Gardevoir draws. Charizard does have a really good ability that accelerates energy on evolution, which is great. I don't know if we've got to that stage in the TCG yet, where stage 2s are quite good enough. But an awful lot, you know, my good friend, the lovely Joe Bernard, you know, sometimes casting with us, was with him over at EUIC. He told me rather bluntly I was wrong. I put Charizard way too low in my top 10 card of Obsidian Flames. He thought I should be removed from casting for putting Patrol Hat above it. He might be right. I like Charizard. I am very concerned about whether it's going to survive as a stage 2 or not. But there are some very good players and some very clever people out there who are telling me that it really is going to survive. That's a big thing we're looking at from Obsidian Flames. For me, Sizzle. It is the most exciting card that I have seen in the Scarlet and Violet block so far. Single energy, 10 damage, plus 50 for each Pokemon with an ability on your opponent's side. Everyone has an ability right now. I will build around nothing but Sizzle for like 2 years from here now. It's going to be great.
I love it. I love that you're so passionate about Scissor, because we also looked at that Pokemon in the VGC. We're like, where could this fit? It's like a bullet punch. Maybe you can hit a Flutter Mane really fast for that super effective damage. To go back to your Charizard point, that's a fire type. And I'm looking for hot takes right now. We're gonna do a quick round going down the line.
Rose, I have to interrupt you. It's a Terra-type Charizard. It's Darkness. I know that hurts your transition, but it is a Darkness type. Can we have some Dark takes?
Yeah, I think we have to change
Dark takes.
Oh, no.
That's inappropriate.
Right. We have to change the type of take. I'm hearing from production. Yeah, we're changing the take.
Okay, Team Rocket takes. I like that one.
Yeah,
so
Team
we're
Rocket
gonna
takes.
go quick down the line. I'm gonna ask some rapid fire questions. You guys are just gonna give an answer, and we're gonna get some good insight here. Okay? So, top performing Pokemon or card or whatever from each respective game. Go.
Mew.
Metacham.
Mewtwo.
Flutter Mane. Next, we're gonna go ahead and look at your personal pick that you thought was gonna win Worlds. Go.
Miraidon?
Altaria?
If it's a Pokemon, I would say maybe Inteleon, but if it was a team, Talibobo Believers.
I like that. You gave us 2 answers.
Yeah.
I'll give you extra credit for that one.
Thank you so much. I really need it. My grades are terrible.
I think you're doing just fine for yourself.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. We're gonna keep going with the questions now. Let's see. VG. I lost my train of thought actually.
What you thought was going to win?
Hold on, they fucked it up.
Thank you for the reminder.
They fucked it up. Yellow, she's yellow suit, yellow Mike. Blue suit, blue Mike. Green suit, greenish suit, green Mike. But he does not have a red suit.
Yeah, purple or Spriggles got owned.
Which region did you think was gonna take it?
He's not a proper fire type.
US.
Oh, wait,
there
when
were
did
just so many
they
strong
switch
players,
mics?
And so many of the regionals
No.
were
Oh,
stacked in
maybe.
the US region this year. I felt like it just was.
I
gonna
swear
happen.
blue had blue and green had green a second ago.
NA or Japan. 3 answers. Come on, where's my credit?
Either I'm delusional or they switched.
I think you're delusional, bro.
Don't take credit away from me.
I've narrowed it down to one planet.
Crazy.
Earth.
Yeah, we're gonna do well, Earth.
I bet Lalafell did this.
What?
I don't know. I'm being delusional, okay?
Yeah, you're gaming the system like that, just like Mewtwo. But we're also going to look at NA on our side. I think actually there was a strong case across the board, but most of our analysts on the VG side did say Japan. So I'm going to give a ton of credit to them for making that call so early on in the tournament. We are just a few seconds away, though, from being able to get to our closing ceremony. So thank you so much to our lovely analysts and for everybody else on the team to make this production happen. Let's close out strong here at the 2023 Pokemon World Championships with our closing ceremony.
I'ma tell you about the come up, how I learned the game. Every challenge that I faced, how I earned the name.
No.
What's happening?
Denied.
I don't like this.
Nor.
This is why we have the mute button.
Victory Road. They don't have a Victory Road anymore.
True. True.
Haven't had one for quite a few gens.
For
Gen 7 was the
quite
last, I
some
believe.
time. Did it even really have a Victory Road? It was more like a walk up the hill.
Yeah, but I mean that's more than literally nothing.
The past 2 gens have not had one at all.
Well, true. If 6 had more of a Victory Road than you, actually I think it may have had a relatively real one. I don't know.
Probably not.
Also, hold on. That case had like an actual gold trophy in it when they showed it. So why are they giving winners bronzes? Please explain.
I don't know. They're making bold promises. You'll never grow old if you play Pokemon.
True.
Wrong.
I stay so spry and young.
You're the oldest of it. You're dying of COVID as we speak.
Hello, Talon's oldest.
Christopher Walken.
Why is your finger pointed to the sky?
You're spiting God.
Middle finger to the sky, maybe?
Well, you're flipping people off then.
Yeah. Well, he said finger to the sky.
It's like pointing one finger up, you know, Kamina pose.
Victory
Kamina.
Yeah, but I think you avoid using the middle finger for reasons.
Closing ceremony start now!
The tepid response.
We want to thank every one of you for joining
I mean, the Japanese crowd just probably didn't understand what the frick they were listening to here.
Yeah.
This isn't VTuber. This is an Idaru.
Everyone is eager to hear about what's coming next.
The fuck
in
is this
world of
garbage?
Pokemon, particularly for our competitive players. So, let's bring back out the president and CEO of the Pokemon Company, Mr. Tsunekazu Ishihara!
What if they just announce like an actual game here, because there's not really big events as much anymore.
They just had a direct.
True.
Oi. 新しい世界チャンピオンの皆さん、本当におめでとうございます。
Congratulations again to all our new world champions.
Wait, why doesn't this shirt say translator?
ここ横浜で
Yeah, I can't tell you.
How am I supposed to know?
参加していただいた皆さん、
Yeah, this
ご
is
覧
the
の皆
problem.
さん、
We don't know.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you everyone for taking part in our world championships here in Yokohama or watching from home.
Is that the official guy? Like, he sounds like the one who does all the...
そして
I mean, he might be. He probably works like directly under the president or whatever.
皆さんにも心から感謝です。
And of course, my most
I would assume they all have their own translator they get along with.
made this event possible.
I want to hear that president sing the Victory Road song. Can you get on that?
さて、
Are you trying to kill him?
お約束した
Yes.
ポケモンの最新情報
Maybe if they get new blood, Pokemon will be good again.
Now, as we promised in
Good
the
luck
opening
with that.
ceremonies, we'd like to share some news with you. Let's start with Pokemon Unite.
Oh, Pokemon Unite news.
Oh baby, here we go.
ユナイトのリリースから2年が経ち、ユナイトのコミュニティの驚きべき変化を
Unite
見
these
せ
nuts.
てきました。
In the 2 years since the release of Pokemon Unite, it's been incredible to witness the evolution of its community.
昨日の決勝戦では、チームの連帯
I'm sorry to announce we're
応援
killing
す
the
る皆
game.
さんの熱量に
It's all
この
ogre.
ゲームの未来がこれから
All of your money
どう
is
なる
mine.
かとてもワクワクしました。
I'm literally going to swim in a pile of it.
Players and the enthusiastic cheering from the audience in yesterday's grand finals made me very excited for the future of this game.
では、最新情報をご覧ください。
Well, here's a preview of what's to come.
Why does this game have a future? Q, you did this.
It was me, yeah. Oh no. Well, yeah, we knew about Blaziken,
It's a chicken.
the fire chicken.
This is a Smash announcement. It sounds like a Smash announcement, honestly.
I'm surprised Blaziken wasn't
Oh,
already
that's a
there.
cool. That's a cool square animation. Oh, it's an all-rounder. All right. Yo!
Nice Mimikyu.
I'm surprised he wasn't in there already.
I guess Mimikyu's probably.
Oh, like it takes time.
Oh, yo, the slam dunk. That's good. Time for. I forgot what its attack is called. Another all-rounder.
Nothing but all-rounders.
Oh no! Oh no!
This is the if you deserve.
Oh no!
Tell us how you really feel, Q.
Oh no! I know.
Isn't she just like your Renamon?
I just noticed
Queen
that.
Slay.
I just noticed that Meowscarada gets the red mage.
Oh,
thingy.
she's a protector?
No, it's Speedster. Blue Speedster.
Oh, okay. I saw blue and thought tank, so.
No, green's tank.
バシャーモ、ミミッキュ、マスカーニャ
ハ
が
チャーモ
参戦します。
Blaziken, Mimikyu, and Meowscarada will join the fray.
いずれかのポケモンが
Join the fray. They are coming to Smash. Boo doo 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 doo.
And one of these Pokemon
They're
may
just gonna make
something
Focus
for last
Smash.
year's World Championship.
次はポケモンカードゲームの最新情報です。
Maybe they are gonna announce something.
And now,
That'd be pretty wild.
news for the Pokemon trading card game.
今年ポケモンカードゲームはパルデア地方に足を踏み入れました。
E3 is dead. They can do shit whenever they want, really.
Yeah, it is true.
待ち受けているものは何かどうぞご覧ください。
For this year, the Pokemon trading card game took its first steps into the Paldea region. With uncharted areas to explore, let's take a look towards what lies next in our adventures.
Dude, what if what's next for the video games is like the next main line isn't programmed by Game Freak? Can you imagine?
Oh,
Can
Area
you
Zero.
imagine?
Ooh. Yo, that's cute.
Maybe it'd actually be good.
Yo. Oh, Ancient? Oh no. Ancient and Future?
Can't wait
Group
for
on it,
nobody
hell yeah.
to want to play Future because the Pokemon look boring. The cards are all worth 30
Yo,
cents.
that's some sick art.
And I'm sure the cards will still be OP. They'll play with
Oh
them.
god, how OP is Roaring Moon gonna be? Roaring Moon EX.
Waifu Man is literally the only person who's going to care about the
Roaring Moon
aesthetics.
EX, I was right. Discard a stadium to do 220 damage.
So wait, what are EXs still in the game? I thought they got replaced by VMAX.
Yeah, EX is back. It replaced VMAX. Yo.
But they work the same, right? Like basically.
Yo, it gives you a free Gust. Damn, Iron Bundle's gonna be
That's
insane.
disgusting.
Yeah.
We've seen how disgusting Gusts are. That's gross.
So you give Iron Moth, was that dual type? You give Iron Moth as much shit as you want, as much energy as you want in a turn. Cool. Iron Valiant EX. 2 damage counters on one of your ants, whatever. Why are they? Oh, okay.
Yes, we picked up on that. Thank you.
But there's only like, what, 7 of each type? What does that matter?
Yeah.
Oh, yo, that's some sick art. Yo! The Iron Moth full art's kinda cool. And the Brute Bonnet full art. Paradox Pokemon Gnar.
I'm gonna come too.
I'm the same. I'm coming!
I'm coming.
And that's not all. Oh no.
But wait, there's more. Present Pokemon!
Ace Spec. Not again.
What is Ace Spec?
It's one of Pokemon. Or one of cards. You can only play one in your deck. That's bad. That's cancer.
It seems pretty cancerous.
They're gonna be
yeah.
insane, OP.
エーススペックが再登場です。
That's right, Ace Spec is returning.
さらに古代と未来からの
Were A-Spec all
ポ
Pokemon
ケモン
or?
皆さんが
No,
I'm
they're
guessing
usually
all
trainers.
それらを
Yeah.
使いこなすのか
Computer search
と
became
ても楽
A-Spec.
しみです。
And as you saw, ancient and future Pokemon are also on the way. We can't wait to see how you will use them.
I won't.
ゲームの最新作ポケットモンスタースカーレットとバイオレット
Oops,
は
I dropped my
世界中
Doritos.
のプレイヤーをパルデアの世界で繰り広げられるエキサイティングな冒険に連れ出しました。
Latest
Exciting.
entry into the Pokemon video game series, Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet have taken players from all over the world on an exciting journey throughout the Paldea region.
追加コンテンツゼロの秘宝が配信されると
Now we give you Pokemon made by Monolith Soft.
And there's going to be even more to explore when the Hidden Treasure of Area Zero DLC releases.
どうぞご覧ください。
Please take a look at this.
Are we gonna get our Entei?
Oh, they're just gonna re-show the trailers or whatever.
Probably.
No, we're gonna get Entei. So this is part 2, right? So. Oh no. All the starters are gonna show up? Oh no! Incineroar? No! No, 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 no. No.
Kick Squirtle into
No,
waste
not
can.
Incineroar, no.
Feed Squirtle to Incineroar.
No.
We killed the national deck.
Put Squirtle in a box with Chespin.
We killed the national deck so we can resell starters to you. You're welcome. Thanks, everybody.
Pretty much.
Miracle, ooh.
I mean, can't you just already bring them in through bank?
No.
No. There's no
I thought-
national decks. You use whatever Pokemon they tell you you're allowed to use.
I see. But if they add them to the game with this DLC, I mean, I guess you have
Psychic
to buy it
noise
though.
prevents target from healing.
New moves? Suck my nuts.
Ooh, what does Scizor get? Oh, strikes before a priority? What?
So it's Sucker Punch for
Extreme
priority?
speed priority, yeah. Yo, look at Rico.
That is still so
I
stupid.
love him. Yeah, Electragon.
Raging
yeah.
Bolt indeed.
Check that. So so electric sucker punch? Hell yeah. That's a cool move.
That's not overpowered at all.
God, what dumb ass move is Steel Psychic? Is Iron Crown gonna get?
It has boring attack. It puts you to sleep.
Cobalion is just literally still Cobalion!
It hits twice in a row. Okay.
Oh, I guess it's psychic instead of fighting, but still.
I mean, it's still just a Cobalion, but metalier.
Oh, stop playing the song! I don't.
They brought back the worst track from Gen 8.
Oh no, what's happening?
Oh no. Rainbow Terra type? Oh no, Cancer. Cancer.
No,
they're
they're
making Terrestrialize more overpowered.
It's what Terrapagos can do, surely.
Yeah, they're announcing the new Pokemon.
They're announcing 8-star raids where you get Rainbow Terrestrialize.
Oh, God. Rainbow Terra, no, thank you. What does every type? Someone surely calculated what every type.
Yeah, somebody's
super
calculated.
effective against.
新しい技、新しいテラスタイプ、本当に盛りだくさんです。ポケットモンスター。
What was that weird Terra type?
はまだまだ進化。
It was Rainbow!
New and returning Pokemon, new moves,
You're not clever!
Terra type, and much more. Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet experience continue.
I can't wait for them to add 8-star raids with overpowered Rainbow Terra type.
がいよいよ来月13日に配信されますので、ぜひこれらの追加要素を楽しんでください。
We truly hope you enjoy these new additions when the Hidden Treasure of Area Zero
I
DLC
won't.
releases on September 13th.
さて、最後のニュースになります。
And now for our
I'll be
final
sure to enjoy it alongside
ポケモン
Starfield.
の最新情報は以上ですが、皆さんが おそらくまだ気になっていることをここで発表したいと思います。
So we've shared the latest news about Pokemon with you, but now I'd like to reveal the one thing that you are all still probably wondering about.
Where next?
2024
I don't actually care, honestly.
開催地です。
The location of next year's World Championship.
It's hidden.
It's hidden. You have to find it. I left it in one piece.
Yep.
Video? Video?
Hawaii?
Looks like it.
It's bad.
They made a deal with the resorts on Hawaii.
They're having lots of issues
No one
with
speaks
tourists.
this language.
They're having lots of issues in what?
With tourists ruining Hawaii, basically.
Well, good news. Pikachu said.
Good news, I'm gonna do it next year.
Good news, we're
ready to
bringing in
go?
more of them.
No, maybe, probably not. But I've never been to Hawaii.
You
And
can
I don't need a
get,
passport.
yeah, you can get COVID there.
皆さんにお会いできるのを大変楽しみに
Get
しています。
COVID and then be
We can't
quarantined
wait
to an
see
island.
everyone in Honolulu next year.
Though I have lined with small bombs.
ハワイのマウイ島で大規模な山火事の発生により甚大な被害が出ています。被災者の皆様には心よりお見舞い申し上げます。
Devastating wildfires have severely
Yeah.
impacted the people of Hawaii and the island of Maui, and our heartfelt sympathies go out to everyone who has been affected.
ハワイと
But we got a game to run.
However,
Yeah.
we're going to be nothing but fire types this next year. I'm sorry.
このような困難に直面した今、私たちにどのようなことができるか、引き続き
Well, no, we should announce the next format. Fire types are
行
banned.
動していきたいと思います。
Hawaii and Pokemon have a special connection. We are looking into actions we can take
Do
to be
they?
of assistance during these trying
Yeah,
times.
because that's where Alola was based, Talon.
I don't think
that
that,
how
gives
it
them a special
works?
connection.
Yeah.
皆さん、いつもポケモンを
Also, that's where everyone's class
応援
trip
していただい
goes.
て本当にありがとうございます。皆さんの幸せとご活躍をお祈りしています。来年またお会いしましょう。
Thank you everyone for always supporting Pokemon, and I wish you all
I don't.
very
You're
well.
welcome.
Look forward to seeing you
Oh.
next year.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
Thank you for being a mindless sheep and buying our product.
You're welcome.
Does anyone hear Q bleeding?
The 2023 Pokemon World Championships have come to a close, concluding a weekend filled
No.
with excitement and enjoyment across
Yay.
all titles. The newly crowned world champions can revel in their achievements
over.
and take pride that they have cemented their place in history. It was an honor to bring
She
this
said
event to
cemented.
Yokohama, Japan,
Did.
and we eagerly anticipate the opportunity to gather together once more.
Cub.
Thank you all for being
Ox
part of
Kudo.
this remarkable experience. I hope you have a wonderful night. Farewell for now.
Arigato.
I like this hardcore music.
Wop, 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 wop.
I'm abusing the heck out of my new jewelry box for this stupid Slayer task. I hate Fossil Island Wyverns. I understand now why they're the only Slayer task with the option to block it by not using your block list. You literally pay money to never get it again. I would pay money to never get it again.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, but I don't have enough points, so I had to suffer. 7 more to go. I'm literally just teleporting home after every 2 of them and healing up at the PvP place because I can teleport there now too.
Wait, I can just close the stream now.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can.
It's over. Time is at 3:30. Oh shit.
Yeah, it's freaking bedtime. If I didn't have 7 more wyverns to kill, I'd be asleep right now. I definitely don't want to do these wyverns later, because I don't want to do them now.
We got our red ceiling stone. Boom, boom. How many am I missing? 1.
I can't believe she assigned me to kill 22 of them. She's a freaking psychopath.
Yes.
You're not wrong. You've been frozen. The frozen doesn't even like tell me how long I'm frozen for. It's just like, you've been frozen. I'll let you move whenever.
You have to use a fire move, but not overheat.
Wrong.
Why not overheat?
Because it doesn't unfreeze.
Bugged.
But why doesn't it unfreeze?
I don't know.
Bugged.
Tell me. You're the Pokemon master.
I am not.
You've been frozen.
How many robots did you kill tonight, Q?
Just 2. I'm currently in the Reverie corridor, leveling up my idiots.
Come on, him. Five more wyverns. Wyvern!
Oswald shooting Tippett directly or observed him running away from the scene. This was a murder with a dozen eyewitnesses. Furthermore, the .38 was found in Oswald's pocket when he was arrested at the Texas Theater not long after. And the bullets that hit Officer Tippett, proven with ballistics to have been fired from that exact gun, to the exclusion of all other weapons in the world. So logically, why would Oswald have killed Tippett if he wasn't running away from the assassination of the president? If he was a patsy, as he claimed at his interrogation, then why shoot a police officer in broad daylight in front of a dozen witnesses with your own gun? That's just idiotic. There is no possible reason why he would have done this that doesn't implicate him in the assassination of Kennedy. He knew they were looking for the guy who shot the president. He knew he was the guy who shot the president. When Tippett spotted him and called him out, he knew he'd been cornered. Killing the officer was a last-ditch, super desperate attempt at an escape. Not very well thought out, though. There's just nothing more to say on this. He did it, and it's direct evidence of his guilt in the assassination of President Kennedy. If you like what I'm doing here, don't just subscribe, although of course it would be great if you did that. It'd be really helpful for you to click on one of my other videos. I have several on various other historical mysteries or false narratives of history, and I have a lot of videos on various nautical topics. I'm primarily a historian, but I'm also an author and teacher. I teach history courses online at my website, seanmunger.com. I've also got several books available on Amazon, including a crime thriller. It's called The Sun Thief. That's the sequel to In Deadly Mirrors. I also wrote a science fiction book called The Valley of Forever. I have a Patreon. That's patreon.com/SeanMunger, or you can donate to my Ko-Fi. The link is in the description to this video. I'll also put a link to my Substack blog, seanmungerhistory.substack.com, where I write about world problems from a historical standpoint. Thanks so much for your support. Sorry to interrupt the flow. Let's get back to the subject of the Kennedy assassination. So how did Lee Harvey Oswald come up with the plan to shoot President Kennedy? The evidence shows that he didn't spend a lot of time planning it. It was mostly a lucky accident, which came about fundamentally as the result of a total coincidence that the route of Kennedy's motorcade was planned to pass in front of the building where Oswald happened to work. I think this evidence is really interesting because it tends to prove that there was no conspiracy, that Oswald was not working with anyone. Kennedy's visit was planned by the Secret Service beginning on November 4th, 1963, only a couple of weeks before the assassination. The motorcade was ultimately headed to the Dallas Trade Mart, where Kennedy would have made a speech. Now, this is really interesting. The selection of the Trade Mart as a location didn't even appear in any Dallas papers until November 15th, a week before the event. It was reported in the Dallas Times-Herald on that day. And the motorcade route, which was not even finalized until November 18th, was first published also in the Dallas Times-Herald on November 19th, only 3 days before the assassination. The Morning News also carried a story on it. This was how Oswald found out about the motorcade and realized that it would pass in front of his building, only 3 days before the assassination. Honestly,
okay, good
if
news,
this
I'm
was
going
some
to bed.
deep plot to kill
See ya.
JFK, don't you think that the conspirators would have spent months planning this in advance? How could it have been thrown together in just 3 days? It just doesn't make any sense. Furthermore, here's another important fact. Oswald hadn't even worked at the Texas School Book Depository for very long. He applied for that job on October 15th. Now, the depository, the institution of the School Book Depository, actually had 2 buildings. One was on Dealey Plaza, and the other was on Houston Street, which was very far from the motorcade route. The manager of this company, one Roy Truly, assigned Oswald to work at the depository on Dealey Plaza, and another man who applied for a job that same day to work on Houston Street. He could just as easily have assigned Oswald to Houston Street, and then he wouldn't have had the opportunity to assassinate President Kennedy. This is powerful evidence that there was no conspiracy. Oswald wasn't working for anyone when he shot the president. If he was, how come the conspirators left it up to a book company manager to decide whether their trigger man would be in place in range of the motorcade? And if you say, well, Roy Truly must have been in on it, well, how could he have known that the motorcade was going to pass by that spot if the decision for that route wasn't even made until November 18th, and Truly assigned Oswald to the Dealey Plaza location on October 15th? This fact alone, without anything else, is proof that, to me at least, that Oswald was not part of a conspiracy. So here's another really interesting piece of evidence. At the time of the assassination, Oswald was estranged from his wife Marina, whom he'd met when he lived in the Soviet Union after his defection there in 1959. They were separated at the time. Marina was living at the house of a friend, Ruth Payne, and hers and Oswald's 2 children were with her. So Oswald rented a tiny room in this boarding house. This is the room that he returned to after shooting Kennedy to pick up his gun just before he blew away Officer Tippit. Anyway, in the days before the assassination, during the time that he must have been planning it, meaning after November 19th, when the motorcade route was made public, and November 22nd, Oswald tried to reconcile with his wife, Marina. He said that he was going to get an apartment where they could all live together with the kids, and he wanted her to join him there. Oswald did not have a car. He usually asked a friend, Wesley Frazier, to drive him over to Ruth Payne's house to see his wife, Marina. This always happened on weekends and by special arrangement. Wesley Frazier, full name Buell Wesley Frazier, also worked at the Texas School Book Depository. A number of the Oswald's possessions, including the rifle that he had used to shoot Edwin Walker, were stored in Ruth Payne's garage. On Thursday, November 21st, the day before the assassination, Oswald asked if he could ride with Frazier to the Payne house. He said he wanted to pick up some curtain rods to put in the apartment that he was renting. This was the first time that Oswald had gone to the Payne's house on a night other than a weekend, and the first time he ever came unannounced. So Frazier drove him over there. Oswald got the quote-unquote curtain rods from the garage, obviously the rifle, hidden in brown paper and strapping tape, and that wrapping was later found in the sniper's nest. Oswald also talked to Marina and asked her one more time if she'd come back to him so that they could live together. She said later that she really thought about it, but she wanted to hold out a little longer. In retrospect, it seems like this conversation with Marina was his go, no-go decision. If she had decided to go back to him, if she said yes that night, he probably would not have done it. But if she didn't go for it, which he must have known was likely, he was going to kill the president the next day, and he had the rifle ready to go. In fact, Marina herself thought this is what happened. She told the Warren Commission that if she knew her husband was planning to whack the president, if she didn't go back to him that night, she definitely would have. So Oswald spent that night with Marina at the Payne house. When he got up to go to work the next morning, this is Friday, November 22nd, he left money for her on the bureau, $170 in cash, and he left something else, his wedding ring, which had been manufactured in the Soviet Union. It was very distinctive. In fact, here is a photo.
Okay, that's enough on Scrooge Game. Bye.